Chapter 1. Haha. Splendid job, Shuli. From now on, the Straw Mansion shall bear the surname Yin. With a seamless maneuver executed by a cadre of family members, Yin Jiu deftly extricated the unsightly, shoehorn-faced old count from the opulent castle, subsequently liquidating a collection of furniture. File for divorce and get lost. The heartbroken voice of a scoundrel resonated through the speakers, as the notorious Yin Shuli, with her indomitable spirit, achieved the status of a millionaire within a mere 2 years. How exhilarating! Yin Jiu exhaled deeply, reclining against the cushion. The Sims 4 is a highly liberating simulation game where players embark with a modest sum of 20,000 yuan to establish their lives and experience the myriad facets of existence. Upon its release, the game captivated many, but as additional expansions emerged, the total cost escalated to a figure that tugged at the heartstrings of the working class. It wasn't until one fateful day, while perusing a small video site, that Yin Jiu stumbled upon a video titled "The Fastest Way to Earn 500,000 in The Sims 4, prompting him to download the game. The video spanned 19 minutes and, in essence, detailed a strategy involving 2 beautiful women and 2 marriages to achieve social elevation. This game is so liberating, I must try it. Yin Jiu mused, his curiosity piqued, as he emphatically liked a comment that proclaimed, "I would rather scavenge for money than sell my body." Without hesitation, he procured the game. Character settings, Yin Shuli, emotional disposition, romantic lifestyle, materialistic, sycophantic, ambitious social tendencies, extroverted, malevolent. Next, Yin Jiu spent 2 hours enhancing the charm of his character before racing towards the Straw Count's castle. Indeed, she would rather scavenge for money than sell her body. But what did Yin Shuli's actions have to do with him, Yin Jiu? In the game, Yin Shuli was an exquisite young maiden, her long, deep brown hair cascading down to her waist, complemented by mottled wynard eyes that exuded an innocent allure, reminiscent of a pristine lotus blossom. Before long, the cold-hearted and unfeeling old count succumbed to the relentless allure of the beautiful maiden. The two sat in the wedding carriage, gazing at each other as they approached the grave of matrimony. Indeed, they had entered a grave. A sardonic smile crept across Yin Jiu's lips as he glanced at the old count, who was heartbroken over being removed from the family tree. Men understand men the best. He straightened up from the chair, caressing his chin, and once again added a new character to the roster. Input. Character, Yin Jiu. Indeed, his life was just beginning. Yin Jiu's mouse glided swiftly across the face, molding a youthful visage resembling Shuli by 80%. What a fortunate and affluent young man. Yin Jiu mused contentedly, crafting a narrative for himself. Let's adjust Shuli's age upward. Set the relationship to parent-child. Career goal? Stardom, of course. Race. Vampire. Yin Jiu caught a glimpse of the middle-aged Shuli, who had crossed into her 40s, and frowned. All right. He was indeed a superficial person. He could not bear the thought of the character sharing a name with him morphing into a portly uncle. Then a vampire it is, he decided, raising his fingertip to seal the new character's fate. One must leave some hope for the honest folk. By the time Yin Jiu had eradicated the hideous buffs associated with the vampire character, the Straw Count had composed himself, crouched in a rundown hovel, preoccupied with some unknown task. How pitiful, Yin Jiu sighed, recalling how, at this hour, the Count should be holding a rose, passionately inviting the main character, Miss Shuli, to a candlelit dinner. However, the Count personality was indeed a drama queen. Refusing affection resulted in a 1. Agreeing but leaving too early also led to a 1. And agreeing but departing too late resulted in a cascading series of 1s. Thus, their relationship would plunge into an awkward phase, leading to further discomfort upon their next encounter, resulting in yet another 1. While avoiding each other would merely cause them to forget one another, 1 once again. Ugh, an infinite loop. With this thought, Yin Jiu's expression darkened, and he callously switched the main character back to young Yin Jiu. Let this ungrateful wretch witness what true hope from Qingchuan village looks like. Everything you receive is well-deserved. The 15-year-old, still innocent vampire youth bore a countenance resembling Yin Shuli's by 80%, with the remaining 20% bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the Straw Count. While it was uncertain whether characters in the game could discern their parent-child relationship, at this moment, Yin Jiu resolved to show this old acquaintance what it meant to receive a windfall, what it meant to be utterly despondent. With a determined stride, Yin Jiu led the young character to halt before the dilapidated and vacant hovel. Visit. Yin Jiu scrolled the mouse wheel, adjusting the view to one that clearly displayed the character's expression. The straw count's face appeared aged and pallid, and upon closer inspection, Yin Jiu first revealed a look of disdain. Without hesitation, he clicked on the harsh interaction interface, and after a round of friendly probing, their relationship plummeted to an icy low. Ha ha ha! His face turned green with rage. Outside the screen, Yin Jiu's eyes sparkled with mirth, the thrill of vengeance prompting an involuntary chuckle. At that moment, the Count leaped into the air. It's you. You deceive my affections. The raspy, ominous voice echoed through the speakers, and the computer finally began to overheat, teetering on the brink of destruction. Boom! Damn! Yin Jiu scowled, opening his eyes and slowly moving his hands, which had fallen beside him, to rest atop his abdomen. Beep! Finally, silence reigned. He closed his eyes once more, releasing a long, sorrowful breath. Yin Jiu had traversed realms, unexpectedly thrust into another world. Not merely a silver-blue interface of the Sims vampire panel. The reality of his transmutation struck him, stemming from the presence at the other side of the bedside. Not far away, a familiar yet foreign visage's adopted daughter, Inshallah, was reclining against the armchair by the bed, seemingly in a light slumber. Incredible. If retribution were to manifest so swiftly, Yin Jiu felt he had not committed such grievous sins. Irritated, he flipped over, tugging at the pillow. Beep. Item detected. Pillow. Yin Jiu's expression darkened further. Oh, little Jiu, you're awake? A gentle female voice floated from nearby, as Yin Shuli, seemingly awakened by the slightest sound, now sat upright, her wynard eyes reflecting sheer delight. Feeling better? The woman extended her hand, gently resting it on Yin Jiu's forehead, embodying the essence of a concerned mother. Honestly, if you're feeling unwell, you shouldn't force yourself to act. A subtle fragrance of apricot blossom wafted from her sleeve, brushing against Yin Jiu's nostrils. He squinted, momentarily entranced by the intoxicating aroma of the mingling floral scents. Suddenly, a searing palm descended upon his forehead. What on earth? Yin Jiu furrowed his brow and extended his hand to push away the unexpectedly hot palm. Beep. Item identified. Pseudo Yin Shuli. Perhaps a gentle pinch on the cheek will yield a surprise. Yin Jiu loosened his grip, then tightened it once more. Beep. Item identified. Pseudo Yin Shuli. Perhaps a gentle pinch on the cheek will yield a surprise. Goodness. Yin Jiu's eyelashes fluttered as he released his grip entirely, the long lashes falling to obscure much of his iris. Understood. I will request leave next time I'm unwell. The situation was amiss. The enemy lurked in the shadows. His beloved had vanished. With an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, Yin Jiu slowly sat up, leaning back against the wall. Beep. Item detected. Mobile phone. Yin Jiu's eye twitched this time. He did not disdain this seemingly ordinary, yet noisy, golden finger. Instead, he stealthily grasped the phone that had slipped from his pocket during the movement. The communication device had not been confiscated. Was the kidnapper merely inexperienced, or did they possess enough confidence to believe he could not escape? Could you fetch me a glass of water, mother? Yin Jiu pondered the relationship between both identities and strategically spoke. The woman had maintained a beaming smile since earlier, reminiscent of an NPC character in a game that had lost its main control yet had not activated its automation. Upon hearing Yin Jiu's words, something flickered in her eyes, and her lips curled upward. Of course, I shall fetch water now. Little Jiu, be sure to wait here patiently for me. The faux Shuli rose without hesitation, striding purposefully toward the exit. The pace quickened, urgency mounting. There was no semblance of caution typically associated with kidnappers. Rather, it felt as though she were fleeing in a panic. Could it be that his assumptions were incorrect? Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow, closing his eyes once more as the panel bore the phrase inexperienced vampire, denoting his novice status. Meanwhile, the skill bar was woefully filled with grayish-blue hues, devoid of points to allocate. Yin Jiu's countenance gradually darkened. He closed the panel, rose on tiptoe to draw back the curtains, revealing a sun-drenched scene outside. In the realm of simulated life, vampires are portrayed as exceedingly fragile, yet remarkably easy to sustain. Their ease of sustenance lies in the fact that they are not easily starved. However, their fragility stems from the certainty that prolonged exposure to sunlight will inevitably lead to their demise. Unless one acquires sun resistance after reaching maximum level, standing unshaded under the sun will eventually result in death. It's merely a matter of time. In a moment of clarity, Yin Jiu comprehended why that exceptionally theatrical kidnapper felt at ease. Perhaps he ought to preemptively purchase a coffin for himself after being dissected for research. That group of kidnappers might even assist him in selecting a site of fortuitous geomancy. Yin Jiu gazed around the hospital room, a deep sense of melancholy overwhelming him. Devoid of body temperature, heartbeat, and even breath, this deity of transmigration had failed to leave him any semblance of a lifeline. The appearance of a vampire's body in a hospital setting, where others might find a heavenly beginning, felt to him like the most hellish of introductions. Embarking on this venture only to meet an untimely end. Fortunately, the reflection in the window still revealed a recognizable figure. It seemed that the game's unique trait of vampires not being visible in mirrors did not manifest in this realm. At least, upon cursory inspection, he appeared to resemble something plausible. Yet, this remained profoundly unscientific. Feeling a pang of despair, Yin Jiu retrieved his phone from beneath the pillow, letting out a resigned sigh. The likelihood of contacting external assistance for rescue appeared dim. In fact, it would only elevate the difficulty of his predicament from escaping a private clinic to fleeing an international medical facility. Eternal life is a timeless and perennial topic. Yin Jiu dared not wager on the notion that so-called advocates of justice would extend human rights to a vampire. Perhaps it was indeed prudent to secure a coffin for himself. Yin Jiu reluctantly unlocked his antiquated sliding phone, its outdated interface casting doubt on its internet capabilities. At the very top of the screen, a notification blinked, indicating an unread email. Without further hesitation, he chose to open it. Gran Fidi, the upcoming tasks will be managed by Vermouth in your stead. The email, connected by a string of liquor names, was swiftly deleted 10 seconds after being opened. That brief message was laden with explosive implications. A foreign memory abruptly unfurled within Yin Jiu's mind. Yin Jiu's lips twitched in disbelief. Organization, research, Belmont rum, gin, vodka, and himself Gran Fidi. Now, there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that he was unlikely to be dissected. The bad news was that he had been transported into a comic. This comic had not seen updates in ages, existing in a world fraught with death and peril. 365 days a year, it had managed to depict over 1,000 deaths, an average of 3 deaths per day. Yin Jiu's expression gradually morphed into one of constipation. This world harbored significant issues. Meanwhile, on the other end, a woman bearing an 8-part resemblance to Yin Jiu manifested a similarly constipated expression. Gran Fidi's body must be suffering a grave issue. He actually called me mother? Belmont's voice was remarkably restrained, yet the pallor beneath the mask was a stark blue, causing the fingertips gripping the phone to turn slightly white. The voice on the other end seemed stunned into silence. After a prolonged pause, a synthesized electronic voice stated, "I have sent an email to Gran Fidi. His tasks will temporarily be handled by you." After a moment's hesitation, the electronic voice continued, "Gran Fidi's work visa in the United States has expired after this. He should come to Japan. Jin will be responsible for his pickup." Okay. Thus, half an hour later, Yin Jiu awaited the arrival of Belmont, cloaked in the guise of a false female swan. Though the disguise was fabricated, it bore the fruit of Yin Jiu's considerable effort. In summary, it was quite to Yin Jiu's taste. Softly curled chestnut red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her wine-red eyes, nearly identical to Yin Jiu's, appeared hazy in the mist. "Thank you for your hard work." As he accepted the warm water, Yin Jiu suddenly felt a peculiar and eerie sensation akin to being cared for by a female swan at his bedside. Detection indicates item hot water. As his hands made contact with the cup, the prompt sound resonated, pulling Yin Jiu back to the present. Belmont. Pausing for a moment, he slowly added the latter part of his thought. You indeed discovered it long ago. Belmont maintained the gentle demeanor expected of her role, yet her tone carried a hint of grievance. How unbecoming of a gentleman to expose an actor after I went to the trouble of switching to apricot blossom-scented perfume. Ms. Shuli has been missing for 5 years. Do you not find her sudden reappearance rather untimely? Yin Jiu took a sip of the warm water. Moreover, I fainted during filming. Such news, which could damage the crew's reputation, will swiftly be suppressed. In the American entertainment industry, the only one who could access such information in a timely manner is you, Ms. Chris Wynyard, also a star. The world of auto-completion has inherited certain elements from the realm of simulated lives, such as the retention of the celebrity profession within the character of Yin Jiu. Presently, this title lies in the midst of a list, subtly adorned with a golden crown, symbolizing an elevated status. Concurrently, the intricate web of relationships prevalent in The Sims has also been carried over, including the poignant saga of Earl Stroud's infamous infidelity. 18 years prior, the British Earl Stroud IV fell irretrievably in love with a Chinese maiden, Yin Shuli. This first-generation immigrant girl, possessing long, flowing curls and a delicate, flower-like visage, hastily wed the elderly Earl after merely 2 years of acquaintance. The Stroud lineage finally appeared poised for continuation, much to the delight of the British populace. Yin Shuli, due to her striking beauty, rapidly gained notoriety, with the British media dubbing her the poppy-like countess. However, beneath the facade of merriment, their relationship took a dramatic turn. Within a year of marriage, Yin Shuli siphoned off all of the Earl's wealth and, without hesitation, cast the impoverished Earl out, thereby asserting herself as the unequivocal mistress of the Earl's castle. Subsequently, the Earl vanished without a trace. This scandal sent shockwaves through British high society, prompting the Queen to command MI6 to locate Earl Stroud while simultaneously investigating Ms. Yin Shuli and her assets. Yet, the melodrama did not cease there. 2 months following the Earl's disappearance, Yin Shuli was discovered to be with child. By then, she was already 4 months along, which indicated that the couple had not yet divorced 4 months prior. Rather than opting for an abortion, she chose to give birth, naming the child Yin Jiu. This created a dilemma for England, as the Earl Stroud belonged to an aristocratic lineage. Should the child indeed be his, he would become the sole legitimate heir to the title in the absence of the Earl. Ironically, the child bore no resemblance to the Earl whatsoever, much to the chagrin of ardent supporters of Stroud, who were left to speculate in forums, unable to substantiate claims due to the lack of the Earl's DNA samples. Yin Shuli, unfazed by the ambitions she had bestowed upon Yin Jiu, swiftly aligned herself with an underground organization, immersing herself in a nefarious research project. This fortunate yet unfortunate child was seamlessly incorporated into the organization, emerging as a quintessential scion of darkness. Furthermore, due to a peculiar setting, Yin Shuli inexplicably vanished when Yin Jiu turned 10, disappearing without any forewarning, much like the Earl Stroud before her, leaving the original protagonist to be raised entirely by the organization. What an abomination! Yin Jiu harbored a deep disdain for Yin Shuli, and upon gazing at Belmont's visage, found it less agreeable than before. Why this sudden change in appearance? The renowned star Chris Wynyard was ostensibly not well acquainted with Yin Jiu. His presence here could easily spark rumors. Belmont's fingers rested at the corner of her lips, displaying an innocent smile while expressing curiosity about Gran Fidi's potential reaction to her face. What do you think his reaction would be? Yin Jiu blinked innocently, her eyes mirroring Belmont's. Mama Sand. Belmont's expression stiffened, and ultimately, she could not maintain her act, diverting the conversation. That gentleman has requested you return to Japan in due time. Understood. Yin Jiu placed her cup back on the table. I have already applied for the transfer last month. Please inform me once you are done. 2 weeks later, in Miwa Town. TSK, off to the airport. Jin leaned against his Porsche 356A, lighting a cigar as he prepared to meet a troublesome individual. Brother, that task. First, we go to the airport. Gran Fidi cannot remain outside for long. Understood. I in the summer. Yin Jiu stood at the center of the crowd, holding an umbrella, donned in a duckbill cap and mask. Occasionally, a passerby would glance at her, only to hastily retreat due to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her. Too slow. Yin Jiu idly twisted the umbrella's handle. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as a black Porsche navigated around an advertisement and parked at the airport's side. A smile graced her lips as she hummed a tune and made her way towards it, opening the door and closing her umbrella. Long time no see, Jin. Yin Jiu shook off the folded umbrella, meticulously smoothing out the creases. Have you changed partners? The last time we met, It was Rye. The temperature in the vehicle plummeted as Jin remained silent, facing away. Vodka, however, wiped cold sweat from his brow, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he cast a quick glance at the excessively youthful boy before turning back to Jin. Me brother. Gran Fidi had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Surprisingly, Jin did not seem angered. After a brief silence, he lowered his icy demeanor, speaking mildly, mind your own business. Very well. Yin Jiu silently sealed her lips. Although she was privy to the plot, it was indeed inappropriate for Gran Fidi, who rarely participated in operations in the United States, to overly concern himself with the movements of members in Japan. Having inherited the traits of a vampire, Yin Jiu found herself increasingly averse to daylight. Even though her departure from America had been at night, the time difference did not afford her the luxury of an additional night. As she leaned against the seat's cushion, a sense of drowsiness enveloped her. The system detected an item. Porsche backseat cushion. The blood within has not been properly cleaned. Excellent. That snapped her back to reality. Yin Jiu nonchalantly withdrew her hand to rest on her lap, shifting away in disdain. Vodka discreetly observed the youthful figure in the back seat. The boy appeared exceptionally tender, likely in his early teens, and was now resting with his eyes shut, his exquisitely crafted features tinged with an unhealthy pallor. This was someone he recognized. The international child star and the highly controversial heir to the Earl's title. Yin Jiu.it was astonishing that such a frequently scrutinized child star was also an operative within the organization. Despite his frail appearance, it seemed he was not part of the action team. So, was he aligned with the intelligence department like Vermouth? Vodka pondered the extraordinary capabilities of this exceedingly youthful boy. Beside him, Jin rolled down the window, shaking off the smoke. That individual has arranged for you to attend high school. You need not participate in the recent organizational tasks. High school? Yin Jiu expressed surprise. The educational systems in America and Japan differ significantly. Elementary school lasts only 5 years, followed by 3 years of middle school and then 4 years of high school. Thus, it was indeed time for Yin Jiu to attend high school. However, why this year? I'll be a year younger than my Japanese peers. Won't that lead to isolation? If you wish to attend middle school, the organization can facilitate that as well. Jin offered a cold smile, retrieving his phone. Conveniently, your current residence is not far from the middle school. Please, no. Yin Jiu's eyelids fluttered. Suddenly, she found herself quite intrigued by the prospect of Japanese high school life. You just mentioned you've arranged for my residence. Do you have the documents? Let me see. Humph. Jin scoffed, choosing not to engage in a debate with this youngling. Documents of such nature were surely non-existent. If they needed to carry blueprints of safe houses, the Porsche 356A would have been inundated with paperwork long ago. The vehicle continued to transport them to the villa, where they watched as the boy took the key, reopened his umbrella, and entered the estate's courtyard. Before the car finally moved away, brother, Gran Fidi looks remarkably youthful, Vodka remarked. His gaze still fixated on the rearview mirror. It appeared that Gran Fidi shared a close bond with his brother. Is this truly that child star? Perhaps he just resembles him? He's merely a child. Jin, seeing through Vodka's expression, extinguished his cigarette. That individual is our responsibility to ensure his safety. It's quite the hassle. Safety? Vodka's eyes widened beneath his sunglasses. Does this mean Gran Fidi is with the research team? Do we need to monitor him like Shirley? The thought of Shirley elicited a mocking smile from Jin. Gran Fidi is nothing like that ungrateful wretch. Raised by the organization, his loyalty to it is beyond question. The conversation between the two individuals remained obscure to Yin Jiu. He was only aware that in the second week after his transmigration, he had been graciously bestowed with a grand villa in Japan. The organization was exceedingly courteous. With a sense of delight, Yin Jiu surveyed the interior of the house, expressing a somewhat discontented remark about its size, suggesting that cleaning it would likely be quite a hassle. However, hiring a maid service seemed like a splendid idea. With that thought, Yin Jiu opened the refrigerator, discovering it filled with a row of blood bags, indicating that the organization had already arranged his sustenance. The shelf life of blood appeared to be quite substantial, and he casually retrieved one bag. The system beeped, detecting the object as type A blood. Excellent. Yin Jiu tore a small opening at the top of the bag, clutching it in his mouth as he swallowed, making his way towards the hall. After 2 weeks of nourishment, the skill points on his vampire panel had changed just yesterday. Beneath the label of Navi Vampire, an additional icon appeared, indicating a 1.it seemed he could now activate a skill. The initial tier contained 5 options: Detect Personality, Bat Form, Cast Illusions, Eternal Welcome, and Master of Mysticism. The first to be dismissed was Master of Mysticism, a skill in the game that required less energy to learn. Boasting the ability to traverse freely without sleep for 360 days a year, Yin Jiu deemed it unnecessary for the time being, as the organization did not demand his fervent pursuit of knowledge. Considering the lengthy lifespan of a vampire, a year of study could stretch into a decade. After all, upon his return in a century, he would still be the same youthful spirit. The second option to be eliminated was eternal welcome. While this skill sounded impressive, its practical application was merely a lock-picking ability, allowing one to bypass locked doors and enter others' residences at will. It was of little use. It would be more beneficial to learn actual lock-picking. Cast illusions also appeared to be a rather superfluous skill. Although it could bewilder enemies during a flight for survival, he was currently a creature that succumbed to sunlight. If he were to be kidnapped, relying on his own escape would likely be less effective than simply allowing the captors to contact Jin. Detect personality and bat form were both commendable skills. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Jiu chose to activate bat form. If life were to be lost, nothing else would matter. He felt that bat form suited him better than the exploration of others' personalities. Moreover, should the necessity arise to escape during the day, the smaller size of a bat would make it easier to find shelter from the light. Upon completing his skill selection, Yin Jiu immediately transformed into a bat and flew around the room twice. Upon landing, he found himself gripping a ceramic cup. It appeared that his strength had not diminished in bat form, which was promising. Yin Jiu meticulously documented this on his phone and promptly sent it to the gentleman via email. He received an almost instantaneous response, instructing him to draw a vial of blood for Jin in the afternoon. The report's outcome led to another meeting with Jin that evening. Oh, here we meet again. Yin Jiu greeted with a smile, inviting him into the living room. He then observed Jin expertly taking a seat and accepting the blood-drawing equipment from Vodka. Brother, don't you need a nurse? Vodka inquired, astonished to see Jin handle the situation so deftly. If memory served him correctly, wasn't he his elder brother, not part of the research group? It's fine. He's incredibly skilled, Jin replied nonchalantly. The identity of Glenfiddich was a secret within the organization. Most members were merely aware of his existence but knew not the specifics of his duties. It was rumored that this senior had roamed the organization for years, often like a specter, flitting between various departments. Typically, those who knew of Glenfiddich were either his confidants or had already vanished. As such, many speculated that Glenfiddich was, in fact, an examiner for the organization, responsible for rooting out informants. However, for those in the know, Glenfiddich was indispensable. Without him, the organization's experiments would be utterly forsaken. A few years prior, while in Japan, he was the one drawing blood. With this thought, Yin Jiu blinked and offered Jin a shy smile. Please be gentle this time. Jin's expression darkened, and without a word, he increased the pressure. Damn. Yin Jiu yelped, jolted by the pain. Jin, you have no heart. Look at my face. This handsome visage is pleading with you. Yet you choose to apply such force? Little brat, 3 days without a beating, and you're already causing a ruckus, Jin retorted, pulling out a gun and pointing it directly at Yin Jiu's head. Pulling the trigger, brother, Vodka exclaimed, flustered and unsure whether to assist his elder brother or fulfill his protective duty. Fortunately, Jin's bullet did not actually fire at Yin Jiu but merely grazed his face before embedding itself into the sofa behind him. Ah, your body is a precious asset to the organization, the cold-faced man justified his actions, holstering his gun and striding out without a backward glance, leaving Yin Jiu seething in place. After a while, Yin Jiu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Sir, Jin just bullied me again. After completing this task, Yin Jiu finally wore a satisfied smile as he changed into a suitable outfit for going out. The night was just right. A nocturnal adventure awaited. Yin Jiu's residence was located in Mihuacho 4, Chom, quite close to 5, Chom. According to the map of Mihuacho, 5, Chom housed most of the shops, including the Muri Detective Agency and the Poirot CF. However, Yin Jiu's target was not these iconic establishments. He opened the map, his long fingers pointing to the Mihua Irubo sushi restaurant on the opposite side of the two shops. Vampires were not entirely unable to consume human food. Having come all the way to Japan, how could he not indulge in sushi? A smile crept across Yin Jiu's lips. Though his current body had visited multiple times, memory was merely memory. He wished to experience it for himself. Upon opening the restaurant door, a welcoming staff member promptly approached. How many guests? 1. Yin Jiu gestured with a finger and was escorted to a table for 1. Yin Jiu slowly displayed an awkward yet polite smile. Realizing his limited proficiency in Japanese, even more regrettable was that this body was born in England, raised in America, with a purely Chinese mother. Thus, his Japanese was merely at the level of comprehension. With little ability to speak. It was all the organization's fault for having individuals with such high English proficiency. Clutching the menu, Yin Jiu struggled to communicate. This, and this one. The waitress, not showing any surprise, noted his mixed features and kindly removed the chopsticks, bringing forth a knife and fork instead. The system beeped, detecting the item fork, which was quite suitable for his current situation. Yin Jiu felt inexplicably offended. Since his vampire abilities had improved, the system's prompts seemed to have become more user-friendly, with additional notes. "Hey, are you Yin Jiu?" A melodious female voice resonated from the adjacent table, as a girl with a headband directly sat down opposite him with a menu in hand. "Yuanzi, this is quite rude," her companion protested, but upon seeing her friend seated, she could only apologize and take a seat beside them. "You don't seem too embarrassed yourself," Yin Jiu thought, but as the words nearly escaped his lips, he opted for a different response. "Yes, is there a problem? It really is you. The Count Idol," Yuanzi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "May I have your autograph?" "Ah, what is an autograph?" Yin Jiu blinked, pretending not to understand. He had signed numerous documents within the organization, hence he was reluctant to leave a trace of Gran Fidi in public, especially while surrounded by the main cast. Fortunately, he had been communicating in English since the beginning, and feigning ignorance of Japanese in this instance seemed reasonable. It's just. Yuanzi was evidently taken aback by such an unexpected question. Her limited proficiency in English left her momentarily speechless. Two individuals capable of understanding one another yet unable to communicate found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. "I apologize. My Japanese is not very proficient," she finally managed to say. Yin Jiu felt responsible for the uncomfortable atmosphere and took the initiative to lead the conversation, inquiring, "May I ask who the two young ladies are?" "Ah, I am Suzuki Yuanzi, and this is my friend, Mori Ran." Following a brief moment of awkwardness, Suzuki Yuanzi swiftly shifted the topic, her enthusiasm rekindled. "Are you visiting Japan for tourism, Yin Jiu-kun?" "Not quite. I have come to Japan to attend high school." Yin Jiu chuckled, a hint of his cute canine teeth peeking from the corners of his mouth. "The contract with my company in America expired, and since I graduated from junior high this year, I heard that Japan offers commendable educational resources, so I plan to enroll in high school here. But isn't the education system in America quite good as well?" Suzuki Yuanzi questioned, perplexed. "If you have been studying in America, gaining admission to a prestigious university shouldn't be too challenging, right?" "It's not as simple as that," Yin Jiu replied, his gaze lowered, the depth in his eyes concealed by his lashes. "My aspiration is to become a doctor. Japan's medical achievements are among the finest in the world. If possible, I wish to attend the University of Tokyo." This statement was indeed true. Japan's medical advancements have long been held in high esteem globally, particularly post-World War II, when both Germany and Japan accumulated invaluable human experimental data. These findings were subsequently divided and recorded by the high-ranking officials in America and Japan. While this narrative unfolds in a world of manga, the general trajectory of history has remained unchanged. The University of Tokyo, Suzuki Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, oblivious to the shadow lurking in Yin Jiu's gaze. "You, with your aspirations, are even more handsome than on television?" Yuanzi, observing her best friend becoming increasingly enamored, Mori Ran discreetly tugged at her sleeve, only to be pulled in closer by Yuanzi. "By the way, Lon, why hasn't that guy arrived yet? Why not give him a call?" She leaned in conspiratorially towards Mori Ran, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I bet Shinichi has no idea who Yin Jiu-kun is. Just sit here and see if he gets jealous." "Jealous? Jealous?" Mori Ran's face visibly reddened, her grip on her phone wavering. Yin Jiu, seated across from them, overheard their entire conversation with keen interest, sipping on his cold water while silently observing the unfolding drama. "Hey, Shinichi." Mori Ran pressed her head against the phone, listening intently to the sounds on the other end, her complexion shifting from red to white to a shade of darkened gloom. "Shinichi." Upon hanging up, Mori Ran's expression had darkened entirely, as if a cloud of negativity had enveloped her. An angry girl, as Yin Jiu noted, was indeed a formidable sight. That evening's dinner never materialized, for the reason being that Mori Ran had inadvertently damaged a table in the restaurant. Ultimately, they ended up apologizing and compensating for the damages, leading to the three of them being escorted out. Both Mori Ran and Suzuki Yuanzi felt a pang of guilt over the incident, often inviting Yin Jiu to join them for outings in hopes of mending their foreign friends' impression of them. However, Yin Jiu consistently declined, citing feelings of illness as his excuse. After all, as a star, everyone has a persona to uphold. His persona was that of a frail young master. The Strober family had always been sparse in heirs, and by his generation, they had even less. Although the legitimacy of his lineage remained in question, it served as a good excuse for a vampire unable to engage in outdoor activities during the day. Upon reflection, Yin Jiu truly believed he and the organization were a perfect match. The organization provided meals, housing, salary, and emergency services, all while ensuring confidentiality. The members operated primarily at night, allowing him to be readily available whenever needed. In this light, even the minor sacrifice of a little blood seemed a trivial cost out if possible. Yin Jiu even contemplated enhancing his skills to create vampires in the future, perhaps transforming that gentleman into one as well. Nonetheless, with his current rate of advancement, he wondered if that gentleman would still be alive by then. Please hold on, Karasuma-san. Amidst his wandering thoughts, Yin Jiu idly fiddled with his phone. Beep beep. Oh dear. I accidentally dialed the number. He muttered unconvincingly to himself, then turned on his side as the call connected. What is it? Came the cold voice of Jin from the other end, faint sounds of children playing in the background. Where are you? Yin Jiu listened intently for a while but couldn't discern the location, so he directly inquired. At Darabica Amusement Park. Jin replied without hesitation, then threw the question back. Is there something you need? You brought vodka to the amusement park without me. Yin Jiu sprang upright from his bed. I have something to do. I want to go to the amusement park. No time. I'm on a mission. Jin's voice remained flat, as if engaged in a mechanical cue. What mission? Is it killing or arson? I can help right now. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Vodka, standing nearby, adjusted his hat's brim. Realizing it was another instance involving Gran Fidi. Over the past few days, Vodka had come to fully understand the meaning behind Jin's reference to a troublesome little brat. This young officer, though not very old, seemed quite idle and was keen to meddle in Jin's affairs. It was almost as if they shared a telepathic connection. Whenever Jin left the house, within half a day, Gran Fidi's call would come through, inquiring about his itinerary. Moreover, timing his arrival with the completion of a task, he would often hitch a ride in their car, seeking food, drinks, and black cards along the way. Vodka had witnessed Jin's temperament transition from volatile to calm. Life has a way of smoothing out one's rough edges. So, would they be dining with Gran Fidi again tonight? Vodka wondered which restaurant he had chosen this time, hoping it would be delicious. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Vodka was suddenly yanked from the Ferris wheel line by Gin.No need to ride the Ferris wheel. Let's go for the roller coaster, quick and decisive. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu felt no rush, as the evening was still young. He glanced at his watch and grabbed another pack of blood. So, where shall we dine tonight? Yin Jiu pondered, his finger tracing the map. Beep. Detected object map, a foodie's map. It cannot eat but can guide you towards food. Indeed. Yin Jiu replied. He located the Darabica Amusement Park icon and began to analyze the dining options. Conversely, Jin was facing challenges of his own. Darabica Amusement Park was currently surrounded by police vehicles. As he took cover, Jin frequently checked his watch, glancing around the vicinity. A sneaky detective silhouette caught his attention. It was that pesky little detective who had wasted so much of his time. A vein throbbed on Jin's forehead as he suppressed the rising anger, sheathing his gun and opting for a more tactile baton. Bang. Brother. Vodka jumped at the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Turning to see a certain underage detective sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. After a brief moment of shock, his body instinctively reacted, raising his gun to deliver a finishing blow. Wait, using a gun might attract the police. Jin lowered his hat's brim, surveying the area, and upon confirming he didn't see that troublesome little brat, a cold smirk crept across his lips. He decided to use the organization's newly developed drug. The spare water was poured into Kudo Shinichi's mouth, spilling out in abundance. However, this minor flaw did nothing to diminish Jin's present good mood. Goodbye. Famous detective. Jin's smile widened as he and Vodka stealthily slipped away from this troublesome place. Decision made. French cuisine it is. Yin Jiu clasped his hands together, rendering his final judgment for dinner. He then transformed into a bat and sped towards Darabica Amusement Park, which had just been cleared by the police following a recent event. Yin Jiu stood at the entrance, perplexed by the absence of Jin's vehicle. Casting his gaze around in vain, Yin Jiu stood at the entrance, unwilling to leave. The pallid-skinned youth lowered his head, cradling a map. Dejectedly stationed at the amusement park's gate, his slightly curled bangs fell over his forehead, obscuring much of his expression, with only the faintly upturned corners of his lips betraying his current mood. Couples strolled past him, filled with laughter and banter, some girls hesitating to approach, fearing that the boy might burst into tears at any moment. The sight was simply too pitiful. Thus, when Mao Lilon spotted Yin Jiu, she hesitated. Jiu-kun? Yin Jiu rubbed his eyes. The nearby streetlights were blinding, causing discomfort to his vision. Is Jiu-kun waiting for someone? Mao Lilon observed the slight redness around Yin Jiu's eyes and paused. Had this child been crying? She was uncertain. Yin Jiu's health seemed fragile. Ever since they parted that day, Yuanzi had made several attempts to invite him out, yet each endeavor had ended in failure. Later, upon learning that Yin Jiu had enrolled in T in high school, Yuanzi had eagerly taken her to ambush his classroom. It was then they discovered that Yin Jiu had only attended school on the first day, before leaving early due to health issues. Since then, he had not returned even once. It must be a serious illness, she mused, recalling his homeroom teacher's words. Yet, she received his homework via fax daily. He was indeed a diligent child. Mao Lilan found herself momentarily unable to move. Witnessing Yin Jiu's renewed despondency, she took the initiative to suggest, if the person Jiu Kuan is waiting for doesn't arrive, why don't we head back together? Yin Jiu blinked, feeling that his friend might have misunderstood something. However, agreeing to return together rather than alone seemed agreeable. He cast a final glance at the now sparsely populated amusement park entrance. The person he was waiting for would not come. Then let us go with another. So, Lilan Senpai came with Kudo Senpai, did she? Yin Jiu walked behind Mao Lilan, listening to her complain about her childhood friend. How unfair. How could he leave her to return alone? Yin Jiu felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. Then suddenly recalled, have you called him? Ah, no. Mao Lilan's spirits sank. She had forgotten her phone when leaving home today. I had planned to call him after returning, but I have one. Mao Lilan was momentarily taken aback. I have a phone. Yin Jiu pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. He remembered that the very first episode of Conan occurred in an amusement park, where he stumbled upon a transaction involving Jin and was subsequently drugged and shrunk. Back when Conan gained popularity, Yin Jiu was still in elementary school. At that time, manga was not widely popular, and Conan only aired on children's channels. His mother was quite strict, allowing him merely an hour of television each week. Consequently, he watched Conan in fragmented episodes. By the time the manga volumes were released, he had already entered a private middle school. After leaving school, he had outgrown the age of pursuing manga and became infatuated with various simulation games. Sigh, best not to dwell on that. Yin Jiu contemplated that he might have missed some crucial plot points and turned his gaze toward Mao Lilan. Hello, this is the Kudo residence. No one is home at the moment. Please call again. The automated message echoed through the receiver. Not home either. Mao Lilan's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Shall we head to Kudo Senpai's house? Yin Jiu suggested empathetically. Having heard that Kudo Senpai was a notable figure at their school, he wished to pay a visit as well. Their opinions quickly aligned. The Kudo residence in Tuchome was somewhat far from the Mori Detective Agency, but only 2 corners away from Daro Baika Amusement Park. The door was unlocked. He might be at home. Yin Jiu glanced at the warm yellow light spilling from the entrance, then turned to Mao Lilan for her thoughts. Should we go in and take a look? He pushed the door open, allowing Mao Lilan to enter first. Honestly, returning home without even giving me a call. Upon seeing the light within, Mao Lilan's expression shifted from worry to complaint, and she dashed inside. Yin Jiu leisurely followed at a distance. Just as he reached the doorway, he caught a familiar line. Conan. My name is Adagawa Conan. Oh, has the protagonist made his entrance? Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace. The glaring light made him instinctively shield his eyes with his hand, startling the boy inside the room. Jiu Kuan, I'm sorry, but Shinichi seems not to be back yet, making you come all this way for nothing. Mao Lilan supported Conan, who was blocking her path, and then remembered Yin Jiu standing outside, offering an apologetic smile. Conan, however, narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the presence of someone unfamiliar at this hour with Shaolin. Could it be? Dr. Agasa glanced at the agitated Conan and then at the exquisitely featured youth, sensing that he did not appear to be a villain, subtly stepping forward. Who is this? This is Yin Jiu Kuan, who transferred to our first year a while ago. Mao Lilan explained. I happened to meet him at the entrance of Daro Baika Amusement Park while looking for Shinichi, so we came together. Yes, I just wanted to visit Kudo Senpai. Yin Jiu smiled, crouching slightly to meet Conan's gaze, reaching out to pat the boy's head. This child is so adorable. Is he a relative of Kudo Senpai? No, he's my distant cousin. Dr. Agasa claimed immediately. Identifying the subject as living human male child, though he appeared youthful, his core might be rather aged. Yin Jiu silently withdrew his hand from Conan's head. Conan, too, had some recollection of the name Yin Jiu. He was the new transfer student Yuanzi had frequently mentioned. It was said he was a child star from America, whose health was not great, often taking sick leave, sensing the lingering chill from the hand that had just touched him. Despite it being summer, this person's touch felt like ice. He truly seemed to be in poor health. Yin Jiu, seemingly oblivious to Conan's gaze, nodded and stepped aside. So that's how it is. Then, Shaolin, I'll leave this child to you. Dr. Agasa said, pushing Conan toward Mao Lilan. However, Yin Jiu seized the opportunity when no one was paying attention and took out his phone, typing a message. The APTX series drug target has exhibited unusual reactions. Can you entrust the observation to me, Gran Fidi? Though Conan was the protagonist, Yin Jiu did not intend to side with the Red faction, setting aside the original owner's intricate connections with the organization. Given their years of collaboration, it was a substantial risk to suddenly switch allegiances. Emotionally, Yin Jiu recalled that since his arrival in this world, he had been rescued from the set by Vermouth, given a home by that gentleman, and provided blood packets by Rum. Although Jin seemed aloof, he was always available when called. The organization cared for him meticulously, regardless of how many past memories felt illusory. But the bonds he formed with Jin and the others over the past month and a half were undeniably real. Yin Jiu could not afford to align himself unconditionally with the Red faction like other traversers. The so-called protagonist Conan was merely a comic character to him. Human hearts are biased, and at this moment, Yin Jiu found himself irresistibly leaning toward the organization. His email received a swift response, consisting of just 4 words. You decide, boss. On the other end, the two exchanged conversations, finalizing Conan's allegiance. Mao Lilan was officially placed on Yin Jiu's list of individuals to maintain proper relations with. On their way back, Yin Jiu casually arranged the next meeting time with Mao Lilan. Are you going to visit my father in a few days? Mao Lilan, holding Conan's hand, remarked, but my father is home right now. Not now, I'm afraid. The person I arranged to meet just sent me a message saying they were delayed due to some matters. Yin Jiu, with his phone in hand and a smile on his lips, appeared to be in high spirits. Is that so? That's wonderful. It seems that person truly did not mean to break their promise. Moriran held Conan's hand, genuinely feeling delighted for Yin Jiu. Indeed. My failure to escort the senior to the Muri detective agency has been my oversight. Yin Jiu blinked and pressed a finger to his lips. It would be quite ungentlemanly to disturb the senior's family late at night again. How wonderful, Moriran sighed, unable to contain her melancholy long after they had parted ways. Jokuin has awaited the one he longs for. Is brother Yin Jiu waiting for someone? Conan gazed up at Moriran. Yes, I saw him crying at the entrance of Darabaka amusement park. Moriran lowered her head, tears beginning to well in her eyes. It truly is wonderful to wait for the one you desire. Indeed, it is splendid. The little bat, transformed from Yin Jiu, perched silently on a tree, listening as their voices faded into the distance before turning in another direction. Was it not a deliberate breach of promise? Jin, you dare to stand me up. You are finished. Mr. Yamagishi, if I cannot guarantee flexible working hours, I fear I cannot agree to the contract. Yin Jiu's hand tapped idly on the car window. Contemplating, let us leave it at that. I believe we both need some time to reflect. After shutting off his phone, Yin Jiu yawned, glancing at Jin, who was engrossed in organizing documents in the passenger seat. And sighed in the fashion of a working individual. Earning money is tough, and life is hard. Humph, Jin grunted without lifting his head. This shameless little brat, without a job, still clings to his car. The sun shone brightly outside. It wouldn't be quite appropriate to let him out now. Vodka had gradually acclimatized to Yin Jiu's presence, seeking conversation. Gran Fidi, are you planning to re-enter the entertainment industry? Indeed, Yin Jiu tilted his head, observing the shops retreating outside the window. I must find a way to earn money. Otherwise, how would I buy you all good food? That is too kind. Vodka was taken aback, but then pondered, hasn't the organization provided you with funds? Gran Fidi, they have. Yin Jiu leaned forward, resting his chin on Jin's back, flashing a grin revealing his sharp canines. But isn't that all money from Jin? What is the difference from using Jin's card directly? That point is valid. Vodka recalled that there were indeed numerous extravagant members in the organization. Take Vermouth and Bourbon, for instance. They often use the excuse of exchanging information among members to indulge in lavish meals at the organization's expense. It is puzzling why these two, one an international star and the other a workaholic, would resort to misusing public funds for a meal. However, due to the abundance of such individuals, he and his brother had to shoulder the responsibility of making money alongside assassination missions. Comparatively, Gran Fidi truly is exceptional. Vodka found Gran Fidi agreeable, and Jin also felt a newfound affinity for him. The atmosphere inside the car was harmonious and warm. After a while, Yin Jiu cleared his throat, initiating today's main topic. Jin, have there been any interesting assignments lately? Please share. The energy levels of vampires differ from those of humans. They require less sleep. After a brief novelty, Yin Jiu quickly succumbed to boredom. Life is indeed as such. Lonely as snow. He could not continue in this idleness. Jin also felt it unwise to leave Gran Fidi unoccupied for too long. it would not be beneficial for himself. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke. There's a bank robbery assignment with the peripheral members, currently being handled by Mayano Akemi. Mayano? Yin Jiu stroked his chin, feeling the surname was somewhat familiar. Is she Sherry's sister? The boss actually approved her for such a task? Humph, just a foolish woman. Jin recalled disquieting matters, his expression darkening noticeably. She intends to exchange 1 billion yen for her sister's escape from the organization, a directive the higher-ups have already issued. That is indeed quite foolish. Yin Jiu calculated the educational expenses invested in Sherry. Is she involved in this matter too? No. Jin's fingers were typing an email on the tablet, outlining the next steps. So how do we handle this now? Yin Jiu understood Jin's concerns and recalled details about the genius researcher from his memories, unable to refrain from cautioning. What if something happens to Akemi? What do you plan to do about Sherry? 2 years ago, Black Whiskey betrayed the organization, and the Mayano sisters were placed under surveillance. Jin closed the tablet. Since then, the organization had maintained strict monitoring over their social activities. Not long ago, Mayano Akemi's phone sent a message to the United States. So you mean you suspect she has contacted outside help? Yin Jiu pondered for a moment. Indeed, if Mayano Akemi insists on defecting and has contacted powerful external aid, even if she acts unilaterally, Sherry would likely half-heartedly follow her sister's lead. Rather than that, it would be better to sever the connection with Mayano Akemi altogether. This way, even if Sherry wishes to escape, she would find it easier to control due to the lack of external support. Do you think her external aid will appear this time? No. Jin continued searching through maps of another base without lifting his head, a smirk of derision gracing his lips, with Akai Shuichi's caution. He would likely perceive this as a trap set by the organization. I think so too, Yin Jiu smirked, truly entrusting the wrong person. I should be getting out of the car, if anything comes up later. Remember to contact me via email. The vehicle halted at a corner of Mahanko 4, Chome, and Yin Jiu opened his umbrella, heading towards the villa. The sky was still bright. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to the Muri detective. In the evening, the sun dipped behind the mountains. Yin Jiu, holding an umbrella and carrying a case of beer, arrived at the Muri detective agency. If anything were to happen to my father, then a stuttering sob echoed from within. And Yin Jiu stood at the door for a moment before gently knocking. Hello? Is it Jokun? Muri Rand's hand rested on the doorknob, her expression revealing a hint of distress as she glanced inside. Yin Jiu followed her gaze, spotting a girl with braided hair, sobbing uncontrollably, appearing to be in high school. I'm sorry. It seems I've come at an inopportune time. Yin Jiu smiled apologetically, stepping back a few paces. However, the girl had already risen. Muri-san, I must take my leave now. I'll be in touch daily regarding the next steps. As they brushed past each other, Mayano Akemi looked at Yin Jiu, her body instinctively tensing for a moment. But she relaxed upon seeing his exceedingly youthful and handsome face. Yin Jiu smiled, nodding at Mayano Akemi, thoughtfully observing her departing figure. Such keen perception. If nurtured further, it could truly blossom. Brother Yin Jiu. What brings you here, Conan? Seeing Yin Jiu standing at the door, scampered over on his little legs. It was all Yoko's fault. She constantly mentioned this junior in front of Rand, leading Rand to also take an interest in Yin Jiu, resulting in frequent casual conversations about his experiences in the American entertainment industry. This inadvertently instilled a sense of rivalry in Conan, as curiosity often serves as the inception of all affections. Instinctively, Conan did not wish for this person to have the opportunity to be alone with Rand. I came to visit Muri-san. Yin Jiu bent down, addressing the youthful observer with patience. I had arranged this previously. I need to ask the detective for assistance with certain matters. Upon hearing Yin Jiu's explanation, Conan's expression eased, as it indeed recalled that the last time they met, Yin Jiu had also intended to visit Kudo Shinichi. Rand guided Yin Jiu to the living room, where Mori Kagoro had just finished sorting through the photos left by Mayano Akemi and spotted Yin Jiu entering with a case of beer. Ahahaha, are you the client? How considerate. Ahahaha, Mori Kagoro rose to take the beer, laughing heartily. Dad, Mori Rand felt embarrassed by her father's behavior and hurriedly poured a cup of fresh tea for Yin Jiu. Jokun, my dad is usually like this, but he is actually a very responsible detective. Yin Jiu blinked, pulling out a photograph from his pocket. Speaking of which, my request is somewhat akin to that of the previous young lady. I am also here to commission a search. With that, Yin Jiu set down the photo and flipped it over 180 degrees with 2 fingers, revealing a woman with a visage strikingly similar to his own. Smiling, her rare wine-red eyes showcasing their blood relation, big the stunning beauty. Kagoro Muri took the photograph, his eyes sparkling with surprise. This is my mother. Cough, cough. Kagoro Muri choked on his own saliva, looking up in disbelief, only to feel a sudden clarity. The resemblance between the person in the photo and the young man was indeed striking. If the young man's hair were to grow longer, one could easily mistake them for twin sisters. Realizing this was the mother of another, Kagoro Muri's demeanor immediately grew solemn. Ahem. Then this gentleman. You may call me Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu interjected, glancing at Ran Maorai. In truth, my visit to Japan is not solely for academic pursuits. 5 years ago, my mother vanished without a trace. At that time, I had sought help in investigating her disappearance, and her last known whereabouts were in Japan. Yin Jiu spoke slowly, fragments of memories surfacing in his mind. The original host had maintained a good relationship with his mother and had indeed conducted follow-up investigations with an organization after Yin Shuli's disappearance, given Yin Shuli's position within the organization. If she had truly fallen into the hands of the FBI, the organization could face a catastrophic blow. However, in an ironic twist of fate, while the organization ultimately uncovered no leads regarding Yin Shuli, there were also no signs of information leaks from the authorities. Thus, this task became increasingly marginalized, classified as a high-level secret within the organization, entrusted entirely to Yin Jiu. The search for his mother, conducted in the shadows, was the most discreet and reasonable approach to by revealing this matter. Yin Jiu aimed not only to investigate Yin Shuli's whereabouts, but also believed that the simplest way to foster a connection between the two parties was to request assistance. Whether great or small, he sensed that the task of locating Yin Shuli would likely prove challenging in the short term. Consequently, he found ample justification to engage with the Muri family. Kagoro Muri sat on the sofa, gently stroking the photograph, pondering for a moment before responding. Your mother went missing 5 years ago, yet during this time, you have not sought anyone to search for her. Not quite. Yin Jiu revealed a hint of melancholy, gently blowing on his teacup. While in America, I did enlist many private detectives. However, my mother did not disappear within the United States. Such transnational cases are notoriously difficult to investigate, resulting in many leads fizzling out. I even attempted to contact detectives here in Japan, but I was too young then, and my command of Japanese was lacking, leading to my emails vanishing without a trace. He spoke. Yin Jiu's voice grew somber, his brow furrowing deeply. The 3 Muri members mirrored his concern. That I understand, Ran Muri said, reaching out to comfortingly pat Yin Jiu's shoulder. Rest assured, my father will do everything in his power to help you find your mother. Then I entrust this to you. Yin Jiu sighed in relief, reaching into his pocket to produce a check. This is a retainer for the investigation. If you uncover any information regarding my mother, please contact me immediately. 500 million. Kagoro Muri exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the check. This is far too much. We cannot accept it. Ran Muri also caught sight of the multitude of zeros on the check, frantically waving her hands in protest. No, considering this is a request that has been lingering for 5 years, the investigation could be quite complex. Yin Jiu straightened, the deep crimson in his eyes flowing forth. If possible, I hope Mr. Muri can share any leads with me as soon as they arise. By the time they departed the Muri Detective Agency, night had fallen. Yin Jiu dialed Jin's number once more. What is it? Come pick me up. The usual spot. Upon stepping into the Porsche 356A, Yin Jiu casually initiated conversation from the back seat. Jin, guess who I just saw? Mayano Akemi. Jin replied without hesitation, glancing at Yin Jiu. She must be looking for a detective. What a useless person, unable to safeguard even 10 billion. You guessed correctly, but do not speak ill of her. Yin Jiu nodded, pondering that this sum of money had not ultimately fallen into the organization's hands in the original storyline. Unable to suppress a mischievous smile, what do you think? Should I retrieve the money myself? That way, the credit would be mine. Boring. Jin, unfazed by Yin Jiu's nefarious intentions, countered. Do you not think that dealing with Mayano Akemi would affect Sherry's work? Indeed, it would have an impact. Yin Jiu chuckled. By that time, I will have my methods. Sherry was crucial to the organization's drug development. He simply wished to prevent any rumors related to Gran Fidi from reaching her ears. Having already resolved to handle Mayano Akemi, Yin Jiu was prepared for Sherry's potential defection. Experimental subjects always required a control group, and even the researchers themselves could serve as one. After all, one tends to be more cautious when testing drugs on oneself. Does one not? The following day, Yin Jiu brought along a bottle of whiskey and made his way to the Muri Detective Agency. Mr. Muri, he greeted, presenting the new bottle of whiskey. Even Kagoro Muri felt a bit embarrassed. You are far too generous, but concerning news about your mother, it may take some time before we have any leads. Kagoro Muri scratched his head awkwardly. He had spent the entire day searching for Hirota Kenzo. The matter of Yin Jiu's request had been set aside, and upon seeing the whiskey Yin Jiu brought, he felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. No worries, I am well aware of my mother's situation. Yin Jiu's voice was gentle, his gaze catching sight of some documents on the table. Gao, Kuai, Di, Wang. These names seemed familiar to him. Really? Kagoro Muri perked up, and Conan's attention was drawn as well. It seems I have seen them on television. Yin Jiu's fingers traced over a few words. Uncertainty lingering. It resembles horse racing. Horse racing? Ran Muri's eyes lit up. Yes, Mr. Hirota enjoys horse racing, it must be so. That's why he named it after horses. Miss Akemi's father must be at the racetrack. How could that be? Kagoro Muri pondered aloud, finding it hard to believe that the clue he had been mulling over for a day resulted in such an outcome. Regardless, let's pay a visit. The group hailed a taxi. Ran, being the daughter of fate, led them to where Hirota Kinzo happened to be watching the horse races. That SM. Ran pointed to Kinzo's location, and both Kagoro Muri and Conan expressed disbelief. The previous day's search for a missing person had gone exceedingly well. After the Muri family contacted Hirota Akemi, Yin Jiu found an excuse to step back. He then continued to follow Jin, enjoying 2 sushi meals. Ultimately, Mayano had located her target. Yin Jiu held a small cake he had packed and poked at the bottled substance Jin had placed beside him in the back seat. Detected substance, potassium cyanide. A novice might mistake it for a sleeping pill. Are you planning to have Mayano poison someone? Yin Jiu paused, gazing at the description of the item with a look of incredulity. What kind of novice could confuse potassium cyanide with a sleeping pill? Was he supposed to inform her that this was a sleeping pill? Naive women always require methods to remain obedient. Jin did not deny it, pulling out a tissue to wipe away Yin Jiu's fingerprints. Do not touch things in the car. Understood. You are quite uncouth. The two exchanged banter as the car approached the designated hotel. I'll take my leave now. I will transfer you some money for living expenses tomorrow. Yin Jiu confidently lifted his chin, holding an umbrella as he walked towards the hotel. Childish. Jin took a drag of his cigarette. Walking toward the parking lot with a bottle of vodka in hand. As night descended, Yin Jiu sat in the hotel lobby, idly observing the ebb and flow of people. A cup of hot tea was placed before him. Would you like some more tea, sir? The hotel attendant approached with a teapot, casting furtive glances at Yin Jiu, her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Yin Jiu replied, adopting an apologetic expression. My friend may take a while longer to arrive. Not to worry, sir. This seat is reserved for our guest's complimentary service. The attendant's face grew even redder as she hurriedly refilled Yin Jiu's tea, sneaking glances at him before reluctantly returning to the front desk. He's truly handsome, just like stepping out of a comic. When Conan rushed to the front desk, he heard a remark that perfectly encapsulated the scene. Instinctively, he scanned the lobby and spotted Yin Jiu sitting all alone on the far sofa. Huddled and dejected, resembling a despondent dogtail grass. Yin Jiu, Conan couldn't help but call out, prompting Yin Jiu to grab the phone beside him and dash over with quick steps. What's wrong, Conan? Are you here all by yourself for some fun? Yin Jiu inquired, feigning ignorance while bending down. Meanwhile, Mao Lilan and her companions hurriedly approached the front desk. Jokun. Mao Lilan expressed her surprise, to which Yin Jiu silently counted the number of people present. Realizing they were all accounted for, and thus made space for them, the group was inquiring about a man who stood at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, a rarity in Japan. Allowing them to swiftly locate his room, Yin Jiu discreetly took a step back, not wishing to involve himself in their investigation. After glancing at the time on his phone, he resumed his previous position. This junior seemed to have been waiting here for quite a while. Out of the corner of his eye, Conan noted that the tea had long gone cold at Yin Jiu's table, and the water stains indicated he must have been waiting for at least half the afternoon. Was he anticipating someone significant? Keeping these details in mind, Conan followed Mao Lilan towards the elevator. Yin Jiu, however, took out his phone once more to objectively state, the subject's intelligence remains unaffected. Gran Fidi. He then watched as Mayano Akemi emerged from the elevator dressed vibrantly, during which she inadvertently knocked over a suitcase. Sorry. Yin Jiu's expression grew complex as he observed for a moment before hesitantly adding, however, the subject's vision may have encountered issues. It cannot be confirmed whether this is an incidental misjudgment. Gran Fidi. It wasn't until the elevator doors fully closed that Yin Jiu slowly made his way towards the counter. My apologies. Yin Jiu collided with Mayano Akemi, and both stumbled back a few steps simultaneously. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I just had a bit of low blood sugar. Holding his forehead, the corners of his eyes glisten with moisture, tinged with a hint of red, giving him an exceptionally innocent appearance. Are you all right? Let me help you up. Mayano Akemi, taken aback by the collision, was startled when icy hands clasped her wrist, causing her to instinctively recoil. Clad in black, The thought sent a shiver down her spine as she instinctively took a step back, while the boy displayed a wounded expression. Why yes, I'm sorry. Only then did Mayano Akemi realize the disapproving gazes of those around her. Looking at the excessively handsome boy with nearly translucent skin, she felt she had been overly sensitive. I apologize. I just dislike being touched. Are you all right? If you're fine, I need to catch my flight. It's quite all right. Yin Jiu rubbed his temples, watching as Mayano Akemi, having received confirmation, hurriedly departed without a backward glance, opening his palm to reveal a key from the front desk. Farewell, Akemi. His voice, warm and soft, faded into the encroaching darkness of twilight. Thank me later, Jin. Sitting within a Porsche, Yin Jiu gazed at the hotel enveloped by police cars, realizing that he was on the verge of losing a fortune of 1 billion. Shouldn't this credit be attributed to me? I recall that gentleman instructed you to take a break, did he not? Jin, polishing his gun, adeptly shifted to confrontational mode. The work was indeed executed by Gran Fidi. But there is no way he'll concede the credit. What are you talking about? Yin Jiu rolled his eyes, pulling out a stack of yen from his bag and tossing it at Jin. I never imagined your skin could be so thick. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say such things? My goodness. In such a grand organization, no wonder you, Jin, have no friends. Yin Jiu's barrage of words met with Jin's unyielding demeanor as he continued counting the money without lifting his head, even rifling through the stack that had been thrown at him. Hey, Gran Fidi is still young. He can be quite decent at times. Vodka couldn't help but chime in, only to be silenced by Jin's frigid glare. In the end, it was a misplaced effort. Watching Jin's series of actions, Yin Jiu felt it was futile to extort him and decided to retrieve his phone that he intended to inform that gentleman of everything that had transpired today. The theme being, Jin has bullied me yet again. Observing Yin Jiu's actions, Jin's eyelids twitched as he immediately caught on and quickly modified his statement. You can now choose the restaurant for tonight. Really? Is this hush money? Yin Jiu paused in his typing. Jin's forehead developed 2 furrows. Don't take advantage and act coy. Ah, the boy's scream echoed through the night. Tonight seemed particularly lively. Standing by the window, Yin Jiu noted that the 4th district consisted of a row of 4 villas. He resided in the 3rd villa, while to the right was a seemingly abandoned Western-style house. Why seemingly? Because Yin Jiu suspected that it was still occupied, as he often saw his long-haired female neighbor taking out the trash when night fell and he transformed into a bat to wander the vicinity. How could there be the sound of a child scream in such a house? A mischievous grin crept across Yin Jiu's face. Could it be that someone was indulging in a haunted house adventure? Hey, Jin, I'm not going out tonight. Yin Jiu opened the window to gauge the humidity outside. I'll go make some new friends. After hanging up, he leaned out the window, and a bat the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in midair, flying straight towards the neighboring villa. Inside the dilapidated villa, Yuan Tai and Bu Mei sat in the center of a room surrounded by scattered snacks. It's already dark. My parents must be worried sick. Yuan Tai rubbed his stomach, feeling quite hungry. That guy Conan is so slow. They must have gotten lost. Bu Mei, clutching a bag of chips, wore a worried expression. Yuan Tai, do you really think there are ghosts? I don't know. Yuan Tai opened another bag of chips, but since Hikaru had just shouted so loudly, perhaps he had seen something. Really? Really? Bu Mei edged closer to Yuan Tai, her fear evident. I heard that ghosts love to inhabit abandoned villas and specifically target cute little children. Cute little children? Are you talking about you two? Yin Jiu appeared behind them unbeknownst to them, his icy hands resting on their heads. Detection indicates the presence of human juveniles. 2 genuine human juveniles. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Quite fitting. Ignoring the assessment result, Yin Jiu flashed a wicked grin, his sharp fangs barely visible at the corners of his mouth. Good evening, my beloved ingredients. 2 screams erupted as the children bolted towards the door. Yin Jiu, swift in his movements, stepped forward and caught one of them. Such cold hands. Yuan Tai felt a tightening around his neck. On a summer night, that hand was chilling to the bone, devoid of warmth. Instead, a sinister aura seeped into his skin like a venomous snake, gradually infiltrating his heart. This unusual chill easily conjured terrifying thoughts, such as that of a corpse. Yuan Tai's body stiffened, as if fate had grasped his throat, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the ghost showed no intention of letting him go. The boy, appearing rather handsome, now bore an exceedingly pale countenance in the shadows. His expressionless face held a pair of wine-red eyes that were hollow yet fixated on the captured child. The uncanny valley effect reaching its peak. Where should I start? Yin Jiu lowered his head, a malicious grin suddenly curling at the corners of his lips. Had he frightened them too much? Yin Jiu released Yuan Tai and pondered. Watching the little chubby boy on the ground. It was the first time he realized that a person could actually be scared into unconsciousness. How about? Yin Jiu crouched down and poked Yuan Tai's plump face. Detection indicates the presence of human juvenile, genuine human juvenile. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. How about a taste? Yin Jiu licked his fangs, relinquishing the tantalizing thought, believing that leaving a thread of hope for future encounters was wise. After all, he was still but a child. It was best to let him be. He then hoisted the individual back up and arranged them neatly in the room, choosing a different path to continue his exploration. Meanwhile, at the other end, Bourbon was sprinting forward like a madwoman. Upon hearing Yuan Tai's anguished cries echoing from the corridor behind her, tears welled up in her eyes. Yuan Tai, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let everyone come to this haunted house. Yuan Tai, Mitsuhiko, Conan, Boohoo, are you playing hide and seek with me? Yin Jiu suddenly emerged from around the corner, his crimson eyes glinting ominously. Naughty children will be eaten, you know. Another one fainted. Yin Jiu sighed, picking up the black-haired girl from the floor and placing her beside the chubby boy. Quite the arrangement, he mused, satisfied with his display. Snapping a photo to send to Jin. Meet my new friend, Gran Fidi. Having completed this, Yin Jiu strolled towards the other end, the sound of his polished shoes echoing distinctly in the night. Gradually, a flickering light appeared ahead, casting the silhouette of a woman with long hair against the wall. Simultaneously, Yin Jiu noticed a sneaky figure moving slowly behind the door in front of him. Was that Conan? Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but chuckle, oblivious to the joy of his junior. Conan had just heard the shrill screams of Bourbon and Yuan Tai, and an ominous premonition surged within him. The simultaneous cries indicated they had been discovered. First Yuan Tai, then Bourbon. The weight of despair settled in Conan's heart as he realized his companions had been completely overwhelmed. This house surely concealed dark secrets. As he watched the long-haired woman pushing a cart with a candle, Conan rested his chin on his hand, pondering what might be inside the cart. Perhaps food. His thoughts were interrupted by a cold, lifeless hand resting gently on his back, causing his mind to freeze. Boo! Hey! Conan looked up to see Yin Jiu, his face adorned with a mischievous smile. What are you doing here? What do you mean? What are you doing here? You should address me as brother, Yin Jiu teased, ruffling Conan's warm hair before continuing. I live right next door. Look, over there. He gestured towards a villa across the way, its warm yellow lights illuminating a room with an open window, clearly a bedroom. Lowering his voice, Yin Jiu added, I happened to be by the window and saw my neighbor holding a little boy in their yard. I was curious, so I came over. Neighbor? Do you know them? Conan's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the residents here are deliberately erasing the fact that they live here? Yin Jiu sighed. Well, every time I stay up late, I see the lady of the house taking out the trash. And there's always a garbage truck that comes by the next day. So I assume this is just their peculiar hobby. Are you saying that you Japanese have such a social phobia that you must completely conceal yourselves even while living in a grand villa? Not quite. Conan rubbed his forehead, sensing that his junior had misinterpreted the term social phobia. Haven't you ever wondered who lives here? What is there to wonder about? It's their house, their private realm. They chose this way of life on their own territory. And that deserves respect, doesn't it? But what about you? Why are you here exploring at such a late hour? Conan was momentarily left speechless by Yin Jiu's logic. It was indeed them who trespassed first. By that logic, being caught by the homeowners seemed. No. This was an American perspective. Shaking his head to dispel the errant thoughts, Conan focused back on the matter at hand. This was far from a mere lifestyle choice. A murder had taken place in this villa. The male homeowner had been slain, the murderer had vanished without a trace, and the victim's family was nowhere to be found. Don't you find the family's attitude towards this matter quite peculiar? Conan spoke slowly, contemplating the scant information in his mind. Both the victim's family and the murderer have gone silent, yet this house remains unsold. If only homeless drifters resided here, they wouldn't need to hide. Thus, I surmise the family residing here is related to the victim, and, perhaps, they are the murderers as well. The truth may be that the son killed his father, and the mother, for her son's future, chose to live in hiding with him. You are rather astute, Yin Jiu remarked, his gaze half smiling, half serious. Ha. That's all thanks to Uncle Muri's teachings. Conan froze momentarily, then grinned like a foolish deer. Listen to me. Yin Jiu smiled, gently pinching Conan's cheeks and pulling them apart. If what you say is true, there must be a secret chamber beneath this villa, perhaps with a large iron cage. Why do you say that? Conan's pupils trembled, his heart racing at Yin Jiu's ambiguous grin. Consider it, the lady of the house goes out to take out the trash daily, yet her son has never been seen. He must be locked away. Yin Jiu fluttered his long eyelashes, his wine-red eyes reflecting innocence. This is precisely how dramas portray it. I've acted in many such roles. I'm quite experienced, after all. Children in those scenarios usually uncover the truth and end up getting killed. Hey, that's rather ominous. Conan felt inexplicably relieved, only to be left in disbelief. How reliable could this person be? Yet Yin Jiu held a different view. So, I did what kids in movies wouldn't do. I called the police. Surprised? Unexpected? Hee hee, hee hee. The police arrived swiftly, accompanied by the parents of the children and Muri Ran's family. The lady of the house and her son were unearthed from the basement, where indeed a large iron cage awaited. You really guessed right. Conan stared at Yin Jiu, only to quickly realize. But when did you call the police? Did you do it earlier? Why are you babbling? You little brat. Hurry and thank him. Muri Kaguru couldn't help but punch Conan on the head. Thank you for your trouble, Jokuin. Muri Ran bowed apologetically to Yin Jiu. Don't mention it, senpai. Yin Jiu chuckled as he rescued Conan from Muri's grasp. Children just love to play adventure games. I merely live nearby. So, did brother Yin Jiu discover any clues? At this moment, Conan finally realized that Yin Jiu must have called the police beforehand. Otherwise, the children's parents wouldn't have gathered so quickly. He adopted a naive expression and began to pout. Secrets. Yin Jiu bent down, placing a finger over his lips. It's an actor's intuition. A few days later, aboard a luxurious cruise ship. What a beautiful sunset. Muri Ran rested her hands on the yacht's railing, tilting her head back to let the sea breeze caress her cheeks. Indeed, a change of scenery is refreshing. Yin Jiu held an umbrella. Standing a bit further back, the sun has already set. You don't need to hold the umbrella anymore. Conan stood between them, watching Yin Jiu and Muri Ran admiring the sunset, their compatibility evident. A wave of frustration surged within him, causing his tone to turn rather unfriendly. Occasionally soaking up some sun should prevent calcium deficiency, right? Conan, how can you speak to Jokuin like that? Muri Ran corrected him. You should call him brother Yin Jiu. Yes, Conan responded weakly. Yin Jiu, however, remained in good spirits, smiling and ruffling Conan's hair. It's fine. I have a good rapport with this child. But maintaining one's skin is a fundamental virtue for an actor. I want to lower my umbrella until the sun has completely set. Hee hee. Conan could only chuckle awkwardly. It felt as if Yin Jiu was merely humoring a child. However, it's quite rare to see brother Yin Jiu out during the day. Conan grasped the railing and descended 2 steps, aligning his gaze with that of the other two. I recall that the last time brother Jiu ventured out during the day was on the day we were at the hotel. Correct. Why do I say this? Yin Jiu cast a glance at Conan, offering no denial. That day, I noticed numerous water stains from teacups having been moved in your location. It appeared you must have waited for at least an afternoon. Conan scrutinized Yin Jiu's expression intently. Were you awaiting someone of significance? Ultimately, the police did not uncover the billion that day. Records indicate that only a handful of individuals collected items that afternoon. With Yin Jiu taking the most, his exceedingly handsome visage had been duly noted by the front desk. Yin Jiu was acquainted with Hiroto Masami, if he had been there at that time. I was waiting for my guardian. Yin Jiu replied with a hint of a smile. He is always busy, so engrossed in his work that he loses track of time. Guardian. The conspiracy theorizing was abruptly interrupted as Conan momentarily paused. Realizing that Yin Jiu was merely a minor, though he was in his first year of high school, due to differences in educational systems, Yin Jiu had only just turned 15 this year. So, brother Jiu, what about the boxes you took that day? Are you referring to those? Did Officer Muro inform you as well? He came to inquire about me. Those items are actually belongings my guardian stored there. Clothes and collectibles he brought back from America. Yin Jiu winked at Conan. What do you think? Should I take you all to my home next time to view my collection from America? Hee hee. No need. The last shred of suspicion regarding Yin Jiu dissipated, regardless of his age. The mere fact that he was a widely recognized child star rendered it implausible for him to be a member of any nefarious organization lurking in the shadows. The only point of confusion for Conan was why, at that particular moment, Yin Jiu had taken a considerable number of stored items. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Reflecting upon the helpless yet affectionate tone Yin Jiu had used when mentioning his guardian, Conan concluded that he was overthinking it. How could it be that he randomly encountered a classmate who was a member of the Black organization? The group stood on the deck, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun. A loud reprimand erupted from nearby. Didn't we charter this boat? How could you allow outsiders aboard? Why yes, I'm sorry. Fathered at a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle quickly softened his demeanor, bowing before the irate elder. The elder then strode purposefully toward a short-haired youth with freckles who was painting, glancing at him with disdain and scoffing. I'm useless, and my son isn't any better. All he does is dawdle and doodle. With no prospects, he continued his tirade. pointing at others, cursing until he reached the front of the cabin, where he called out to one young man, "Xiao Wu, I need to speak with you. Come to my room." "Why, yes," the named young man replied, sweating profusely. The atmosphere on the deck turned chilly. The one who had invited several aboard, Takamoto Natsuki, approached apologetically. "That is my grandfather. His mood has been quite unstable since the middle of my wedding." "I see," Ran acknowledged, understanding that elderly temperaments can be unpredictable. Yin Jiu, on the other hand, couldn't help but glance several times toward the direction of the old man entering the room. It is well known within the world of Conan that individuals with particularly foul attitudes are generally either victims or perpetrators. In the dining room, "So, is today your joyous occasion?" Muri Ran swiftly forgot the previous awkwardness, sitting beside Takamoto Natsuki as she watched him sketch a family tree for the guests. "So, these individuals are here to celebrate your wedding?" "Yes, aside from my late parents, there are a total of 9 people." Takamoto Natsuki placed down his pen, pointing to his parents' names with his fingertip. "Everyone will be joining us for dinner shortly, and I will introduce you to them one by one." "All right, but the gentleman who was just called away by your grandfather is your husband, Xiao Wu, right?" Muri Ran's cheeks flushed as she cupped her face, offering her congratulations. "Thank you." Takamoto Natsuki's face also reddened as he expressed his gratitude, then turned his gaze toward the restaurant's exterior. Strange, where has Xiao Wu gone for so long? Following their movements, Yin Jiu instinctively turned to look as well. At that moment, a short-haired youth with freckles entered from outside, silently seeking a seat at another table. "How could it take so long to go to the restroom?" a middle-aged plump woman at his table complained. Yin Jiu recalled that this individual was Takamoto Ikaru, and seated across from him was his mother, Takamoto Mariko. "Brother Jiu, what are you looking at?" Conan, noticing Yin Jiu's prolonged gaze on Takamoto Ikaru, tugged at his sleeve. "Nothing." Yin Jiu nonchalantly averted his eyes, picking up a fork to stab a piece of beef onto his plate. However, he couldn't help but detect the scent of blood, causing the vampire within him to stir restlessly. "I'm a bit hungry." The dishes were served promptly, with some vegetables and beef placed onto Conan's plate. Muri Ran even thoughtfully laid a napkin across Conan's lap. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Conan shifted forward, only to find Yin Jiu's gaze intentionally or unintentionally scrutinizing the young man once more. Who was that big brother? Unable to glean any information from Yin Jiu, Conan turned to tug at Muri Ran's sleeve. "That is Takamoto Ikaru." Takamoto Natsuki began the introduction, casually gesturing to the seat beside Ikaru. "Next to him is my aunt, Takamoto Mariko. He's her only son and a student in the art department at Kyoto University." "Impressive," Muri Ran exclaimed, astonished that the seemingly quiet and unassuming freckled youth was actually a hidden academic genius. However, Takamoto Natsuki sighed regretfully. "Unfortunately, my grandfather seems to disapprove of Ikaru pursuing art. He scolds him every time he sees him painting." "How unfair." As the conversation drifted, Conan, having listened intently, found nothing amiss and turned again to Yin Jiu. The handsome youth sat upright, elegantly slicing bread, then spreading caviar and beef into his mouth. "Delicious." Yin Jiu squinted his eyes, sensing a gaze fixed intently upon him. He paused momentarily, reaching for a piece of bread from the small basket beside him and placing it on Conan's plate. "Can you spread caviar, or should I do it for you?" Before Conan could respond, he watched as Yin Jiu picked up his knife and scraped a small portion of caviar from the dish, evenly spreading it on the cut surface of the bread. He then asked Conan, "Beef or crab?" "Crab." Conan opened his mouth awkwardly, watching as his companion deftly extracted crab meat and meticulously arranged it atop the bread before placing it before him. "Thank you. Eat up. The night is still long, and you might get hungry later," Yin Jiu remarked suggestively, taking a bite of his own bread, stuffing his cheeks full in just a few moments. "This guy." Conan observed Yin Jiu munching on the bread, feeling a complex mix of emotions, suddenly realizing that this lad might not be as clever as he had initially assumed. Yin Jiu's eating pace was not swift. Vampires do not require such sustenance, and even when consumed, it would not provide a sense of fullness. Yet, he relished the flavors dancing upon his palate, wishing he could indulge in such feasts every day. As he savored the experience, his fondness for the Muri family gradually increased. One by one, guests arrived, and the restaurant grew increasingly lively as new dishes were served. Detected item: Bass cake, exceedingly sweet. Yin Jiu silently retracted his hand from the cake, discreetly shifting the plate aside. That moment, the hall's occupants were engaged in conversation, suddenly falling silent. "Shoo, my grandfather despises detectives," Takamoto Natsuki whispered, pressing his finger to his lips. "So, he must never find out." Yin Jiu raised his head, blinking just as he was about to say something. A piercing scream shattered the silence. "What has happened?" It was the voice of the old butler, Suzuki. The individuals at the table exchanged glances, swiftly rising to rush towards the elder Takamoto's room. Yin Jiu observed the Muri family's retreating figures. Sensing an unsettling familiarity that tugged at his heartstrings, he languidly dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a tissue before meandering leisurely in the direction of the elderly Mr. Guobi Yin.It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. As Yin Jiu approached, Guobin Xiaozhang's husband, Guobin Wu, was being forcefully dragged past him by the members of the Guo family. Yin Jiu stood not far from the doorway. The overwhelming scent of blood permeating the air, dancing frantically at the edge of a vampire's hunger. Closing his eyes, he could see the blue hunger bar on the vampire panel rapidly diminishing. Nearing the threshold of yellow, the depletion rate of hunger is influenced by the environment, and this was a troubling sign. In the simulation game of life, when a character's need reaches its maximum, automatic actions occur. For instance, if energy needs deplete to the red zone, a character will faint. When social needs hit the red, a series of erratic behaviors ensue. Yin Jiu had never experienced whether a vampire's hunger needs could lead to death or uncontrollable bloodlust. However, it was clear that lingering nearby to spectate was ill-advised. He took 2 steps back, opting to distance himself from the crime scene. In stark contrast stood Conan. His view, mingling among the feet of the crowd, was not obscured by height. Instead, it magnified the details on the floor. Conan picked up a crumb, an electric thought sparking in his mind. This is, just as he turned to call out to Muri Kaguru. He caught sight of Yin Jiu stealthily moving towards the corridor, his eyes lighting up. Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu paused momentarily, quickening his pace. Yin Jiu. Conan jogged to catch up. Who do you think killed Mr. Guobin? I don't know. Yin Jiu halted, glancing at Conan's feigned confusion. This isn't something a child should concern themselves with. It's best we keep our distance and not disturb the adults. Conan faltered, wondering if this obedient student demeanor of Yin Jiu was a bit excessive. Aren't you curious about who the murderer is? Not curious. Conan, undeterred, continued to follow. The last time Yin Jiu successfully solved the case at the villa, Conan pondered for days without grasping how Yin Jiu had immediately called the police. He concluded it was instinctive action triggered by witnessing Hikaru being taken to the garden by the mistress. Yet today, Yin Jiu's behavior stirred different speculations. He had been observing Guobin Ichiro in the dining room with intent. What had he overlooked? Conan felt a twinge of impatience. Yin Jiu, just take a guess. Yin Jiu, unwilling to linger further, stroked his chin and declared, it's probably Guobin Ichiro. Why? Conan was taken aback. It's just how it is on television. No why. Yin Jiu, running low on patience, cut the topic short, patting Conan's head. All right, let's return to the hall. A child running around alone will only get scolded by Uncle Mori. Hey. Conan felt a pang of resignation as he followed Yin Jiu. His mind still buzzing with questions. Yin Jiu, were you staring at Guobin Ichiro for a reason? Found nothing. Yin Jiu shrugged, his tone turning indifferent as he took quick strides to blend into the crowd. In that brief moment, he sensed his hunger needs dipping further. The sweet aroma of blood incessantly tantalized his taste buds. If anyone were to witness him open his mouth now, they would see elongated fangs glistening with an unnatural sheen. What gives? Conan stood rooted, perplexed by Yin Jiu's sudden coolness. Had he said something wrong? Adolescence could be so incomprehensible. Meanwhile, in the hall, a few individuals began to expose one another's secrets. Stop pretending. Guobin Mariko bounced in the crowd like a cerulean flame. Pointing at Guobin Xiang'er, you borrowed money from Dad to open your store, only to be scolded harshly. She continued to enumerate everyone's motives for the crime. Yet Yin Jiu chose not to linger any longer. Heading straight for the deck, the scent of blood suffocating him, he needed fresh air. Jokuin, Muri ran, having noticed Yin Jiu's departure, followed closely. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to get some fresh air, Yin Jiu replied wearily. Pressing his forehead, his steps wavering. He had to leave this place immediately. He desperately needed fresh air to revive his accursed vampire constitution. Upon reaching the deck, Yin Jiu quickly found a lounge chair and collapsed onto it. Too exhausted to move. Jokuin, are you really all right? Muri ran approached, solely concerned for Yin Jiu's health. Yin Jiu's face was devoid of color, his lips pale, and half-closed eyes resembling those of a terminally ill patient. It's just an old ailment. Do you really not need any medicine? Muri ran inquired anxiously, sitting beside him, having failed to locate any medicine container, her brow furrowed tightly. Conan also reached out to touch Yin Jiu's forehead, recoiling at the icy temperature. Hey, if you're cold, you should go rest in your room. He withdrew his hand, contemplating Yin Jiu's unusually low body temperature, unable to pinpoint any specific illness. Could Yin Jiu's earlier indifference stem from him feeling unwell? Conan, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, felt a twinge of guilt. Yet Yin Jiu was lost in his thoughts, turning his head away defiantly. The air inside is stale. I don't want to go back. Truly, he was both delicate and willful. Conan watched Yin Jiu's demeanor, speechless, and retrieved a blanket from a nearby box. At least cover yourself with this. The yacht won't dock until tomorrow morning. If you stay out here in the sea breeze all night, you could easily fall ill. Got it. Yin Jiu accepted the blanket and wrapped himself within it. At that moment, Jiang emerged from the side door of the hall, wiping her tears. Instantly capturing the attention of Conan and Muri Ran. Jiang. Muri Ran rushed over, observing the long-haired girl with bangs sobbing by the sea, unsure how to comfort her. I never imagined that Xiaowu marrying me was just to kill my grandfather. Jiang's voice trembled. I can no longer trust anyone. Muri Ran was startled by Jiang's resolute declaration. Yin Jiu was taken aback as well. Just moments ago, he felt something spreading. The progress bar of his vampire instincts leaping forward. What was happening? Yin Jiu silently poked his head out from under the blanket, his wine-red eyes fixed intently on Muri Ran. After a brief moment of surprise, Muri Ran responded gently, I believe in Xiaowu, the husband you chose, Jiang. Doesn't he seem like a bad person at all? Ran. The energy fluctuations weakened again. Yin Jiu furrowed his brow, savoring the sensation from moments ago. But soon, his expression darkened again. The scent of blood, that relentless murderer was killing again on the deck. Yin Jiu swiftly flipped off the lounge chair, and simultaneously, Conan realized something. Suddenly looking up, Ran Nichin. Did you hear any strange sounds? Like something heavy falling into the water. Conan repeated himself, turning to see Yin Jiu, who had already tidied the blanket. I heard it too. Yin Jiu explained, stuffing the blanket into a nearby basket as he moved closer to investigate. The hunger needs plummeted rapidly due to Yin Jiu's sudden movement, quickly surpassing the yellow line. Reaching a terrifying threshold, Yin Jiu felt he could no longer endure. On the other side of the deck, Bourbon Jiang was weeping over her husband's corpse, and upon seeing Jiang approach, she scolded, It's all your fault. If you hadn't brought Xiaowu into the Guo family, Long Nin wouldn't he have been killed. That was entirely accurate. Yin Jiu crouched beside the corpse, running his hand over the bloodstains. I think the murderer may not be Xiaowu. What? Several pairs of eyes turned to Yin Jiu. Yet he did not look back as he walked indoors. Madam over there, please change into a clean outfit and come back. Yin Jiu, seizing the moment while the crowd had their backs turned, brought his blood-stained hand to his lips and licked it, a decidedly ungentlemanly act in the presence of a bloody lady who listened to my deductions. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the fact that the recent mouthful of blood had not satiated his hunger at all. What on earth was happening? He sat by the window, a grimace etched upon his face. Conan, also perched by the window, wore a similar expression of distress. Yin Jiu, have you discerned the identity of the murderer? Call me brother, Yin Jiu replied, his mood decidedly sour as he meticulously wiped the blood from his hands with a towel. Conan choked momentarily before promptly amending his address. Yin Jiu, brother, who is the murderer? It is Takamoto Ichiro, Yin Jiu stated, lifting his gaze and scanning the room until it landed on a young man reeking of blood. How could it possibly be Ichiro? Takamoto Mariko, unable to contain herself, stood up. She was Takamoto Ichiro's mother and immediately stepped forward to counter the accusation. Indeed, Ichiro had no motive to kill his father, her husband added, standing beside her. There is a motive, Yin Jiu lazily blinked, suddenly flashing a smile at Takamoto Ichiro. Would you care to share the sketchbook you are holding with everyone? You. No, I won't show it. Takamoto Ichiro retreated, protesting. What evidence do you have to implicate me based solely on a sketchbook? Breadcrumbs, Yin Jiu said, gesturing to Conan. I happened to see Conan pick up bloody breadcrumbs next to the corpse of Takamoto-san. I observed closely that they were dusted with charcoal powder, which you must have used to alter your sketches. Correct. That could very well be someone framing me, Mariko insisted stubbornly, refusing to believe her timid son could be the mastermind behind this ordeal. That is not possible. Yin Jiu swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance, and had to steady himself against the table. His hunger was now acute, rapidly consuming him. Yin Jiu, Jiu-kun. Conan and Ran rushed over, with Conan being the closest, quickly supporting Yin Jiu. It cannot be, as the breadcrumbs were found inside the room. He explained. Takamoto-san's room was locked from the inside. Given the bloodstains on the threshold, it is highly probable that he locked himself in to evade the murderer, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Conan, observing Yin Jiu's pallid complexion, seized the conversation, and the flower pinned to the chest of the small warrior at the doorway is also quite suspicious. Takamoto Akiya could not help but question. That is different, Yin Jiu interjected. regaining some composure. Takamoto-san was murdered outside the room, yet there are no bloodstains in the hallway. The most plausible scenario is that the murderer wiped away the blood. And considering this, the flower outside the door could not have gone unnoticed. This implies that the flower was deliberately placed at the entrance, while the breadcrumbs inside were inadvertently left behind. So, can we finally have a look at your sketchbook? Yin Jiu inquired, half his body leaning against the chair, one hand still gripping the table. The others now turned their attention to Takamoto Ichiro's sketchbook. No. Don't look. Takamoto Ichiro retreated a few steps, clutching the sketchbook. Ichiro, stop being obstinate. Show us. There must be some misunderstanding. Mariko reached out to snatch the sketchbook, but Ichiro swatted her hand away. Ichiro, he lamented, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, collapsing to the ground in a display of utter defeat. I once begged my grandfather to allow me to marry Natsuya, but he completely disregarded me, saying I was a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Shortly thereafter, he shockingly consented to Natsuya marrying Koji. And at Natsuya's wedding, he told me not to harbor unrealistic dreams. Takamoto Ichiro clutched the sketchbook tightly, his expression morphing from one of grievance to a twisted snarl. I will never, ever forgive them. As Ichiro's desperate wail echoed, sympathy flickered across the faces of all present. Yet Yin Jiu's gaze once more fixated intently on Takamoto Ichiro. The sensation returned, a surge of power radiating from him. The experience bar on the panel leaping forward significantly, accompanied by a slight uptick in his hunger meter. What was happening? Even after disembarking, Yin Jiu could not shake the feeling, repeatedly glancing back at Takamoto Ichiro. The source of his substantial experience gain. Yin Jiu, do you really not need to go to the hospital? Conan observed Yin Jiu's pallor, unable to suppress his concern. I won't go. This is a condition I was born with. Ordinary hospitals cannot remedy it. Yin Jiu sought refuge in a shaded corner, waving to his companions. Rest assured, I have already contacted my guardian. He will arrive shortly, with the assurance that Yin Jiu had someone to rely on. Ran and the others felt a sense of relief. Not long after their departure, a Porsche 356A approached from the opposite end and halted across the street. Yin Jiu glanced around before swiftly advancing to open the door. Ah, long time no see, Mr. Guardian. Taking the blood bag from Jin, he tilted his head back and took a swig. Satisfaction surged as his hunger increased by 10, the sensation of fullness revitalizing him, though he soon furrowed his brow in confusion. Why could this blood, detached from a human body, enhance his satiety while the blood of Takamoto Ryuma he had secretly tasted on the ship had merely tantalized his palate without any substantial effect? Could it be that the blood of the deceased served no purpose, reflecting on the various methods vampires and simulation games utilized to acquire nourishment, sipping the blood of living beings, purchasing blood bags, and consuming blood fruit pulp? He pondered the notion that vampires lacked the opportunity to ingest the blood of the deceased. Thus, it seemed that the blood of the dead was indeed non-absorbable. Yin Jiu found this understandable, as many legends claimed that vampires could not drink the blood of the deceased. Yet, what accounted for the surge in experience? The answer eluded him. Jin, take a trip to White to Pharmaceuticals. Yin Jiu suddenly declared, I require a laboratory to verify certain hypotheses. 3 days later, type B blood, female, elderly. No, that is incorrect. Yin Jiu held a straw in his right hand. Positioned in front of him was a row of glass cups, each labeled and filled with varying amounts of vivid red liquid. Like a bee, he flitted from one cup to another, sampling each. This is not right, still not quite right. Glenfiddich, are you still testing samples? Vodka entered with a box of blood bags, his initial astonishment at Yin Jiu's peculiar research methods having evolved into a sense of accustomed acceptance. Researchers tend to possess peculiar quirks. I've even heard of some in the adjacent lab who enjoy pouring bitter coffee into various labeled vials of poison. Perhaps having witnessed experimental subjects consuming such substances inspired him to experience it firsthand. Vodka could not grasp this artistic behavior, but he dutifully retrieved 2 new bags of blood from the box and poured them into the cups. These are from experimental subjects who have not been administered medication. The research team was reluctant to draw too much blood, so this is all we have. Yin Jiu did not mind the limited quantity, casually selecting a cup and plunging the straw in for a hearty gulp. Who is this blood from? Yin Jiu scrutinized the experience bar, which had noticeably surged, shaking the cup in disbelief as he finished it. This cup belongs to Vodka. Rummaged through the box's depths, matching the blood bag number with a list of names, identifying it as belonging to a subject from an organization introduced to the Japanese lab 3 months prior. Oh! Yin Jiu's interest peaked, his gaze fixated on the coded label. Does it contain any of his previous medical examination data or observational recordings? Bring them to me. The footage was swiftly retrieved. On the computer screen appeared a middle-aged, gaunt man with relatively well-defined features. Yet throughout the video, he exhibited extreme terror, his demeanor utterly frantic during the blood draw. Such psychological fortitude was clearly unsuitable for an undercover role, Yin Jiu mused. Glancing at the unremarkable report which indicated a low potassium level, it seemed he had not consumed enough salt. After pondering for a moment, Yin Jiu redirected the footage back to the initial blood draw segment. Let go of me. Help, help. Two doctors clad in white coats firmly restrained the man, while a syringe punctured his forearm, causing him to scream uncontrollably. Was it possible that the other party's shrieks would yield more experience points in this vampiric endeavor? Yin Jiu recalled the final scream of Kaibon Ichiro, dismissing this utterly illogical conclusion. The only remaining possibility was the essence of emotion, as the name suggests. A vampire is a creature that sustains itself by feasting on human blood. However, in the authentic lore of the West, the act of blood-sucking transcends mere consumption of blood. The ancient Romanians believed that blood serves as a vessel for the human soul, and what vampires truly devour is not blood, but the very souls of humans. Yin Jiu set down the encyclopedia in his hands, gazing contemplatively at its cover. Could it be that the vampires in simulated life share a similar premise? Perhaps the reason for their sluggish progression was the meager remnants of souls within the blood bags. What if one were to select a living human and provoke intense emotions before feeding? Yin Jiu furrowed his brow and slowly shifted his gaze to the only living person in the room, Vodka, licking his fangs. Vodka suddenly felt an unsettling gaze upon him, instinctively. He lowered the document in his hands and looked up to see Yin Jiu intently observing the bottom of his glass. It must be a mere illusion, he thought, tightening his collar and hastily rinsing the empty cup from Yin Jiu's table. He then feigned nonchalance, asking, Glenfiddich, would you like to join us for dinner today? No, I have a new idea. I will continue the experiment shortly. I see. Vodka sighed, slightly disappointed. In the absence of Glenfiddich, he and his brother had resorted to takeout meals. While takeout wasn't inherently bad, one often finds it easier to slip into extravagance than to return to simplicity. Vodka had not anticipated that merely 2 weeks after Glenfiddich's return, he had adopted this lavish demeanor. He began to comprehend why Vermouth could consistently claim exorbitant expenses. Yet, understanding was one thing. Why should the funds he and his brother had earned be so readily enjoyed by Vermouth and Bourbon? It was utterly absurd. Yin Jiu remained oblivious to Vodka's tangled thoughts, but sensing the sudden dip in Vodka's spirits, he too found it baffling. This fortunate human had been spared by a vampire twice in one night. And yet he felt disappointment. Had it not been for the organization's reputation, he might have acted. Bring this person over to me. Ultimately, Yin Jiu refrained from any peculiar actions towards Vodka. After all, they were colleagues. Very well, Vodka sighed, retrieving the data from the computer. This test subject is currently under Sherry's supervision. I lack the authority and will need my brother to come by in person. Sherry, she's here, Yin Jiu exclaimed. Glancing at the computer screen, had she not discovered Akemi Mayano's situation? No. Vodka selected the option to request a transfer in the data column, adopting a tone of mockery reminiscent of Jin. I thought their relationship was quite close. If something were to happen to Jin, he would surely be the first to know and assist in the aftermath. No, it was revenge. Ignoring Vodka's myriad of fanciful considerations, Yin Jiu's fingers hovered over the send button for the email. With Sherry at this pharmaceutical factory, it meant that, before long, the entire facility would need to be incinerated, leaving the land abandoned. Once the organization fully abandoned this place, perhaps he could repurpose it, transforming it into a medical center or something similar. At that time, he could freely issue his own medical credentials. The plan was feasible. Yin Jiu contentedly returned to his seat. By the time the man was brought over, it was already evening. Vodka and Jin personally carried the individual into Glenfiddich's laboratory before departing the base. It was truly unexpected that Glenfiddich had joined the research team at such a young age. As Vodka sat in the driver's seat, he couldn't help but praise Yin Jiu's earnest expression while conducting experiments. Likening him to Sherry, a genius. Why didn't the organization allow the two of them to collaborate on research? Glenfiddich is different from Sherry, Jin replied from the back seat, methodically polishing his handgun. To be precise, Glenfiddich is different from all of us. In what way? Vodka was puzzled. He believed Glenfiddich was merely a bit intimidating during research, physically frail, and slightly childish. Yet his values and temperament were exemplary within the organization, so much so that he hardly seemed like a child born of darkness. Could it be that Jin referred to Glenfiddich's overly cheerful disposition? No, surely not. Jin often doted on Glenfiddich. You will understand in due time. Do not interpret his actions through the lens of normal human reasoning. Jin glanced at Vodka's reflection in the rearview mirror, warning. Just know that Glenfiddich is the most precious asset of the organization. Any task or research pales in comparison to Glenfiddich. The next day, at Mihua General Hospital, Sai, Yin Jiu sat on a bench in the hospital, sighing for the 108th time. Yesterday, he had conducted another interrogation of the little mouse in the laboratory, and the results were promising. Amidst the incessant screams of the test subject, his experience gauge had surged to 2/3 full. Thus, Yin Jiu chose Mihua General Hospital, for where better to encompass the spectrum of human emotions than within a hospital? He selected the pediatric department, primarily because it was the season for childhood vaccinations. In his past life, Yin Jiu had witnessed how, during vaccination seasons, human infants were brought in by the hordes, all amidst a cacophony of wails. The scene was quite spectacular. Now, Yin Jiu awaited the reemergence of such a spectacle. However, despite the children's anguished cries, his experience gauge remained unyielding. What could possibly be amiss? Yin Jiu pondered. Was there any fear more palpable than a human infant's dread of needles? Just as he wrestled with this conundrum, a familiar voice broke through the haze. "Brother Yin Jiu, what are you doing here?" Yin Jiu blinked in surprise, turning to find a beloved child who had once provided him with immense inspiration. "Is Shaolan here to accompany Conan for vaccinations?" Yin Jiu eagerly voiced his inner hopes. No, Conan's expression stiffened momentarily before he pointed in the direction of Kagoro Maorai. It was an assignment received by my uncle. Assignment? Yin Jiu suddenly recalled the last fortuitous encounter. His interest in the case peaked. A few minutes later. Here's the situation. Ran Muri glanced at Conan before recounting the entire affair to Yin Jiu. It appeared that Dr. Ogawa at this hospital had received a plethora of toys from children over the past 3 years. Recently, he had received an anonymous letter stating, "The amount of 25 million has been settled. The transaction is complete." Dr. Ogawa couldn't fathom what in his household could be worth 25 million, thus commissioning Kagoro Muri for investigation. Such a hefty sum, if not a token of gratitude. Could it possibly be compensation for something the hospital had once owed? As Yin Jiu walked alongside the two, he mused. Perhaps the hospital once compensated me 25 million to take away my most beloved person. If so, might I seek vengeance against the doctor with that same amount, allowing him to experience the same pain? Wasn't he that the typical plot of a Yandra character in dramas? His reasoning was sound. And soon the trio arrived at the data room. "That's rather terrifying," Ran remarked, rubbing her arms. "Surely it can't be that?" "Not necessarily," Yin Jiu countered. "You mentioned that August 3rd is a significant date. Perhaps we should investigate who sought treatment on that date 3 years ago for clues." As he spoke, he pulled an electronic game console from a nearby bag, adding, "There might even be traces on the completion record, such as the name Ajino Tomoya. Perhaps this is the unfortunate child who passed away on August 3 RD. Ajino Tomoya." Conan's hands moved swiftly, flipping through the medical records until he found the corresponding name. He was operated on by Dr. Ogawa 3 years ago and subsequently passed away on August 3 RD. Conan read the words with a grave expression. "That means, Ran, quickly, go fetch Dr. Ogawa." Conan abruptly rose from his seat, shouting towards Ran Muri. After terminating the call from the kindergarten, Dr. Ogawa sank to the ground, overwhelmed. Once he confirmed that his son had been taken away. It's over. It's truly over. How could this happen? Yet, one cannot surrender so swiftly. Yin Jiu, displaying remarkable initiative, stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Dr. Ogawa's shoulder. "Mr. Ogawa, where is your son's kindergarten? They might still be nearby. It's just around the corner." Suddenly, a chilling hand gripped his arm, causing Dr. Ogawa to shudder instinctively, a wave of calm washing over him. Following Muri and the others, he rushed out, leaving Yin Jiu standing alone, gazing at his own hand. The setting sun stained the sky crimson, and the beaming uncle's smile faded as he slowly withdrew a sharp knife from his garments. "Now, I shall send you to accompany my dear Tomoya." "This is bad." Yin Jiu, trailing at the back of the crowd, hastened his steps upon witnessing this scene. Even faster than Yin Jiu was a soccer ball, which grazed past the crowd and knocked the knife from the uncle's hand, causing the middle-aged man to collapse to the ground, weeping bitterly amidst the children's innocent expressions of gratitude. Only then did Yin Jiu step forward from the throng. It appeared that a child's sincerity was indeed a formidable weapon. Indeed, Conan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Yin Jiu. A successful deduction may stem from the tropes of television dramas. However, achieving such rapid resolutions twice, or even thrice, where one could seemingly ascertain the answer with a mere glance, suggested that Yin Jiu was inherently an astute observer. So, how did Brother Yin Jiu deduce that it was a patient dispute? Conan, with his hands behind his head, still struggled to comprehend what decisive evidence Yin Jiu had uncovered to reach this conclusion. Perhaps it's due to the prevalence of peculiarities in America. You see, my health was rather poor when I was young, spending most of my time in the hospital, standing beneath an umbrella. Yin Jiu typed an email with one hand, the shadow obscuring much of his face. By the way, are you particularly interested in these entangled love-hate relationships within hospitals? I could share some tales with you when time permits. Never mind. Conan took a small step back, feeling that it might not be a pleasant story. Meanwhile, Jin suddenly received an email from Gran Fidi. Glancing at the surveillance team, he addressed Kiandi and Cohen through his earpiece. From now on, the command will be handed over to Rum. Bourbon will continue his infiltration, while KIR will take a detour. Understood. Ignoring the progress of the task on that end. The black Porsche swiftly arrived opposite the Miho General Hospital to pick up Yin Jiu. Gran Fidi, are we dining together today? Vodka asked eagerly. After an entire night followed by a morning of task operations, Vodka felt ravenously uncomfortable as he relaxed. Sure, let me see what good food is around. Yin Jiu unfolded a map and sniffed the air inside the vehicle. Were you just on a mission? Indeed. We saw your text midway through and decided to come over. Vodka continued casually. But Gran Fidi, weren't you supposed to conduct research at Miho General Hospital? Oh, the results have already come in. Yin Jiu reflected on the moment he witnessed two individuals weeping in each other's embrace. The intensity of their emotional turmoil was akin to a warm current. He could even feel the experience points swirling around him, overflowing. Yet, he could only watch as they dissipated into the air. With only a minuscule fraction being absorbed into his experience bar, something was amiss. Yin Jiu flipped through the map, his long eyelashes casting shadows as he mused. I now have another hypothesis. He picked up a pin and circled a restaurant on the map. Let us go with this one. By the way, Jin, if there are any tasks coming up, can you share a bit with me? There are no tasks suitable for you. Jin took the map from Yin Jiu's hands. Noticing his fingers inching toward the task documents, and swiftly pressed down with his other hand. This is classified information for the operation team. What is this? You're being rather stingy. Yin Jiu retracted his hand. Casting a glance at the alert notifications on the panel. Alert. Document operation team task list detected. Possessing it will grant you unimaginable joy. I want to misuse it. I merely need to validate certain things. Yin Jiu adjusted his posture, extending his fingers slightly. Just a tiny trading task will suffice. You must have something like that, right? There is indeed one trading task. Jin reached for the document folder, shaking it as he pulled out a thin sheet. The task requires trading a batch of gold intelligence on the Shinkansen day after tomorrow. Gold intelligence? I recall that Pisk had someone investing in that. Why sell the intel to outsiders? Yin Jiu furrowed his brows. Tapping his fingers against the window. Is the organization recently short on funds? Indeed. Jin lit a cigarette. The organization has recently pursued a batch of software research projects. The internet momentum is currently strong. And law enforcement agencies worldwide have gradually integrated technology research into their systems. If the organization cannot develop more discrete communication technologies ahead of time, our organizational data may be exposed to the light of day. Thus, we must advance our communication software development before they do. Yin Jiu, fingers resting on his chin, recalled the rapid technological advancements that had transpired in just 20 years in his previous life. Technology in the Conan universe would only progress at an accelerated pace. Given this perspective, it was imperative for the organization to secure funding without delay. How about this? Let me partake in that task. Yin Jiu snatched the task list from Jin's hand. We'll manage it together. A week later, Yin Jiu donned a black hooded outfit adorned with rabbit ears and found himself alone on the Shinkansen. Everything appeared normal. There was no ambush from Gran Fidi. He pressed buttons on his phone with one hand while holding a bento with the other, his steps light as he exited the dining car and took a seat he had selected. Occasionally, a few maturely dressed ladies would glance at him, emitting soft squeals of kawaii. Is this outfit too adorable? Yin Jiu took a bite of his rice ball, cheeks puffed up. However, given that he was on a mission with Jin, he felt the need to maintain politeness and adhere to a unified team uniform. Ding dong. Yin Jiu paused his chewing, peering over the back of his seat to see two colleagues with stern expressions impatiently shoving aside a small student in front of them. Move aside. Yin Jiu blinked, sensing that today's guardian might not be in the best of moods, and quietly withdrew his gaze. How cute. Jin and Vodka simultaneously spotted Yin Jiu in his rabbit-eared hat. With Jin's forehead twitching in annoyance at the sight of the bothersome child, the two walked past Yin Jiu without a sideways glance, but as they did, he caught Jin's impatient snort. What's with the snorting? Isn't dressed in black? Yin Jiu was baffled by the reaction but remained professional, calling out to the small student who had tried to follow them. Conan. Yin Jiu waved, making room for the child. Jin, still irked, would likely not take kindly to being discovered if he approached now, possibly marking the small student in his memory for future reference. Brother Yin Jiu? What are you doing here? Conan, intending to sneak behind Jin's seat, was taken aback to find Yin Jiu sitting beside him in a rabbit-eared outfit. The small, delicate face hidden under the hood transformed the ominous aura into something playful and adorable. I am here to ride the Shinkansen, Yin Jiu mumbled, stuffing the remainder of his rice ball into his mouth. You see, tickets for flights to America are generally cheaper than train tickets. Hence, I've never ridden a bullet train in America. After swallowing the rice ball, Yin Jiu twisted open a juice bottle for a sip. I heard that Japanese people enjoy eating bento while admiring the scenery on the train. So I specifically bought a ticket for the route passing by Mount Fuji to experience that romantic feeling. Is that so? Conan thought it quite remarkable that someone could sit alone on the Shinkansen to view Mount Fuji. So, didn't he Senior Ran come with you? Yin Jiu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Feeling the need to bring in external assistance to restrict Conan's movements. He was well versed in the plot of this episode, where the so-called bomb was merely a dummy explosive dangerous in appearance but ultimately a bluff. Conan, you're being too disobedient. The figure of Mao Lilan approached from behind, intending to apologize to the passenger seated here. Upon recognizing the individual, she paused in surprise. Xiao Lan, Senior. Yin Jiu beamed, gesturing towards the seat opposite her. Just moments earlier she had wondered why only Conan was visible. My apologies, this child tends to run around and cause you trouble. Mao Lilan took a seat across from her. Glancing at the now empty lunchbox, did you come alone to ride the Shinkansen? Yes, Yin Jiu replied, closing the lid of the bento box. I specifically came to see Mount Fuji. I see. Mao Lilan nodded. But a sense of unease crept in. Yin Jiu likely had no friends in Japan. Mixed-race children often faced exclusion in the mainstream, and Yin Jiu was a year younger than her classmates, compounded by frequent absences from school. Furthermore, she had heard that Yin Jiu's guardian was also quite busy. This line of thought made it understandable that she could only come alone on weekends to ride the Shinkansen to pass the time. Mao Lilan looked at Yin Jiu with a hint of sympathy and extended an invitation. If you're hoping to see Mount Fuji, this side would not be ideal. Why not come over to our side? The view of the mountain should be visible shortly. Sounds good, Yin Jiu replied, blinking her eyes in agreement without hesitation. At that moment, Yin Jiu and Fu Taijia stood up, and Conan dashed away. This child indeed had a penchant for running around. Yin Jiu did not attempt to stop him but followed behind Mao Lilan. Conan, you can't just stick your gum under someone else's seat. Mao Lilan scolded as she removed the gum stuck beneath the chair with a tissue and tossed it into the armrest trash bin. Yin Jiu, trailing behind, couldn't help but ruffle Conan's hair, recalling that many children in America enjoyed such antics. However, Mao Lilan, keeping her gaze fixed on Conan, raised her eyebrows in curiosity. But, in the dead of night, such gum could potentially be removed by some extreme admirer for a second taste. Really? Mao Lilan's eyes widened in horror as she envisioned the scene of her chewed gum being savored anew by an unknown person, sending shivers down her spine. So, please refrain from carelessly sticking gum in public places. Yin Jiu cast a sly smile at Conan, who appeared somewhat stiff, pondering the possibility of an odd individual reliving the experience without one's knowledge. How frightening. The group sat stiffly at the end of the Mao Li family's seats. Upon seeing Yin Jiu and Fu Taijia return to their seats, Conan finally took off his headphones. Finally, I can have a smoke, came Fu Taijia's voice through the earpiece. Oh, there's something in the armrest. It looks like gum. Conan's expression froze. It must have been left behind by the previous passengers. Ignore it. That was Yin Jiu's voice. Listening to the monitoring device being returned to its box, the conversation did not veer into darker territories. Conan exhaled slowly, casting a glance at Yin Jiu, blaming her for the offhand remark about reliving experiences that nearly led him astray. Yin Jiu caught his eye, her expression a mix of amusement and surprise. Thanks to the vampire's acute hearing, the dialogue within the earpiece was crystal clear to her. The two on the other end appeared to relax, engaging in casual banter. Brother Yin Jiu, did Glenfiddich really become involved in this mission? Fu Taijia's peripheral vision drifted towards Yin Jiu's original seat. Are we waiting for him when we disembark? That fellow contacted that man without permission. The higher-ups ordered us to disregard him. Yin Jiu's tone dripped with disdain. That troublesome entity should ideally turn to ashes along with this train. Ashes? Fu Taijia gasped, quickly realizing this was merely Yin Jiu's frustration speaking. Brother, Glenfiddich didn't mean to steal the mission. He had better provide a satisfactory outcome after this. If we have to clean up his mess, it won't end well. Yin Jiu continued, clearly dissatisfied with a mere verbal rebuke. Next time, I'll turn him into fireworks. Fireworks? Conan exclaimed, leaping onto his seat. All eyes shifted towards him, and the conversation on Yin Jiu's side came to an abrupt halt. Cherry blossoms, Conan shouted, pointing outside at a row of trees adorned with white buds. Fool, what cherry blossoms could possibly bloom in this season? Mao Li Xiaowu glanced outside, noting that it was likely a different variety. Ha, ha, ha. Is that so? Conan scratched his head and settled back down. Yin Jiu also glanced out the window, tiredly rubbing her forehead. Thank you. I heard everything. Yin Jiu is quite childish. The train doors opened once more, and this time, Yin Jiu and Fu Taijia stepped out in succession. Conan followed suit. What is that child up to now? Mao Lilan reached out, attempting to pull him back, but once again, she grasped at thin air. Honestly, let us go take a look together, Yin Jiu suggested patiently, brushing off non-existent dust from her knees as she followed. Conan, come back. Mao Lilan watched as she yanked Conan back by the collar of his shirt, hauling the little student back onto the train. Was Conan planning to run off alone? Yin Jiu, trailing behind, offered Conan a lemon candy that if you're bored, you can join me in the cafeteria for some snacks. But if you run off alone, everyone will worry. Honestly, can't this little rascal be as worry-free as Yin Jiu? Upon returning to their seats, Uncle Mali's hand rested on his back, his disdain unmistakable. Perhaps I should take him to the cafeteria for some snacks. Yin Jiu, understanding and considerate, pulled Conan closer, knowing he must be feeling quite bored after such a long journey. But that would be too much trouble for you. Mao Lilan began to refuse. Yet Conan abruptly wrapped his arms around Yin Jiu. That's great, brother Yin Jiu. I'm so bored. Take me to see the snacks. This child, Mao Lilan sighed, feeling helpless at the sight and allowing Yin Jiu to lead Conan towards the cafeteria. You mustn't run off when you're with me, Yin Jiu admonished, holding Conan's hand tightly to prevent him from disappearing in an instant. However, Conan appeared lost in thought, based on the conversation between those two. It seemed they had made a deal with someone on the train before disembarking. The bag likely contained explosives, and now those two black-clad individuals had exited. This meant the explosives could be detonated at any moment. Yet, the number of people carrying black briefcases was numerous, making it impossible to investigate each one in such a short time. Conan scanned his surroundings, noticing yet another group passing by, each holding their own black briefcase. The Japanese truly paid attention to detail. Isn't it fascinating? Yin Jiu remarked in the aisle, that despite being on the same train, they've specifically designated non-smoking and regular compartments. Right, the non-smoking compartment. A flash of realization crossed Conan's mind as he looked up at Yin Jiu. Once again, he had received a hint from this child. Was it mere coincidence? What's wrong? Yin Jiu lowered her gaze to meet Conan's and blinked. How about we sneak up to the second floor for a look? Why the second floor? Conan assumed Yin Jiu had discovered another clue, staring at the boy in shock. How would he know? Because I initially wanted to purchase a seat in the VIP room on the second floor. Yin Jiu said, glancing out the window with longing. Sitting higher allows for a better view. It must be far more beautiful from above than from the first floor. Unfortunately, there were no tickets left when I bought mine. So I could only choose a window seat on the first floor. So, what do you think? Shall we sneak up there and explore? Isn't that inappropriate? The upper level is a VIP room, Conan replied, following Yin Jiu with a sense of disbelief, feeling he was overthinking things. What's the harm in it? Yin Jiu made a shushing gesture. We're both minors, just going up to enjoy the scenery. We might just get scolded. Come on, there's a non-smoking compartment upstairs. It must be different from the regular one. Let's go take a look. Hey. Conan was forcibly pulled along, watching as the rabbit ears on Yin Jiu's outfit bobbed with his running. This child was truly willful. Conan was suddenly struck by the realization that his previous speculations were merely products of his overactive imagination. This doesn't seem quite right, does it? It wasn't until the two of them infiltrated the non-smoking compartment upstairs that Conan began to sense something amiss. It appeared that his status as a minor was not meant to be utilized in this manner. Observing the eager expression of the new junior, Conan couldn't help but feel he was glimpsing the shadow of a future rogue. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, wasn't this an excellent opportunity to investigate the black-clad individuals involved in illicit dealings? Stealthily, he scanned the compartment. Noting that 4 individuals were carrying black briefcases, all of whom seemed suspicious, he would have to eliminate them one by one. Yin Jiu observed Conan's reactions, silently formulating a plan of his own. The mission's target was not deeply entangled with the organization. Even if he failed to be eliminated, he wouldn't divulge any valuable information. His task was to conceal his identity and extract what he needed to verify. Conan served as an excellent shield in this endeavor. At some point, Yin Jiu had released Conan's hand and had moved to the side. Appearing lost in thought as he gazed out at the scenery, Conan, a child adept at seizing opportunities, noticed Yin Jiu's distraction and swiftly darted away. Yin Jiu paid him no mind, remaining in place and waiting patiently. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Conan was yanked back by the collar and tossed out. How am I supposed to take you along like this? Yin Jiu followed him out, his tone laced with exasperation. But it didn't matter. He had observed that this compartment also lacked a view of Mount Fuji. If they exited now, they could glance at the majestic mountain once more from his position on the way out. Mount Fuji. Conan's pupils dilated, and he smacked his forehead, ready to rush back. Wait, where are you going? Yin Jiu caught him this time, shaking his head disapprovingly. You just stirred up a hornet's nest. Going back in there will only earn you scorn. Yin Jiu. No, Yin Jiu. Conan's expression grew serious. Actually, I. Just as Conan was about to say something, the compartment door swung open. A woman in business attire stepped out, glancing at her watch while carrying her briefcase. Yin Jiu, help me out. Conan suddenly realized something, urgency flooding his voice. That older sister is carrying explosives. Really? Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow, feigning skepticism. Truly, please help me. Conan's face was etched with utmost seriousness. Very well, I'll trust you this once. Yin Jiu sighed, adopting a doting demeanor as he ruffled Conan's hair. At that moment, the woman was pulling out her phone, her smile widening. Just as she was about to press a button, a cold, hard object pressed against her lower back. Miss, you look truly lovely. How about you come with me? The chilling breath brushed against her neck, and the boy's voice, still not fully matured, carried a twisted, unsettling quality. The woman froze, instinctively wanting to recoil, but finding the cold object pressing heavier against her side, its sharpness causing her complexion to drain of color. Now's our chance. Conan dashed forward, activating the power booster in his shoes to the maximum, and kicked the briefcase outside. With a soft pop, the empty bomb was sent flying, bursting lightly in midair like a jest. What is this? Conan stood momentarily stunned. Yin Jiu reacted swiftly, releasing the woman and bowing at a 90-degree angle. I apologize. My brother wanted to play detective games, and I truly didn't anticipate his actions would go this far. I'm so sorry. Ultimately, the train was halted, and authorities would subsequently investigate the empty bomb incident. Meanwhile, honestly, Conan, how could you trick little Jiu into playing such a reckless detective game? Ran Muri exclaimed, gripping the collar of a mischievous elementary school student. She then turned to Yin Jiu with an apologetic expression. I truly apologize, little Jiu. I didn't expect Conan to go this far. It's nothing. I agreed to his proposal, Yin Jiu acknowledged, though his eyes radiated innocence. Seeing him speak so earnestly made her believe him. I have my faults as well. No, it's not your fault. This was all Conan's doing. Rand gritted her teeth, resolved to give that elementary student a stern talking to later. Once again, I sincerely apologize. Next time, I promise to treat you well. It's quite all right. Yin Jiu waved dismissively, glancing at his phone. My guardian has arrived. I shall wait over there. We can play together another time. After their farewells, Yin Jiu found the car belonging to Jin, who had been hiding behind a building. Mr. Guardian, I hear you're planning to make me into fireworks. Yin Jiu rested one hand on the car window, smiling brightly at Jin. Humph. Jin slowly drew a handgun from his clothing, pressing it against Yin Jiu's forehead. We'll see if you've produced any results, Grandy. Big brother. Vodka displayed a bewildered expression. How did Grandy know their conversation? Was Big Brother truly serious? There must be results, Yin Jiu remarked, ignoring the gun pressed to his forehead, strolling leisurely to the back to open the car door, his expression grave. However, your choice of words is rather excessive. I believe, Jin, our friendship resembles a leaky sailboat. If you don't remedy it soon, it may just sink. Jin scoffed derisively, placing the gun aside. Why would you think that? I meant to say, if you don't intervene soon, our sailboat may just plunge into a sea of love. Suddenly, Yin Jiu flashed a smile, a glimmer of affection reflected in his wine-red eyes. Vodka's hand trembled, causing the Porsche to swerve in a zigzag. A large exclamation mark appeared on Jin's forehead as he grasped the SG. P220 handgun anil. Don't be so agitated. Yin Jiu observed Jin's intent to raise his weapon again, quickly adopting a serious and resolute demeanor. This is impossible. Our ages are simply incompatible. Jin lit a cigarette, his emerald eyes reflecting the rugged road ahead. Grandy, where shall we dine today? Vodka inquired with an earnest smile, attempting to salvage the awkward atmosphere. Let us go for conveyor belt sushi, Yin Jiu replied, checking his phone. There's a place in Kabuki-cho. We should arrive just in time for a meal. Oh, and I should call Hybra Pharmaceuticals. I can return that experimental subject. He wasn't killed by you. Jin expressed surprise, as he, being the more seasoned member of the organization, usually knew more than Vodka. Moreover, he had personally delivered that subject. Do you see me as such a person? Yin Jiu rolled his eyes. The vampire's nature often led to emotions of excitement and bloodlust upon seeing blood, yet he was not one to lack self-control. The original owner of this body may have indeed engaged in some rather foolish actions, but that was all before the age of 10. Isn't it quite normal for a child to lack self-control? Besides, that was a long time ago. The original owner's behavior has nothing to do with me. That experimental subject was once an organization rat. I thought someone was so eager to hand him over to me with plans to torment him and uncover everyone involved. But if you believe it would be better for him to perish at my hands, shall I take care of it when we pass by the pharmaceutical company? No need. Leave it to Junrake. Jin pondered, realizing that made sense. Grandy's methods were always unique, and asking him might yield unexpected results. That works. Yin Jiu nonchalantly nodded, reclining backward. After descending from the Shinkansen, he had acquired invaluable experience. Indeed, human emotions could be absorbed. Albeit not every emotion. The experimental results did not surprise Yin Jiu. As a vampire of the Dark Realm, he primarily absorbed human fear and hatred. He referred to this absorbable negative energy as emotional value. The types of emotional value were further categorized into emotions directly directed at Yin Jiu and those directed towards others, excluding him. Thus, there were direct and indirect emotions. In simpler terms, the former acted directly upon him and could be efficiently absorbed, while the latter could only be captured indirectly, leading to varying conversion efficiencies. Building upon these conclusions, Yin Jiu established a more detailed hierarchy of energy absorption. Extracting blood from direct emotions, direct emotional contact. Extracting blood from indirect emotions, indirect emotional contact. This indicated that the most beneficial scenario was to feed on blood during the pinnacle of human fear or hatred, akin to a demon that orchestrates calamities for human sustenance. In this detective world, the road ahead was indeed perilous and lengthy. Yin Jiu rested his hand on his forehead, letting out a sigh. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the mission list pulled out by Jin, his eyes lighting up. Was there a mission tonight? Perhaps they would allow him to join. Vodka had not anticipated that things would turn out this way. On the dilapidated rooftop, he held a telescope, observing a bouncing boy dressed as a black rabbit on the street below. His elder brother had indeed brought Gran Fidi. Jin seemed reasonably accepting of this, offering no resistance. After all, more hands meant finishing the task sooner. Chianti, Cohen, lock onto the target, Jin commanded through the earpiece, with Bourbon assigned to the rear exit. This mission entailed both intelligence theft and assassination. The target possessed the identity information of informants within this region's public security. The organization had monitored this informant for 6 months, finally taking action today. As they could not ascertain where the records of the informant's identity were stored. For the organization, these informants were not ordinary. They were directly affiliated with various undercover operatives from other factions, serving as specialized messengers. In other words, possessing this informant list would enable the organization to trace back and eliminate their internal public security infiltrators. For safety reasons, the public security had also heightened the confidentiality level of these informants, opting not to record data on computers, instead using paper documents adorned with official seals and steel stamps. Only 3 copies existed, held by the headquarters of public security, Japan's upper echelons, and the profiling specialist responsible for assessing the informant's loyalty and backgrounds. This mission targeted one such profiler. Hey, Jin, according to the plan, I'm responsible for obtaining the information, right? Bourbon's voice came through the earpiece, tinged with a hint of nonchalance, urging them not to waste time. If they shot now, he could conveniently retrieve the documents. With his arms crossed, Bourbon's face bore a semblance of impatience, though internally he was quite anxious. Profilers typically reported directly to the public security department. After observing informants, they would not engage directly but would instead document data for investigation, subsequently withdrawing from the task. Thus, it was exceedingly difficult to pinpoint them. This time, it was purely coincidental. This profiler appeared to be a novice, bluntly pointing out the informant's easily exposable bad habits upon noticing them. Unfortunately, the informant disregarded this warning, inadvertently exposing his identity, which also brought this profiler into the organization's line of sight. The organization subsequently monitored him for a while. As anticipated by the investigation team, he was indeed a rookie profiler, and they had even acquired the address where the documents might be concealed. Consequently, the impatient Rum promptly issued the mission, and by the time Bourbon received the news, only 2 hours remained until the mission commenced. According to the original plan, Chianti and Cohen were to handle the sniping, Bourbon would retrieve the documents, and Jin and Vodka would be responsible for detonating the explosives, thereby concluding the operation. Jin's nature was exceedingly cautious. He would undoubtedly detonate the explosives the moment Bourbon exited the building. At that point, the documents would reach his hands first, and as long as he tossed some papers into the flames at the moment of the explosion, he could save a portion of the individual's lives. The plan has changed. Jin's cold voice crackled through the earpiece, revealing that Gran Fidi would be responsible for retrieving the documents. understood. Amuro's expression darkened. His premonition had come true, plans modified at the last minute without any notification to him. Was his identity still under suspicion from Rum? Or had the organization discovered something? Amuro discreetly observed the escape routes around him, simultaneously searching for any potential members of the organization. Glenfiddich. A refreshingly new code name. Was he a new recruit, or had he been transferred from another location? Meanwhile, Glenfiddich, the one targeted by fake alcohol, had already dashed around a corner, transforming into a bat the size of a ping-pong ball. Soaring silently through the night sky. Inside the room, the occupants were drowsy, reclining on the bed with 2 pillows piled high beneath their heads, while the television played a rerun of Yoko Kanoya's variety show. Life was rather pleasant. The little bat that Yin Jiu had transformed into perched on the bedside table, glancing at the man who was completely oblivious to his presence, letting out a soft click of his tongue. Then, he grasped the keys on the bedside table with his claws and lunged forward. Clink. The keys clattered to the floor. Alas, he had forgotten that bats could not take off from flat ground. Yawning, Yin Jiu reverted to his human form, using one hand to retrieve the keys from the floor. You. The man jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. Me. What's wrong? Yin Jiu raised his hand, shaking the spoils, revealing a sunny smile typical of a youth. The man's emotional value feedback was swift, instantly adding a small segment to Yin Jiu's experience panel. Who are you? The man was indeed a novice. After a moment of panic, he trembled as he retrieved a handgun from beneath the bed. The pale-faced, handsome youth stood silently beside him, his blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation as he gazed at the French pastries in the display case. Something felt off. As a profiler, the man instinctively sensed that this expression was amiss. A sheen of cold sweat began to accumulate on his brow as he raised the gun, slowly retreating. Yin Jiu, however, bore a broad grin. It was not he who had harmed them. Stepping forward, he placed the gun's muzzle directly against his forehead, declaring, "It was you who inadvertently exposed yourself. That is your fault. What will you do? Hate me? Go ahead and pull the trigger." A wicked smile curled at Yin Jiu's lips. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the dilapidated top-floor apartment. The faces of several organization members outside simultaneously paled. "Brother, what is happening?" Vodka stammered, glancing at Jin, whose face had turned progressively ashen, unsure of what to do. This reckless individual. Jin's expression darkened. Through the telescope, he saw the boy in the black hood stagger slightly. Dark liquid dripping from the brim of his hat. "Brother, Glenfiddich has been injured," Vodka exclaimed in alarm. "I can see that." Jin's face turned a shade of iron as he set down the binoculars and retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Should we initiate a rescue?" Vodka's tone was tinged with urgency. Individuals within the organization who take the initiative are few, and those who can balance work with rest are even rarer. Without Glenfiddich, the elder brother might never have taken him out for French cuisine again. "Oh, you need me to fire?" Kiani also focused on the view through the scope, the crosshairs fixed squarely above the target's head. The information had yet to be extracted in the earpiece. Only Bourbon, who was unable to see the situation upstairs, remained calm, suggesting, "Let me go up and provide support." No, wait a moment. Just as Jin intended to dial, he noticed a shadow flicker within the room. Jin raised the binoculars once more. He observed the youth, appearing unperturbed, as he touched his cheek. Subsequently, the man, who had been holding a gun, abruptly knelt before Yin Jiu. Their height difference now such that Yin Jiu could easily cradle the other's face with his hand. "How much longer do we have to wait?" Kiani held his weapon, witnessing the hooded youth leaning in towards the man's neck, seemingly whispering something. "This fellow has completely obstructed the target's vital area." Kiani impatiently twisted his neck, pondering what exactly Glenfiddich was doing. "Jin, hasn't he effectively sabotaged the operation plan?" Jin, also observing the scene, furrowed his brow at Yin Jiu's actions. After a prolonged moment, Yin Jiu gently straightened up, but the man's face had drained of color as he slowly raised his gun to his temple. Bang! The system detected the item key. The one you seek might be in the countdown position. Yin Jiu stepped back to avoid the splatter of blood and, following the prompt, identified the correct key for unlocking. He then seized the documents and leaped out of the window. Bourbon. Retreat. Jin's emerald eyes fixated on Yin Jiu's descent as he gestured to Vodka to take action. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the members involved in the operation that night were left in disbelief. What on earth did Glenfiddich do? Kiani was baffled, pondering what the target had been told. What transpired afterward? Bourbon, equally perplexed, reflected on his long vigil downstairs without witnessing anyone come or go. How did Glenfiddich enter and exit? Vodka shared in the confusion. At that moment, Yin Jiu sat in the back of the car, accepting the spare towel Vodka handed him, wiping away the blood from his temple. "Glenfiddich, you weren't injured after all." Glenfiddich had never been in great health, yet the higher-ups were particularly concerned for his safety. Head injuries could be serious or trivial. Sometimes, they felt neither painful nor itchy. However, if not treated promptly, they could prove fatal. Vodka, who had not been driving, remained attentive to Yin Jiu's movements, keen to ascertain the location of any injuries. Should it be serious, he would immediately take him to the organization's hospital. Yet, upon seeing Yin Jiu's slightly pale complexion and unscorched hair, he widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Just a minor injury. It had healed long ago. Yin Jiu, glancing at Jin's expression of calm yet astonished curiosity, reassured him. It's just that I haven't recovered this quickly before, but rest assured, despite my appearance, I am quite resilient. Humph. Jin disregarded Yin Jiu's explanation, pulling out his phone to report the misdeeds of the little rascal, stating, I will discuss today's events with the higher-ups, though. Go ahead. Just remember to deposit today's operational attendance fee into my living expenses card. Yin Jiu shrugged nonchalantly and began to rest his eyes in the back seat. He wasn't entirely unhurt. He had merely tilted his head at the last moment, due to the intense emotional upheaval. Yin Jiu's vampire level officially advanced from an inexperienced vampire to a novice vampire. This level of vampire not only granted him a passive skill of vampire charm, but also allowed him to choose one from 4 other traits: vampire strength, mind control, garlic immunity, and the ability to create vampires. Among these, the creation of vampires remained grayed out, rendering it unselectable. Without hesitation, Yin Jiu opted for mind control. Although vampire strength was appealing, it was ultimately a physical attack. And in the world of Conan, characters like Ran Muri, Jin, and Kyugoku Makoto were all adept at physical prowess. Rarity holds value. Yin Jiu believed that while vampire strength was beneficial, it was overly common in this world. And using vampire abilities required emotional energy. Each time to expend emotional energy on an ability that could be learned felt like a significant loss. Simultaneously, upon acquiring a new skill, Yin Jiu had to activate a vampire weakness on his panel to balance his attributes. This game is relentless. In The Sims 4, undead characters possess numerous advantages in certain aspects, yet their weaknesses are glaring and abundant, totaling 11 options. Among them, undead aura and uncontrollable hissing lowered social values, which Yin Jiu promptly eliminated. Next, he dismissed eternal sorrow, insatiable hunger, photophobia, lethargic drinking, thin skin, and bloodlust guilt, as such weaknesses carried substantial side effects and could easily expose Yin Jiu's identity. Thus, the remaining options were only undead sleep, nightmarish sleep, and intestinal atrophy. In this regard, Yin Jiu decisively chose nightmarish sleep. Eating is a necessity, and the sole distinction between undead sleep and nightmarish sleep is that the former requires lying in a coffin, while the latter entails experiencing nightmares during sleep. From a sleep experience perspective, the former is undoubtedly superior. However, the real world is not a game. He must commute outside and cannot realistically sleep in a coffin daily. In the game world, Sims will faint if their sleep requirement drops below a certain threshold. Should he collapse from lack of sleep in a coffin and be discovered, Jin would likely have to retrieve him from the crematorium before he even wakes up. Considering these factors, Yin Jiu ultimately sacrificed sleep quality. The following morning, knock, 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 coming. Yin Jiu donned a khaki bear-themed pajama set and slipped into a pair of bunny slippers as he opened the door. Hello, are you Mr. Yin Jiu? A cheerful golden-haired, dark-skinned young man stood at the door, his right hand casually resting on a stack of documents. That would be me. And you are? Yin Jiu paused briefly, his gaze subtly sweeping over the hand pressed against the door before returning to the young man's face. This person looks familiar. He was the Bourbon who kept watch at the back door last night. Yin Jiu lowered his eyelashes, feigning ignorance of the other's assertive gesture. Instead, he opened a path for Bourbon to see inside. I am your assistant manager, as arranged last week. Amuro Tora did not expect the youth to be so trusting, his brow slightly raised as he pulled out a business card, adding, please call me Amuro Toro. Manager? Tukin? Yin Jiu blinked, pondering for a moment, recalling that there had indeed been such a matter, but he was under the impression that the gentleman he contacted was named Yamagishi Aidada. That was indeed the case initially. Amuro revealed a perfectly appropriate expression of discomfort. However, your request was for flexible working hours, and Mr. Yamagishi is currently occupied with Kuno Yoko, so he may not be able to adjust his schedule. I see. My apologies for the oversight. Thank you for your understanding. Yin Jiu nodded in comprehension, not wanting to make things difficult for this colleague who seemed eager to be part of his life. Please, come in and have a seat, Mr. Manager. Amuro Tora trailed behind Yin Jiu, seizing the opportunity to discreetly survey the layout of the room while the youth fetched some tea leaves. Excellent. It appeared there were no signs of abasement. Amuro's gaze shifted back to Yin Jiu, whose appearance was strikingly handsome, a beauty that transcended age and gender norms. He was far more attractive than any television star, explaining why he could become an international child star at such a tender age. In that brief moment of contact, Amuro could sense an extraordinary charm enveloping Yin Jiu, an allure that was irresistibly captivating. This sensation was something Amuro had never experienced with anyone else. It was a marvel. Were it not for Yin Jiu's lineage, Amuro mused that he might very well favor such a child. On the surface, Yin Jiu's identity was that of a highly controversial British noble heir. Although he moved to America with his mother at the age of 4, his nationality had never been altered. This fact contributed significantly to the mixed opinions about him online. Traditionalists questioned Yin Jiu's heritage, arguing that his upbringing outside of England had severed his sense of belonging to the country. They believed his unchanging nationality was merely a ploy orchestrated by his ambitious mother, Lady Yin Jiu, who was positioning Yin Jiu to one day return to England to inherit the considerable wealth of the earldom. Even more egregiously, Lady Yin Jiu had thrust the young heir into the limelight as a child star, using him as a source of income, which was deemed unbecoming for nobility and an affront to propriety. Conversely, progressives contended that the child was innocent, regardless of adult disputes, when Yin Jiu was born. The Earl and Lady Yin Jiu had already divorced. They argued it was unjust to burden the younger generation with the animosities of their predecessors. Moreover, Lady Yin Jiu, raising her child alone in America without stable employment, had made it all the more difficult for Yin Jiu to shoulder the responsibilities of providing for their household at such a young age. Driven by necessity. In reality, Lady Yin Jiu had remained unmarried and without any romantic rumors for many years, leaving open the possibility that Yin Jiu could indeed be the Earl's biological son. It would be rash to revoke his title based solely on unfounded suspicions, risking the decline of the Stroud family, who had shed blood for the British crown through generations. Amuro Toru had initially paid little heed to the disputes of foreign lands until Yin Jiu set foot in Japan, even enrolling in Titen High School. The public security system immediately took notice, as the death of a foreign noble heir on Japanese soil would inevitably make international headlines. Furthermore, should he so desire, this could open the floodgates for foreign spies to enter under the pretext of investigating the cause of death. Thus, Amuro found himself compelled to take precautions. Firstly, he needed to ascertain the reasons behind Yin Jiu's sudden decision to study in Japan. Secondly, he had to devise a plan to monitor the boy. Not necessarily to uncover anything, but at the very least, to ensure he did not come to harm within Japan. Yin Jiu, however, had a different agenda. As he busied himself with the tea leaves, he secretly sent a message to Akai. "Have you informed Bourbon of my true identity, Gran Fidi?" "No, your true identity is classified information within the organization, Jin." "Then that is indeed peculiar," Yin Jiu remarked, raising an eyebrow, closing his phone. He placed the tea leaves on the small table, then retrieved a jar of honey, continuing to send an email to Akai. "Please adjust Bourbon's information for me, Gran Fidi. Have you encountered him?" "Yes, to confirm a few matters." The information was swiftly sent, but Yin Jiu did not check it immediately. Instead, he cheerfully carried the teapot filled with hot water into the living room. "I apologize for the wait." Yin Jiu arranged the cups on the coffee table, pouring a glass of what appeared to be a low-proof liquor. "I wasn't sure whether you preferred lemon or honey, so I brought both. I favor lemon." "You were too kind." Amuro took a piece of lemon from the plate, casually changing how he referred to Yin Jiu. "Little Jiu, did you come to Japan alone?" "Yes," Yin Jiu replied, nodding obediently. Then, realizing something, he sized up Amuro warily, shifting back slightly. "Wait, well, I am indeed alone now. I do have a guardian. So don't think you can make me sign any strange contracts." "That is certainly not my intention," Amuro chuckled, noting the child's nervousness. It seemed a tad late for Yin Jiu to start being cautious. Clearing his throat, Amuro spoke slowly until Yin Jiu displayed a look of suspicion. "Little Jiu, you should still be a minor. In Japan, the law requires a guardian to be present for any contracts. If your guardian did not accompany you to Japan, signing might pose some complications." "Oh, I see. However, my guardian is abroad, so may I delay signing and first call to confirm?" Yin Jiu's voice dropped, his long eyelashes casting shadows as they lowered. Amuro's gaze wandered, following Yin Jiu's down to the bear-themed slippers he wore. Yin Jiu also glanced down at his slippers, instinctively curling his toes and blushing. "Ahem, I washed the bear slippers yesterday." "No, that is not the point." Amuro instinctively averted his gaze, an alarm sounding faintly in his mind. His intuition warned him that he was not the type to be easily charmed by adorable things. Yet, in just a single morning with Yin Jiu, he had felt inexplicably drawn to him more than once. It was a subtle, intriguing allure. Amuro focused on the steam rising from his teacup, lapsing into silence. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu retrieved his phone, the screen radiating a captivating charm, a passive skill that the holder would not consciously notice. He deftly dialed a series of numbers, then began describing his current situation with rapid-fire precision. In summary, Guardian, please handle this swiftly and do not expose my identity, Gran Fidi. What kind of sparks might fly if Bourbon suddenly discovered that the subject of investigation's guardian was Jin? Yin Jiu mused with anticipation. He had already noticed Amuro's seemingly casual glances and fleeting contemplative expressions, from the way Amuro had held the door without directly attacking him. It was clear that he did not intend to kidnap or extort him. It seemed Amuro was inclined to establish a long-term contract relationship, which Yin Jiu surmised was likely a task related to surveillance. This was indeed intriguing. Throughout his life, due to his identity, Yin Jiu had attracted the attention of various unsavory characters and officials. Aside from a few minor gangs, Japan's more prominent criminal organizations were limited to just a handful. Bourbon, being a cadre within the organization, had a superior, Rum, who would naturally not assign him the task of monitoring Yin Jiu. Thus, if other gangs were excluded, which faction was Amuro Toru infiltrating? This was rather fascinating. What would happen if Jin and Bourbon were to cross paths? However, events did not unfold entirely as Yin Jiu had hoped. Shortly thereafter, a message from Jin arrived. I am unable to make a direct appearance. Pisk will assist later. Jin. It seemed that his guardian remained preoccupied with work. Yin Jiu lowered his head, feeling disheartened by the missed opportunity for a grand spectacle. It's all right. Amuro, sensing the loneliness of being without a trusted elder, seemingly shifted the topic with casual intent. I didn't expect you to be accustomed to drinking hot water. That isn't typical of Japanese customs. It's a habit from my mother, who is from China, Yin Jiu replied, pouring himself a cup of hot tea before continuing leisurely. Drinking cold water isn't good for the stomach. If she were still here, she would surely tell me that. Amuro glanced at Yin Jiu, whose youthful face betrayed no sorrow, only a hint of innocence peering through the long eyelashes at the corners of his eyes. He recalled a passage from the information he had read, noting that Yin Jiu's mother had gone missing, leading to a significant decline in his academic performance and a drastic change in his temperament, nearly resulting in a downward spiral. It was only after being readopted and undergoing 2 years of guidance that he gradually found his footing again. Amuro Toru could not fathom the feelings associated with losing a mother at the tender age of 10. Yet he understands that the most painful experience is not the absence of something he has never possessed, but the agony of losing what he once had. This child was born to shine. The spotlight has never strayed from him, yet Lady Luck seems to have withheld her favor. Amuro Toru feels a twinge of guilt for prying into the wounds of a still tender child. The complexity of the child's gaze deepens, and yet the words he wishes to express remain lodged within him. Yin Jiu is indifferent to Amuro's unspoken thoughts. This newcomer, despite his loyalty being uncertain, can at least help him earn money and procure meals, thus contributing to the organization's endeavors. Yin Jiu scoops 2 spoonfuls of honey into his tea, stirs it, and grimaces upon tasting it. How sweet. I must have bought a large spoon. He adds a bit more tea to his cup before turning to Amuro. Would you like another cup? No. Thank you for your hospitality, Amuro replies, setting down his teacup. It is already lunchtime. If little Jiu has no other engagements, how about I prepare lunch today? Is that acceptable? Shouldn't Tia be the artist inviting the agent to a meal? Yin Jiu's expression is one of confusion. That's not how it works. The result of his volunteering to cook is that when Amuro opens the refrigerator, he finds it utterly bare. The two are left with no choice but to venture out to purchase ingredients. It is quite remarkable that Yin Jiu has managed to survive alone in Japan for so long. For the first time, Amuro clearly realizes how irresponsible it is to leave an underage child to fend for themselves in a foreign land. Upon learning that Yin Jiu, unable to adapt to Japanese cuisine, survives on bread day after day, Amuro feels a surge of anger towards the guardian who has left Yin Jiu alone in Japan. Whereas all your earnings over the years gone, surely hiring a nanny skilled in Western or Chinese cuisine wouldn't be too difficult, with a large bag of ingredients in hand. Amuro's mind races with countless scenarios of guardians exploiting child stars for profit, neglecting their basic needs, and subjecting them to various forms of abuse. At the same time, he begins to grasp why Yin Jiu has chosen to sign with the entertainment industry to earn money even after coming to Japan. Damn those parasitic guardians. They are all adults. Yet why do they always think of using children as cash cows? Amuro silently sympathizes with Yin Jiu when suddenly, a group of children collides with them. Ouch! Keigaro, are you alright? Keigaro, Yin Jiu. Conan also rushes over to check on his friend, only to suddenly feel a large shadow looming over him. He looks up to see a familiar face. Ghost. The others, Jinta and Ayumi, immediately halt in their tracks, helping Keigaro up before retreating hastily. The ghost is here. Foolishness. How could there be a ghost? Conan can't help but shout back, only to see his friends fleeing in fear. Resigned, he turns to Yin Jiu. What brings you here? My agent, and I came to buy ingredients, Yin Jiu replies, gesturing towards the bag Amuro is holding while glancing at the retreating children. What are you all up to? We re-treasure hunting. Conan hands a note to Yin Jiu, believing him to be exceptionally observant. If he can decipher this riddle. Oro. Isnt, that Italian for gold. Yin Jiu quickly recognizes the note's language. Is this a riddle from Mr. Muri? It seems quite suitable for children, doesn't it? Why do you say that? Conan's eyes light up, sensing a lead. Yet Yin Jiu shakes his finger. If I simply tell you the answer, the treasure hunt would lose its charm. All right, we should return to cooking now, Yin Jiu says as he pats Conan's head, then turns to the other elementary school students who are still keeping their distance. However, Yin Jiu can distinctly sense that their experience points are dwindling. It seems that fear diminishes over time. With Bourbon by his side, Yin Jiu does not wish his goals to align too closely with those of the suspected official personnel, at least not yet. Thus, he concocts an excuse and pulls Amuro away. Once they arrive home, it is only when the oil begins to sizzle that Amuro turns to Yin Jiu. Were those children you knew? Yes. Conan is the younger brother of Muri-senpai. Yin Jiu nods, discreetly popping a piece of dried radish into his mouth, wrinkling his face at the sourness. Stop stealing the side dishes. Amuro turns away in exasperation, then casually inquires, it seems the other children were quite afraid of you. You mean them? Yin Jiu puts down his chopsticks, recalling, they once explored the villa next door and got trapped inside. I called the police. They probably got scolded severely by their parents, so they remember me well. Yin Jiu's tone is somewhat uncertain. However, Amuro quickly recalls the morning news. That was the villa next door, the parasite case. Yes, that's the one. Yin Jiu reclines against the back of his chair. If I hadn't seen the neighbor lady carrying a child out that night and immediately called the police, who knows what they would have faced. That sounds quite dangerous. Amuro gathers the gist of the story and feels that Yin Jiu handled the situation commendably. He serves the prepared dishes on the table, sprinkling sesame and seaweed into his bowl and sitting beside Yin Jiu. But from what you've said, those children are indeed quite mischievous. Yes, it might do them good to learn a lesson. Yin Jiu promptly picks up a slice of beef with his chopsticks and pops it into his mouth. However, Muri-san is indeed a meticulous and gentle detective. He has devised such riddles for them. Huh. Amuro also takes a piece of meat and places it on his rice. You must have grown up in Japan, Mr. Amuro, Yin Jiu suddenly states. Why do you think so? Amuro puts down his chopsticks. Puzzled, as even his records within the organization state he was born in America and trafficked to Japan at the age of 7. Yet why could this child discern his upbringing in Japan at first glance? Because of the different levels of familiarity with the Japanese language. Yin Jiu adds a piece of green onion to his rice, just as I was born in England, even though my mother predominantly spoke Chinese to me. My sensitivity to Chinese remains less than that of English. It is for this reason that some concepts that native Chinese speakers may not connect with can easily be associated in my mind. Mr. Muri likely capitalized on this, presenting them with a riddle that only children and foreigners could comprehend. Only children and foreigners could understand. Amuro's interest is piqued, and he sets his meal aside. Grabbing a piece of paper to sit next to Yin Jiu, Yin Jiu simply digs into his food, watching as Amuro reconstructs the shapes from Conan's note. Look, it's right here. Yin Jiu's mouth moves incessantly as he points to the position of the moon with his free hand. The street Conan was just on must be called Tsukimi Street. However, for children and foreigners who are not well versed in characters, this pattern would not be associated with a street. The only connection would be to nighttime. Once the prerequisite condition is guessed incorrectly, subsequent efforts would be in vain. Wouldn't a mischievous smile dances on Yin Jiu's lips. I suspect Conan is simply too clever for his own good. Which is why the uncle devised a riddle only other children could grasp, encouraging them. That is why I say he is a gentle person. No, it may not be as you think. As Amuro listens to Yin Jiu. He scrolls through his phone to find the news headline, Italian robbery gang moves to Japan, his expression darkening. If what you say is true, and the children are treasure hunting, they likely wouldn't have resorted to using a rare Italian word like oro right off the bat. For someone like you, who grew up in Europe, There were likely many opportunities to encounter such terms. However, most Japanese children do not deliberately study languages other than English. They exchange glances, rising from their seats. Call the police. After dialing the emergency number, Amuro drives off alone to the scene, while Yin Jiu, as a minor, is ordered to stay home. Yin Jiu has no objections to this. He leisurely pulls up the Bourbon information sent by Jin that morning. This document is extremely detailed, outlining all of Amuro's part-time jobs since dropping out of school. However, there is a blank section pertaining to a time frame from 5 years ago, recently. He has applied to the organization to investigate the heir to the British title. Yin Jiu, however, has always harbored suspicions about Bourbon. So more sensitive information will not be disclosed to him for the time being. It appears that not only he harbors doubts regarding the conclusion pinned by Jin at the end of the document. Yin Jiu's fingers lightly trace the text, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Regrettably, he could not recall the identity of the individual codenamed Bourbon from the memories of his previous life. What should I do? The light in Yin Jiu's eyes flickered ambiguously as he touched the codename Bourbon on the screen, redirecting his gaze to the morning news on his phone about the robbery in Italy. The opportunity has been presented to you, Bourbon. You must seize it. Indeed, he had long since remembered the events of today, yet he deliberately steered the conversation in this direction. The fact that Bourbon sought him out at this juncture, despite already being backed up within the organization, was nothing short of coincidental. According to the organization's records, Bourbon was a workaholic, yet he still maintained a stable facade as a detective at the Amuro agency. This facade provided a plausible justification for all his laborious endeavors. Ironically, it was precisely because of this that Bourbon should not have fixated on him. To the organization, his identity held no value. Primarily, he was a minor, and any potential inheritance was tied to financial and noble standings. To provoke him would necessitate circumventing the official channels of the British government, potentially leading to a direct confrontation with the nation, which would be exceedingly unwise. Furthermore, publicly, he was merely in Japan for his studies. For a minor like him, who might one day be exploitable, the organization would likely prefer to monitor him before attempting to recruit him. Would Bourbon, without such a directive from the organization, actively seek to unearth potential rivals within his ranks? Clearly not. What prompted Bourbon's sudden desire to investigate him? Yin Jiu remained skeptical. The most plausible suspect for heightened scrutiny in the mere month since his arrival in Japan was still the Japanese authorities. Thus, Yin Jiu devised a trap for Bourbon to walk into. The organization was in dire need of funds. If this were a bottle of pure liquor, Yin Jiu believed that this treasure would undoubtedly not fall into the hands of the police. Do not disappoint me, Bourbon. Ultimately, the gold ended up in the organization's coffers. It was not that Amuro was unwilling to hand over the money to the Public Security Bureau, but rather that the organization was currently embroiled in tumultuous times. Amuro was also uncertain about how much of his actions were under the organization's surveillance. The last mission had seen an abrupt change in plans without any prior notice, and the newly joined Gran Fidi had instilled a sense of crisis within him. Amuro worried that even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, jeopardizing years of effort. Therefore, he refrained from taking risks, opting instead for self-preservation. It seemed Bourbon had made the right choice. Yin Jiu ended the call with Jin and marked a tick on the contract signed with his agent. Regardless, Bourbon's suspicion could be set aside for the time being. Continuing to observe him closely was indeed a wise idea. Yin Jiu now harbored considerable patience for this new target. Simultaneously, another matter arose. Pisk had recently returned from Spain, coincidentally receiving the task of part-time care for Yin Jiu from that gentleman. Thus, this old fellow was particularly eager to meet Yin Jiu. Really, couldn't he just be a good tool? Yin Jiu glanced at the newly received email and promptly clicked delete. The organization had not disclosed his identity directly. Pisk likely misunderstood something. A smirk curled on Yin Jiu's lips as he pulled out a green notebook from the drawer and scribbled a few notes. Acknowledging Pisk's diligent approach to his tasks. Are you organizing your notes? Amuro entered just then, carrying a food box, not finding it peculiar to see Yin Jiu writing in his notebook. He noted that although this child often missed school due to health issues, he was extraordinarily dedicated to his studies. Amuro had witnessed more than once how Yin Jiu diligently sat at his desk, searching for study materials to learn independently. He was truly a budding flower of the nation. Entirely different from the delinquent youths Amuro had encountered within the organization. It's a diary, Yin Jiu replied, closing the notebook and carefully placing it back in the drawer, shifting the topic. By the way, what delicacies did you bring today, Toru? Since that day, Bourbon had seemingly integrated himself into Yin Jiu's life. In stark contrast to Jin's frugality. Bourbon was far more willing to lavishly spend on high-end ingredients and delighted in experimenting with various dishes. For instance, before Yin Jiu now lay a mooncake adorned with flowers. I heard that Chinese people typically eat mooncakes in August. I am eager to try this dessert. Amuro Tura merely glanced at the location of the diary, then casually smiled as he handed Yin Jiu a tissue and poured a cup of tea. By the way, I secured a modeling gig for you. You don't mind, do you? That sounds good. I don't mind. Yin Jiu took a bite of the mooncake, closing his eyes in delight, feeling that since Amuro Turu's arrival, life had become vibrant and colorful. At least he had something to occupy himself with. Both were kings of competition, yet Jin lacked the ability to inspire those around him to join in the fray like Amuro Tura did. However, Yin Jiu sighed deeply. Certainly, the king of competition was indeed competitive. But this fellow was no less extravagant in his expenditures. Yin Jiu sometimes questioned whether Amuro Tura juggled multiple jobs solely because the organization's remuneration was insufficient for his lifestyle. Observing the plethora of ingredients that filled the table within a mere morning, Yin Jiu helplessly remarked, Toru, there's no need to prepare so much. I'll be going out with Ran and the others this afternoon and might not return until the following night. It's no trouble at all, Amuro Tura replied, opening the refrigerator and replenishing some ingredients on the table's edge. These can stay here. Next time you come, you won't need to buy more. Through these days of interaction, Amuro Tura had completely regarded Yin Jiu as a younger brother. This brother, though obedient, adorable, and disciplined, had a frail constitution and was particularly inept at taking care of himself. Amuro Tura had investigated at Titan High School and found that Yin Jiu frequently took leave. Yet, his assignments were never neglected. Even when absent from class, he would timely fax his homework to the teacher's office. This meant that the diligent self-study and homework he observed were indeed a true reflection of Yin Jiu's daily life. It was truly. Amuro Tura bore a complex expression, unsure how to articulate it. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu opened another drawer, organizing the neatly stacked printer paper inside. Excellent. He had already exceeded his homework quota for the coming days and could enjoy some leisure. Little Jiu is quite diligent today. The future flower's eagerness to absorb knowledge was commendable, especially coupled with the neatly arranged homework papers that resembled those freshly unpacked from a packaging bag. It sounded ordinary, yet in reality, it evoked a sense of awe. At least when his subordinates reported to him, they had never arranged documents so meticulously. Amuro Tura measured with his hand, hesitant to disturb the well-cared-for stack of homework papers. Yin Jiu's habits would surely endear him to a typical family. It turned out that such exemplary children truly existed. Watching Yin Jiu depart, Amuro Tura lowered his gaze to the disarray of ingredients on his own side of the table, contrasting sharply with the pristine surface left by Yin Jiu after clearing away the books. He felt like a mere glutton, fixated solely on the pursuit of food and drink. Amuro Tura removed his gloves and dialed a number on his phone. No, he too must strive to excel. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiu, Amuro Tura had his own plans. As the sun began to set, he finally spotted Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko. Long time no see. Little Jiu. Yin Jiu, holding a large umbrella, stood out conspicuously by the roadside. Suzuki Sonoko eagerly approached, only to pause, murmuring to herself, "Is it just my imagination? Little Jiu seems to have become even more handsome. Is that so?" "Thank you for the compliment," Yin Jiu replied nonchalantly. "Did I say that out loud?" Suzuki Sonoko's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing as she saw Muri Ran and Conan nodding in agreement. "It's all right. You're not the only one who has said that about me." A smile graced Yin Jiu's face, recalling how the assistant of his guardian had also praised him recently. Really? With Yin Jiu's affirmation, Suzuki Sonoko felt less embarrassed, yet she couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Hey, little Jiu, it seems like you have a good relationship with your guardian. Why have we never met him?" "Oh, he is always busy." Yin Jiu pondered over Jin's situation and sighed. "My guardian is at that company. Many of the employees below are slacking off. Although my guardian, Mr. Yin, is managing them, he lacks the authority to dismiss anyone. Consequently, much of the company's performance relies solely on Mr. Yin's efforts. Is this truly excessive?" Suzuki Sonoko widened her eyes, imagining the predicament of the guardian Yin had described. "It sounds as if your guardian holds a high position within the company. But what's wrong?" Yin Jiu blinked, gazing at Sonoko with a look of confusion. Meanwhile, Muri Ran and Conan began to discern the underlying implications. "This seems to be workplace bullying. How outrageous." Conan couldn't help but interject. "Brother Yin, does your guardian have a poor relationship with other colleagues? Or is he perhaps rather introverted?" Well, Yin Jiu pondered seriously for a moment. His relationship with his assistant was actually quite good. Despite often wearing a stern expression, he would always answer the phone when called and would promptly come to assist when needed. With just a few of Yin Jiu's descriptions, an image of a seemingly cold yet warm-hearted and kind-hearted corporate worker emerged vividly in Muri Rand's mind. That it sounds as if he is someone who, beneath a facade of indifference, possesses a gentle nature. Muri Rand couldn't help but furrow her brow. She didn't quite understand the complexities of workplace dynamics. Yet, she was aware that such a persona, often perceived as aloof, could easily become a target for bullying, causing her to feel a twinge of melancholy. Don't show such an expression. It shouldn't be that severe, yet that I still have great faith in Mr. Yin Jiu found it hard to imagine Jin being subjected to workplace bullying. He felt that his friend's misunderstanding was quite profound and decisively shifted the topic. So, where exactly is our gathering headed? The three, seeing that Yin Jiu was reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, though they had much more to say, tactfully switched the subject of conversation. So this is actually a gathering organized by Sister Ayako's club? Yin Jiu followed behind the two, his wine-red eyes scanning the surroundings. However, meeting in such a remote forest, isn't it quite easy to get lost without any signposts? Not at all. We're almost there. Suzuki Sanoko's gaze subtly flickered toward Yin Jiu's face before she pointed to a villa at the other end of the suspension bridge. Look, we've almost arrived. Wow, we've arrived so quickly. Muri Rand had been chatting with Yin Jiu all along, feeling as if time had flown by. She glanced at the suspension bridge. Is there someone ahead? It could be someone heading to the villa. Yin Jiu blinked and looked inquiringly at Suzuki Sonoko. Is it someone your sister invited? I'm not quite sure. Sonoko tilted her head, also a bit puzzled. How about we go up and say hello? As they chatted, the group quickened their pace. Just at that moment when the man in the black robe suddenly turned his head, it was a face wrapped in bandages, with dark pupils peering out from the gaps. Staring intently at them, Yin Jiu and the others abruptly halted in their tracks. The bandaged man. Muri Rand's voice trembled, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, gripping the ropes of the suspension bridge. A flicker of emotion surged within Yin Jiu as he brightened and rushed to Muri Rand's side, pulling her back. Don't hold onto the ropes of the bridge. They may not be secure in places like this. Ah, thank you. Muri Rand regained her composure, realizing that the strange figure had already vanished without a trace. It's fine. Perhaps that person was just passing by. Didn't do anything to us. Did he? Yin Jiu reassured the group while subtly siphoning off some emotional energy. Upon opening the door to the villa, Suzuki Sonoko immediately urged, Sister's friends should already be here. You all go ahead and drop off your luggage. The rooms are on the 2nd floor. I'll go inform my sister about the bandaged man. Sonoko hurriedly left, while Yin Jiu, Muri Rand, and Conan ascended together. Is Conan staying in the same room as me tonight? Yin Jiu glanced down at Conan, who was lost in thought while gazing out the window. Upon hearing Yin Jiu's question, Conan instinctively replied, I don't want to. I want to stay with Sister Rand. That one do. Before Yin Jiu could respond, Muri Rand bent down, looking earnestly at Conan. Conan, you're already a big boy who can remember things. You can't always share a room with girls. Besides, we had arranged the rooming situation beforehand. There are only 2 vacant rooms. You will stay with Yin Jiu, and I will share a room with Sonoko. But Conan wanted to protest further, but was gently patted on the shoulder by Yin Jiu. It's all right. The 2nd floor appears to have a series of rooms, so we should be quite close. If needed, we can always visit each other. Yin Jiu glanced at the nearly adjacent room doors. Offering reassurance. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and attempted to twist the doorknob. But Sonoko didn't even mention which room we're in. Click. The detection system registered the item room door. There's likely someone inside. Upon opening the door, a stout-faced man turned his back to Yin Jiu, tugging down his shirt. I'm so sorry. Yin Jiu blinked in confusion, with the elevation of his vampire status. He felt as though his body had become more agile. Maintaining his composure, he closed the door and stood outside to explain, I sincerely apologize. I thought the door would be locked if someone were inside. It's fine. A muffled response drifted from inside. Presumably, they were all male, so it wasn't a big issue. Yin Jiu made no further delay and turned to another room. Hey, could you refrain from opening doors at random? Conan followed closely behind Yin Jiu, observing as he reached for yet another door. What if you had opened a girl's room? That would have been seen as inappropriate. Can't this guy be a bit more reliable? Ignoring Conan's reminder, Yin Jiu continued to explore various room doors, and before long, he successfully located his own room. He also pointed to another room, indicating that it likely belonged to Sister Ran and her friends. How did you manage that? Conan entered the room, watching as Yin Jiu carelessly tossed his luggage onto the floor and sat on the other bed. Having followed Yin Jiu closely, Conan noticed that apart from the first room, Yin Jiu had merely brushed against each door, yet he effortlessly found the right one. While Yin Jiu also sat on the bed, took out his phone to send Jin his real-time location, then stretched his arms and lay back. Guess? Conan shook his head, uninterested in playing along. Yin Jiu seemed to regard him solely as a child, and it was clear that no matter what Conan guessed, he would ultimately be brushed off. Feeling disheartened, Conan then noticed Yin Jiu's flip phone and curiously leaned closer. Your phone looks rather different from the ones available on the market. Is it the latest model? Conan strategically offered a compliment, and upon seeing Yin Jiu's expression of "you have a discerning eye," he inched closer. Who are you messaging? I'm just letting my guardian know I'm safe. This time, Yin Jiu didn't brush Conan off. In fact, he reached out to affectionately ruffle Conan's hair. Conan pondered thoughtfully, as he seemed to be gradually finding a way to communicate with Yin Jiu. He then heard Yin Jiu's voice beside him. Don't you have a phone? If it's because you're too young for them to give you such an expensive item, I could secretly gift you one. Keeping it from Sister Ran, that won't be necessary. I do have a phone. Conan was surprised by Yin Jiu's sudden generosity, instinctively reaching into his chest pocket. Then how come I've never seen you report your safety to your parents? Yin Jiu followed Conan's lead, his gaze tracking Conan's movements as he silently noted the location. He feigned concern, propping his head on his hand. Is it that you don't have a good relationship with them? Does Sister Ran know? Well, it's because Conan felt the sudden intensity of Yin Jiu's gaze causing him to break into a cold sweat. Because my parents are abroad, and it's quite inconvenient to make calls. Is that so? Yin Jiu, being a foreign user, was clearly skeptical of this explanation. Conan also felt it was a bit flimsy, clearing his throat and adding, my parents are very busy with work. They said that if it's not something very important, I should contact Professor Agasa instead of calling them directly. That's quite unfortunate. Yin Jiu's gaze turned sympathetic, pondering for a moment. It's no wonder you're staying at the Murray residence. An elderly gentleman taking care of a child certainly has many areas where he can't provide adequate attention. Having said that, Yin Jiu let out a long sigh, adopting a tone reminiscent of someone with experience. It must feel quite insecure when your parents aren't around. However, one cannot constantly cling to high school girls. What if Mr. Murray decides he no longer wishes to care for you? You may find yourself sent back to Dr. Agasa. What does it mean to not want to care for someone? Conan felt that Yin Jiu's statement was entirely misguided, but upon further reflection, he found it somewhat understandable. Yin Jiu was entirely unaware that he was Kudo Shinichi, and his comments may stem from his own subjective experiences. Conan knew that when Yin Jiu was around 10 years old, his only remaining family member, his mother, had vanished, leaving him to struggle alone in America. Subsequent guardians treated him merely as a means of profit, constantly shuffling him around due to the sensitivity of his international status. If Yin Jiu spoke to him in such a manner, perhaps in his eyes, he was merely being rejected by Dr. Agasa and subsequently sent to the Murray household. Now, he was merely reminding him that if he truly cared for Murray Ran, he could not disrupt her normal social life. Otherwise, he might be sent away again. Yin Jiu, could it be that you are worried about being cast out to roam the streets, little brat? Yin Jiu pressed his hand firmly against Conan's forehead, tousling his hair into a disarray before relenting. You've been staying at Murray Senpai's home for quite some time. Given such a prolonged situation with foster parents residing abroad, I suspect your parents paid a fee when they placed you with Dr. Agasa. Yet, that very Dr. Agasa silently sent you off to the Murray family, perhaps pocketing quite a bit in the process. At this rate, Murray Kagoro's income isn't substantial, and sooner or later, you'll have to be returned. If that doctor still doesn't want you back, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, you have a mobile phone. Reach out to your parents, and you can gather evidence to sue that doctor. If you wish to reside in the Murray detective's home for the long term, I believe you could discuss with your parents about directly paying the support fees to the Murray family, avoiding that wicked doctor profiting from the middleman. Hey, you've misunderstood. Conan's mouth twitched as he observed the increasingly absurd expressions on Yin Jiu's face, realizing the child's paranoia was rather severe. Dr. Agasa was a genuinely good person and would not engage in such behavior. Really? Yin Jiu's expression clearly reflected skepticism towards the judgment of a 7-year-old. Indeed, that I will take you to meet Dr. Agasa next time, and you will see for yourself he is truly a remarkably kind-hearted inventor. Conan was confident in his neighbor-esque character, patting his chest in assurance, noticing that Yin Jiu's demeanor had visibly softened. He realized it was growing late. Conan had no desire to remain in the room, listening to someone elaborate on the rules of being a guest in someone else's home, so he hastily concocted an excuse and dashed towards the direction of Marie Ran. He did not notice that Yin Jiu had once again picked up his phone, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. I have discovered an intriguing inventor and will be visiting soon. If possible, please delegate the communication to me, Gran Fidi. This message was not sent to Jin, but rather to that particular individual. After all, he was someone who relied on the organization for survival in this world, which would likely be fraught with bloodshed and sin. Thus, considerations for the organization's future were paramount. After a moment's thought, he picked up his phone again and typed a line to Jin. Transfer my current safe house to Pisk. And keep my codename identity, Gran Fidi, confidential for now. Meanwhile, at the other end, Jin and Vodka were seated at a bar on the street when Vodka suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Glancing outside at the bright, sunny day, he wondered if it was Gran Fidi. Upon reading the message on the screen, Jin let out a cold snort. It was him. Just a couple of days ago, he had informed me that he would be going out for a gathering with classmates. A classmate gathering? Vodka expressed surprise, unable to believe that Gran Fidi had actually made friends outside the organization. Unlike Jin, who was of mixed heritage and had grown up within the organization, Vodka was evidently more attuned to the prevalent atmosphere of bullying in Japanese schools. He initially thought that someone like Yin Jiu, who was both mixed race and exceptionally attractive, would quickly be isolated given that he was a year younger than his classmates. Yet, according to the information from Jin, it seemed he was managing quite well. Don't be so surprised. After all, Gran Fidi is that person's child. Jin cast a sidelong glance at Vodka before slipping his phone back into his trench coat. That person? Which one? Vodka's eyes widened as he slowly began to comprehend the implication, shaking his head in denial. How could it be that person? Vodka swiftly retrieved a certain encrypted document from his phone. McAllen. Recognizing the codename in the notes, Vodka gasped sharply as a face, strikingly similar to Yin Jiu's yet more delicate, appeared on the screen, smiling brightly yet sending chills down his spine. Jin, however, kept his head bowed, the brim of his hat obscuring much of his expression. Humph! He let out a cold laugh, extinguishing his cigarette and his unfinished drink. Let us go. Why are you the only ones here? Where's Yin Jiu? Suzuki Sonoko, sitting at the table, glanced around, noticing Conan, who was eagerly eyeing the cookies. Conan, isn't little Jiu with you? Oh, he should still be in his room. Conan could hardly muster the energy to look at Sonoko, who always seemed unable to tear her gaze away from handsome boys. Yin Jiu was indeed quite handsome, but their age difference felt a bit too pronounced. Are you talking about me? Just then, Yin Jiu descended the stairs, his slightly damp, wavy bangs falling over his forehead in an unadorned manner, yet he looked like a work of art. The group momentarily fell into a daze. Suzuki Ayako was the first to snap back to reality. Oh, you must be the new star student who just transferred to Titan High that Sonoko was talking about. I can't believe you look so striking in person. No wonder Sonoko can't stop thinking about you. Sister, Sonoko's face flushed crimson as she shouted, I'm certainly not a star. Yin Jiu smiled lightly, explaining that he had merely had a fleeting interest in acting as a child, encouraged by his mother to enter the entertainment industry. I see. That's quite impressive. With Ayako leading the conversation, the others joined in. One square-faced boy with a center parting eagerly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Kakutani Hiroki, currently an editor for a film magazine. I heard you were planning to develop your career in the Japanese entertainment industry. Perhaps we might collaborate in the future. Has news of my arrival in Japan spread already? Yin Jiu feigned ignorance, widening his eyes. Yes, although no reporters may have contacted you yet. Word of your interest in signing with an entertainment company has circulated in the industry recently. Kakutani Hiroki handed over his business card. Given your renown abroad, it won't be long before someone reaches out to you. If possible, I hope we can collaborate in the future. I'm sure we will. Yin Jiu graciously accepted the business card, making a vague promise. Considering Sonoko Senpai's recommendation, I will prioritize you, Kakutani-kun. While the two engaged in pleasant conversation, another man wearing a headscarf approached and interjected. Hey, Kakutani, it's currently a club gathering. Let us not make it too businesslike. He then turned to Yin Jiu. You must be Yin Jiu, right? Quite the looker. I'm Oda Masaru. I used to play the leading role in this club, and I believe we'll have plenty to discuss. He gestured towards a stylish woman with short hair adorned with gemstone earrings sitting next to Suzuki Ayako. This is Ikeda Chikako, a well-known screenwriter. Have you seen Aoi no Kuni? That was her script from university. So that was Ms. Ikeda's university work? When I watched that play, I thought it was written by someone seasoned with a deft pen. Yin Jiu praised without hesitation, but suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere beside him. A smirk crept onto his lips as his gaze slightly shifted. He spotted a rather plump man wearing glasses standing nearby, and instantly recognized him as the individual who had mistakenly opened the wrong door earlier. You are, from earlier? Yin Jiu stepped closer, wanting to engage further, but the man withdrew his emotions, becoming rather reserved. Hello, I am Takahashi Ryoichi, previously responsible for props in the club to a prop master. I see. Yin Jiu nodded. The conversation among the group shifted rapidly, reminiscing about university days. If Atsuko hadn't encountered that incident, she would have surely come. Suzuki Ayako lowered her head, oblivious to the sudden chill that enveloped the room. Bang! Enough! Ikeda Chikako slammed her hand on the table, irked by the mention of Atsuko. Everyone had taken precious time out of their busy schedules to be here. It was simply disheartening to bring up the deceased. Truly, she was a celebrity. Her demeanor had changed so markedly. Uda Masaru let out a derisive snort. His face twisted in mockery. Wasn't your relationship with Atsuko rather close? Could her death somehow be linked to you? Are you feeling guilty? Ikeda Chikako's expression shifted rapidly, and she abruptly stood up, making for the exit. Chikako. Suzuki Ayako also rose to her feet, but Ikeda moved too swiftly, and the door to the villa slammed shut before she could intervene. I'll follow her. Kakutani Hiroki, taken aback by Ikeda's sudden departure, glanced at the overcast sky, grabbed an umbrella, and hurried after her. What's going on? Muri ran, and the others were somewhat bewildered. Yet, Yin Jiu appeared contemplative. Sensing an unusual intensity in the emotional atmosphere that had just surged, it felt like a blend of hatred and a peculiar fear. Why the fear? What's wrong? Yin Jiu. Conan had been keenly observing everyone's expressions and paused upon noticing Yin Jiu's demeanor. Had this junior discovered something anew? You should call him brother. Yin Jiu gently rubbed Conan's forehead. I just find Ikeda's sensitivity regarding Atsuko's topic rather peculiar. If they were once close friends, regardless of the circumstances surrounding her passing, one wouldn't typically express such discontent upon hearing the news. Is it truly so? Conan found it hard to believe, but unexpectedly caught sight of Suzuki Sonoko leaning over to whisper to Ran, subtly gesturing towards Uda Masaru. Ran, what do you think of him? Sonoko lowered her voice. I find him to be quite my type. This meddlesome girl. Conan's expression darkened, and just as he was about to retort, he heard Sonoko continue. By the way, where's Shinichi? It's such a pity he didn't come along. Who would want to come with him? If he were here, I would surely give him a proper scolding. Muri ran, flustered and angry, mimicked a punching motion. Conan halted in his tracks. Yin Jiu, however, couldn't suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? Conan turned to her, and Yin Jiu shrugged. I'm amused by that senior Shinichi. With such a lovely girlfriend, he doesn't fear being whisked away by someone else. Who says she is a girlfriend? Conan's face flushed slightly, but Yin Jiu patted his shoulder. You see, isn't a rival already appearing? Conan turned around to see Uda Masaru, inexplicably drawn by the voices of Ran and Sonoko, approaching them. I don't know if you'd like to take a stroll with me. Uda leaned against the wall beside Muri Ran. One hand propped up, wall slam. Sonoko's expression froze, and Ran, taken aback by the sudden advance, stumbled back against the wall. But it's raining outside. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and Ran could only awkwardly decline with a forced smile. Strolling in the rain can be quite poetic. Uda was relentless, even extending his other hand, seemingly intent on seizing Ran's wrist. That's enough, big brother. Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow, stepping in before Conan could become furious. The chillingly pale hand lightly brushed against the back of Uda's hand, imparting an inexplicable, terrifying sensation. Uda instinctively recoiled, retreating a couple of paces. Sonoko quickly reacted, positioning herself in front of Ran. What are you staring at? Our Ran is already taken. Taken? Muri Ran's face flushed crimson. Uda let out a dismissive sound and exited the room. Pretty boy. As the door was about to close, Uda seemed unsatisfied, spitting contemptuously at Yin Jiu before slamming the door shut. Ran, Jiu, are you both all right? I never expected him to be such a person. Sonoko expressed indignation on behalf of her classmates. I dislike him immensely now. I'm fine. Muri Ran's face still bore a slight blush as she observed Yin Jiu brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier confrontation, and walked directly towards Suzuki Ayako. I think I might have inadvertently driven someone away again. Yin Jiu smiled, then casually glanced at Takahashi, who had resumed displaying emotional intensity. Takahashi, why are you standing so far away? Huh? I'm inspecting the Villa's facilities. Takahashi had been standing a bit farther from the group, and now moved closer to the staircase, drawing no suspicion. He reached out to check the stairs, exhaling lightly. It seems this place is just as it was. It leaks whenever it rains that I'll go out and fix it. Clearly, this was not his first visit. He expertly rummaged through a toolbox from beneath the stairs. Suzuki Ayako was unsurprised by Takahashi's actions, instead retrieving a dry towel from the villa. Everyone, grab a towel to wipe the floor. Takahashi used to be responsible for our club's props and scene arrangements. So whenever we gathered here, if the roof leaked or the lights went out, he was the one to repair them. He truly is a reliable person. Yin Jiu proactively took a dry towel to help clean the floor and casually inquired. By the way, who was Atsuko that Ayako mentioned? She was another member of our club, but she committed suicide 2 years ago. Suzuki Ayako's hand paused as she wiped the floor. I thought everyone would still remember her like I do. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. But didn't that big brother just say that Atsuko was very close to Ikeda Chikako at the time? Conan interjected, unable to hold back. Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko, equally curious, ceased their cleaning and gathered closer. Indeed, at that time, Atsuko and Chikako were very close friends, but Ayako's narrative was interrupted as the topic's main character returned. Ikeda. And Kakutani, you're back? Suzuki Ayako showed no sign of embarrassment at being caught in conversation, prompting Yin Jiu to glance at her several times. She then casually tossed the wet towel into the laundry basket. Is it raining heavily outside? Yes, if it weren't for this bothersome person chasing after me, I would have planned to stroll in the rain. Ikeda Chikako crossed her arms, her expression impatient as she glared at Kakutani. I told you I didn't want to walk with you. Why did you chase me? I merely saw it was raining and wanted to bring you an umbrella. Kakutani Hiroki flashed a conciliatory smile, but was immediately met with Ikeda's retort, bring an umbrella? It's just a light rain. If I get wet, then so be it that I don't need you to dampen my mood. You. Kakutani Hiroki could no longer tolerate being belittled repeatedly, his expression faltering. Just as Uda Masaru entered, he overheard the exchange and couldn't resist chiming in. Kakutani, this woman is just like that. She takes advantage of your kindness that you've known her long enough to realize that. What did you say? All right. Enough arguing. As the group seemed poised to quarrel once more, Suzuki Ayako quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. Since everyone has returned, it's time to change out of those wet clothes and prepare for dinner. After speaking, she called out to Takahashi, who was outside. Takahashi, you can come down to prepare dinner now. Okay, I'll be down after I finish this part. Takahashi's cheerful voice came from outside. Meanwhile, as the others changed clothes, Suzuki Ayako, Muri Ran, and the others busied themselves in the kitchen, leaving Conan and Yin Jiu, who felt utterly unhelpful. Given their poor relationship, why bother with a class reunion? Conan commented while helping Yin Jiu gather the wet towels from the floor. Unable to suppress his frustration, perhaps they're the type to grow closer through arguing, expressing their friendship in this manner. Yin Jiu found it hard to comprehend such a plastic friendship that thrived on quarrels. Hesitating for a moment, it said that hitting is affection and scolding is love. At least that is how my guardian operates. Jin is a character of stark preferences, for those he dislikes. He offers nothing but a serving of peanuts. Yet, for those companions he truly values or holds dear, Jin exhibits considerable patience. This is particularly evident among the members of the organization. For instance, he occasionally chooses to personally accompany them in training, whether in combat drills or shooting practice. Furthermore, when a subordinate errs, Jin does not abandon them like Vermouth. At worst, he may deliver a scathing reprimand, but he also provides guidance on how to improve next time. All things considered, it is indeed true that beating is affection, scolding is love. Those who neither hit nor scold are consigned to perdition. As this sentiment was expressed, Conan rolled his eyes in disbelief, deducting 10 points from the reliability of Yin Jiu in his mind. Could it be that this child had been subjected to PUA by his guardian? Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Is this not a blatant excuse for child abuse under the guise of love? In an instant, Conan's gaze towards Yin Jiu brimmed with sympathy. No wonder he was a target of workplace bullying. Perhaps Yin Jiu had come to view his guardian as cold yet kind, a perception twisted by his distorted understanding of love. Conan found himself imagining a superior who would utter such nonsensical phrases, suspecting they were not a person of good character. Dio not display that expression. A part of Yin Jiu's attention remained fixed on Conan, who had finished arranging all the towels and laid them out on the drying rack. My guardian has never hit or scolded me. I merely think that, compared to certain punishments, hitting and scolding are indeed the most gentle and, regrettably, the most feasible options. Hey. Conan felt compelled to correct Yin Jiu's line of thought, sensing this mindset to be perilous. After all, if one equated hitting and scolding with love, what would happen if Yin Jiu were to develop feelings for someone in the future? That would be too tragic. Suddenly, Yin Jiu's voice interrupted Conan's train of thought, leaving him momentarily stunned. Whether one bears such love or expresses it in that manner, the outcome is equally tragic. Yin Jiu placed a hand atop Conan's head, his tone grave. The scent of fresh blood mingled with the fragrance of rain, thickening the air. Alongside this intensity surged a swell of emotions. Conan's expression grew complex as he opened his mouth, only to see Yin Jiu suddenly clutch his forehead with a look of distress. Hey, what's wrong? Conan grasped Yin Jiu's other hand, which felt as cold as ever, devoid of warmth. It's nothing, just a bit of low blood sugar. Yin Jiu closed his eyes, glancing at the sudden drop in his hunger levels. Conan, your parents must be providing substantial financial support for that person named Agasa, right? Perhaps? Conan was taken aback by Yin Jiu's abrupt shift in topic. Just then, a startled cry broke the tension. I just saw a shadow down below. Takahashi burst through the window, half of his body leaning heavily against the frame, panting. It's a very strange person. A strange person? Instinctively, all eyes turned towards the window below, only to catch sight of a figure entirely wrapped in bandages. Clad in a long cloak, carrying a girl named Chika past the window. Chika. The most anxious was Katajiri. However, Conan was faster, seizing a flashlight from beside the laundry basket, flinging open the window, and leaping outside. Conan, you rascal! The sudden scent of blood overwhelmed Yin Jiu, causing him to cough. The aroma sweet, yet laced with a hint of cinnamon. A typical scent of type B blood. He held his breath, striving to suppress thoughts that delved deeper. Meanwhile, Mori Ran noticed the sudden rigidity in Yin Jiu's expression, fear creeping into her voice. Little Jiu, why do you suddenly look so terrifying? Mori Ran suspected Yin Jiu had uncovered something alarming, while in truth, he was merely vexed to the point of gnashing his teeth. He stepped forward, promptly closing the window and locking it, then found several towels that were still dry to stuff in the slightly ajar window. A fluid motion by the time he turned around, his expression had returned to calm. Though they had all pursued the bandaged figure outside, it was wise to be cautious of a potential diversion tactic by an assailant. Now, in this room, I am the only male amidst a group of girls. If the perpetrator were to take this opportunity to sneak around, entering through a window and launching a surprise attack within the villa, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, the immediate task was to secure the doors and windows and contact the authorities before their return. That makes sense. Mori Ran, reminded by Yin Jiu, contemplated the scenario of being pursued by the bandaged villain. Shuddering at the thought, Yin Jiu's mood brightened, observing Ran and Sonoko team up to check the windows upstairs, while he meandered slowly about the first floor. Ding! An envelope detected. It may have previously contained secrets leading to Miss Ikeda's demise. Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow. Picking up the envelope discarded near the door. As he continued forward, he spotted a collar. What on earth is this? Yin Jiu's brow furrowed as he retrieved the object from the ground. Ding! Item necklace detected. It was once used to secure Miss Ikeda's head. What kind of horror story is this? He examined the grotesque necklace, reminiscent of a collar, turning it over and sniffing it. The mystery is solved. The source of the persistent stench of blood in this room is this item. Yin Jiu opened a drawer, retrieved some cling film, wrapped the object in several layers, and tucked it deep within a dry towel. After completing these tasks, Yin Jiu wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and stood up. At that moment, an unusual emotional presence wafted from the staircase. Yin Jiu's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Suzuki Ayako, who had just hung up the phone, her eyes betraying a hint of barely concealed panic. What's wrong? Yin Jiu blinked, softly inquiring that I couldn't get through, though Suzuki Ayako appeared calm on the surface. Her emotional state escalated exponentially as she pulled out her phone to check the signal, sighing silently upon seeing the weak reception. It seems we are in serious trouble. Indeed, they were. Yin Jiu recalled the series of system notifications he had received earlier, pulling out his phone only to find a full signal as expected of the organization's newly developed phone. Yin Jiu discreetly tucked the phone back into his pocket, his expression somber, attempting to sound reassuring. He remarked, "It appears the signal is indeed poor here. Perhaps it's merely a telephone line issue. When Takahashi returns, he might be able to fix it." Noticing Ayako's slightly improved demeanor, Yin Jiu hesitated before adding, "However, when I saw that bandaged figure carrying Sister Ikeda, it appeared as if he was floating. If it were a supernatural event, seeking the police might not be of much use." Ayako, there was no need to elaborate on that. Yin Jiu's attempt to comfort clearly failed to yield a positive outcome. Just then, Mori ran and Sonoko descended the stairs, their footsteps echoing as they rushed down. "Little Jiu, did you really see that bandaged figure floating by?" Surrounded by three girls, each brimming with heightened emotions, Yin Jiu felt rather pleased. He feigned deep thought, stroking his chin, until he sensed the emotional output beginning to wane. Finally, he spoke in a measured tone. "Normally, when a person runs forward, their body leans in that direction, and their legs bend as they move. However, what I observed was that the hem of the bandaged figure's cloak remained still, and despite the strong wind blowing, the cloak was pushed backward, making it appear as if he was gliding. Then, Conan and the others have gone after him." Mori Ran trembled, her voice tinged with fear as she thought of Conan being at the forefront of the chase. "He'll be fine. Children possess abundant vitality." Yin Jiu recalled the small figure blending into the crowd, ready to bolt. Sensing the emotional harvest nearing its end, he pivoted the conversation. "Although it seems implausible, I still believe the possibility of human involvement is greater than that of a supernatural phenomenon. Therefore, unless it is a random kidnapping, Ran, Sonoko, Conan, and I should be relatively safe for the time being." "You suspect someone from this gathering is behind it." Suzuki Ayako promptly realized the gravity of the situation, her eyes reflecting the pitch blackness outside. Indeed, it was rather coincidental that the landline chose this moment to malfunction. This was not the only troubling matter at hand. Yin Jiu shook his head and gestured toward the back door. "Just as I was closing it moments ago, I noticed a pair of women's slippers over there. Aside from Ikeda, the girls here are all wearing shoes indoors, so I suspect those slippers belong to Ikeda, who must have changed them when she exited through the back door. For her to have quietly changed her slippers and slipped out at this hour, it stands to reason that she was familiar with whoever she met. Otherwise, if it were not one of us, she should have informed you in advance. Yet, if one of us had kidnapped Ikeda, they could have simply hidden her away. Why resort to theatrics in front of us?" Suzuki Ayako found Yin Jiu's reasoning quite compelling, but certain details sent chills down her spine. What was that person truly after? "I cannot say." Yin Jiu glanced at Suzuki Ayako's tight, anxious pupils, ultimately refraining from revealing the cruel truth. Instead, he opted to cast the question aside like a ball, suggesting they wait and see. Perhaps those who returned would shed light on the matter. Thus, when Conan and the others returned, they were struck by the oppressive atmosphere that permeated the room. "Wha? What's wrong?" Takahashi Rachi could not help but inquired. "Takahashi-san, your timing is impeccable." Yin Jiu, standing gravely beside the telephone, continued, "After you left, we called the police, but it seems the landline is malfunctioning. Could you take a look?" "What?" Takahashi Ryoichi's reaction was intense, as he hurried over to the phone and began fiddling with it. Damn, the culprit must have cut the phone line. He has already killed Ikeda. What more does he want? Ikeda is dead. Although this had been anticipated, hearing the dreadful news caused Suzuki Ayako to cover her face as tears streamed down uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? Muri Ran, who had been observing the expressions of everyone, now saw Ayako sobbing and Sonoko, who was visibly distressed, clenching her fists, and felt a surge of frustration within her. However, before anyone could express their emotions, Takahashi suddenly jumped up and dashed outside. "That I need to check the suspension bridge." "Hey, don't act alone." The others, startled, abandoned their discussion of Ikeda's tragic fate and chased after him. Yin Jiu brought up the rear, moving at a leisurely pace. The primary reason for his calm demeanor was the pervasive scent of blood that lingered in the air, and the steady decline of his hunger gauge. Additionally, he sensed an escalation in Takahashi's animosity toward him. Good news. Yin Jiu's expression brightened immediately as he silently calculated his energy levels, while Conan, rather inopportunely, approached him. Yin Jiu briefly scanned the boy, noticing he lacked any energy, and disinterestedly averted his gaze. "Yin Jiu, have you discovered anything?" Conan, oblivious to Yin Jiu's disdain, approached him with familiarity, feeling vexed. This guy had seemed so relaxed moments ago. Had he uncovered something ahead of everyone else? After all, it was he who had been running around with the group. When exactly had Yin Jiu found a clue? I've noticed a few things. Yin Jiu was in good spirits and willing to extend some patience toward Conan that he lowered his gaze, the rich crimson of his eyes taking on a more viscous quality in the night, reminiscent of flowing blood. If I were a hidden killer lurking in the jungle, planning to eliminate a group of unfortunate souls gathered in a remote villa, I would certainly not wish to be discovered before the final slaughter by the severing of the suspension bridge. Why? Because we have a larger number of people here, Yin Jiu replied, gesturing with his chin toward the group ahead. Setting aside Muri Ran, the karate champion, we have 3 strapping adult males among us. Although I may not appear formidable, there are likely many weapons within the villa. One could easily grab a knife, and in total, we number 7. If everyone were unaware that the suspension bridge had been cut, they might remain hidden in the villa, planning to descend the mountain the next day. However, once they realize their only escape route has been blocked, the greater likelihood is a desperate counterattack. This would make it considerably more challenging for me to infiltrate and commit murder next time. Furthermore, there is an element of amusement. If the killer severed the suspension bridge not merely to prevent others from fleeing, it could also stem from some perverse desire. For instance, leading victims to this path, where they believe they can escape down the mountain, only to be confronted with the broken bridge, revealing their despair. Hey, don't immerse yourself in such a twisted killer persona, Conan interjected, squinting. However, he quickly realized that the current circumstances, which starkly contrasted with a killer's mindset, likely indicated that the murderer was among them, with ulterior motives. Indeed, while you were away, I discovered the slippers Ikeda had changed out of by the back door. Thus, when you mentioned the telephone line's issues, you were attempting to deceive us. No. A realization struck Conan as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Are you suspecting Takahashi? He raised his head, only to find Yin Jiu had already bypassed him. Striding toward the suspension bridge. This guy is just brushing me off. Conan clenched his teeth. Whenever he discussed cases with Yin Jiu, the latter would reveal some clues. Yet each time, he never fully articulated his thoughts. Behaving as though he were deliberately guiding a child in solving a mystery that it was as if he already knew the correct answer, but, witnessing Conan's struggles, offered a hint or encouragement, continuing to observe his growth. Conan understood that Yin Jiu meant well, and for the 7-year-old Conan, having an older brother willing to subtly guide him was undoubtedly beneficial. However, for the 17-year-old Kudo Shinichi, it felt as though he was being looked down upon. And in a particularly condescending manner, Conan felt a palpable frustration, the kind that couldn't be vented. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu was oblivious to these thoughts. He merely felt that many plot lines were already hazy in his memory, and it was hard to ascertain how this world had drastically changed due to the emergence of the Strahl family. In any case, he did not intend to directly recall the comic segments of the past, but rather chose to forget it all. Approaching the world from the perspective of someone genuinely living in it, the suspension bridge had been severed from the villa, and numerous scratch marks marred the wooden stumps. Yin Jiu squatted beside the scratches, shaking his head in regret, realizing they would have to descend the mountain together tomorrow. So, what now? The others, who had initially remained in the room, had formed a small group, instinctively looking to Yin Jiu for guidance. Now, of course, we return to sleep. Yin Jiu raised his head, rather bemused. If they were to traverse the mountain trail tomorrow, it was best to rest quickly. That's true. Rather than wasting time here, it would be wiser to head back sooner. Oda Masaru agreed, placing his hands in his pockets and turning to leave. Hey, that's rather callous, isn't it? Kakutani remarked, yet his body obediently followed suit. Everyone seemed suspicious. Muri ran and Sonoko huddled together, their brows furrowed in worry. Suzuki Ayako sighed quietly, having seen through the superficiality of their camaraderie. At this moment, Conan, unusually quiet, observed the girls, including Muri Ran, visibly deflating. How did Yin Jiu pinpoint Takahashi? Conan shifted his gaze back to Yin Jiu, who was yawning, hints of drowsiness evident in his eyes. This guy truly is something. Conan struggled to find the right words. Doesn't he realize how unreasonable it is to provide only half the information? Yin Jiu remained unaware of his friend's excitement. He followed the group back to his room, inadvertently bringing along the faux elementary school student who still wished to explore the living room. Sorry. Suzuki Ayako propped her hand against the door that Yin Jiu was about to close. Can we talk? Sure. Yin Jiu stealthily glanced at the vacant corridor outside before retreating 2 steps to allow the person to enter. Conan, who had been somewhat bored following Yin Jiu in the room, suddenly perked up. His mind couldn't help but wander. Suzuki Ayako was the initiator of this club gathering, and the attendees included prop masters, renowned screenwriters, and journalists, not to mention the young lady from the Suzuki conglomerate, who could be considered a significant benefactor. Together, they formed a team of considerable scale if they were to add Yin Jiu, a star of international stature who had never ventured into the Japanese realm. It would provide ample capital whether they pursued an idle route or a powerhouse path. So, would this lead to a transaction of adult proportions? Conan secretly anticipated this, yet the situation did not unfold as he imagined. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Yin Jiu made a final confirmation, one hand rhythmically tapping the edge of the bed, as if weighing something. You must understand, the other party chose to act on a day like this, during a class reunion, and no matter how deep the grievances may run, he likely holds little regard for you. Assisting him may not be worth the trouble. That I understand. Suzuki Ayako's expression was equally complex, her gaze falling upon the unperturbed boy who remained calm enough to analyze the pros and cons. It was indeed disheartening that such events transpired, yet they were longtime classmates. Regardless of his thoughts about them, she still wished to lend her assistance within her means. So, if possible, please give him a chance. I comprehend. Yin Jiu nodded, refraining from further words. He would not directly expose the other party's identity, but would strive to persuade him to surrender. Of course, that was contingent upon him actually identifying who the perpetrator was first. Thank you, then. Regardless, my promise shall remain in effect. Suzuki Ayako cast a deep glance at Yin Jiu before departing the room. Are you not certain that the culprit is Takahashi? Why not inform her? Conan, initially bewildered by their conversation, quickly discerned the underlying tone. The two were indeed engaged in a transaction, but it was not as he had envisioned. They were conspiring to persuade the culprit to confess. Conan felt a pang of frustration that he had already deduced the method behind the crime. Yet why did Yin Jiu immediately hone in on Takahashi? What of the perpetrator's motives? It seemed as though they had unraveled the truth entirely. Who told you it was undoubtedly Takahashi? Yin Jiu examined the lock on the window without lifting his gaze. Although he bore significant suspicion, he could not speak too definitively. What if he mistakenly identified the wrong person? How heartbroken would Takahashi be? Moreover, Suzuki Ayako had personally requested him not to speak of it. Even considering the reputations of Sonoko and Ran, he should not ruin the camaraderie among classmates. Finally, Yin Jiu tapped the window lock with his finger and walked toward the bed. Yet this was the truth. Could he merely stand by and watch the culprit roam free? Conan, having crawled to the foot of the bed, looked incredulously at Yin Jiu. How could he roam free? Yin Jiu lay down on the bed, spreading himself out. Tomorrow, the police would arrive and surely investigate the matter. Furthermore, this was not a concern for a mere high school student. Yin Jiu willingly relinquished the task and began planning for the following day's agenda. Rather than pondering the identity of the criminal, he was more concerned about another issue. What issue? Conan blinked, his hand instinctively moving from his chin to his knees as he leaned slightly forward. What shall we have for lunch tomorrow? Yin Jiu interlaced his fingers behind his head, a look of melancholy on his face. Given the events of the night, it was reasonable to deduce that breakfast would likely go unprepared. Yet he had not eaten enough that evening. Yin Jiu paused. Human food offered him no satiety, yet he did feel somewhat peckish. All thanks to this harbinger of misfortune beside him, he cast a glance at Conan. If he truly became ravenous in the middle of the night, perhaps he could experiment with the taste of something fresh yet aged. Conan felt a chill run down his neck under Yin Jiu's suddenly icy gaze. Awkwardly chuckling as he reached for the light switch, it was late, and if hunger struck, it would be best to sleep early. Otherwise, he might end up too hungry to rest. The boy obediently replied, burrowing into his blanket and closing his eyes, while Conan suddenly snapped back to reality. What? What on earth? How had the conversation veered so off course? Meanwhile, as Conan lay in bed pondering the motives of the perpetrator, Yin Jiu was not faring any better. He curled up, dreaming of countless faces, their expressions a peculiar mix of laughter, tears, and madness. Familiar scenes morphed into the most terrifying representations, dreams folding within dreams. Conan lay flat, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound from the window caught his attention. Conan groggily lifted his head and saw a bandaged figure in a long robe, brandishing an axe as it swung down towards Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu, Conan shouted, instinctively lunging forward. However, contrary to his intentions, the child's slight frame was easily tossed aside by the bandaged figure, landing next to Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu, wake up! Conan gritted his teeth, gripping Yin Jiu's collar, but halted abruptly. Yin Jiu's body felt ice-cold, unlike that of a living person. A chill gripped Conan's heart as he looked down to see Yin Jiu's expression twisted in pain, his eyes tightly shut. Lips pale, a thin sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead, his visage resembling that of someone gravely ill, ensnared in a nightmare. Yin Jiu. Out of the corner of his eye, Conan noticed the bandaged figure raising the axe once more and threw himself onto Yin Jiu, pushing him off the bed. Bang! With the impact, Yin Jiu opened his eyes, quickly assessing his surroundings before joyfully noticing a large mass of emotional energy rapidly approaching him. Thanks, Conan. Yin Jiu swiftly scooped up Conan, who was curled up on the floor, and nimbly sidestepped. The axe struck the wall with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, two streams of emotional energy emanated from his embrace and ahead of him. Yin Jiu did not linger in battle, unhesitatingly lifting Conan, flinging open the room door, and bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Help! Murder!" The commotion immediately drew the attention of others, and the bandaged figure, likely surprised by Yin Jiu's unorthodox response, retreated as the commotion from the adjacent room began. "What is happening?" Ran Muri opened the door to find Yin Jiu carrying Conan, both appearing somewhat disheveled yet intact. Others soon gathered as well. Yin Jiu scanned the room, spotting Takahashi at the back, shifting Conan from a princess carry to a piggyback position. "Hey, let me down." Conan squirmed restlessly on Yin Jiu's back, only to be firmly adjusted by Yin Jiu's hands. "You've sprained your ankle. If that bandaged figure suddenly appears, no one will have time to pull you away." Yin Jiu glanced down at Conan's foot and, taking advantage of the moment to turn, added in a lowered voice, "Aren't you eager to find evidence about the criminal's actions? Your view is limited from down there. It's more convenient for you to observe from my back." This made Conan still, obediently scanning his surroundings to scrutinize everyone's attire and expressions. There were no muddy footprints on the floor. The perpetrator had not entered from outside. Conan leaned closer to Yin Jiu's ear and whispered, "If they were targeting you, did you do something to provoke them?" "I did nothing." Yin Jiu blinked, then cautioned, "Do not jump to conclusions that we promised Ayako we would persuade the other party to confess. We must adhere to this commitment for the sake of our integrity." "Hey, what exactly did Ayako promise you?" Conan harbored serious doubts that Yin Jiu had been blinded by the generous conditions set forth by Suzuki Ayako. He couldn't help but whisper, "Right now, your life is more important, isn't it? They are targeting you. Why do you think I would be in any danger?" Yin Jiu shot a perplexed glance at Conan. "Isn't that so?" "Of course." Yin Jiu subtly surveyed the individuals in the room. Now that everyone was gathered, knowing the identity of the culprit, the hidden criminal posed no threat to them. "That you're being too absolute." Conan, having weathered many storms, disagreed with such statements. The culprit is a prop master. If they cut the power and disguise themselves, it would be easy for them to. As Conan's words trailed off, the lights in the living room began to flicker ominously. With a sudden crack, darkness enveloped the entire space. "A power outage." "Conan, you jinx!" Yin Jiu silently cursed, resigned to pulling Conan from behind and stealthily switching their positions in the pitch black. Was it the mysterious figure in black who severed the power? Unlike Yin Jiu, who possessed the inherent advantages of a vampire lineage, the others stood bewildered, groping in confusion. Yin Jiu quietly moved while holding Conan and caught sight of Takahashi Richie, clad once more in his dark cloak, pulling an axe from his abdomen. Thud. "Be careful." Ran. Yin Jiu, who was originally quite close to Muri, ran, now clearly observed that Takahashi's axe was ruthlessly aimed towards her. "What?" Takahashi's movements abruptly halted as he turned incredulously towards the source of the sound. "How could that be over there? Who is this before me?" At the same moment, Muri Ran reacted, delivering a beautiful spinning kick that struck his abdomen. This was dire. The heavy object fell with a resounding thud. Some props cushioned the blow, but Takahashi still felt a sharp pain in his stomach. "He's done for." Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned, intending to create further chaos before the others could converge. "Enough, Takahashi, how many more must you harm?" It was Suzuki Ayako, who could no longer hold back. Emergency equipment snapped into action, leaving all but Takahashi Raichi unaccounted for, while the others remained standing not far from their original positions. Having had their identities exposed, the once menacing figure wrapped in bandages dropped his axe to the side. How could it be Takahashi? The group exchanged shocked glances, looking at the bandaged man's flat abdomen and then at the spot where Takahashi had vanished. Their expressions turning quizzical as they gazed at Suzuki Ayako. "I'm sorry for keeping this from everyone," Suzuki Ayako said. Her head bowed. In truth, Yin Jiu should have realized it long ago. It was I who requested him to help keep it a secret. Xiaojio, Muri Ran, and Sonoko looked at Yin Jiu in astonishment. This fellow had always maintained an ambiguous stance. Could it be that he knew the truth all along? Yin Jiu, equally puzzled, wondered when he had ever given off the impression of knowing the truth. He watched as Suzuki Ayako stepped aside, retrieving the variant necklace of Ikeda Chikako, which Yin Jiu had previously wrapped in cling film. "Xiaojio, there's no need to deny it that I saw you placing things here when I was on the phone. At that time, I was uncertain, but when I returned, I secretly checked the drawer and knew you had seen through it. It was wrong of me to make such a request. I never anticipated it would escalate to this point. I'm sorry." Enduring the gazes of confusion and shock from the others, Yin Jiu hesitated for a moment before conceding. Indeed, he then pulled out an envelope from his pocket. That time, I was responsible for checking the doors and windows downstairs when I noticed Miss Ikeda's slippers at the back door, leading me to believe that a familiar person had likely invited her out. Furthermore, this envelope was left at the entrance, and the letter inside had been taken. Yet the recipient's name on the exterior was unmistakably that of Miss Ikeda. This suggests a high probability that someone lured her out while we were cooking, which made me suspicious of Takahashi upstairs. This is the only explanation that makes sense, for if it were anyone else who took Ikeda Chikako out, Takahashi would surely have noticed. What truly confirmed my suspicion of the murderer was that necklace. "Then why did you hide the necklace?" Conan queried, perplexed, while the others cast similar looks of confusion. "Because I was still uncertain of the culprit's intentions." Yin Jiu's gaze shifted away from the necklace, growing distant. At that time, if the perpetrator aimed to eliminate everyone, exposing him without any preparation could lead to violence. Wouldn't that be perilous? Absolutely not. The bandaged man, now stripped of his disguise, revealed the tears streaming down Takahashi's face. "That I did this entirely for Atsuko, so she wouldn't die with resentment." As Takahashi gradually divulged his past, the others began to glimpse the truth behind Atsuko's suicide. "So, how innocent am I?" Sitting on the sofa, observing the sympathy and understanding in the others' expressions, Yin Jiu silently peeled an orange, taking a melancholic bite. Only Conan followed him, looking exasperated. "Who told you to carelessly barge into someone else's room? You bear some responsibility too, you know?" Yin Jiu shot Conan a glare, recalling that in the original storyline, Muri Ran did not say such things when she was attacked. He handed the orange to Conan, patting the little boy's head. "Eat more fruit. It's good for your vitamins." Ultimately, it was the Suzuki family's designated vehicle that drove them down the mountain. After confirming that Muri Ran and the others had disappeared from sight, Yin Jiu summoned his Porsche 356. Why does today's atmosphere feel particularly heavy? As soon as he settled into the car, he sensed something was amiss. That it was typical for Jin to ignore him. But usually at this hour, vodka would engage him in conversation. However, today was different. Yin Jiu keenly observed that vodka seemed quieter than usual, his gaze evasive, as if he did not wish to meet his eyes. Yin Jiu's suspicion flared momentarily before he directed an accusatory glance at Jin. "What have you done to vodka?" In response to Yin Jiu's inquiry, Jin scoffed, typing a string of codes on the computer screen. "He has recovered." Yet after seeing this, Yin Jiu glanced over, recognizing the image, an unmistakable photo of Yin Shuli. "What has happened to my mother? Could it be that they are pressuring her for this task?" Yin Jiu took the computer, noting the green indefinite label displayed in the taskbar, then turned to Vodka, who was tilting his head in the driver's seat. "That you're surprised that I'm her son. Aren't you, Vodka?" "Not really." Vodka did not turn around. Throughout the day, he had been trying to mentally prepare himself. However, seeing that code name and connecting it to the face before him brought back some terrifying rumors that had been deliberately forgotten. Vodka had always known that Yin Jiu was the child of a woman named Yin Shuli, who held a position in the organization not inferior to RUM, making her a true figure of authority. Yet he never anticipated that Yin Shuli was indeed. "I just didn't notice how much you two resemble each other." Vodka felt he shouldn't harbor such feelings. Children cannot choose their parents or their appearances, and he ought not to view Granfield through a biased lens. After pondering for a moment, Vodka initiated a different topic. "That's so, Granfield, you actually belong to the research team. Then, following in your parents' footsteps is quite common in the organization, particularly among higher-ranking members with code names. It is generally the case that the children of organization members are trained in areas aligned with their parents' expertise. That I suppose so. Yin Jiu mused, if being experimental material counts as participating in research. Then indeed, every project bore his mark. Closing his notebook, he returned it to Jin, adding, however, my situation is somewhat more complex. In addition to cooperating with experiments, I also have to take on the task of investigating my mother. That means you're also responsible for the investigation team's duties. You seem to have your hands full, Vodka remarked. But then he felt something was off. But still, you've had no news of your mother? Given her status, she shouldn't betray the organization. Well, perhaps she has perished somewhere. Yin Jiu tilted his head back. Who knows where my mother is wandering off to? I fear she might truly be gone. Based on his understanding of Yin Shuli's character, she would never be the type to lead a quiet life. The issues brought about by his transmigration felt overwhelmingly surreal, leaving him with a strong sense of unreality. I want to find her quickly. I have so many questions I need her to answer. The boy's voice suddenly dropped, imbued with a haunting sorrow, laden with unspoken chill. The two occupants in the car were drawn to Yin Jiu's unexpected emotional shift. How did the class reunion go? I saw police heading up the mountain this morning. Jin lit a cigarette, decisively changing the subject. It was bearable. Yin Jiu was not particularly troubled, glancing at the increasingly radiant sunlight outside. He spoke with a relaxed tone, recounting his encounter with a bandaged individual who had been indiscriminately attacking people, nearly resulting in his own injury. Nearly cut? Yin Jiu's voice took on a slightly heavier tone as he began to sift through the morning news. Inquiring about the assailant's name. Stop looking. The individual has just been apprehended, and news doesn't spread that swiftly. Yin Jiu yawned, nonchalantly adding, besides, I came out unscathed and even managed to reap some benefits. There's still something to gain from this? Vodka, driving the car, initially contemplated whether to join his brother in avenging Gran Fidi that afternoon, but was interrupted by Yin Jiu's boastful remark. You might not believe it. Yin Jiu animatedly gestured a chopping motion with his hand. Just like that, I secured a promise from Miss Suzuki. Although it is a commitment made under conditions that do not violate principles, it is nonetheless from the Suzuki family. I consider it a gain. What good is that promise? She isn't the head of the Suzuki family, Yin Jiu mused, his tone devoid of warmth in a fleeting moment. He grasped the underlying complexities and coldly articulated, the same task could easily be handled by those in the commercial department of our organization. Leveraging Miss Suzuki's influence might even expose us. I am aware of that. But what if it is applied in unexpected ways? Yin Jiu chuckled, recognizing that his association with the organization must remain concealed. It is prudent to be prepared, is it not? Upon returning to Mihua Town, Yin Jiu had already taken a blood bag he had procured from the laboratory, lounging in the back seat of Yin Jiu's car as he leisurely dialed a Murotru. Hello, Mr. Agent. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Just finished my workout. Amuro glanced at the clock, which showed a little past 8:40. Isn't this child attending a class reunion? It's rather early for them to be dispersing. As Amuro pondered this, he heard the young voice on the other end, muffled as if he were drinking something. Perfect timing. I'm currently having breakfast. Would you like me to bring you a portion? Sure. Thank you. Amuro did not rush to refuse. There are numerous ways to foster connections, and allowing someone to assist is one of them. Amuro was contemplating this while Yin Jiu had similar thoughts. After hanging up, he skillfully retrieved a map from the back seat, marking a circle around the previous annotations. Let us grab a bite at a breakfast shop before bringing something for Bourbon. How about this place? Vodka had grown accustomed to Yin Jiu's habit of consuming blood bags. However, he initially expected the dynamic between Yin Jiu and Bourbon to be fraught with tension and mutual probing, only to find them getting along quite well upon their first meeting that day. Bourbon typically presented himself as a cheerful young man. Leaning back against the seat, Yin Jiu gazed at the increasingly fervent sunlight outside. His expression gentle. I quite admire that disposition. You should observe Bourbon while on a mission, Yin Jiu quipped, though he promptly recalled Yin Jiu's demeanor during tasks and research, closing his mouth. Indeed, it is not uncommon for members of the organization operating in the open to possess dual facades. Many boast multiple identities, some capable of eliciting contrasting emotions towards the same person while donning different masks. Yin Jiu regarded Yin Jiu with concern, wishing for such a split personality not to manifest in the youth he was tasked with supervising. He felt compelled to reiterate, Bourbon is not yet trustworthy. It would be prudent to restrain your emotional investment. That I understand. After all, we must maintain a semblance of professionalism given our shared duties. Yin Jiu glanced at the sunlight outside for a moment, feeling his eyes grow weary, and shifted languidly towards the center of the seat. Moreover, isn't Piss taking over your supervision during this period? This afternoon, I will bring Bourbon to meet him. If either of them is a rat, the others will inevitably pursue and gnaw at each other. At that point, Yin Jiu's responsibilities would begin. Yin Jiu remained silent, tacitly accepting Yin Jiu's course of action. Such mutual testing was not uncommon within the organization. As a core member, as long as he did not act excessively out of line, the higher-ups would likely turn a blind eye. Only Vodka cast a sidelong glance, silently observing Yin Jiu's expression for an extended period. Based on the recent exchange between Gran Fidi and Bourbon, Vodka could hardly discern the motives behind Yin Jiu's intentions. This child did not appear as innocent as he seemed. Internally, Vodka grew wary. He often accepted Gran Fidi's small treats and invitations. Could this also be a form of testing? Rumor had it that Gran Fidi was a member tasked with monitoring for rats, possessing the authority to decide the fates of code-named members at will. Thus, nearly every member aware of Gran Fidi's identity either became a trusted confidant or met their demise. Despite Gran Fidi currently juggling tasks from both the research and investigation teams, if his mother had previously overseen that domain. Vodka raised his head to gauge Yin Jiu's expression, but was abruptly met with a pair of eyes that seemed to dance with mirth. His train of thought interrupted. Vodka resumed speaking, this time with an air of subtle caution. What if, during the course of our interactions, we discover they are both rats? Wouldn't your identity be at great risk of exposure? The likelihood of that is minimal. Yin Jiu placed his hands on his abdomen, slowly reasoning. Pisk is an elder within the organization. Given his age and standing, he lacks any motivation to betray us. Furthermore, he has committed numerous morally questionable acts in the past. Even if he were to defect, it is unlikely any organization could shoulder the entirety of his sins on an international scale. Moreover, from my observations thus far, his behavior does not exhibit signs of betrayal. He remains compliant and proactive in his duties. Yin Jiu continued, the only one who raises suspicion is Bourbon. But didn't you instruct your brother to keep your identity with Piss confidential? Vodka noted as the traffic light turned red, prompting him to decelerate. One must deceive their own before deceiving the enemy. Yin Jiu replied, blinking innocently that he retrieved Bourbon's information once more, asserting that concealing Pisk's true identity was primarily to mislead Bourbon or others. If Pisk's identity were to accidentally surface, even if Bourbon is not a traitor, I would immediately become the next target of investigation by many others, should they discover that Pisk harbors a defensive, persecutory, and calculating stance towards me. How do you think they would react? They would protect you and treat you as an ally. Yin Jiu's reaction was much quicker than Vodka's. Upon hearing Yin Jiu's reasoning, he instantly displayed an intrigued smile. Indeed, at that point, the distinction between friends and foes would become clear. Yin Jiu's lips curled into a benign smile, and he added, moreover, I have always found myself somewhat concerned about Bourbon. His entire upbringing can be traced, especially given his extensive work experience. He has consistently been able to find corresponding witnesses to verify each period of his life. However, this very aspect renders another segment of his past rather implausible. Yin Jiu pointed to the 2 blank years before Bourbon joined the organization, where reports claimed he had been embroiled in fights, causing some trouble, and had remained in hiding. However, he leaned towards alternative explanations. Unless there was a monumental grudge, it is quite rare for an organization to pursue a single individual for a continuous 2 years, especially one with considerable financial backing and strength. Yet, I have not heard of Bourbon encountering conflicts with another gang after joining our organization. If the opposition truly constituted a formidable organization capable of relentlessly pursuing prey for 2 years, it would make little sense for them to abandon their target simply because of Bourbon's affiliation with us. This is his most significant flaw, and I believe you share this perspective, Yin Jiu. Indeed, Yin Jiu nodded, clearly intrigued, only to find Yin Jiu's tone shifting abruptly. However, there is no evidence to confirm that he underwent any undercover training during those 2 years. It is equally plausible he spent time serving a prison sentence. After all, the organization maintains varying levels of rigorous training for new members based on their backgrounds, if this is the reason for his concealment. Given Bourbon's current status, even if exposed, he would likely be raised high and then gently set down. Yin Jiu had evidently grasped the organization's series of reward and punishment mechanisms thoroughly. And verifying the details from several years prior would not be an easy task. Rather than stubbornly pursuing it from above, it would be more advantageous for me to create an opportunity for him. But isn't that rather risky? Vodka interjected, expressing his belief that Gran Fidi's approach was somewhat extreme and excessively risky. Of course, the one taking risks won't be me. Yin Jiu, sitting in the back, suddenly chuckled. Placing his hands behind Vodka's seat cushion, the one taking the risk is Pisk. Even as Yin Jiu departed with an enormous bag of breakfast, Vodka remained oblivious, still grappling with the revelation. Brother, did Gran Fidi really just use Pisk as bait? He's a senior member of the organization. Can Gran Fidi just cast him aside so casually? Vodka was not shocked by Yin Jiu's methods. Many in the organization had done similar things, including Vermouth, but the thought of Pisk, a venerable figure who had dedicated over 40 years to the organization, being discarded without a word was staggering. What if Bourbon was indeed an undercover agent? Would Gran Fidi not face repercussions from above? Pisk was aging. After all, if sensing Vodka's turmoil, Jin, seated in the passenger seat, opened a can of coffee and took a sip. If he falls here, it could be seen as making the most of resources. When Yin Jiu returned to the villa, he found Amuro Turu about to ring the doorbell. Turu, Yin Jiu called, lifting a paper bag filled with breakfast, scampering over. You're just in time. The breakfast is still warm. That's wonderful. I'm quite hungry, Amuro replied, effortlessly accepting the bag and glancing inside. Did you buy so much food for just the two of us? Yes, and there's enough for lunch as well, Yin Jiu explained while unlocking the door. Something happened last night, and I haven't slept a wink since. After breakfast, I plan to catch up on some sleep. These pastries are just sitting here for when I wake up. But didn't I buy you a lot of ingredients yesterday afternoon? Amuro furrowed his brow as he followed behind with the hefty bag. If the afternoon isn't busy, we could cook together. That might not be possible, Yin Jiu said, washing his hands and retrieving several plates from the cupboard. Gesturing for Amuro to hand over the breakfast, he carefully arranged the donuts and bread on the plates. I have a meeting scheduled with my temporary guardian this afternoon. If I eat and then sleep now, I might only have about 4 hours of rest. Temporary guardian? Amuro initially intended to inquire about what transpired the previous night, but found his attention diverted by this new piece of information. Yes, didn't I mention it? Yin Jiu seemed oblivious to Amuro's probing, pouring milk into a glass he had just retrieved from the fridge. My guardian has been busy overseas, but since I need to continue my acting career, he asked a Japanese friend to help look after me. I've heard he's the chairman of an automobile company, so I want to make a good impression and not be late for our first meeting. I see. That sounds reasonable, Amuro said, his tone lightening. I have free time in the afternoon. I can take care of cooking, and then I'll accompany you. Would that be too much trouble for you? Yin Jiu blinked, feigning difficulty. Not at all, Amuro said, taking the cup Yin Jiu offered him and filling it with coffee. This morning, little Jiu helped me with breakfast, so it's only fair I make lunch in return. Besides, accompanying artists on outings is part of a manager's duties. That seems to be the case. The curly-haired youth's face displayed a hint of confusion, perhaps due to his late-night adventures, as his reactions appeared noticeably slower than usual. Then thank you, Turu. Yin Jiu stifled a small yawn, quickly finishing his milk before heading to his room. The door was gently shut. It seemed he was genuinely exhausted. Amuro Turu's gaze shifted back to the half-eaten bread on the table as he took out his phone to message Kazamiya. Investigate what happened to Yin Jiu last night. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu sat on his bed, weary, clutching the corner of his blanket. He indeed hadn't slept at all the previous night. His sleep needs had evidently plummeted to a critical yellow threshold. Yet he could not close his eyes. This was due to the nightmarish side effects of his awakened vampire abilities. It was truly a nightmare. He never anticipated that nightmare could feel so dreadful. After lying flat for a while, he turned over again. He struggled to articulate what he dreamt of, but there was an overwhelming sense of fear and repulsion that made him resist the idea of falling asleep again. Gradually, he curled into a ball, his head pounding from fatigue. Yet there was an undeniable subconscious force pulling him away from drowsiness. I cannot sleep, that I must not. In a haze, he lost track of time until a knock echoed through the room. Little Jiu, wake up, it's time. Yin Jiu, pale and disoriented, rose from the bed, his sleep demands having crossed the yellow line and sliding into the red zone. His mood began to sink as well. Amuro Turu had spent the morning organizing information regarding the case Yin Jiu encountered yesterday. Upon opening the door, he found the typically vibrant youth now looking ghostly pale, leaning weakly against the headboard. What's wrong? Amuro felt something was amiss and quickly approached, placing his hand on Yin Jiu's forehead. Are you ill? No. I've just been sleeping poorly and keep having nightmares. Yin Jiu instinctively recoiled, but his head was trapped against the headboard. He shut his eyes briefly, glancing at the time on his phone before struggling to get up. Throwing on a jacket. Sorry, I need to freshen up first. Amuro quietly observed Yin Jiu's retreating figure, sensing something was off. After a long moment, he extended the hand that had just touched Yin Jiu's forehead. Slipping it beneath the blanket where Yin Jiu had been lying, the area felt unnaturally cold, as if no one had occupied it. The situation with Yin Jiu indeed appeared dire. His diminished sleep needs left his body in a perpetual state of mild dizziness and headache. Is it really okay? Sitting in the car, Amuro could not shake off the chilling temperature. After confirming multiple times, he was convinced that Yin Jiu had indeed taken a nap. He should have been resting under the covers for several hours. Yet this only underscored the seriousness of Yin Jiu's condition. Amuro recalled that such a temperature was something he had only ever encountered in the deceased. Could it be that Yin Jiu's hereditary illness was actually quite severe? Amuro reflected on Yin Jiu's frail persona in the entertainment industry. It seemed he had collapsed during his last scene before leaving America. Perhaps this was not merely an act, but rather Yin Jiu's true state. Observing the boy's pallid complexion tinged with gray, Amuro found the possibility increasingly likely. For a fleeting moment, Amuro felt an overwhelming urge to rush Yin Jiu to the hospital without delay. Sensing Amuro's concern, Yin Jiu mustered what little energy he had. My constitution has always been like this. It's something I was born with and can't be cured. It's just that I encountered a bandage-wielding maniac who attacked me last night. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I see that thing and can't sleep. It's unbearable. A bandage-wielding maniac. He attacked you. Amuro recalled the case details he had learned, which involved a criminal seeking revenge for a university friend. He hadn't realized there were such critical details involved. Yes, it was originally a conflict within their club, Yin Jiu said, looking forlorn, but it seems I accidentally uncovered the killer's disguise and became a target. Did you not inform the police about this? Amuro deduced the situation from Yin Jiu's fragmented account. Recalling the case details Kazami Yuya had reported, his jaw tightening. This was not some noble act of vengeance for a friend. As far as he knew, the perpetrator named Takahashi Ryoichi had received a lenient sentence due to his confession and understandable motives. Yin Jiu was only 14, a flower-like age. This criminal sought to kill simply because a youth exposed his disguise? This was no righteous act. It was the work of a madman. I didn't tell the police. Yin Jiu shook his head, hugging himself with a voice that was both fragile and helpless. He was a classmate of Suzuki Ayako, and in the end, he didn't really harm me. In such a situation, even if I spoke up, it would only slightly increase his sentence without any substantial outcome. Plus, I plan to continue my career in the entertainment industry. If I get embroiled in this case and offend Suzuki's family, it would be difficult for you as my manager. Is that really the case? Amuro Toru gazed at the youth before him, who bore no semblance of a child. Despite the evident feelings of grievance and fear, the boy endeavored to remain composed, analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity. A myriad of emotions surged within Amuro's heart. How much must a child endure to swiftly regain composure after an assassination attempt, to assess the pros and cons, and to make decisions that, while seemingly rational, are in reality profoundly cruel to oneself? He wished to voice this sentiment, but fell silent instead, in an unfamiliar environment devoid of support. One's baseline often unconsciously lowers. This is a self-protective mechanism that many instinctively adopt. Faced with the demands of the Suzuki family's heiress, Yin Jiu maintained a commendable level of calm. That it was precisely this demeanor that deepened Amuro's concern. He had heard that Mr. Masuyama Kinzo was a very affable gentleman. Yin Jiu quietly observed Amuro's expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then gazed expectantly at the scenery outside, recalling information about Piske. At-71. Pisk was one of the few elders within the organization, likely having encountered many other members in his earlier years. Yin Jiu touched his face, wondering if Pisk had any recollection of this visage. The vehicle entered the backyard of the Masuyama residence. Several bodyguards in dark attire confirmed their identities via telephone before escorting the two inside. Good afternoon, Uncle Masuyama, Yin Jiu greeted with a smile. Accepting the prepared gift from Amuro, I am truly grateful that you made a special trip back from abroad to help look after me. You are too kind, little Jiu, Masuyama Kinzo replied, his face creasing into a smile, though he instinctively turned away when Yin Jiu drew near, avoiding physical contact. As if recalling something, he produced a paper bag from behind. This is something I found while traveling in Venice. They call it the Angel of Fate. The locals say it brings good fortune. I thought the young ones would appreciate it. Brings good fortune? Yin Jiu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A detection device noted the item, Angel of Fate doll, with an embedded surveillance mechanism. While you gaze upon it, I am watching you. The intricacies of fate are ineffable. Yin Jiu's expression sobered slightly as he solemnly cradled the box and tugged at Amuro's sleeve. This is Toru, my current manager. He then turned to Amuro. This is Masuyama Kinzo, my temporary guardian. Amuro had been discreetly observing Masuyama Kinzo's expressions and noted his instinctive withdrawal from Yin Jiu. However, upon seeing the gift from Masuyama, he perceived the elder as someone who meant well but lacked understanding in dealing with children. The records indicated that Masuyama Kinzo had no children of his own. Perhaps he simply found it difficult to adjust to someone being overly close. No, Yin Jiu's identity warranted scrutiny. Even the slightest hint of suspicion necessitated investigation. Masuyama Kinzo, in turn, scrutinized Amuro too. Apart from the familiar air exuded by Yin Jiu, there was something about the man named Amuro that struck a chord of familiarity. After contemplating for a moment, Kinzo recalled having viewed numerous childhood videos of Yin Jiu recently, which explained the sense of recognition. Yet, the presence of this manager raised suspicions. The organization's sudden decision to have him engage with a child star was hardly a mere trial. Kinzo suspected a deeper intent to cultivate a connection. Given Yin Jiu's age, he was at a vulnerable stage, easily influenced, especially with his parents absent. Kinzo, who had experience raising an Irish child and was a trusted elder within the organization, understood that the organization intended for him to assume guardianship of Yin Jiu, likely to establish a significant position in the boy's heart, when the future heir, renowned internationally, would eventually inherit his title and identity. Even if Yin Jiu chose not to join the organization, he would still offer assistance out of loyalty to Kinzo. Kinzo believed this from the moment he received the assignment. He did not think the boy's current guardian would remain alive for long. It appeared this temporary guardianship would likely extend indefinitely. In light of this, the suspicious figure alongside the adopted son became a focal point of his attention. After organizing his thoughts and position, their hands clasped together, both displaying the same feigned smiles. A pleasure to meet you. Yin Jiu, seemingly oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling in their minds, sat demurely to the side, listening to their insipid pleasantries while discreetly clutching his phone beneath the table. Engrossed in a game of Snake. Is that so? Little Jiu insisted on coming today despite not feeling well. Masuyama Kinzo turned in surprise, a hint of concern flickering across his face. Is your health all right? It's nothing, Yin Jiu replied, shaking his head as he paused the game. It's a problem I've had since birth. It may appear frail, but I am accustomed to it. That simply won't do. Amuro insisted. Mr. Masuyama, as Little Jiu's current guardian, I believe you should accompany him to the hospital for a checkup at your earliest convenience. Absolutely, Masuyama Kinzo agreed readily, seizing the opportunity to have the organization's research department collect a sample of Yin Jiu's genetic data. His gaze softened significantly as he looked at Amuro. I happen to know a manager at the research institute. I will personally take him for an examination in a couple of days. After Amuro's reminder, Masuyama Kinzo began to notice Yin Jiu's particularly pale complexion. The targets the organization favored could not be allowed to perish easily. They needed to extract every ounce of value from them. Kinzo deemed it imperative to prioritize this matter and swiftly made a note in his memorandum. Yin Jiu, positioned to see PISC screen, observed the addition of white dove pharmaceuticals in blue beneath the sun's rays. His eyes twitched noticeably. We can't do that this weekend, can we? Toru, do you remember our schedule? We're supposed to attend the Rex Band celebration this weekend. Indeed, but your health is more important, Amuro replied, frowning as he retrieved his notebook from his pocket. I can help you cancel this gathering. If it's due to health concerns, I believe the organizers will be understanding. At this moment, PISC was playing the role of the indulgent guardian without children, cheerfully coordinating. In truth, Little Jiu need not worry so much. At your age, happiness is paramount. We older folks can handle the money-making. However, if Little Jiu truly wished to attend, it was not out of the question. I have a longtime friend who is quite flexible with his schedule. Postponing an appointment by a day or two would not be an issue. Thank you, Mr. Masuyama, Yin Jiu replied cheerfully, while Amuro felt that delaying the examination by a couple of days was not a significant issue. The atmosphere among the three was amicable and harmonious as they exited the Masuyama residence. Yin Jiu looked up at Amuro. Toru, can I bring other friends to the celebration this weekend? Of course, Amuro replied with a smile. Given that the Rex Band will likely sign with our company, gatherings that do not involve contracts are always better with more attendees. He smiled again. Many circles operated this way, never shunning newcomers. With each gathering, new faces would emerge, and over time, social circles would expand without anyone noticing. Are you thinking of inviting your classmates? He surmised correctly. Yin Jiu indeed believed that his friends would enjoy such an occasion. Hence the deliberate postponement of the examination date. How considerate, Amuro remarked. Yes, Yin Jiu confirmed, shaking his phone. The screen paused on the contacts page that I believe UNZ and Xiaolan would enjoy this kind of event. They've always invited me, so I thought it was time to extend an invitation in return. Amuro chuckled. UNZ readily accepted Yin Jiu's invitation. After sending Amuro on his way, Yin Jiu discarded the small gift from Pisk into a safe. His expression suddenly darkening. Hey Jin, come here for a moment. Yin Jiu knelt beside the sofa, dialing a number directly. Jin, who had been engaged in a mission, paused for a moment upon hearing Yin Jiu's cold summons of his codename. He swiftly retracted his binoculars and connected to the public channel. The ensuing operations will be overseen entirely by Curacao, Vodka, and I will take our leave. Without hesitation, he began to pack up his equipment. Heading towards the direction of the Porsche. Kill, who was preparing to divert the target while staying close to Chianti, halted his steps. Am I not allowed to go out? Isn't this mission just beginning? Is Jin skipping work and taking Vodka along as well? Please wait for the connection to Curacao. In situations like this, where a superior suddenly takes leave, Chianti evidently possesses more experience than Keel. She holstered her weapon and picked up a cloth to wipe it, glancing at the still-dazed Keel and felt compelled to explain further. It is likely Granfield. That fellow always seems to call at the most inopportune moments to disturb Jin. The key point is that Jin always answers, and everyone has grown accustomed to it. Is that true? Our public channel's chat recordings will be saved and uploaded, right? Jin is taking an unscheduled leave. Won't the higher-ups intervene? Keel, taken aback, glanced at the little green dot on the headset indicating that the public channel was still unconnected. He discreetly noted Granfield's code name, unable to resist probing further. I've never heard of this code name before. Could he be an important figure from another region? I can't say for certain, Chianti replied, casting a sideways glance at Keel without divulging more. However, Cohen unexpectedly chimed in. I have heard that Granfield and Jin actually have a rather poor relationship. It is said that Granfield once reported Jin's misdeeds behind his back, leading to Jin being summoned for a conversation. Yet Jin still answers Granfield's calls. Chianti, who detests such underhanded tactics, felt a wave of frustration wash over her upon learning that even Jin had fallen victim to this. Nobody going to intervene? That guy didn't follow orders during the last mission either. I share your disdain for him, Cohen shrugged, expressing his discontent yet feeling powerless. Could it be that Granfield holds a significant position within the organization? As Keel listened to their conversation, he pondered, if Jin is summoned, and something goes awry during the operation, surely Granfield would face repercussions. That's hard to say. He could very well have followed the proper channels to request Jin to clean up a mess. Chianti interjected as she could not help but contribute further while waiting for the connection to Curacao. Granfield does not strike me as someone who takes orders well. If something goes wrong, it would hardly be surprising. Plus, he frequently disturbs Jin and goes against him. This time, summoning him directly could lead to a significant predicament. Actually, Jin has a pretty good temperament, Keel mused, feeling as though his perception of Jin had shifted. Inside the Porsche 356A, the good-tempered Jin had his hand resting on his gun, his expression icy. Brother, where are we going to find Granfield? Vodka, who had been beside Jin, sensed something was amiss from the tone of Yin Jiu's voice on the phone. Usually, while Granfield could be a nuisance, he would only tease Jin lightly. This was not the behavior of someone who abruptly interrupts another's mission and summons them. Is something serious happening that necessitates our brother's intervention? Vodka felt a sense of urgency. The child had seemed perfectly fine when he saw him in the morning, and now, in just one afternoon, surely it cannot be that Bourbon and Pisk are truly in jeopardy. Have they been targeted? He better have a valid reason. Jin's expression remained unchanged as he activated the tracking device. He is at the villa. We are going there now. Regardless of how shocked Vodka was to witness his brother retrieving the tracking device from beneath his seat. Yin Jiu, still inside the villa, was utterly exhausted. This overwhelming fatigue, coupled with intense anxiety and fear, made Yin Jiu feel as if he were floating away. He was mentally and physically drained, yet sleep was not an option. Amuro could arrive at any moment, and once the sleeping requirements in the game reached their lowest point, The characters would be forced to sleep until fully recharged as if he were discovered lifeless in the living room while asleep. The headlines the next day would undoubtedly read International Child Star mysteriously dies at home. In short, he needed to move to another location before falling asleep. Yin Jiu struggled to keep his body upright, trying to minimize his thoughts to conserve energy. Click. The door lock turned slightly, and one side of the double doors was violently kicked open, revealing two silhouettes, one tall and one short, silhouetted against the light. Gin, vodka. A fleeting moment of safety filled Yin Jiu's heart, and he could no longer hold on, closing his eyes. A day later, in the basement of the Baijiu pharmaceutical company. Yin Jiu slowly opened his eyes to find gin and vodka sitting at either side of the control screens. With 8 boxes of leftover takeout on the table, how long did I sleep? Yin Jiu counted the takeout boxes, estimating his sleep time. A full 27 hours. Jin glanced at the computer screen, continuing to type. Vodka paused his recording to prioritize Yin Jiu's condition. Granfield, how are you feeling? Heaven knows how much he felt when he saw Granfield lifeless before him the moment he opened the door with his brother. Though this child had only recently arrived in Japan, he was already adept at causing trouble, managing to make his presence felt almost daily in front of gin and vodka. Yet vodka couldn't quite understand his feelings. Perhaps it was due to Jin's indulgence that he subconsciously extended that leniency to Granfield. The frequency of this indulgence grew, and so did the time and emotions invested, which is what people refer to as sunk cost. Over time, Granfield's significance in vodka's heart subtly transformed. At that moment, Granfield's body temperature felt akin to that of a cold corpse, mirroring vodka's own chilling heart. I feel great. Yin Jiu blinked, looking quizzically at vodka, who emitted a faint energy reading. He reached up to remove several monitoring devices attached to his head. That I'm just overly fatigued. I've been plagued by nightmares and unable to sleep. That I believe the instruments on Jin's end have already detected this. How about it? The results are all recorded, right? Yin Jiu patted his wrinkled jacket, leaning closer to Jin's screen. The frequency is within the normal range for nightmare wavelengths. You were indeed in a deep sleep. Jin's fingers danced over the keyboard, and after pressing the final send key, he lifted his gaze. How long has it been? Approximately a week. Yin Jiu considered the timing of his last upgrade. Nightmares aren't really the issue. The primary problem is my physiological fear of sleep, making it impossible to close my eyes and drift off normally. So, if possible, please prescribe me a strong sedative, the most potent kind. Jin stared at Yin Jiu for a moment, then typed a few more lines on the computer. Many medications are not suitable for your body. The next blood draw isn't for another 2 weeks, and you must refrain from taking any medication for a week prior. I understand. This medication may not even be effective for me, but I'll take it home to try. Yin Jiu agreed verbally while craning his neck to see Jin adding some notes to his status bar. Feeling dissatisfied that I merely experienced some nightmares. It's not at the level of neurosis, so don't record every symptom as if it's severe. Severe? Jin thought Yin Jiu's condition warranted a diagnosis of neurosis at the very least. He glanced at the child with a disapproving look before shifting him aside. Shall I bring in a more specialized researcher to assess you? Then forget it. Yin Jiu hesitated. The researchers at Baijiu Pharmaceutical were all exceptionally skilled. Generally, their approach to treating severe cases was to begin with extreme measures, and unless they had locked someone in a lab for dissection and stitching back up, drawing blood only to return it. They were considered industry conscientious. His situation hardly warranted the high-end researchers of the organization. Yin Jiu's attitude was refreshingly sincere. Jin let out a cold laugh and continued entering data. Yin Jiu's condition had been thoroughly documented. Adding a few more severe symptoms wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, the more detailed the documentation, the more it served Granfield's case. This meant that if one day Yin Jiu's health took a turn for the worse, Jin would not be considered negligent with such thorough records. Recording every detail meticulously would ultimately benefit both him and the organization, allowing for precise comparisons with Yin Jiu's latest health data. By the way, Pisk might bring me here for a checkup soon. Yin Jiu observed Jin diligently adding professional terminology to every section of the document. Recalling something. Remember to prepare a false document for me. I find this document quite satisfactory. Jin's lips curled into a smirk as he pressed 2 enter keys on the document. Glancing at the numerous negative health evaluations, this document, if presented, may not take long before the old man arranges your affairs. That's too ominous a statement. I have confidence in my survival. When the time comes, I shall reluctantly partake in your inheritance, Jin. Indeed, a single remark from Yin Jiu ignited Jin's ire, and after a series of friendly exchanges coupled with warm-up exercises, Yin Jiu was met with the first meal of the day. Of course, it was shared with Jin in the laboratory. Big brother, Vodka remarked, glancing at the last piece of beef being snatched from Jin's bowl, whose demeanor was as dark as a stormy sky, while Yin Jiu, in high spirits, even brought his hands together in gratitude before Jin, exclaimed, "Thank you for the hospitality." Yin Jiu licked his lips, for indeed, the wagyu beef extracted from the Guardian's bowl was the most delectable. He was truly grateful to you, dear Guardian. Childish, Jin muttered, casting a glance at his nearly empty bowl of rice. He continued to gnaw at his food, choosing to overlook the antics of the ailing individual. Vodka, unable to bear the sight, thoughtfully placed 2 pieces of meat from his own lunch onto Jin's plate. Gran Fidi, our big brother is of mixed heritage and is unaccustomed to chopsticks. You ought not to bully him this way. I am also of mixed heritage, Yin Jiu chimed in, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks to create a blur of motion before proudly presenting it to Jin. I say, Jin, you ought to practice with the chopsticks. What if, in the future, during a mission, there is something that needs to be picked up? Wouldn't you be at a great disadvantage? Such tasks would typically be left to Bourbon or others. Jin, seeing Yin Jiu approach again, did not lift his head. He hurriedly shoved the 2 pieces of fresh meat he had just obtained into his mouth and swiftly grasped a spoon from the side, greatly accelerating his eating pace. That is true, but Bourbon is also of mixed heritage. Why is he more adept with chopsticks than you? Yin Jiu recalled Bourbon's skilled cooking posture. Speaking of which, Bourbon's Japanese cuisine has always been quite impressive. I suppose none of you have had the privilege of tasting it, have you? If he ever takes up a part-time job as a waiter or chef, I could point you in the right direction. Such unreliable companions should be cherished. One ought to enjoy good things early, lest they vanish one day. Yin Jiu continued to jest, feeling as though he had forgotten something significant. Don't know. Yin Jiu abruptly fished out his phone from his pocket. And indeed, he found several missed calls from Amuro Toru, along with a few messages from Masayama Kenzo. Just as he was lost in thought, another call came in. Hello? Yin Jiu answered, and heard Amuro Toru's anxious voice on the other end. Yin Jiu, where are you? Why have you not answered so many calls? Amuro Toru was quite anxious, considering Yin Jiu's poor condition yesterday. If he had collapsed alone on the roadside, and with the current situation of being unreachable, he might have already been abducted. Although the boy was not particularly well known in Japan, his strikingly beautiful face transcended gender. If he were to fall unguarded outside, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions. The potential consequences of Yin Jiu being taken by some peculiar individual were unthinkable. However, what began as worry quickly morphed into anger when Amuro Toru, upon hearing that the call had connected, found that the situation sounded rather good. The boy on the other end seemed startled and stammered for a moment before timidly confessing, I'm sorry, I went out alone this morning and missed my stop on the train. And then I didn't know what to do, so I rode all the way to the last station. And then, Amuro Toru recalled Yin Jiu's previous experience of traveling alone on the Shinkansen, rationally categorizing his behavior, though his tone remained unchanged. And then, the boy's voice quivered as he exchanged frantic glances with Jin. I got lost. My Japanese isn't good, and the last station had no signs in English. So I just randomly chose another train to get on. Silence fell on both ends of the phone. Vodka stared in shock at Gran Fidi's impassive face as the latter recounted the most absurd lie with a quivering voice. Even more absurd was Bourbon, who, after a moment's hesitation, seemed to accept this outrageous statement without question. Vodka's expression grew complicated, unsure whether to evaluate Gran Fidi's excuse as ridiculous or Bourbon's intelligence as questionable. Why didn't you take a taxi or call back to ask for help? Amuro Toru's tone softened considerably this time. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Yin Jiu, who likely found himself in a rather desolate location after reaching the last station. Continuing to ride aimlessly might mean he was now at the ends of the earth. I wanted to. Yin Jiu's tone grew increasingly pitiful as he gestured a 1 to Jin, who shook his head and indicated 5. He then indicated 2, while Jin pointed to 3. Deal. Yin Jiu gritted his teeth, his voice laced with sincerity. Who would have thought that the last station would lead to desolate mountains and wilderness, clearly outside the urban area? And then there was no signal on my phone. Where are you now? Amuro Toru's breath hitched upon hearing Yin Jiu's predicament, and he rubbed his forehead, resigned to console himself that the foolish deer hadn't gone missing. And he would now go fetch him. Okay, I'm here. Yin Jiu's gaze turned to Jin, who, with remarkable speed, searched for a location that matched all of Yin Jiu's descriptions, promptly turning the computer screen towards him. Yin Jiu furrowed his brows. I see the sign, but I can't read it. How about this? I'll hang up and handwrite it to you. Ha. Once the call ended, Yin Jiu was immediately met with Jin's mockery. "What are you laughing at?" Yin Jiu glared at the computer screen, slowly handwriting the characters onto his phone. "Your act of playing dumb is quite amusing." Jin had just typed a note to Yin Jiu, and now his gaze towards the latter was filled with a greater sense of tolerance. Upon seeing the number from which Yin Jiu was sending messages, he promptly shifted his target for ridicule. Thinking how some people could believe such a pitiful excuse that he truly wanted to record a video for RUM to showcase the intelligence of his capable subordinates. Isn't this the steady persona I usually maintain? Yin Jiu actively chose to ignore the latter half of Jin's statement, firmly defending his mother's honor. The rumored Bourbon was one of the most outstanding operatives in the intelligence team. And this was a fact evident to all. You cannot belittle me by disparaging other exceptional agents. Such actions can easily lead one to feel disheartened. Furthermore, the very reason he believed my words was precisely because they were absurd enough. Witnessing Jin momentarily speechless was a rarity. Yin Jiu tidied his clothing while swiftly organizing the items in the laboratory. Individuals like Bourbon, who were often suspicious, would instinctively blend 7 parts truth with 3 parts falsehood when lying. Therefore, if one were to mislead them using familiar reasoning, once they caught a whiff of a flaw, they could trace back to reveal the truth. However, what if one were to do the opposite? By directly presenting an utterly ludicrous excuse, they would be compelled to seek rationality within that absurdity. If they found even a hint of reason before the illusion was unveiled, they would have no choice but to rationalize the entire affair based on that reasonable gap. Yin Jiu's judgment was spot on. As Amuro Toru drove over, he replayed the earlier conversation in his mind dozens of times. How could such an absurd situation possibly occur? Amuro Toru covered his face but quickly recalled Yin Jiu's previous outing. Alone, taking the Shinkansen, and even encountering a bomb. In comparison, merely missing a train stop didn't seem so outrageous after all. Amuro Toru chuckled. This child truly could not afford to be careless for even a moment. Just a few days in Japan, and he had already faced 2 mishaps while traveling alone. He would ensure to keep a close eye on him upon returning. He picked up Yin Jiu in a remote suburb, likely due to the presence of a logging factory nearby, allowing for a signal to be received. Amuro Toru resignedly gripped the steering wheel, lamenting his foolish deer's stroke of luck. Had he not called just then, Yin Jiu might have wandered too far, finding it impossible to return at night, potentially ending up camping out in the wilderness. "I won't run off again," Yin Jiu murmured, head lowered, displaying a contrite demeanor. Amuro Toru, seeing this, felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from speaking harshly. This matter was thus lightly set aside, until the weekend arrived. "Xiaojiu, I heard you got lost last week." Yuanzi's voice boisterously carried from half a street away before she even appeared. "Yuanzi, please don't shout so loudly." Xiao Lan trailed behind, tugging Suzuki Sonoko along, casting an apologetic glance at Yin Jiu. "So you all know, huh?" Yin Jiu paused for a moment. He felt no embarrassment. Was it not quite normal for a foreign miner to get lost? Rather than being evasive, he straightforwardly admitted that the place names were rather difficult to recognize, and he had inadvertently taken the wrong stop. That MY agent is making a mountain out of a molehill. That was the reason, but in truth, Xiaojiu's Japanese had improved significantly since he first arrived. Sonoko patted Yin Jiu reassuringly. "It's all right, Xiaojiu, I'll make sure to invite you to any gatherings in the future. Spending more time together will surely help you practice." "That would be wonderful." Yin Jiu lifted his gaze, glancing at Conan beside him, thus drawing nearer to his observational target. Conan seemed to sense Yin Jiu's gaze and maneuvered his way past Mao Lulan. "I say, your agent's concern for you must stem from some reason of your own, right?" Conan recalled that day in the bandaged man's villa, where Yin Jiu had slept through the night, his body nearly completely cold. Had it not been for the expression of nightmare that crossed Yin Jiu's face, he might have mistaken him for a corpse due to that chilling temperature, coupled with Yin Jiu's perennial habit of carrying an umbrella and his pallid complexion. He appeared far from a mere case of congenital frailty. It resembled something far more serious, akin to a grave illness. "You want to soak up some sunlight. Hiding under an umbrella every day is making your complexion look rather unhealthy." "That's not possible. I have a sunlight allergy." Yin Jiu shook his head, gripping his umbrella tighter. "A sunlight allergy? So, brother Yin Jiu, have you not undergone any other examinations?" Conan felt that Yin Jiu's issues were far more than just that. Drawing the attention of both Mao Lulan and Sonoko, "I have been examined. It merely appears that I seem a bit weak, but otherwise I'm quite healthy." Yin Jiu spoke the first half of his sentence. He noticed the disapproving expressions on their faces and quickly added, "However, My guardian has entrusted a friend of his to look after me here in Japan, and he has already scheduled my physical examination for next week. So there will undoubtedly be no issues. You can rest assured. Really? Indeed. Cheers. Several young individuals in the lounge raised their oversized beer mugs, celebrating together. In contrast, only a few bottles of juice were placed before Yin Jiu and Mao Lilan. Ah, but we are all minors. Kimura Tatsuya, the lead singer for the evening in the center of attention, approached with a cup in hand alongside Amuro Turu. Agent, Yin Jiu lifted his head, greeting softly, then adeptly stood to introduce everyone. I didn't expect Xiao Jio's agent to be so dashing. Suzuki Sonoko intertwined her fingers, having heard the saying that handsome men tend to attract even more handsome men, especially in the entertainment industry. Her gaze flitted among Kimura Tatsuya, Amuro Turu, and Yin Jiu, ultimately settling on the most strikingly handsome among them, resolving to cultivate a good relationship with Yin Jiu henceforth. Amuro Turu noticed Sonoko's gaze. He recognized Yin Jiu's group of classmates, among whom the most affluent was this Miss Suzuki. During Yin Jiu's assassination attempt, it was for this sister's sake that the matter was ultimately kept quiet. Initially expecting her to be a spoiled young lady, he found upon this meeting that she was quite straightforward and devoid of any ulterior motives. While conversing with Mao Lilan and Yin Jiu, she held no airs, embodying the lively, cheerful demeanor of a girl next door. In an instant, Amuro Turu's impression of the Suzuki family improved significantly. You must be Xiao Jio's classmates. I've heard him mention you. A polite smile graced Amuro Turu's face. Thank you for taking care of him. Not at all. Mao Lilan was somewhat unaccustomed to such pleasantries, but Sonoko eagerly moved closer to the two handsome men. Actually, Xiao Jio is the star of our school. With such a handsome junior, the girls at our school even organized a support club for him. A support club? Conan, who had been nodding along, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had never had a support club even as a savior of the Japanese police, and how long had Yin Jiu even been at school? A heartthrob? Kimura was also taken aback, not expecting that Yin Jiu, who had no works in Japan, would wield such fame at school. He scrutinized Yin Jiu, nodding inwardly. Indeed a rare beauty. More remarkably, Kimura sensed a kind of irresistible allure about him, an indescribable charm that instinctively drew one's attention and focus toward him. Kimura understood that a significant portion of the entertainment industry relied on divine favor, and Yin Jiu was undoubtedly favored by the heavens. He is an unripe prodigy, Kimura Tatsuya silently assessed. Only Amuro Turu remained unfazed. He had recognized from their first meeting that Yin Jiu possessed an ineffable charm, a quality that became more pronounced the longer one interacted with him. Amuro Turu considered himself a highly goal-oriented and pragmatic individual. Logically, he approached Yin Jiu solely to accomplish a task for the Public Security Bureau. Once completed, he could easily withdraw, donning the guise of an agent, and casually find ways to keep Yin Jiu occupied. However, the reality was that he found himself inexplicably enchanted, compelled to be accommodating toward Yin Jiu. Ultimately, he could not help but think of ways to express his affection for him. This included everything he was doing now. Under normal circumstances, he would be working part-time at a convenience store, exchanging recent intelligence with Kazami Yuya in private. Yet, thinking of Yin Jiu's pale, pitiful face as he spoke of needing to find ways to support himself, Amuro Turu could not resist coming to check on him, lest the talent he had brought with him be mistreated here. This is quite the predicament. Well, what kind of part-time job isn't a part-time job? Being an agent is a form of work too, isn't it? Amuro Turu unconsciously sought to justify himself. Upon seeing Yin Jiu seated among friends, a smile gracing his lips, he felt a flicker of comfort. Yin Jiu too felt gratified. His vampiric charm had finally yielded positive returns. This seemingly passive skill sounded rather inconsequential, yet in reality, it complemented his current profession perfectly, allowing him to leverage its effects. Contemplating this, Yin Jiu revealed a rather bashful smile amidst the crowd. As for the support club, I'm not quite clear on that, but everyone at school is genuinely kind. Youth is such a wonderful thing. When we were in school, it was just like this, right? The band's guitarist, Shizaki Mieko, a girl with her hair dyed in 2 colors, maintained the highest spirits throughout the banquet, observing the young people gathered together in laughter. She was instantly reminded of the struggles they had endured together. Meanwhile, the band's manager, Terahara Mari, a true beauty, watched as the group raised their glasses again and gently reminded them, there will be a television interview soon. So don't drink too much, all right? I won't drink. Amuro Turu switched to a cup of juice, politely nodding to his fellow colleagues nearby that he still needed to escort Xiao Jio and his classmates home afterward. Drinking would preclude him from driving. With that, he chose not to intrude upon the jovial atmosphere among the band members, instead joining Yin Jiu's group. Are you getting used to it? Actually, it's fine. It's just that this is my first time attending a gathering here in Japan, and I was somewhat surprised by their party style. Yin Jiu took a sip of his juice. He often attended such gatherings in America, where the atmosphere was much more relaxed, and no one paid any mind to his status as a minor. In comparison, tonight's rather subdued affair left him feeling somewhat unsettled. It was as though he sensed an eerie calm before an impending storm, an unsettling premonition that something more troublesome was bound to occur. Yin Jiu directed his gaze toward Conan. The little pretender held a cup of juice, sitting beside Mao Lilan, slurping away, and upon sensing a gaze upon him, looked up in confusion. Slurp, slurp, never mind. Yin Jiu withdrew his gaze. This gathering had been his invitation to Mao and the others, so it should not collide with the plot. He lowered his eyes as Mao Lilan and Sonoko gradually opened up, discussing the latest gossip from the entertainment world. So, you're saying that Kimura is rumored to be in a relationship with a female star named Koizumi. When Yin Jiu leaned in, he coincidentally overheard a conversation between the two. He gazed up at Kimura, who was on the other side, guzzling beer, and thought, why not just ask him directly? It is said that inebriation often leads to the revelation of truth. Perhaps a surprise awaits if he inquires now. Oh right. Mao Lilan and Yuenzi, inspired by this notion, simultaneously turned their heads towards Kimura Daisuke. Just then, their manager, Terahara Mari, circled back outside and returned to Kimura's side. Upon seeing the young man, whose cheeks were already flushed from drinking yet still eager to indulge, she could not help but intervene. Daisuke, you've had enough. Did I not just tell you that there's a TV station event later? Stop nagging. Terahara Mari's outstretched hand froze in midair as Kimura forcefully swatted it away. You annoying, ugly creature, be quiet. Ugly, ugly creature. Mao Lilan and Yuenzi halted in their movements, while Conan and Amuro Toru also turned their heads in unison. Terahara Mari, with her soft, coffee-colored short curls and strikingly elegant appearance, exuded a sophisticated beauty akin to that of an intellectual older sister. Such a description hardly qualifies as an ugly creature, but he truly intoxicated. Mao Lilan and Yuenzi exchanged glances, while Conan, equally perplexed, shuffled his juice closer to the center of the sofa. It appeared that the young man was merely slightly tipsy, his cheeks tinged with red. Yin Jiu glanced over before averting his gaze. The younger generation truly lacks decorum when it comes to drinking. Yet, aren't you two going to ask him any questions? Mao Lilan and Yuenzi shook their heads in unison, deciding it was wiser to refrain from approaching him in this state. Very well, I shall fetch the karaoke machine. Let us select a few songs and perform shortly. Yin Jiu, unperturbed by the sudden change in the two's demeanor, naturally rose to undertake the task of retrieving the remote. The karaoke machine was quickly brought over, and the screen fortuitously transitioned to the next song. How familiar. Isn't this the theme song from Doraemon? Suzuki Yuenzi, initially concerned that Yin Jiu might face reprimand, leaned in curiously to examine the song list displayed on the karaoke machine. It was selected by the previous person. There are several songs queued ahead. Yin Jiu glanced at the screen, then looked back at the others, wondering who had chosen such a cheerful song. Kikuchi, why don't you go up and sing? I specifically selected this for you. Kimura Daisuke, who had been drinking with his head bowed, suddenly gestured towards the burly figure beside him. Yamada Kiki, a robust man clad in sunglasses and a headscarf, primarily played the drums in the band. Upon being singled out by Kimura, his expression became somewhat stiff. Kimura, undeterred by the awkward atmosphere, swayed upright from his slouched position on the backrest and loudly proclaimed, Don't be deceived by this guy's size. He's as useless as a child. Without me, he's no better than a waste of space. This unlike the stunned reactions of Conan and the others, who were taken aback by such blatant remarks. Yin Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sudden influx of emotional points from the band members. This person is remarkably straightforward. I like it. Yin Jiu's gaze reflected admiration, while internally he cheered for Kimura. Such behavior is hardly commendable. Amuro Toru beside him expressed disapproval, warning against emulating him, as the workplace culture in Japan values subtlety, and Western-style bluntness and critical thinking do not suit the context. But I appreciate such a character, Yin Jiu retorted, a rare defiance in his tone, his eyes gleaming with a desire to befriend Kimura. That foolish deer of his will be led astray. Amuro pressed a hand to his temple, questioning the wisdom of bringing Yin Jiu to this gathering. At that moment, the store manager entered, carrying a large plate of snacks. Thank you for waiting. So much food. Thank you. The previously tense atmosphere immediately softened. The club members, seeing a savior in sight, flocked to engage in new topics. However, Kimura Daisuke was not one to relinquish a chance to stir the pot. He lit a cigarette, resting his hands on the sides of the sofa, fully embracing a mocking tone. How pitiful! The former leader of the band has now stooped to holding such a dismal gathering. Hey, if you keep blabbering, I might just take the food away. The manager's face displayed clear embarrassment, but he maintained his smile, issuing a mock threat before hastily exiting. Yin Jiu scrutinized the closed door. The owner of this establishment seemed rather unremarkable, yet, in terms of emotional impact, he was anything but lacking. Just like that, Yin Jiu's experience points surged once more. This is a true provocateur. Yin Jiu felt invigorated. Amuro Toru, however, appeared increasingly displeased. Yet Kimura, seemingly tireless, quickly set his sights on a new target. With a few deft maneuvers, a particularly provocative song title appeared on the karaoke machine. She thinks she is beautiful. With his head slightly lowered and a mocking smile gracing his lips, Kimura gestured toward their most beautiful manager. This song perfectly encapsulates your current state. Each of Kimura's words seemed to bear thorns. Enchanting yet piercing. Conan was seething with anger. Amuro Toru, too, was ready to take action, clearly irritated by Kimura's poor drinking etiquette, itching to land a punch. Mr. Manager, violence is not the answer. Yin Jiu firmly decided on this friendship. Promptly stepping in front of Amuro, retrieving 2 bottles of drinks from the table and handing one to each. Take a sip, cool off. Amuro received the orange juice but did not drink it. Instead, he shot a glare at Yin Jiu, who merely returned an innocent gaze. Forget it. Even if this foolish deer is Navi, he is still one of our artists. Amuro sighed deeply. I truly did not expect Kimura Daisuke to behave like this after drinking. Indeed, neither did I. Yin Jiu nodded vigorously, cradling the juice in his hands, just as he noticed Conan approaching Kimura Daisuke. That I'll go check it out. Conan, initially brimming with bravado, intended to confront this incendiary character, but was unexpectedly met with Kimura's sorrowful expression. Why does he look like that? Conan's pupils constricted momentarily. As he raised his head to speak, he noticed Yin Jiu approaching with drinks, followed by the disgruntled manager. Are you here to sing? We have another karaoke machine over there. Yin Jiu set down the drink and picked up the remote from the table. What song do you want to sing? I can help you choose. I can't sing. Conan honestly shook his head, pulling Yin Jiu down to his level. Yin Jiu, did you just see Kimura Daisuke's expression? What expression? As Yin Jiu leaned against the sofa. He discreetly glanced upward. The inebriated Kimura now lay half reclined, eyes closed, as if napping. It was a rather sorrowful expression. Conan lowered his voice, also gazing towards the sofa. I have a feeling their relationship might not be as dire as it appears. Is that so? Yin Jiu pondered, stroking his chin. However, the sadness you mentioned could also be a result of the current atmosphere. He gestured toward the stage, where the singer, Jiang Meizi, was both singing and weeping. After drinking, emotions tend to amplify significantly. Just look at her. That is probably not the reason. Yamada Kiki, who had been passing by, overheard the latter part of their conversation and chimed in. Jiang Meizi is likely crying because Kimura is leaving the band, which has put her in a melancholic mood. Wait, Kimura is leaving the band. Suzuki Uenzi, who had been closely observing the group, was the first to be unable to accept the news of the handsome male singer's impending departure. In fact, the members of the band have known for quite some time. Kimura Daisuke, having opened his eyes at some point, declared, after this tour, I will announce my retirement. How can that be? It's all these people's fault. The drummer is clumsy. The guitarist never matures, and the manager loves to throw tantrums. Kimura Daisuke named them one by one, finally unable to contain his frustration, muttering, I genuinely can't wait to leave this cursed band. With an artist like you, I truly need to consider the necessity of renewing your contract with the company. Among those present, only you seem clumsy, immature, and prone to tantrums. Amuro Tour could no longer endure the situations. This behavior transcended mere intoxication, revealing a fundamental flaw in the character of Kimura Tatsuya himself. Kimura, seemingly fueled by his own fervor, rose abruptly from his seat upon hearing Amuro's provocation. Let us not quarrel. We have matters to discuss, so let us sit down and talk it over calmly. Yin Jiu was in the most distressing position, caught between a friend he held in high regard and a colleague who deserved to be cherished. Uncertain of whom to support, before Yin Jiu could gather his thoughts, Kimura proactively relinquished the confrontation. Boring, he scoffed, donning his jacket, and, accompanied by the newly initiated music, staggered onto the stage. The song chosen was fortuitously one of his own. The enthusiasm of the youth always arrives swiftly. Terahara Mari glanced at her watch, dutifully reminding everyone nearby, only to receive a torrent of insults from Kimura in return. Honestly, I'll contact the television station. Terahara Mari, seemingly accustomed to Kimura's unpleasant demeanor, retrieved the jacket that had been carelessly discarded on the floor during the chorus and turned back to advise the others. Once you finish this song, tidy up a bit. We must be rude later. The temper of this manager is indeed commendable. Yin Jiu's gaze followed Terahara as she exited. This older sister's emotional state was so fragmented it resembled a mosaic. And yet she managed to maintain her composure. Do not emulate that troublesome Kimura. I am not so easygoing, Amuro Tura remarked, watching Terahara depart, his concern for Yin Jiu evident in his tone, which was equal parts warning and seriousness. How could I treat Turu like that? Yin Jiu blinked, adjusting his expression and clearing his throat. Moreover, I merely admire Mr. Kimura's audacity in speaking his mind. It does not imply that I agree with his statements. Oh, Amuro Tura cast a sidelong glance at Yin Jiu, urging him to continue. Yin Jiu then brought over a container filled with rice balls. At the very least, when he called our manager a hack. I found that unacceptable. Terahara Mari is undoubtedly a great beauty. So, dear Yin Jiu, you do not harbor feelings for Miss Terahara, do you? Conan inquired, inching closer. Yin Jiu had spent a considerable amount of time observing the manager, providing ample reason for Conan to suspect that Yin Jiu had ulterior motives. Why would you think that? Yin Jiu handed a rice ball to Conan, deftly unwrapping the other with his free hand. There is too great an age difference between us, much like your situation with Muri Rand. It is simply impossible. What do you mean impossible? Conan was momentarily taken aback by Yin Jiu's comparison, his frustration mounting as he sulked to the side. As long as it's not like that, it's fine. Amuro Tura recognized a more pressing concern. Yin Jiu was at an age rife with rebellion and romantic aspirations. This foolish young man, possessing a pure heart and striking looks, was of a prominent status. Should he fall victim to deceit in matters of love, Amuro Tura feared he would bear some responsibility. In Japan, the prevailing ethos forbids idols from engaging in romantic relationships. Should scandalous rumors emerge, it could very well spell the end of one's career in the entertainment industry. Amuro Turu's expression turned grave as he sternly warned his Navi companion, hoping he would not be easily swayed. Yet, there were always those who would disrupt the scene. What does it matter? Kimura Tatsuya had just finished his song. Appearing considerably more sober, he approached the group and grabbed a rice ball. If I cannot remain an idol, I plan to retreat into the background and write albums. I've even decided on the title of my first song. So you won't be singing anymore. Yin Jiu bit into a rice ball, deliberately ignoring the entire conversation about early romantic encounters. I think you sing wonderfully. It's not that I want to sing. It's just that I want to be a mere idle singer anymore. Kimura chewed thoughtfully, a rare smile gracing his face. I've already made up my mind. The title of my first song will be Suddenly. A violent fit of coughing interrupted him, drawing the attention of all present. What's wrong? Muri Ran, seated directly across from Yin Jiu, noticed a hint of crimson liquid seeping through Kimura's fingers as he covered his mouth. The familiar sight tightened her body with tension, causing her to rise instinctively. Conversely, Yin Jiu, with his vast experience, reacted quite differently, unconsciously taking another bite of the rice ball. It was simply too delicious. This isn't right. Call for an ambulance. Amuro Tura finally grasped the extent of the bleeding on the floor, rushing forward to support Kimura and tilt him onto the sofa. However, it was too late. Kimura Tatsuya's struggles gradually weakened. It's potassium cyanide. Amuro Turu's gaze shifted to the half-eaten rice ball discarded on the floor. His complexion paling that he swiftly turned back. Yin Jiu was holding another rice ball, his cheeks moving rhythmically as he swallowed. Foolish young man, spit it out now. This at least confirmed that the poison was not in the rice balls. By the time Officer Mumu arrived, the only bodies lying on the sofa were the lifeless form of Kimura and the equally cold Yin Jiu, who had been forced to vomit. So, you were that close to Kimura, and didn't he notice anything unusual? Conan remained by Yin Jiu's side, observing the bustling officers, deciding it was prudent to exchange clues with Yin Jiu first. I have a strong intuition that this was a murder. Yin Jiu, slumped on the sofa with his arms wrapped around his stomach, his voice hoarse, remarked that Kimura's body language and expressions did not suggest he was aware of the poisoning beforehand. What do you believe the motive of the murderer to be? Conan pondered, stroking his chin. If we rule out the possibility of the sushi being toxic, the poison was most likely applied to something Kimura frequently handled. For instance, the The microphone, his jacket, his lighter, cigarettes, or the wine glass. Conan enumerated. However, all of these items are accessible to everyone here. Therefore, to identify the poisoner, we must deduce their motive. You're quite right. Yin Jiu nodded, gazing appreciatively at Conan. Acknowledging that a primary school student capable of such analysis was indeed brilliant. Now, they could only await the police investigation to unveil the truth. I believe you are certainly not mistaken. The poisoned item is one of those you just mentioned. Conan found himself momentarily at a loss for words at Yin Jiu's seemingly encouraging, yet ultimately dismissive comment, his expression contorting in frustration. Come on, if you're going to listen to me with such a serious expression, at least don't brush me off, all right? Why is he so infuriating? Nevertheless, Conan quickly regained his composure. Despite Yin Jiu's indifferent attitude, based on their previous interactions, it was clear that Yin Jiu was simply avoiding discussing the case and would not shy away from addressing other questions he posed. I heard Kimura is going to sign with your brother Yin Jiu's entertainment company before joining the band. Did you hear any rumors about who Kimura didn't get along with? You should ask Sonoko. She might know better. Yin Jiu absent-mindedly traced the scratches on the sofa, only retracting his hand after receiving a system notification. I rarely pay attention to entertainers in Japan. And if Kimura has issues with anyone, I believe that if he continues to speak as candidly as he did tonight, anyone could be a suspect. That is a valid point, Conan remarked. Yin Jiu shifted to lie flat. His arms crossed over his abdomen, the emotional tension in the air gradually dissipating, and a sense of drowsiness washed over him, akin to the fatigue of overindulging in carbohydrates. I'm so tired. Perhaps I should close my eyes and rest for a bit. Yin Jiu, in a drowsy state, found immense comfort in the surrounding sounds of conversation, a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages since acquiring the debuff of nightmarish sleep. He relished this feeling, while Conan turned to see Yin Jiu lying in a state of tranquil repose. The pale-faced youth, devoid of strength, had his hands folded over his body, his gaze unfocused, and his expression dazed. Suddenly, Conan felt a pang of alarm. Hey, don't sleep. Conan attempted to reach out and touch Yin Jiu's forehead, but was met with a cool hand gripping his own. Don't touch me. I am just resting my eyes for a moment. Yin Jiu frowned, feeling a headache from Conan's disturbance. You should go to Turu. His observational skills are sharp, and he'll likely solve the case soon. Let me have this moment of quiet. If you need anything, remember to call me. Don't push yourself. Conan, following Yin Jiu's words, glanced at Amuro Turu, who was seemingly beginning to solve the case while surrounded by guards. Unable to suppress his curiosity about the case, he dashed over to Mary Rant's side. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of reverie. The case ultimately concluded amidst Terahara's heart-wrenching sobs. As Amuro Turu approached Yin Jiu, carrying the listless elementary school student, Xiao Jiu, it's time to go back. Amuro gently patted Yin Jiu's shoulder, but received no response. Xiao Jiu, Amuro's brow furrowed as he leaned down to scrutinize Yin Jiu closely. And suddenly, he reached out to check Yin Jiu's breath. Yin Jiu, Conan was startled by Amuro's suddenly grave tone, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Brother Yin Jiu. He hurriedly moved forward, removing Yin Jiu's hand from his abdomen. Feeling it icy cold, devoid of life, Conan's heart sank as he quickly checked for a pulse. I'm fine. Yin Jiu's weak voice emerged from above Conan's head, and his hand, akin to a slippery eel, withdrew. What's wrong? I was merely resting my eyes. Yin Jiu, somewhat bewildered, looked up at Amuro's serious countenance. Puffed. Mary ran, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter upon noticing a tuft of hair sticking up from Yin Jiu's head. Still bearing the remnants of her earlier sorrow, she rubbed her damp eyes, apologizing. I'm sorry, we thought. No, this isn't just resting my eyes. Xiao Jiu's temperature and reactions are both abnormal. This resembles a brief fainting spell. Amuro's expression remained tense, not easing even with Yin Jiu's awakening. Without further ado, he hoisted Yin Jiu from the sofa. I apologize for the interruption tonight, that I must take Xiao Jiu for an examination immediately. The two in the car remained silent as Amuro completed a call to Masayama Kinzo, Yin Jiu's guardian, and then fell into a brooding silence. Yin Jiu, however, felt quite well. The experience of fainting had been pleasant. Though it was regrettable that his need for sleep had not been fulfilled, the cause of this situation likely stemmed from his hunger being exceeded beyond its limits. The vampire's body, evidently, does not solely rely on blood for sustenance. When absorbing emotional points, not only does the experience value soar, but the hunger meter also fills. Yin Jiu mused that such a constitution resembled that of a legendary vampire. Perhaps what he typically consumed was not merely human blood, but human souls. This also explained why, during his initial covert attempt to taste the blood of the deceased on the deck, his sense of fullness registered as zeroed at. However, it seemed that absorbing experience points would fill the hunger meter, which appeared advantageous. In reality, it restricted his daily absorption capacity of experience points, especially if he could not rapidly deplete his hunger, with the vampire's low requirement of feeding only once every few days. Future upgrades would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Therefore, he must find ways to expend his hunger, whether through utilizing his abilities or engaging in ordinary activities. But what manner of expenditure would strike a balance, or even yield a slight surplus? Yin Jiu murmured to himself, "You're not yet at an age to contemplate financial freedom. Your health is paramount." Upon hearing Yin Jiu's self-dialogue, Amuro's expression grew complex. If your physical condition continues to deteriorate, no matter how much socializing you engage in, you want to achieve a balance of income and expenditure. That makes sense, but my body won't recover overnight. Yin Jiu realized he had voiced his thoughts aloud, and upon hearing Amuro's response, he continued, "Besides, I only appear fragile. In reality, I'm quite healthy." Yin Jiu's tone was light, which Amuro interpreted as self-comfort. Amuro even hesitated to recall the moment he checked Yin Jiu's breath, whether it was truly interrupted or merely his anxious imagination. Yin Jiu's safety bore immense implications for both nations. Thankfully, he was unharmed, and his mission had not failed. Amuro sought justification for his extraordinary concern for Yin Jiu. He felt his thoughts were valid. After all, he had cared for this child for so long. Had he succumbed to a serious illness, he might have only felt sadness, eventually forgetting. Yet, the sheer suddenness of a silent death before him, potentially at his hands, made every cell in his body resist. The body's senses can deceive. Most severe ailments do not manifest early. You may feel fine, yet internally, you could be riddled with issues. Amuro glanced at the rearview mirror, realizing that the previous situation had been perilous. If you were alone at home during the night, it could easily lead to trouble. If you refuse to have a health check, I will insist on taking you," he stated firmly. "Otherwise, I cannot rest easy knowing you are alone at home." "All right," Yin Jiu blinked. "I suppose I must trouble you and Mr. Masayama then." Masayama, who received the call late at night, initially felt somewhat irritable. However, upon realizing it was about Yin Jiu, he instantly perked up. Was this a perfect opportunity to enhance his rapport? The elderly guardian forsook sleep, accompanying his ailing foster son in the dead of night. He sprang from the sofa, energetically donning a light jacket, but then felt something was amiss. Standing before the mirror, he fussed with his hair and clothing that he needed to put on a performance, when Yin Jiu and Amuro Toru encountered Masayama Kenzo. The elderly man's hair was evidently disheveled from just waking, and his attire bore numerous creases, as if he had hurriedly rushed and collided with something. "Thank you so much for bringing him over." Masayama Kenzo, holding a warm outer garment, approached Yin Jiu as he alighted from the car, wrapping it around him while chiding lightly. "You ought to speak up when you're unwell. There's no need to force yourself to stay at such social gatherings." "It's fine. I merely feel a bit dizzy." Yin Jiu noticed Masayama Kenzo had lost the spirited demeanor he exhibited around Amuro. He obediently followed him to another vehicle, resting his head against the window. "Be good. We're heading to the hospital now. You'll be all right soon." Pisk, observing Yin Jiu's pitiable state, reached out to pat the child's head, earning a muffled grunt in response. Amuro, watching the tender scene of fatherly love from a distance, felt a pang of envy, reflecting that this was merely a friend of the foolish deer's guardian, barely qualifying as the foolish deer's uncle, while he was simply a colleague bound by a contract with the foolish deer. In this regard, Yin Jiu indeed ought to be closer to the other, which made sense, yet Amuro found it impossible to feel joy. Masayama Kenzo noticed Amuro standing aside, gazing over, and expressed his regret. "My friend's research institute is privately owned, and it's too late to re-register, so I must personally take this child inside. Mr. Amuro, if you could." "It's all right," Amuro replied. "I'll just head back to rest." His hand, resting by his side, tightened slightly as he forced a smile. At least Mr. Masayama genuinely seemed to care for Yin Jiu. He bowed slightly, stating, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Masayama." The two reached an agreement, and the black car soon melded into the night, stirring a cool breeze. Amuro stared vacantly in the direction the foolish deer had departed, feeling a sense of emptiness settle within him. "Yin Jiu?" Meanwhile, rested his head against the rear window, gazing outside, staring out the back like that can easily cause motion sickness. Masayama Kinzo, noticing Yin Jiu's still form in the rearview mirror, kindly reminded him. Also retrieving a bottle of water from the side. You've been drinking fruit juice tonight, right? If you still feeling well, there is some mineral water here, but you can only sip a little before the examination. Thank you. I happen to be a bit thirsty. Yin Jiu accepted the water, successfully hearing the prompt indicating contains sleeping pills, raising an eyebrow as he pretended to take a sip from the bottle. Masayama Kinzo had been carefully monitoring Yin Jiu's actions. Upon seeing him drink, he let out a sigh of relief, his tone becoming more relaxed. Children your age often hesitate to express discomfort. My previous foster son was just like you. He learned a harsh lesson later on. Mr. Masayama, do you have other foster sons? Yin Jiu grasped the water bottle with both hands. While Pisk's records within the organization revealed no offspring, that it was precisely for this reason that all of Pisk's assets would revert entirely to the organization upon his death, instilling complete confidence in him. However, if he had an adopted son unbeknownst to them, the corners of Yin Jiu's lips curled upwards, his fangs subtly visible in the shadows, pressing against his lips. If that were the case, I would truly like to meet him. He must be a wonderful older brother, just like Mr. Masuyama. Ha ha ha. Masuyama Kinzo, recalling his meticulously nurtured creation, couldn't help but smile. It would be inappropriate to call him brother, as he is significantly older than you. His name is Okakura Masaki. By the way, I haven't mentioned him to you yet. He is also of mixed heritage and is currently in Europe, assisting me with various business dealings. You can find his photograph on the official website of my company's European branch. However, if you are eager to meet him in person, I can personally take you to Europe next summer. That sounds splendid. Yin Jiu tucked away his phone, which he had been using to search for information, his expression returning to one of innocent charm. So, it turns out he is Irish. Upon re-entering the research facility, the staff member responsible for reception immediately recognized the young man who had been brought in by Jin just days prior. Now being escorted in by another senior staff member, it for an examination or accommodation. Examination, Pisk replied curtly, his expression darkening. He often found himself at the research facility for various maintenance issues, and he was taken aback by the staff member's insinuation that he required accommodation. After placing the seemingly unconscious Yin Jiu on the table, Pisk directed a cold gaze at the receptionist. His tone frosty. Conduct a full-body examination for my adopted son and print the data by tomorrow morning. Yes. The receptionist, perplexed by Pisk's unusually frigid demeanor today, exchanged glances with the graduate student who had previously assisted with Yin Jiu's health data. He emerged with his apprentice in tow. Results should be available by tomorrow afternoon. How would you like to proceed? He'll call me when he wakes up. Pisk snorted dismissively, refusing to entertain the notion of accommodation. Hastily recording the visit information on the organization's computer before departing without a backward glance, the receptionist dared not stop Pisk, and only once he had left and the sound of his vehicle faded did he scrutinize the registration details. Frowning at the blank code in the adopted son section, how could they have missed one? Regardless of the receptionist's helplessness, Yin Jiu, once carried into the room by the researchers, promptly opened his eyes. It's you again. Yin Jiu closed the door and made his way to the side workstation with familiarity. Perfect. I can retrieve the previous data, and it will be sent out by tomorrow afternoon. The researcher accompanying Yin Jiu did not argue, efficiently gathering the materials. Meanwhile, the apprentice trailing behind frowned. Hey, the client patient should sit over there. This area is reserved for internal researchers. Don't speak out of turn. The researcher suddenly reached out and slapped the apprentice, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This young man was undoubtedly a frequent visitor, albeit arriving in somewhat disheveled circumstances recently. Hadn't he observed that the boy had remained silent and compliant? If memory served, this youth shared a deep bond with both gin and vodka, and he seemed to possess considerable access within the database. At the very least, during the previous examination, he had merely assisted. In short, this was not someone they could afford to offend. Speak less, do more. Noting Yin Jiu's focused attention on the data without responding, the researcher lowered his voice and shot a glare at his apprentice. Old master, the apprentice's bravado diminished as he scrutinized Yin Jiu, who appeared youthful and delicate. Could he be the son of a powerful conglomerate? What sort of ridiculous permission system is this? Yin Jiu intended to access the examination report Jin had stored for him. Hoping to embellish the negative records, But to his dismay, the system detected his fingerprint and promptly issued a warning. He only had viewing permissions. Modifications were prohibited. Was he altering it? He merely wished to restore the report to its rightful state. It was utterly frustrating. Yin Jiu ground his molars in discontent, unwilling to relent, and picked up his phone to send a series of vexatious messages to Jin. The apprentice's expression immediately revealed his realization. This person was indeed from a wealthy family. Their company's hierarchical system was exceedingly stringent. Even minor advancements required rigorous data permissions. Many confidential documents necessitated the authorization of 2 to 3 individuals to access, and external personnel were absolutely barred from viewing any internal research content. Clearly, this young scion had carelessly clicked on a research project button, resulting in a red screen. Just wait. Security and management would be along shortly. A smirk of schadenfreude crept across the apprentice's face. While his researcher mentor pondered deeper implications, had he really triggered a security breach? What high-level document had he accessed? When security arrived, should he distance himself from the incident or claim it was the apprentice's mistake? As their thoughts swirled, the sound of Yin Jiu's phone button presses echoed. Soon, a knock resonated at the room's door from the receptionist, who was not there to assign blame. Sir, it seems Mr. Pisk inadvertently omitted your code. The receptionist, drenched in sweat and evidently having undergone considerable internal conflict, discreetly ushered the individual to a corner of the room, lowering his voice to avoid alerting others to his oversight. Oh, that's fine. Yin Jiu, still holding his phone, carelessly sent a series of emoticons to Jin. Leave it empty. Someone else will cover for me. B. The receptionist nearly burst into tears, genuinely terrified of repercussions, pleading for a reprieve. Rest assured, you won't be held accountable. Here, provide me with a new page. I'll sign Jin's name at the bottom, and he will assume full responsibility should any issues arise. Yin Jiu's demeanor was remarkably relaxed. The receptionist, dejected, exited in dismay. Signing Jin's name? Wasn't that tantamount to directly incurring blame? The researcher remained attentive, catching snippets of Pisk, Jin, covering up, and assuming responsibility, causing his hands and feet to grow cold. Suddenly, he recalled the documents Yin Jiu had requested, which had been fabricated by Jin just days prior, completely different from the boy's physical attributes. Considering this, it seemed the boy had feigned unconsciousness. Perhaps today's visit was a premeditated tactic to lure them into a trap. Jin, Pisk, could it be a faction struggle? Cold sweat broke out on the researcher's back. Meanwhile, the apprentice maintained a much steadier mindset. He envied these young heirs who could wreak havoc without facing any consequences. Secretly, the apprentice mused that had they stumbled upon a confidential document, the outcome would not have been so lenient. They would have cautiously picked it up and set it down again. Why should they have to bear the brunt of such privilege? These individuals held themselves above others, even within the sanctum of scholarly pursuits such as the research facility, enjoying preferential treatment as if it were their birthright. He had once believed that the research facility prioritized merit, where every knowledgeable and capable researcher would receive respect and standing. He had not anticipated that it mirrored the outside world. The sudden surge of emotion drew Yin Jiu's attention. The researcher attempted to shrink into the background, but his apprentice seemed to harbor a different sentiment. Yin Jiu's eyes narrowed with amusement as he suddenly posed a seemingly random question. Do you wish to experience such privilege as well? What do you know, you rich kid? A bunch of useless good-for-nothings who only indulge in pleasure thanks to their forebears. The apprentice, clearly proud, retorted, what we research is beyond comparison to mere privilege and wealth. Shut your mouth. The researcher nearly lost his mind, trembling as papers scattered across the floor. Lifting his gaze, he found Yin Jiu's lips curving into a smile that was neither here nor there. Very well. Yin Jiu bent down, gathering the A4 sheets strewn about, neatly stacking them before patting the researcher's shoulder. You may leave. The apprentice will see me out. Yes, yes. The researcher wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, casting a lingering gaze at the apprentice before uttering no further words and stepping through the door. The door was shut with merciless finality, locked from the outside, akin to a heartless sigh that severed the vitality within from that which lay beyond. The apprentice left behind stood in stunned silence. No, Mentor, how could you? Those who ask too many questions seldom thrive. Yin Jiu's hand gently rested on the apprentice's shoulder, a faint glimmer of light dancing in the depths of his wine-red eyes. Shall we conduct an experiment together? In the dead of night, gin and vodka stood atop a lofty building. Big brother, the target room has gone dark. Heel, fall back. Kiani will provide cover. Jin's deep green eyes fixated intently on the inky blackness of the villa district. And as he glimpsed a shadow retreating to the edge of the street, his fingers twitched ever so slightly. Boom! At that moment, Jin's phone vibrated in his pocket. Hello, Jin. Yin Jiu had long grown accustomed to the chaotic silence on Jin's end. Are you on a mission now? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Tisk. Upon hearing this, Jin realized that Yin Jiu must not be in any serious trouble that he lowered his head, intending to hang up the phone. Only to hear the other side speak again. I urgently need a task. I wish to expend some energy. Yin Jiu pulled a piece of paper from the table, dabbing at the blood at the corner of his mouth. Beside him lay the lifeless apprentice in a white coat, sprawled on the operating table, with bloodied scissors still hanging from his thumb, his expression one of terror and despair. What are you doing again? Can't this guy settle down? Jin's voice was laced with frustration. While other members relished their missions, each more lackadaisical than the last, Yin Jiu was different. A stringent order had been issued from above to prioritize the safety of Gran Fidi. Yet this reckless lad insisted on meddling with the action team that he seemed to gravitate towards danger as if it were a magnet. To make matters worse, he never reported back, always seeking Jin out instead. And it wasn't merely Gran Fidi who was unreliable. Jin remembered a few instances when he had reported up the chain, eagerly anticipating that someone would come to discipline this little brat, only to receive a response that Gran Fidi had claimed Jin was bullying him. That wretched little brat who cries foul first. Surely, that gentleman must be blind to be so easily deceived by this imp. Calling Jin to have a heart-to-heart. Jin, the new generation of children in the organization are quite spirited and difficult to manage. Gran Fidi's loyalty to the organization was beyond question, especially given that his mother had been a significant member of the organization. That he is still young. You should show him more tolerance. But to hell with tolerance. Every time Jin recalled those words, he felt an urge to curse. Why had no one ever talked to him about tolerance when he was young? Yet, no matter how furious he felt, it was futile. Jin could not truly take Gran Fidi down with a gun. Yes, Yin Jiu was indeed quite young within the organization. Jin was relatively familiar with Yin Jiu's upbringing, even before the mysterious disappearance of Yin Jiu's mother. A high-ranking member of the research department, Yin Jiu had existed in a state of being both neglected and carefully safeguarded by the organization. But at that time, the others in the organization were unaware that Yin Shu Li was that high-ranking official. And Yin Jiu's identity remained largely unknown within the organization. Most people only had a vague notion that the high-ranking official had a son who, at the official's request, was shielded from contact with the organization. Until that fateful day when the researcher mysteriously vanished, many believed her son would also be secretly executed. Only Jin and a select few like Rum knew that Yin Jiu had not been discreetly dealt with. On the contrary, he had formally taken on his mother's research and was also tasked with investigating the disappearance of Yin Shu Li. Jin understood even better that Yin Jiu's identity had never stemmed from his mother. Long before Yin Jiu was born, orders had been issued from above to prioritize the protection of Gran Fidi. If I had known it would come to this, I should have never accepted this mission. Dying during the organization's assessment might have been the best outcome. Jin's grip tightened on his phone, nearly crushing the screen. However, if one were to look on the bright side, there were still reasons to be grateful. At the very least, Yin Jiu, having been raised by the organization, had returned sufficient loyalty. That gentleman had not been wrong in saying that Gran Fidi was an exceptionally gifted child. His frequent attempts to join missions might be interpreted as his desire to prove himself useful. Thus, he consciously sought out challenging and difficult tasks to demonstrate that he had matured and could contribute. Therefore, Yin Jiu's actions were not entirely misguided. At least in spirit, this child was far superior to many other slacking members. His fierce questioning could easily wound the fragile hearts of children his age. Jin took a moment to compose himself, adjusting his mindset. After a prolonged silence without a response from the other end, he softened his tone. Today's mission has been completed. We will regroup and return to rest. If you truly wish to join us on a mission, we can assemble tomorrow morning. Yin Jiu had initially put the phone on speaker while moving to the sink to rinse his mouth. He hadn't anticipated Jin's calm demeanor this time. Quickly shaking the droplets from his hands, he leaned closer. Really, Jin, you're so agreeable today. Then it settled. See you tomorrow morning. After speaking, Yin Jiu, fearing a change of heart from Jin, hastily ended the call. Big brother? Vodka observed Jin's fluctuating expression, swallowing hard. Yet his gaze couldn't help but drift towards Jin's phone screen. Is Gran Fidi joining tomorrow's activities? Jin shot a chilling glare at Vodka. It was better not to mention this. Now that it had been brought up, he only wanted to drag that little brat back for a good thrashing. Keel, having noticed the stir, perked up her ears. She had overheard Jin's earlier words, and it seemed that the relationship between the member known as Gran Fidi and Jin was far from harmonious. Moreover, judging by Jin's tone, he indeed appeared to exhibit considerable tolerance towards the other. This was peculiar. Unlike Keel's shocked expression, Kiani seemed unfazed. Hey, Jin, this is the second time, right? Allowing that guy to join the team at the last minute. She made a rare exception by not remaining silent. Directly voicing her objections over the public mic, he still owes me a trophy. This better not turn into his personal showcase again. If it does, Jin, just send me back to catch up on sleep. Recalling that less than pleasant night, Chianti clearly bore some resentment that I will rearrange this plan. Jin did not give Chianti a straightforward answer. Instead, he provided a vague outline, suggesting that Gran Fidi would likely be assigned to terrain reconnaissance. Assuring her not to worry. And what am I to do? Keel interjected immediately. This task had originally been hers. You needn't go. Return and rest. Jin's voice was indifferent, clearly indicating that he had already made decisions regarding who would stay and who would go. Understood. Although Keel felt some reluctance at not being able to see Gran Fidi, she had no choice but to acquiesce. The next day, a spirited Yin Jiu was transported out from the research base. Gran Fidi, why are you still wearing the same clothes as last time? Vodka was the first to speak, glancing at Yin Jiu's attire today. Clad in black, he bore the team's distinct colors, though the black bunny-eared outfit and matching black bunny slippers struck Vodka as oddly familiar. This is a different one. It just looks similar. Yin Jiu innocently blinked, donning the hood, and pressed the inflatable switch inside, causing the bunny ears to perk up. What do you think? Cute, right? The previous one didn't have this switch. This is my spare from the lab. Indeed, it was quite adorable. Vodka's gaze flicked to the rearview mirror, catching sight of Yin Jiu pressing the ear button, instantly charmed. But Jin's expression was far from pleasant. Childish, he icily spat out 2 words, successfully freezing Yin Jiu's enthusiastic hands in place. Why the sudden harshness? You weren't like this last night. Yin Jiu's tone was pitiful, eliciting a frustrated grunt from Jin as he clenched his fist tighter. He's still a child. Let it go. Jin's lips pressed into a thin line. Though he ultimately relaxed his clenched fist, he pulled a map from his pocket and handed it to Yin Jiu. Pay close attention. You'll be observing the roads on either side during our journey to Is that all I'm to do? Yes. All right. Yin Jiu, with a sense of loss, took the blueprint and bent down to study it intently. In contrast, Yin Jiu found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this behavior. Typically, Yin Jiu would employ a variety of tactics to extract information, either by bargaining or, as before, by commandeering others' tasks and exceeding expectations. Was he being excessively obedient this time? Is your health not an issue again? Yin Jiu's peripheral vision remained fixed on Yin Jiu, his emerald green eyes, as always, glimmering with a hint of coolness yet tinged with seriousness. Not at all. I merely ventured out to aid digestion. Yin Jiu shook his head, his fingers gliding over the map. This extensive area is under the relentless glare of the sun during the morning hours. If I am to traverse this path, I must certainly seek out several routes that are shielded from the sun, just in case. Last night's experiment conclusively demonstrated that employing vampire abilities is indeed an effective means to alleviate hunger. However, to achieve a modest surplus, one must still acquire additional emotional points. Presently, mere blood consumption suffices only to maintain a precarious balance, if not a slight deficit. To progress further, he would need to devise a method to obtain substantial emotional value. Upon reflection, it is not a daunting task. Organizations invariably require interrogation subjects at times. When that moment arrives, obtaining a few individuals might yield remarkable results. Yin Jiu strolled through the streets of Mihua Town, seemingly wandering without purpose. Yet his mind flashed with fragmented memories of the original host's cruelty. He halted, meticulously recalling the past, but those fleeting images slipped away like an eel, quickly vanishing from his mind. Is something amiss? Upon noticing that Yin Jiu's tracker had ceased movement, Yin Jiu's eyelid twitched, and he promptly activated the earpiece. No, I merely recollected a few matters. Yin Jiu lowered his head, lifting his right foot to feign checking for something beneath. The umbrella slightly shifting to obscure his lips. You think the owner of Pantheon Company would be infuriated to learn that their employee information is worth merely 2 million yen. The current task involves the transaction of employee intelligence from a company named Pantheon, a straightforward endeavor with several collaborators. Yet, Yin Jiu's approach to tasks is marked by an emphasis on caution. To avert any sudden betrayal or ambush by the other party, Yin Jiu's role is to tentatively scout for any suspicious individuals in the vicinity. The supervisor willing to sell the complete information of all company members for $2 million must be nearing a desperate state due to mounting debts. The likelihood of them reporting us is minimal. Are we perhaps overreacting? Yin Jiu rose and resumed his forward stride. In truth, for a creature of the vampire ilk, the ability to detect concealed humans represents the fundamental skill of hunting. Having traversed but a single street, he had already sensed the absence of anyone ahead. Observing Yin Jiu's nonchalant demeanor, Yin Jiu patiently advised against overlooking any detail, asserting that failure in their mission would not be catastrophic for other teams, but could prove fatal for the action team, necessitating blood and lives to rectify any gaps. Their transaction point had been chosen in a more remote and open area, with Keani and Cohen stationed to provide sniping cover, while Yin Jiu's task was to leisurely stroll along the path frequented by the target. Remember, if you encounter anything suspicious, do not draw attention to it. Act as if you have not seen it and switch to the main road. Yin Jiu's voice incessantly echoed in Yin Jiu's earpiece, tirelessly offering guidance. Understood, understood. You are quite bothersome. Yin Jiu, Keani and Cohen, armed with their rifles, lay prone on a building 400 yards away from Yin Jiu. Is that man the mother? Yin Jiu? Keani incredulously covered the microphone with his hand, unable to resist glancing through the scope several times. Indeed, it was that golden-haired man speaking. Who is he? Help. So unfamiliar. Perhaps Yin Jiu is more patient with children. Cohen also peered through the scope, having listened intently for a while, then fell silent for a moment. Gran Fidi's voice sounded rather juvenile, quite docile. Docile? Keani chewed over this adjective, which seemed at odds with their organization. Pausing his observations through the scope to reflect seriously. It indeed sounded quite obedient. Disregarding the tone of speech, the voice immediately evoked images of an adorably well-behaved child. So this. The voice that can transform complaints into a tone of endearment belongs to the very individual who has been at odds with Yin Jiu. The one who incited Yin Jiu's furious outbursts and even filed complaints against him. Gran Fidi, Keani, and Cohen exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively replacing the sinister figure in their minds with an image of a soft, shy, and sweet-voiced Asian youth. Hiss. Both gasped in shock. Yin Jiu's defeat was indeed well-deserved. Simultaneously, they envisioned the scene of this gentle voice making a phone call, tearfully lamenting, Yin Jiu is bullying me. Surely neither the informed nor the uninformed would side with Yin Jiu. Would they? The silence lingered on their end, while the soft, clear voice of the youth continued through the earpiece. I find the transition of purely paper documents to be quite bothersome. At this point, Yin Jiu had reached a more familiar stretch of road, quickening his pace. How much simpler it would be if they stored the documents online, allowing us to effortlessly obtain the information through hacking techniques. In such a scenario, other companies would not need to devise elaborate strategies to compete. Focusing solely on hacking would suffice. If that were the case, not only the owner but the employees would surely be restless. Yin Jiu scoffed at Yin Jiu's idyllic vision, observing the red dot on the tracker moving towards the final stretch of the route. His tone lightened, suggesting that perhaps that fellow was not as foolish as he appeared. Indeed, not everyone lives like you, with such cunning. Yin Jiu chose to overlook the unfamiliar term Yin Jiu had used, refraining from engaging in a dispute with the child. He then turned to vodka. What time is it? There are still 15 minutes until the transaction. Yin Jiu glanced at the tracker indicating Yin Jiu's continued progress, catching a glimpse of Yin Jiu's umbrella-clad figure in the distance. It's nearly time. Gran Fidi. Change routes and withdraw. Understood. Yin Jiu stifled a yawn to mask his mouth, then feigned adjusting his hood while removing the earpiece. He felt that his leisurely stroll under the sun had left him considerably fatigued. He promptly switched to the nearest tree-lined path on his way back. This area was not far from his home, and having eaten and rested well in recent days, he could return and wait for Yin Jiu to finish his business before being taken back to the laboratory. Hopefully, by the time I return, the laboratory will be tidied up. A mischievous grin spread across Yin Jiu's face. The nightmarish sleep had not been without its impact on his character. The restlessness of insomnia hung over him like a scythe. Poised above, this mental oppression compelled Yin Jiu to seek more stimulating means of stress relief, manifesting externally as a more irritable disposition and increased aggression. Perhaps I shall request that gentlemen transfer me to the interrogation unit for a while. Yin Jiu adhered to the principle that one must express their displeasure. He contemplated his forthcoming itinerary. Just as he rounded the corner, he spotted a small figure clad in a blue suit. peering curiously at the wall ahead. Conan had been ushered out that morning by a stranger claiming to be Idagawa Mome. The organization had already set its sights on him, and the reality was far graver than he had anticipated. The Murray Detective Agency was directly exposed beneath the enemy's gaze, leaving him with only Dr. Agasa to turn to for help. Typically, at this hour, the doctor would be out shopping for groceries, and all that remained for him was to hide in the shadows. As long as he could wait another half an hour, he could report to the police alongside the doctor. Conan was intently hiding in the corner, awaiting Dr. Agasa, when a cold hand suddenly patted him on the back. Conan jumped, nearly leaping from his skin, quickly retreating to brace himself against the wall, tilting his head back to see. Yin Jiu? Yin Jiu, holding an umbrella, found this little one who could both startle and amuse him to be rather entertaining, and couldn't resist poking Conan's cheek gently. Speaking in a gentle tone, "What are you doing?" Gasping for breath, Conan cautiously surveyed his surroundings before finally letting out a sigh of relief. It must be said that despite the color black, Yin Jiu managed to evoke a sense of whimsy and vivacity rather than an ominous darkness. Gazing at this solitary shade of black before him, Conan found it difficult to conjure any feelings of fear. "Are you playing a prank?" Yin Jiu, lowering his head, noticed Conan's prolonged silence and voluntarily ceased emitting any emotional energy, revealing a look of disappointment. After all, misbehaving children often earn the disdain of adults. "I am not," Conan replied tersely, unable to articulate his current predicament, given Yin Jiu's alarming physical condition, compounded by the unfortunate sight of him the previous night. Conan felt a lingering guilt for having rushed into the case, overlooking the significant responsibility that lay with the other party. Thus, upon seeing him again today, both emotionally and logically, Conan wished to keep Yin Jiu from becoming entangled in the organization's affairs. He glanced at the umbrella Yin Jiu held above his head and shifted slightly towards the middle of the road. Concocting an excuse. "Actually, my classmates and I were playing a game, and now it's their turn to catch me." Conan pitched his voice higher, anxiously nudging Yin Jiu. "Yin Jiu, your target is too large. If you stay here any longer, I will be discovered. We need to hide. I have experience." Almost losing his balance from Conan's push, Yin Jiu lowered his gaze to the child's face and, with a sudden smile, shared his own insights. He pulled a small, flat object from his pocket and presented it to Conan. "Here, take this. With it, you are sure to win." "What?" Conan, puzzled, accepted the item and opened it to find a small makeup mirror. "Yes, it's for touch-ups while filming." Yin Jiu brushed off the source of the item, patiently beginning to instruct him. "You see, it's easy to get caught from behind, and this position doesn't allow you enough time to react to what is happening behind you. Come over here." Yin Jiu led Conan to another spot, using his toes to outline an empty space. "Stand here. This way, you have no blind spots in front or behind you. In the forward direction. You can observe the road directly, but if someone approaches from behind, you shouldn't worry too much." Yin Jiu's voice was soft and alluring, causing Conan's heart to flutter. He attempted to look up, only to be restrained by Yin Jiu. "Since there's only a corner behind you, if they happen to emerge from that side, people's gazes instinctively move from left to right, meaning they will likely not look at you immediately. At that moment, your position will be turned away from that direction, allowing you to run straight ahead. When you reach that corner, you can either adjust your position or continue fleeing. Of course, if they don't come toward you immediately, I recommend you don't proceed further but just crouch there. No matter which path they choose, you can still trick them again." Hey. Conan thought the phrase about tricking them was too much. He wanted to retort, but Yin Jiu seemed to possess a wealth of experience in this matter. Not just a little, but an overwhelming amount. Conan had never imagined that in just a few minutes, Yin Jiu would have meticulously worked out the steps for a counterattack. However, upon reflection, he found this advice timely. Conan silently tucked the mirror back into his pocket, deep in thought. "Well then, until next time. Conan, good luck." Seeing Conan's expression indicated success, Yin Jiu cheerfully waved goodbye and departed from the area. Shortly after Yin Jiu left, Kudo Yukiko, disguised as Idagawa Conan's mother, arrived near Dr. Agasa's residence. That kid isn't here." Kudo Yukiko spoke in Conan's mother's voice while on the phone with Kudo Yuya. "Will he really come looking for the doctor?" "Absolutely. It's likely that the child's pace is slow. You should move a bit forward. There's a corner over there." Kudo Yuya suggested from the other end of the line, positioning himself behind that corner, which would allow him to observe the road while being suitable for ambush. Soon, the doctor would return, and Shinichi would surely be unable to resist running toward him. Then, You could sneak up from behind and cover his mouth and nose. Kudo Yuya pieced together a perfect ambush plan by recalling the layout of the houses in Baika Town. Kudo Yukiko nodded frequently at the steps, proving he was indeed a renowned mystery novelist. What is most despairing and terrifying? It is not the hopelessness of knowing from the beginning that escape is impossible, but rather the agony of almost achieving escape, only to be mercilessly caught at the last moment. Kudo Yukiko's steps quickened, filled with anticipation as a malicious smile crept across her lips. Meanwhile, Conan, hidden around the corner, wore a grin. Indeed, Yin Jiu had chosen an excellent position, as the woman in black completely failed to notice him. Even after hanging up the phone, she let her guard down, hastening towards his direction. This was an exceptional opportunity. Conan silently activated his tranquilizer needle watch. The clash between the two occurred in an instant. Before she could express her astonishment, Kudo Yukiko stumbled, her vision fading to black as she leaned against the wall. In her final moments, a thought crossed her mind. Kid, just wait for me. Dr. Agasa. Conan had intended to approach and search the woman for items, but upon turning, he was taken aback to see Dr. Agasa, who had unknowingly arrived at the villa, struggling to open the door with a large bag in one hand and a key in the other. Shinichi? Dr. Agasa stiffly turned his head, perhaps due to the chill in the air. His face unusually rigid. Dr. Agasa, hurry and help me. Having just escaped a life-or-death situation, Conan felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon seeing the familiar figure. This woman could very well be an accomplice of that organization. What? The two dragged the woman in black into the villa, and Conan recounted the events. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call the police, Dr. Agasa seized his wrist. Shinichi, listen to me. Don't call the police yet. We are all in grave danger. Dr. Agasa's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his expression serious. The fact that these individuals are lurking around my house indicates that the location has been exposed to the black-clad organization. And if you say this woman came alone without any means of transportation, it's very likely that her accomplices are also nearby and heading in our direction. It's too late to call the police now. We must find a way to leave. Where then? Conan furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Dr. Agasa's words but unwilling to abandon the trail of clues. I have another house elsewhere. Dr. Agasa subtly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Snatching the phone Conan had confiscated from the woman. This too. Temporarily give it to me. There may be a tracker inside. I need to take it down to check, and we'll leave as soon as we get the keys. Conan stared blankly as the phone was taken from him, assessing Dr. Agasa's expression for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, doctor, please be quick. Understood. Watching Dr. Agasa hurriedly head toward the basement, Conan stood alone. His expression growing increasingly grave, he seemed to have made a firm decision, quietly tiptoeing to the door to change into shoes more suitable for escape, then stealthily followed behind. Yes, he is here with me. Dr. Agasa's deliberately lowered voice was faintly audible from behind the door. What? Conan pressed his hands against the wall, halting in disbelief, his pupils constricting to pinprick size. He is in my living room. The plan still proceeding as intended, but Dr. Agasa's voice carried a hint of difficulty, and Conan's heart sank further with each word. He clenched his fists tightly, standing silently still. But, Sai, I understand. I will continue to cooperate with you. The final sentence seemed to mark a significant decision made by Dr. Agasa, utterly shattering Conan's hopes. How could this be? Conan's nails dug into his flesh, nearly drawing blood, as he stared blankly at the doctor's room before turning and fleeing further away. Quickly, I must run faster. Breathing heavily, Conan ventured down a familiar path leading into the unknown. Seemingly with no end in sight, he had once believed that Dr. Agasa, willing to unconditionally accept him and provide him with countless tools, was someone he could trust and respect for life. Little did he know. Conan gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the reality, and struck the wall with great force. Why on earth would Dr. Agasa aid those individuals? What threats have arisen? Or was this so-called decade-long camaraderie merely a facade from the very beginning? Deep down, Conan prefers to believe the former, yet he cannot help but speculate further if it is the latter. In an instant, the faces of the Kudo couple flash through Conan's mind, causing him to blanch. He pauses, takes a deep breath, and tremblingly retrieves his phone from his pocket, hastily pressing a few buttons. The number you have dialed is currently in conversation. Please try again later. Again and again, he attempts to connect. But the once gentle and polite mechanical voice now carries a hint of derision and indifference due to the incessant repetition. Each iteration sends a chill down his spine until, finally, Conan dejectedly sets the phone down, collapsing onto the roadside. Kudo Yusaku is in America. How could he possibly still be on the line at this hour? Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa and Kudo Yusaku have rearranged their plans and are about to reasonably release Kudo Yukiko, only to find the empty hall and the wide-open door. Shinichi, where are you? Dr. Agasa calls out tentatively, glancing around. How strange. Could he be in the restroom? Lowering his head, Dr. Agasa mutters to himself, intending to grab some snacks. It is then that he notices a trail of faint footprints along the corridor leading to the basement. These are Shinichi's sneaker prints. This is bad. Dr. Agasa realizes, slapping his forehead and redialing Kudo Yusaku's number. Yin Jiu is entirely unaware of how his suggestion has inadvertently enhanced the playability of the Kudo family's game. At this moment, he is comfortably seated on his sofa, happily opening a bag of chips. He hopes the Kudo family enjoys themselves, but that clever kid Conan could very well turn the tables from around the corner. What if he takes it upon himself to incapacitate Yukiko and calls the police? How would that scenario unfold? Yin Jiu momentarily halts, popping a chip into his mouth, muttering to himself, not a big deal. After all, that's not my problem to worry about. Speaking of which, where are Jin and the others? How long will it take them to sort things out? Just as he ponders this, Jin arrives, not making Yin Jiu wait too long, and brings along the items for their transaction. You really shouldn't be so careless with such important documents. The original laboratory has been thoroughly cleaned, and as Yin Jiu navigates past the increasingly sycophantic researcher, he subtly jabs at Jin. Jin, however, disregards Yin Jiu's provocation, turning his head toward the researcher. Report everything about that kid from last night. Last night, the researcher grimaces, still haunted by the gruesome scene he had just cleaned up, sweating profusely as he hesitates, casting furtive glances at Yin Jiu. Isn't there surveillance? Yin Jiu feigns innocence, looking quizzically at the researcher, whose face is etched with expressions of helplessness and fear that he strides confidently to the control panel, skillfully tapping a few keys on the main keyboard to grant them access. Everything you need to see is right here. I shall take my leave now. With a casual wave, Yin Jiu turns and enters the changing room. After shedding his black rabbit ear outfit, he emerges clad in white, the gentle curls of his bangs partially veiling his brows. His complexion appears slightly pallid, one hand resting on his forehead as he gazes at the ground, his long eyelashes gently drooping. What's wrong? The researcher, unable to control himself, leans forward to inquire. Nothing, just adjusting my emotions. Yin Jiu lowers his hand from his forehead, raising his eyes slightly. His wine-red pupils now glimmer with an unworldly clarity, reflecting every corner of the laboratory, innocent yet bewildered. Researcher? Are you experiencing a split personality? Masayama-san? Masayama Kenzo received Yin Jiu's examination report early that morning. Aside from the anticipated revelation that Yin Jiu's congenital deficiencies had led to his frail constitution, what truly surprised him was the entry regarding his mental state, indicating difficulty in falling asleep and suspected neurosis. Masayama Kenzo softly repeats the examination results. What is the most challenging ailment to treat? Naturally, it is the afflictions of the mind, with such a critical flaw. How could he not manipulate him? A triumphant smile spreads across Masayama Kenzo's face as he turns to see the boy calling his name, joyfully running toward him. Hey, slow down, don't run so fast. Masayama Kenzo's smile is impossible to suppress upon seeing Yin Jiu, and the scene feels quite fitting at that moment. Masayama-san. Yin Jiu calls out again, witnessing the elderly man, beaming like a daisy, open his arms wide. This old man is rather shameless. Yin Jiu hesitates imperceptibly for a moment before lunging forward, using his hard power to give the septuagenarian a lesson. Masayama Kenzo's face turns pale, but years of experience allow him to refrain from immediate outburst, opting instead to endure the moment that you've been at the Pharmaceutical Institute for quite a while. Surely you're feeling hungry. Masayama Kenzo steadies himself with one hand on his waist while opening the car door, presenting his pre-prepared line. How about joining me for lunch? I've reserved a spot at the Mahana Grand Hotel's buffet. Sounds good. Yin Jiu bows his head, the tips of his hair concealing a mischievous grin as he obediently takes a seat in the passenger's side. The buffet on the first floor of the Mahana Grand Hotel is vast, and Masayama Kenzo, not bothering to check in any belongings, directly leads Yin Jiu to a window-side table. Since this is your first extended stay in Japan, you probably haven't tried the local buffets yet. The elderly man skillfully picks up the matcha powder from the table, preparing a cup of tea for Yin Jiu while explaining that the Mahana Grand Hotel's buffet is among the finest in all of Japan. Especially notable are the exclusive ingredients not found elsewhere. I happen to know the owner here, so I arranged for 2 spots for you to sample. Is that so? Yin Jiu subtly scans the shop mascot, which bears a resemblance to the Karasuma family crest, his gaze drifting over the food pictures adorning the walls. The genuine smile spreads across his face as he expresses, "Thank you so much, Masayama-san." He seems to have discovered a colleague who appreciates life, knows good food, and can leverage organizational perks. Pisk unexpectedly turns out to be quite agreeable. Masayama Kenzo suddenly feels Yin Jiu's attitude toward him becoming more amiable. Sensing that he has grasped the other's preferences, this is indeed good news. The two exchange soft glances, reminiscent of a father-son relationship. It is only when Masayama Kenzo rises to grab a plate that Yin Jiu leisurely pulls out his phone. It's time for Jin to learn a thing or two. Both seasoned members of the organization, while the others lead respectable lives. Jin's existence is akin to a dog. Click that a photo is successfully sent to Jin's number. And Yin Jiu casually flips his phone to landscape mode, pretending to play a game. However, at that moment, he raises his gaze and spots a figure that should not be there. Conan, the elementary student in a blue suit, had evidently spotted Yin Jiu earlier. Now peeking around the shop's exterior, Yin Jiu glances around, noticing the absence of a doorman, and waves to Conan. "Come here." The young boy's eyes light up, and he immediately dashes inside. "Yin Jiu-ji, what are you doing here?" Having just experienced the weightiest betrayal of his life, Conan feels an inexplicable warmth upon seeing Yin Jiu, his nose tingling as if he might cry. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Yin Jiu does not follow Conan's train of thought. Instead, he firmly taps Conan's forehead with his finger. "Haven't I told you? No mischief. It's already mealtime. Why are you wandering around in a place like this all alone? Where's Ran-senpai?" As he speaks, Yin Jiu feigns reaching for his phone. About that, a series of questions completely disrupt Conan's train of thought. Realizing he is truly in a homeless state, Conan's confidence visibly wanes. "Actually, I'm not staying at Ranne's place anymore. Please don't call her." "Oh, you've moved back to Dr. Agasa's?" Yin Jiu is not surprised by Conan's situation. Instead, he strokes his chin thoughtfully while sliding open his phone. "No wonder I saw you playing around near Chome this morning." "So, that Dr. Agasa lives there too?" Yin Jiu's capacity for association evidently surpasses Conan's expectations, immediately piecing together all the facts. "So, you wouldn't happen to have caused some trouble at school and are now too scared to return home, would you? Running off here all alone?" Yin Jiu's fingers danced over the buttons of his mobile phone, revealing a look of consternation. "I share a portion of the blame in this matter, after all. It was my suggestion. However, if the situation is dire and substantial compensation is required, I currently find myself lacking in funds. Please describe to me the extent of the injuries inflicted upon your classmate. If they are severe, I may need to borrow some money from acquaintances." After speaking, Yin Jiu resignedly opened his contact list. By the way, do provide me with Dr. Agasa's number, since it was you who instigated this. He ought to shoulder a part of the medical expenses as well." "Hey, wait." Initially, Conan thought Yin Jiu was doing a commendable job of fabricating a lie on his behalf, but he quickly sensed something amiss. Swiftly, he pressed down on Yin Jiu's hand, preventing him from dialing. "No, that's not how it is." Conan was drenched in sweat, his expression reaching the pinnacle of exasperation. Could this guy be any more unreliable? The Black organization is serious this time, and even Dr. Agasa is an undercover agent lurking near his home. It's highly likely that his parents have already encountered misfortune, and Yin Jiu's carelessness could lead to dire consequences as well. Conan hesitated, torn between the correctness of his frantic decision to seek Yin Jiu's assistance. "Isn't it like that?" Yin Jiu lowered his head, the screen of the phone firmly covered by Conan's hand. "Conan, when a boy makes a mistake, he must bravely take responsibility. Do not be willful. We can return together to admit our fault, and surely, everything will be fine. Furthermore, you wouldn't want your senior, Ran, to think of you as a bad child, would you? If you run around carelessly, Dr. Agasa might assume you've returned to the Muri household and call R&AT that point. Your mischief will be exposed to her." Conan, upon hearing Yin Jiu's reminder, momentarily loosened his grip on the phone. Yin Jiu was correct. If Shinichi Kudo were to vanish completely, the most likely course of action for the Black organization would be to keep a close watch on the Muri Detective Agency, possibly even striking directly at them. Dr. Agasa is their informant, and while he might still wish to prove that he has never exposed his identity at the Muri residence, that was merely a past occurrence. As time passes with Shinichi's disappearance, The Muri family will inevitably find themselves on the organization's list of suspects, suspected of colluding with Shinichi Kudo, and Yin Jiu would not be exempt from this scrutiny. If such were the outcome, it would be better to publicly disclose Shinichi Kudo's identity. Should Yin Jiu be willing to cooperate and allow relevant authorities to conduct a fingerprint comparison, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath, Conan appeared to have made a monumental decision. He looked up at Yin Jiu earnestly. Yin Jiu, actually where did this little child come from? Masayama Kinzo ambled over, holding 2 plates of sushi. He had just noticed a small figure barely reaching his knees standing beside Yin Jiu, conversing with him in a familiar manner. This is a child from my classmate's family. Yin Jiu naturally set his phone back on the table upon seeing Kinzo approach. He accepted the 2 plates with both hands, his mood evidently lifting, likely because the child had caused some trouble and was now too scared to return home, thus seeking refuge here. Causing trouble. Kinzo furrowed his brow, clearly disapproving of such rebellious behavior. His tone turned frosty. Then let us contact his parents as soon as possible. Any trouble your child has caused should be dealt with by them. Actually, Conan is usually very well behaved. Yin Jiu turned to pat the head of the primary school student who had unexpectedly hidden behind him, feigning a sigh. This is my fault. I gave him a bad idea. And I feel partially responsible that if that's the case, I could lend a hand. Kinzo, not delving into the nature of Yin Jiu's suggestion, immediately flipped his attitude 180 degrees upon hearing that assistance was needed. If compensation is required, that is easily resolved. It can be deducted from my account. Should you require legal support, our firm has relevant personnel. You both are still young. I'll send my personal assistant along to ensure you aren't bullied. I didn't cause any trouble. As Kinzo prepared to pull out his phone, Conan felt a surge of dread. This family was intimidating. He tugged at Yin Jiu's sleeve, lowering his head even further. Actually, Yin Jiu, I lied. My parents came to pick me up, but I don't want to go abroad with them. So I ran away. Yin Jiu blinked in surprise at this unexpected answer, looking between Kinzo and Conan in confusion. You little rascal, lying won't win you any favors. Kinzo's demeanor turned icy as he snorted in disdain, retracting his phone back into his pocket. In that case, I can't assist you. He patted Yin Jiu on the shoulder. There are new dishes to fetch. I'll go get some. He turned to Conan. You should let your classmate take you home soon. Yin Jiu obediently nodded, retrieving his phone from the table, once Kinzo had walked away. Yin Jiu looked down at the unusually tense Conan. What's wrong? Who is that person? Conan's gaze remained fixed on the dark-clad Kinzo, his heart racing at the sight, even in the most commonplace black attire. Conan felt a surge of anxiety that he instinctively wanted to curl up in a safe corner, but had to force himself to remain composed. Who? You mean Mr. Masayama? He is a colleague of my guardian, acting as a temporary guardian to look after me. Yin Jiu followed Conan's gaze towards the seemingly amiable elder, Pisk, and noted that Conan appeared genuinely frightened this time. He kindly shared a piece of sushi from his plate with Conan, remarking that eating something delicious would at least provide him with the strength to cry if he were to face trouble later. Conan accepted the sushi without refusal, devouring it hungrily. He hadn't eaten all day and was famished. After a few bites of rice balls, his mind began racing once more. Could that be the colleague who isolated your guardian? He certainly seems difficult to deal with. What are you talking about? Yin Jiu found this statement laden with implications and numerous points of contention. Mr. Masayama should be considered one of the few who can genuinely get things done. Furthermore, my guardian has not been subjected to workplace bullying. Mr. Masayama is quite amiable and well-versed in life. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is quite unbecoming. Conan narrowed his eyes. The conversation he intended to have was abruptly interrupted as he noticed Yin Jiu's kind-heartedness in not contacting anyone else. He snatched a few more pieces of sushi. Nearby, a child from another family, roughly the same age as Conan, pointed at him and shouted, "Mom, why is that brother at the next table standing while eating?" "Mind your own business," the mother scolded, swatting her child's hand, then offered Yin Jiu an apologetic smile. Meanwhile, the father at that table was rummaging through his belongings, his expression gradually stiffening. I forgot to take my car keys. Car. A bolt of realization struck Conan's mind as he swallowed the last half of his rice ball and bid farewell to Yin Jiu before sprinting outside. Conan? Yin Jiu called out, his expression momentarily blank. Only when Conan had dashed out of sight did a mischievous smirk creep onto his lips. Yin Jiu leisurely wiped his fingers with a napkin, placing the phone receiver to his ear. "Hello, is this Senior Ran? You are all too much." In room 301 of the Mayflower Grand Hotel, Conan leaned against the sofa with one hand propping up his forehead, his entire being laid back. All right, don't be angry, Shinichi. Kudo Yukiko stood nearby, her expression apologetic. Kudo Yusaku, wearing a broad grin, playfully tapped his son's forehead with a mask. Who told you not to read the new novel I wrote? And who taught you to ambush your mother from around the corner? Come on, I'm busy every day. When do I have time to read your novels? Conan pushed his father's mask away. Feeling a twinge of guilt over the incident with his mother, he glanced at his father, whose serious demeanor belied the smile on his face, and decided to take responsibility. I'm sorry, Mom, it was an emergency. And that was the only way I could think of to handle it. With a sigh, Conan's anger reignited. But who would have thought you two would come all the way to Japan to set me up? This is all for your safety. Your father just wanted to test your ability to handle danger. So, did I pass? Conan's anger began to dissipate as he learned it was a test, his spirits lifting slightly. Well, you barely made it through. Kudo Yusaku placed the mask on the nearby table, turning his back to Conan. But how did you think of hiding in that corner? That location is one that even many seasoned professionals might overlook. At that time, I happened to encounter Yin Jiu, who was out for a stroll, and he recommended that spot. Conan reflected on the experience, pondering whether it was truly difficult to think of such a hiding place. Especially given that his friends had casually circled it. Was it really that hard to conceive? It might pose some difficulty for non-professionals. Kudo Yusaku furrowed his brow, but soon recalled Yin Jiu's identity, causing his expression to relax. Yin Jiu, the child from the Shuri family? Kudo Yukiko perked up at the mention of a familiar name, surprised to learn that the child was residing in Baika Town during his visit to Japan. Do you know him? She asked, realizing he was also part of the entertainment scene in America. Conan recalled his mother's celebrity friends in the States and found it unsurprising, though his tone turned slightly sour as he remarked. That kid certainly made quite a splash at school. Is that so? He has always been quite charming and likable, Kudo Yukiko remarked, seemingly oblivious to her son's jealousy. However, I haven't seen him since my mother went missing. I wonder if he is in better health now. So you know his mother? Conan frowned at the reminder from Yukiko about Yin Jiu's previous commission to Muri Kaguru. Yin Jiu had mentioned that after his mother went missing, he sought the help of many private detectives, only to be met with indifference. If Mrs. Shuri was an acquaintance of his parents, did his father ever take on the investigation? This matter is extensive and quite complex. Kudo Yusaku adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. If Yin Jiu entrusts you to investigate this case, my recommendation is to decline. Furthermore, it would be wise to keep your dealings with that organization from him. Why? Conan could not comprehend. Yin Jiu's international status complicates matters. He must not encounter any problems in Japan. Kudo Yusaku paused, cautiously opening the door to check for any signs of trouble before returning. If Yin Jiu were to run into trouble here, American and British spies would seize the opportunity to conduct indiscriminate searches on our territory. They might even instigate conflict, which could jeopardize our national security. Moreover, it's not just about Yin Jiu. The web of connections involving Mrs. Shuri is even more intricate. Her disappearance could very well involve some clandestine organization. The current situation is exceedingly unclear, and many elements are beyond your comprehension at your age. But why? Yin Jiu is merely an heir to a British title. In this day and age, aren't such titles almost meaningless? Conan quickly grasped the underlying implications of Kudo Yusaku's words, causing his heart to race with excitement. If Mrs. Shuri's disappearance were linked to that organization, following that lead could potentially unravel significant truths. It's not so simple. Kudo Yusaku interrupted Conan's train of thought. While Mrs. Shuri's disappearance might be connected to a mysterious organization, it may not necessarily pertain to the black-clad organization you are familiar with. Yin Jiu's situation is rather unique. Although most British titles are now nominal, the Straw family is different. His voice dropped significantly as he hinted at something secretive. This family had risen to prominence several centuries ago, shrouded in mystery, and has predominantly passed down through a single heir each generation. Strangely enough, regardless of the intensity of the royal succession struggles. Once a new king ascends the throne, the first course of action they unanimously take is to forge a relationship with the Straw family. There are even rumors that the Straw family privately controls land that nearly encompasses all of Britain, and that any royal heir apparent must first gain the family's approval. Despite this, the monarchy remains willing to allow their existence. Do you suppose it's because of the military? Conan ventured to know. Kudo Yusaku shook his head. I can assure you, that's not the reason. He sighed, seemingly contemplating a particularly thorny issue. However, it would not be difficult for the Straw family to mobilize military forces if Yin Jiu were indeed the Count's son. The British authorities would never overlook his safety. Although aristocracy has become largely ceremonial, powerful officials still maintain intricate ties with the old world. Should Yin Jiu find himself in peril in Japan due to your personal grievances or some unforeseen circumstance, the consequences would be dire. Kudo Yusaku chose not to elaborate further. Conan, however, exhibited a look of disbelief, thinking it utterly unreasonable. Given that boy's frail constitution, placing him in Japan would surely lead to— words failed him. The Kudo couple simultaneously sighed heavily. Japan is destined for ruin, Conan lamented, cradling his head as he struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions. Oh, what exactly is the matter with Yin Jiu's health? He thought, as the group worried for the well-being of a certain reckless youth. Meanwhile, the boy himself had already dug a pit for them. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Yin Jiu found an excuse to bid farewell to Masayama Kinzo early and was now aimlessly wandering the lobby of the Baika Hotel. He soon spotted Muri Ran, who rushed in, breathless from outside. Upon glancing around, she quickly noticed the solitary figure dressed in nearly luminous white. Yin Jiu, where's Conan? Yin Jiu blinked and pointed towards where Conan had gone. He ran off in that direction before I finished eating. I gave him some rice balls. That stubborn child might be intent on spending the night outside alone. Overnight. Muri Ran exclaimed, her initial concern instantly morphing into anger. That child is simply incorrigible. I must go find him. As she attempted to head back into the hotel, Yin Jiu caught her arm. Wait, the Baika Hotel is quite large. It's likely you'll come up empty-handed searching alone. Yin Jiu shook his head. Moreover, Conan tends to wander and won't be waiting in one place for you. Let's check the surveillance footage at the front desk first. They should cooperate if we mention a lost child. Before long, Yin Jiu and Muri Ran were observing the surveillance footage at the front desk, watching as Conan sneaked down to the underground parking lot, only to scurry back up to the guest area like a frightened rat. What a mischievous child, Muri Ran exclaimed, her fingers cracking as she clenched them in frustration. I absolutely must teach Conan a lesson. It may not be quite that serious. Yin Jiu followed Muri Ran. Pressing the button for the third floor, Conan isn't the type to intentionally cause trouble. If he hasn't been expelled from a room, it's likely he knows someone there. Is that so? Muri Ran remained skeptical but appeared somewhat reassured. After all, it wasn't entirely the child's fault. Perhaps her suggestion had been too much for him, and he was likely frightened. Yin Jiu spoke gently, glancing up at the numbers on the elevator display, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Regardless, I bear a significant amount of responsibility. It can't be your fault. It must be Conan who erred, Muri Ran insisted, keeping her head down and oblivious to Yin Jiu's unusual smile. Instead, guilt washed over her, as she reflected on how since meeting them, every outing with their juniors seemed to lead him into cases. Especially since last time, Muri Ran had later learned from Amuro Toru that Yin Jiu had originally intended to undergo a health checkup, but had postponed it for a few days because she and Sonoko might have an interest in Kimura Tatsuya. Little did they expect that day would not only bring a case, but also result in Yin Jiu being rushed to the hospital overnight. Muri Ran clenched her fists, silently vowing that she would not let Yin Jiu take the blame. Oblivious to Muri Ran's thoughts, Yin Jiu pressed the open button as the elevator doors slid apart, courteously gesturing for her to exit first. Room 301 was conveniently close to the elevator, and upon seeing Yin Jiu approach, Muri Ran whispered behind the door, "Should we just knock? It sounds quiet inside." Yin Jiu silently placed his ear against the door and whispered back, "It appears to indeed be someone he knows. Let's go in and say hello." Although such behavior might seem like an intrusion on someone's family reunion, Yin Jiu gently tapped on the door, eager to witness the unfolding drama involving Conan. You say you encountered Yin Jiu this morning. He should have still been at the hospital for a checkup then. A critical issue arose as Kudo Yusaku reviewed Conan's day and pieced together the timeline. You met Yin Jiu in the morning, yet in the afternoon, he was again seen with Masayama Kinzo at the Baika Hotel. Setting aside the possibility that Masayama Kinzo was informed in advance, it is far more probable that Yin Jiu fled the hospital alone and then returned just as Masayama Kinzo arrived to pick someone up. Given what you mentioned, it seems quite likely that Yin Jiu suffers from a condition such as a sun allergy. Kudo Yusaku's expression darkened. Indeed, ensuring Yin Jiu's safe and healthy departure from Japan would not be an easy task. Could it be that he is this rebellious? Until now, Conan had always perceived Yin Jiu as a well-behaved junior, especially considering that he diligently sent his homework faxes to the school every day. Conan had even remarked that it was fortunate Yin Jiu was not in the same class as him. Otherwise, his diligent nature would surely mark him as someone else's perfect child, a source of endless trouble. Kudo Yukiko, observing her son's baffled expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be deceived by that child's facade. He was quite the delinquent during his time in America, had it not been for his agency's suppression of the news. His exploits would have long since spread. Delinquent? Conan's eyelids twitched as he struggled to reconcile Yin Jiu's appearance, clad in a black plush bunny-eared outfit, with that of a Japanese street thug, shaking his head in disbelief. Kudo Yusaku, unable to suppress a smile, placed his hand on Conan's head. That was several years ago, back when Shuli had just gone missing and Yin Jiu lacked proper guidance at that time. Your mother and I had even contemplated adopting him, but unforeseen circumstances thwarted our plans. What unforeseen circumstances? Conan gasped, feeling relieved. The last thing he wanted was for this seemingly troublesome junior to become his legal brother. Just as he was about to voice another complaint, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance, followed by a voice that Conan was all too familiar with. Conan, are you in there? Oh no. It's Ran? How did she get here? Conan's spiky hair nearly stood on end, and he sprang from the sofa, looking helplessly at his parents. It's probably Yin Jiu. You ran into him downstairs, Kudo Yusaku replied nonchalantly. Getting up and narrowing one eye at Conan, raising a finger to his lips, be sure to cooperate. Kudo Yukiko was also prepared, swiftly hiding a mask behind the sofa and following Kudo Yusaku to the door. Hey. Conan suddenly realized what his parents were planning and sat down on the chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dr. Agasa was still puzzled and wanted to ask something, but upon seeing the Kudo couple open the door, he quickly closed his mouth. Oh, isn't this Ran? And you must be Yin Jiu, right? How is it that you and Ran are together? It's been a while. Kudo Yukiko, linking arms with Kudo Yusaku, smiled warmly at Muri Ran. Why didn't Shinichi come with you today? Shinichi's mother. Muri Ran stood frozen, stunned as she shifted her gaze between the Kudo couple, and then suddenly recollected something, her face flushing. Kudo-senpai seems to have been quite busy lately. And I saw Conan alone at a restaurant, so I asked Muri-senpai to come with me. Yin Jiu had some recollection of this lady. She had provided considerable assistance to him after Shuli's disappearance in the original owner's memories. Conan? Yukiko naturally followed Yin Jiu's lead, turning her head. Are you talking about this child? As she spoke, she turned to reveal Conan, who was sitting obediently on the sofa. Muri Ran looked in, puzzled as to why the three were gathered together. Kudo Yukiko self-sufficiently began to introduce their relationships. This child's mother, Fumio, is a distant relative of ours. Conan is her only child. Originally, she was supposed to spend the entire day with him, but due to some issues at her company, she had to leave him here. Oh, that's how it is. Muri Ran let out a sigh of relief upon realizing it wasn't a case of trouble. Yet, she quickly recalled Conan's reluctance when he left, along with his disdain for his mother. Hearing that this child had once again been abandoned by his mother extinguished the last flicker of anger within her, replaced instead by a sense of sympathy as she approached Conan and gently patted his back. It's all right. If your mother is too busy, you can stay at the detective agency for as long as you need. Conan, ignoring the young couple on the sofa who were snuggling back together. Yin Jiu politely greeted the Kudo couple, his gaze naturally shifting toward Dr. Agasa. The old man had likely donned black clothing today to match the Kudo family's family activities. Yin Jiu observed him briefly, mentally nodding in approval. That color suited him well. Truly, this was a scientist that Yin Jiu had taken a liking to. Meanwhile, the Kudo couple found Yin Jiu equally pleasing. The prevailing aesthetic in America leaned towards an outgoing, confident, and bold beauty, traits embodied by most Hollywood stars. Yet, such an assertive beauty was not as well received in Japan, where people preferred a more subdued, gentle, and approachable aesthetic, perhaps due to Yin Jiu's mixed heritage. These two forms of beauty harmoniously coalesced within him, presenting a uniquely intriguing aura. This was particularly evident to Kudo Yukiko, who had had some prior interactions with Yin Jiu. He was akin to a precious jade, refined through the passage of time, cherished through generations. Over time, the stone would shed its cold exterior, becoming warm and transparent, evoking an irresistible fondness in those who beheld it. Yin Jiu, this is Dr. Agasa, one of Conan's previous guardians. Kudo Yusaku introduced, inviting him to sit. The last time we met was 3 years ago, and we were quite surprised to hear that you resigned from your job in America and transferred to Japan. Actually, coming to Japan for high school was a decision my mother and I made long ago. Yin Jiu's expression remained neutral, reluctant to linger on the topic of his mother. However, I was also surprised to learn that Conan is a distant relative of Yukiko-senpai. If I hadn't known Conan's identity beforehand, I might have suspected that the Kudo family was a lineage of detectives. Haha, so this is all fate. Kudo Yukiko beamed at the sound of Yin Jiu calling her sister Kudo Yusaku. However, redirected the conversation. So, Yin Jiu is currently residing in Mahamatown, correct? How has your health been lately? Are you settling in well here? It's been relatively alright. I just had a checkup today. And the report should be with Masuyama-sensei. Masuyama-sensei? Kudo Yusaku perked up, having always been somewhat concerned about Yin Jiu's guardian. The figure who had acquired Yin Jiu's guardianship years ago yet remained hidden from the public. I had always struck Kudo Yusaku as someone not to be underestimated. He tentatively echoed Yin Jiu's words, then casually inquired, "So he is your guardian?" "Temporarily," Yin Jiu replied without hesitation, "But my guardian has been quite busy lately, but since I need to sign with an agency here in Japan, I asked Misuyama Kenzo to assist me. I see." Kudo Yusaku's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he nodded, wanting to delve deeper, but Yin Jiu seemed unwilling to give him that opportunity. "It's getting late. Since we've confirmed that Conan is safe here, I should take my leave." Yin Jiu stood, glancing at Dr. Agasa, who had approached Muri Ran and Conan, regrettably retracting his gaze that I had agreed with my manager to contact him upon my discharge from the hospital last night. I need to go out this afternoon to procure some ingredients, so I must excuse myself. No worries, Kudo Yusaku offered, escorting him to the door. Let's chat again sometime. If you need anything in Japan, feel free to seek Dr. Agasa's assistance. Yes, I will. Yin Jiu cast a final glance at the room, where Muri Ran was still conversing with Conan, completely oblivious to her companion's departure. Well, since they have finally gathered as a family, I might as well play the role of an uninvited guest. As the elevator descended, Yin Jiu returned to the hotel lobby alone, letting out a gentle sigh as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. He certainly couldn't summon Jin, leaving Bourbon as his only option. Hopefully, his manager wasn't working at another restaurant or somewhere else. Yin Jiu dialed the number. Meanwhile, Amuro Toru, who had been lurking in an alley with Kazami Yuya, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Amuro Toru raised his hand in a gesture of pause, lowering his head to slide open his phone. The screen displayed a number saved under the name Silly Roe Deer. "I am home. Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Toru and I. The affectionate tone, accompanied by a cascade of emoticons, conjured the image of Yin Jiu waving cheerfully at him in Amuro's mind. Instinctively, he reached out to reply with a simple sure. However, as his fingertips barely moved, he halted abruptly. No, why should he agree? He was merely a manager after all. Amuro wrestled with his thoughts, reluctantly placing the phone back into his pocket, his expression darkening instantly. Long before last week, Amuro had discerned a peculiar aura surrounding Yin Jiu. To be precise, it was a captivating charm that compelled one to care for the other and listen earnestly to what they had to say. Amuro was actually quite averse to deep interactions with ordinary people, not only because of his undercover identity, but also due to the tragic loss of his teammates, one by one. In truth, he found it difficult to fathom enduring that kind of agony again. Perhaps if he were to experience even the slightest loss of someone or something insignificant, he would completely unravel. Amuro felt uncertain and had no desire to test that theory. For this reason, apart from the essential duties related to his organization and the police, he kept himself busy with menial jobs, maintaining only superficial relationships with others. Even that was merely a distraction to stave off the loneliness within. Under normal circumstances, he would have continued this way until the end of his days. Yet Yin Jiu shattered that routine, as his primary charge. It was logical that someone in Amuro's sensitive position should refrain from any profound engagement with him. His role was to quietly safeguard the target from a distance. This was the safest protective strategy. However, reality deviated from this plan. After just 2 encounters, he found himself unwittingly entangled, instinctively treating Yin Jiu as a younger brother or even a son. His impulse to intervene in Yin Jiu's life became uncontrollable, especially during their meetings. Such behavior was nearly irresistible, leading him to feel the need to check on the boy daily for his own peace of mind. In fact, it had reached a point where he realized his actions were revolving around Yin Jiu uncontrollably. Only in the past couple of days, when Yin Jiu was taken to a research facility, Was Amuro jolted into awareness of how perilous his previous conduct had been, his body drenched in cold sweat. He was the most dangerous element. How could he remain so close to the silly roe deer? Amuro's brows knitted tightly as he suppressed the urge to reach for his phone and send an affirmative response, refocusing his attention on the road ahead. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu, having yet to receive a reply, furrowed his brows in concern. Was Bourbon engaged in a mission with Jin? He stroked his chin and sent Jin a quick message. Hey, is Bourbon with you on a mission? If so, could you reserve his dinner time for me? Jin's response was as prompt as ever. Gran Fidi isn't here. Vodka, seated nearby, covertly cast his gaze toward Jin's phone, filled with anticipation. Was the big brother inviting Gran Fidi for dinner? Jin glanced sideways at Vodka. Noting that he was arranging dinner with Bourbon, Vodka fell silent, a hint of melancholy shadowing his eyes behind his sunglasses. The child had grown up. He no longer sought his company for meals. The sorrows of humanity are often not shared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Amuro Turu finally managed a faint smile. After a busy day, he and Kazami Yuya casually chose a ramen shop. What's wrong? Amuro, in an unusually good mood, ordered 2 bowls of noodles and turned to see his subordinate wearing an expression of hesitance. Casually, he dropped an ice cube into his cup, wondering if there had been any recent work-related troubles that could be mentioned. Not that. Kazami Yuya, initially hesitant, felt his expression falter upon noticing the seemingly casual yet earnest demeanor of Mr. Akai. Did you receive some unfortunate news this afternoon? Why do you ask? Amuro recalled the message from the silly roe deer, his previously uplifted smile turning flat. Because Kazami Yuya's countenance grew even more troubled. He regretted bringing up the topic. The evident shift in Mr. Akai's mood was a clear indication that he had touched upon a sensitive subject. You can speak freely. I'm not the type of boss who silences his subordinates. Seeing his subordinate's increasingly awkward expression, Amuro graciously patted his shoulder and continued. You must have seen my expression at the time. Indeed, it was easily misinterpreted. However, it isn't bad news to be precise. It's my issue. I've encountered some interpersonal troubles lately. Interpersonal troubles? Kazami Yuya, interpreting Amuro's tone, felt it was more significant than just a minor matter. Their cheerful and capable boss. How could he be facing such difficulties? Is there someone at the shop you work at making things difficult for you? Kazami Yuya couldn't help but worry. Which shop is it? I can take someone to look into it. No, it's entirely my own problem. Besides, we are national security, not thugs. Your actions could very well be interpreted as personal vendetta, Amuro chuckled. Observing that Kazami Yuya still didn't grasp the situation, his expression turned serious as he rested his hands under his chin and vaguely mentioned Yin Jiu's circumstances. It's a child I've been involved with recently. He is particularly adorable, yet quite careless. I always seem to encounter him when he needs help, and before I realized it, I found myself overly concerned. You know our line of work. It's generally ill-advised to engage deeply with ordinary people, not even family. Thus, I've been planning to gradually distance myself from him. But he just got out of the hospital today and invited me to dinner. To be honest, I find it difficult to articulate a direct refusal that aligns with my true feelings. Yet I must do so. In summary, I'm troubled by the nature of my relationship with him. Kazami Yuya was unaware that Amuro was tasked with protecting Yin Jiu. Listening to Akai's description, he felt the situation bore a striking resemblance to a plot where a spy falls for a spirited young girl, struggling to conceal their identity while grappling with their emotions. However, given the repeated emphasis on the term child in Akai's words, Kazami Yuya couldn't resist probing further. How old is he? About 14, I suppose. He appears even younger. Amuro reminisced about Yin Jiu's face. This was quite alarming. Kazami Yuya grimaced, swallowing hard. Ultimately, he decided to trust his superior's character and forcefully rid himself of any inappropriate thoughts, opting instead to offer reassurance. Actually, Mr. Akai, this could be quite normal. From a psychological perspective, individuals often feel a natural inclination to care for those who are significantly weaker than themselves. The child you know may simply be too careless or might be facing issues he can't resolve alone. Which is why you feel this way. That makes sense. Amuro considered Yin Jiu's current health status, acknowledging that he was indeed in a state of vulnerability that could not be resolved without assistance. Confirming that Kazami Yuya was right, Amuro's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny as he turned to his experienced colleague, gesturing for him to continue. Please, go on. You needn't worry about your future relationship with him. Just continue interacting as you normally would. Encouraged, Kazami Yuya felt emboldened to voice his thoughts. Whether or not that child's life is affected by your identities is a matter of probability. After all, you've already established a connection, even if you begin to distance yourselves now. For many lawless individuals, they rarely scrutinize the closeness of your relationships when seeking revenge on those around you. However, for this child, he needs your help, and if you feel unable to part from him, I suspect he has no one else he can turn to. Exactly. Amuro nodded, which was precisely what troubled him the most. Yin Jiu lived alone and was in a precarious state of health. Heaven knew how worried he had been. Given the state of Yin Jiu's health, he felt it would not be an exaggeration to suggest he should take a break from school and be confined to the hospital for long-term treatment. Thus, you absolutely cannot suddenly withdraw your support. Kazami Yuya received a reassuring response, yet when he turned to Amuro Toru, a barely perceptible sorrow flickered in his gaze. Such a young child is at the most sensitive stage of development. How could she possibly interpret your unwarranted aloofness? Moreover, the plight of a vulnerable minor, left without assistance, often leads them astray, a tragic occurrence that unfolds annually in Japan. Even so, Mr. Ryugamine, can you truly turn a blind eye to this? No, he certainly could not. However, Yuji would not fall into misfortune. Amuro Toru grasped his chin, pondering deeply over Kazami Yuya's words. Yuji was alone in Japan, devoid of parents and lacking friends. The number of reliable individuals around him could be counted on one hand. As for Mr. Masayama Kenzo, he was merely acting on someone else's behalf. Ultimately, during their last meeting, he had shown no inclination to cohabit with Yuji, given Yuji's condition, if even he did not frequently check in. It would not take long for Yuji to find himself in dire straits that a mere cold could lead to his demise, resulting in a catastrophic outcome that in Amuro Toru's mind. A vivid image emerged of a tiny seed from the west sprouting into an enormous mushroom upon Japanese soil. No, that simply could not be allowed. Thus, the previous inability to refuse and the overwhelming desire to see the other person daily might stem from an unacknowledged belief in his subconscious. Yuji cannot survive alone. His actions were not outrageous. They merely ensured the other's survival. But what about tonight? Just as a steaming bowl of noodles was served, Amuro Toru remained motionless, merely observing. Yuji had not dined with Masayama Kenzo. Rather, he had sent an invitation earlier that afternoon. This at least indicated that Masayama Kenzo had not been by Yuji's side since then. Alone, Yuji was most likely returned to the original villa. But that place was devoid of everything. The previous day, he had removed all the ingredients to ensure their freshness. Yuji, alone, with limited Japanese proficiency, unable to cook, and possibly still feeling unwell from a full medical examination. In such a state, he had sent a message to himself. Amuro Toru suddenly covered his face, and upon closing his eyes, he could envision Yuji miserably clutching his stomach, lying on the sofa without having eaten anything. His eyes open until dawn. What on earth was he doing? Taking a few deep breaths, Amuro Toru could no longer endure the torment within, and after apologizing to Kazami Yuya, he hurriedly made his way to Yuji. Inside the villa, Yuji indeed contemplated not eating and merely enduring the night. After all, human food would not provide him with a sense of satiety. Furthermore, he had not arranged to meet Bourbon. Returning now to invite Jin would likely result not only in failure to entice him out but also in a barrage of ridicule. Feeling that he possessed some understanding of Jin, Yuji shook his head in frustration, when suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Yuji, are you home?" A boy's voice, slightly breathless, called from outside. Yuji, filled with delight, quickly donned his slippers and hurried to the entrance to open the door for Amuro Toru. "Sorry for the wait. I had to work overtime today." Amuro Toru held a bag of fresh vegetables in one hand and handed Yuji a box of sushi with the other. "Here, you must be quite hungry. Just have a couple of bites. I was too busy this afternoon and forgot to reply to your message until I remembered on my way home. It's all right." Yuji accepted the rice ball, sniffed it, and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up immediately. I knew that Toru was busy with other matters. Amuro Toru observed Yuji, who was blissfully unaware and savoring the rice ball. And his eyelids twitched. "Your guard is too low. You should at least check what others hand you before consuming it." Yuji mumbled indistinctly, shifting the rice ball to the other hand, blinking in confusion. How could Toru be anyone else? Ding detected item. Teriyaki chicken rice ball. Non-toxic, safe for consumption. The system notification, audible only to Yuji, chimed again. Moreover, this rice ball was quite delicious. Yuji opened his mouth wide and took another bite, eating even faster. Never mind. Amuro Toru sighed wearily, Choosing not to elaborate further, he averted his gaze, his eyes subtly scanning the sofa, where slight creases indicated someone had recently lain there. Indeed, Amuro True's expression darkened as he realized that the child had indeed been lying there alone. Had he not arrived, would the scene he envisioned earlier have transformed into reality? If he were to return tomorrow or the day after and find Yuji, what might he discover? Amuro Turu could hardly comprehend how he had entertained such irresponsible and despicable thoughts earlier. After apologizing once more, he made his way to the kitchen with the ingredients. What was with that sudden apology? Yuji, still chewing on the rice ball, looked at Bourbon's retreating figure in confusion. After a moment of silence, he cast a suspicious glance at the rice ball in his hand. Is there something wrong? Yuji switched hands with the rice ball. Ding, detected item. Teriyaki chicken rice ball. Non-toxic, safe for consumption. Why? Yuji tilted his head, stuffing the entire rice ball into his mouth in a few bites. Toru, did something happen today? Why do you ask? Amuro Turu continued chopping vegetables, briefly glancing at Yuji. Because you just apologized for no reason. Yuji leaned over the back of the sofa, resting his head on his hand. I suspect you encountered many demanding clients today, and now you've grown accustomed to saying sorry. How could anyone become accustomed to saying such things? Amuro Turu chuckled, but upon reflecting on the clients he had dealt with that day, he had to admit they were quite the handful. Amuro Turu's eyes crinkled with amusement as he softened his tone. I merely felt it was rather inconsiderate to keep you waiting for so long after your medical check. Up. By the way, how did your results turn out? Not bad. The detailed report is with Mr. Masuyama. Yuji recalled the contents of the fake report. Truly, there were no significant issues, just a bit of sun allergy, mild anemia, low blood sugar, and low blood pressure, along with some congenital deficiencies. Just a few minor ailments. Alone, these issues were not serious, but combined, they painted a concerning picture. Amuro Turu mentally reviewed Yuji's symptoms, immediately conjuring countless potential causes and complications, unable to suppress his worry. Did you not undergo more thorough examinations? For instance, checking for underlying causes of these issues? There should have been. The report was quite thick. I only glanced at the first couple of pages. For more specifics, I would need to refer to the original document with Mr. Masuyama. Yuji continued, but speaking of which, after the checkup, we had lunch together. I also encountered a child from my senior's family who had run away from home. Yuji seemed to share his daily experiences, his thoughts wandering just enough to divert from the topic of the medical examination. Amuro Turu, not wanting to dwell on the report, ignited the stove and tossed the ingredients into the pot, steering the conversation in a new direction. I can't believe it. The last time I saw that little rascal, I thought he was quite mature. Who would have guessed he would argue with Muri-ran? Not with Muri-san, but with his parents. Yuji shook his head, recounting the day's events to Amuro Turu, while also refining Conan's identity from Bourbon's perspective. Since Bourbon's suspicion could be temporarily dismissed, there was no need to keep Kudo Shinichi constantly on display. Otherwise, the organization's sharks might sense the bait and cause unnecessary casualties, an undesirable outcome indeed. Yuji approached Amuro Turu, inhaling deeply. It smells amazing. What are you making? Sukiyaki. Amuro Turu gently prodded the mushrooms at the top of the pot. It has nearly done. You can go wash your hands now. All right. Yuji squeezed some soap into his hands at the sink, thoroughly scrubbing his fingers. By the way, Toru, do I have any work assignments coming up? During this period, as you needed to schedule a doctor's appointment, I have postponed your recent work. What is the matter? Amuro Turu smiled as he placed the bowl on the table. It is still about Conan. I pondered that with Conan's parents coming to pick him up, I might never see this child again. Yin Jiu turned off the faucet, her tone slightly somber, stating that she planned to visit Dr. Agasa tomorrow morning to bid farewell. He is moving abroad with his parents, and it is indeed appropriate to say goodbye to him. Amuro, noticing Yin Jiu's melancholy tone, assumed it was simply his foolish friend reluctant to part with a newly acquainted companion. He encouraged her, saying that Conan would surely be delighted to see her personally send him off. Moreover, the child is quite intelligent. Once he gets a new phone abroad, you can still keep in touch. However, do you need me to give Dr. Agasso a heads up in advance? Amuro Turu thought that a doctor capable of leaving a child in someone else's care might not possess the best temperament. And he gently cautioned Yin Jiu that such doctors often have peculiar and stubborn personalities. If one were to visit unannounced, the likelihood of being turned away could be high. Wouldn't that be a bit too formal? Yin Jiu blinked, realizing that if an appointment were necessary, it would further delay her visit to Conan. What if Conan's parents had urgent matters and decided to take him abroad tomorrow? Yin Jiu rested her chin on her hands. Lost in thought, Amuro Tour considered her reasoning and acknowledged its validity. After all, this foolish friend had few companions in Japan. Children of that age are prone to forgetfulness, and such a parting could mean never crossing paths again. He sighed, conceding, "All right then, bring along a farewell gift. If they are unwilling to invite you in, simply call me. On the following morning, Yin Jiu donned a pure black bunny-eared outfit and, holding a completely black umbrella, knocked on Dr. Agasa's door. A high-end intellect deserves the highest level of hospitality from his organization. Stepping back 2 paces, Yin Jiu meticulously adjusted her collar and donned an exceptionally amiable smile. "Hello. May I ask who is it?" Dr. Agasa, frowning and rubbing his eyes, opened the door a crack, momentarily mistaking the black figure against the light for an angel smiling at him. I must be getting old. Has that day finally arrived? He mused, realizing that the culmination of his scientific pursuits had led him to theology, a threshold he had never managed to approach in his lifetime. Perhaps in heaven, he would still have a chance. Surely he would ascend to paradise, right? Dr. Agasa's thoughts spiraled chaotically until he suddenly recognized something was amiss. Why was it a black angel? Supporting himself against the door, he rubbed his eyes again until he could see the angel's face clearly. "Xiaojio, good morning, Dr. Agasa." Yin Jiu, holding a box of cookies, revealed a gentle smile. Is Conan still in Japan? I heard he was about to go abroad, so I came uninvited to say goodbye. You were looking for Shin. Conan. Dr. Agasa, initially confused, promptly recalled that he had not been aware of the events following Yin Jiu's early departure yesterday. He hastily stepped aside to let her in, explaining that Conan did not wish to accompany his parents abroad. Thus, he had returned to the Muri Detective Agency last night. Did I interrupt your morning rest? Yin Jiu lowered her head, appearing apologetic. I'm sorry, doctor. I came without confirming first. It's no trouble at all. Dr. Agasa, who was not particularly grumpy upon waking, felt somewhat flustered by Yin Jiu's earnest apology. I usually wake up around this time. And aren't you here to see Conan? They should arrive shortly. Huh? They will be here soon. Yin Jiu blinked, her attention piqued by Dr. Agasa's words. This is a long story, but you came at the right moment. Dr. Agasa sighed with relief, pouring her a cup of tea, then winked mysteriously. Wait a moment. Let me go downstairs and fetch my new invention. After saying this, the enthusiastic old man hurried to the basement. A new invention. Yin Jiu chuckled softly, leisurely cradling her cup of tea. As she took a sip, her gaze discreetly absorbed the layout of Dr. Agasa's home. Soon, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Yin Jiu set her cup down slowly, her eyes curving into a smile, unmistakably in a good mood. It seemed Dr. Agasa insisted on retrieving his invention before discussing Conan. Could these items be intended for Conan and his friends? You guessed correctly, Dr. Agasa, holding a wooden box, nodded in acknowledgement of her perceptiveness, noting that even Shinichi had praised her intelligence. However, his expression soon shifted to one of pride. But you only guessed half of it. He placed the wooden box on the table, allowing Yin Jiu to see the 5 detective badges contained within. Yin Jiu counted, the quantity precise, and looked up in confusion. These are the detective badges I hastily produced over the past 2 days. Dr. Agasa selected one from the collection, presenting it to her. This one is specially made for you. Me? Yin Jiu was somewhat taken aback as she accepted the badge. Realizing that the detective boys were still in their early stages as a quartet, she hesitated before returning the badge. This won't do. Doctor, I cannot accept such a precious gift on my first visit. I simply enjoy tinkering with these things. Think of it as an ordinary toy. Dr. Agasa scratched his head, blocking Yin Jiu's outstretched hand and firmly placing the badge into her palm. Besides, Conan and his classmates all received one, and the materials are not that expensive. Observing the ambivalence in Yin Jiu's expression as she accepted the badge, Dr. Agasa skillfully retrieved some pastries from a drawer. Come now, don't be shy. Have some snacks. Conan and the others will likely be out of class soon. Having learned much about Yin Jiu from the Kudo couple yesterday, Dr. Agasa felt a deep understanding of why they still regretted not being able to adopt her after all these years. There was indeed an aura about this child that elicited affection. The slightly plump old man remained blissfully unaware of the raven masquerading as an angel that was stealthily extending its claws towards him. He mused, Xiaojio, you are a child star, aren't you? I watched some television programs and believe I've seen your work before. You were truly remarkable. Thank you. Holding the detective badge, Yin Jiu felt a wave of happiness wash over her. She glanced at Dr. Agasa, who was watching her intently, and chuckled softly. placing a hand gently on the elderly man's shoulder, detecting the entity-human old man, a scholar enchanted by a vampire, a lost lamb oblivious to the impending judgment of fate, yet possessing a flavor that was slightly aged, oily, and sweetly cloying. Yin Jiu withdrew her hand, meeting the old man's gradually focused and puzzled gaze, her words laced with subtle intent. This badge certainly does not appear to be a simple intercom. Is the ground-based radio independent of a base station? Indeed, you are quite astute. Dr. Agasa replied, waving his finger with a hint of pride. Although this badge may seem small, it encompasses a solar energy system, an automatic charging system, and ground-based radio transmission capabilities, achieving considerable transmission distances. That sounds impressive, Yin Jiu complimented verbally. While Dr. Agasa's description might seem ordinary, the potential to adjust the frequency of the radio waves could transform this technology into an exceptional encrypted communication tool for their organization. Such a technology would be immensely beneficial during missions. Furrowing her brow, Yin Jiu raised the detective badge high, contemplating how to acquire this technology. Dr. Agasa, is it truly acceptable to casually create such advanced technology as a toy for us? Noticing Yin Jiu's fascination with his creation, Dr. Agasa found himself increasingly fond of her. It was a delightful feeling of kinship. He attributed this sensation to fate and chuckled heartily. In truth, these are merely inventions that no one wants. I have many such devices that can be used in daily life, but most remain undeveloped due to a lack of funding. I could help introduce you to some connections, Yin Jiu suggested earnestly. Observing Dr. Agasa's cheerful facade, which concealed a hint of melancholy. Most capitalists do not need the inventions you create, not because they lack utility, but rather because they are too advanced and useful. However, these capitalists are primarily profit-driven, issuing at such a quality. If the price is set too high, only a select few affluent individuals will be able to afford it, inevitably diminishing its practicality and significantly reducing sales profits. Conversely, if one opts for a strategy of low margins and high sales, considering the durability of the inventions previously created by Dr. Agasa, it would soon lead to business closure due to a lack of repeat purchases. This does not align with the capitalist's anticipated notion of profit cost, so, is it not my issue? Dr. Agasa widened his eyes, realizing for the first time that excessive quality could also serve as a reason for rejecting research and development. Yin Jiu, however, sighed with regret, remarking that he had just recalled the design structure of the badge. During his time in America, he had seen some of the doctor's early works through acquaintances, and many people actually admired them. Yet, Dr. Agasa, being reclusive, left his American friends unable to place orders due to their inability to locate his address. Thus, I wonder if I might ask you for a favor? Rest assured, just tell me what your friends need, and simply cover the cost. I can certainly expedite the production, Dr. Agasa promised, his demeanor transforming as he learned that a multitude of unknown foreign friends appreciated his works. Then I shall thank you on behalf of my friends. Having reached an agreement, Yin Jiu noted that this doctor was exceedingly friendly towards him. For instance, moments ago, he had busily cut 3 apples for Yin Jiu, brought 2 bags of chips, and was now rummaging through the kitchen for honey, intending to open a new jar for Yin Jiu's enjoyment. Could it be that the charm of a vampire combined with his amiable visage has an excessively high buff? Yin Jiu pondered, unaware that if the taskbar displayed character status, he would see that Dr. Agasa's friendliness level towards him had surpassed 80, charging towards a new realm. Perhaps it was simply that Dr. Agasa was exhilarated to discover someone appreciated his creations. Yin Jiu mused, his eyelashes gently lowering to obscure the depths of his gaze. It had been a week since he evolved into a novice vampire, and he was gradually perceiving the effects of this passive skill. How to describe it? Perhaps it could be said that every time he ventured out, the elderly ladies along the way would smile at him a bit more, their steps instinctively gravitating towards him. Eager to engage in conversation, aiming for an approachable demeanor, Yin Jiu held this belief, although upon reflection, it seemed that individuals within the organization did not respond similarly, such as Jin and Pisco. That does not seem quite right. So, could it be that Bourbon unexpectedly possesses low magical resistance? Yin Jiu's expression momentarily displayed confusion. Dr. Agasa, meanwhile, was still in the kitchen, pondering the potential snacks he might have forgotten in the depths of the cabinets. When suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. That moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Dr. Agasa, we have come to collect the detective badges. That a chorus of familiar youthful voices clamored outside the door. What should we do, Conan? Is the doctor perhaps out? A little girl's voice tinged with uncertainty. Conan appeared puzzled as well, stating, that shouldn't be the case. I specifically arranged for him to rise early last night. He must simply be in his room washing up, hence he hasn't heard us. Are you all here to see Dr. Agasa? Yin Jiu inquired, opening the door and peering through the crack. A ghost. No, it's Brother Yin Jiu. Several elementary school students clearly had completely forgotten their previous fear. They had even learned from Conan that Yin Jiu was an international child star, and their curiosity now solely focused on him. Conan, however, wore a skeptical expression. What are you doing here? Your question seems rather excessive. Upon seeing familiar faces, Yin Jiu stepped aside to allow the children passage, then seized Conan by the back of his collar, pulling him close to confront him. If it weren't for someone telling me they were settling abroad with their parents, I wouldn't have risen early to bid farewell. Conan slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling he had forgotten to inform Yin Jiu he would be staying in Japan, and promptly donned a sheepish grin. Well, my parents simply didn't have time to care for me, so they sent me back to the agency. Yin Jiu released Conan, his expression unchanging as he dismantled the FAAD. But the version I heard was that a certain little friend was throwing a tantrum about not wanting to leave Japan, and in the end, your parents had no choice but to leave you at the Muri household. Ha. Is that so? Conan chuckled awkwardly, internally cursing the informant doctor. The children gathered in the living room, with Conan being the last to follow Yin Jiu inside, only to notice Dr. Agasa was still nowhere to be found. Dr. Agasa is in the kitchen. Yin Jiu gestured towards the kitchen direction and pointed to a small box on the table, adding, if you are here for the detective badges, they should be right here. Wow, how beautiful. The children's attention was immediately captured, leaving only the mature high school student deep in thought, while Conan's gaze returned to suspicion. Dr. Agasa was a peculiar scientist who generally neglected all matters outside of research, leading to his life skills being rather chaotic. How could he possibly have risen early, cut so much fruit, and even arranged cookies on a plate? He had never experienced such treatment. Conan sulked as he glanced at the exquisite fork inserted into the apple. There was only one, clearly prepared exclusively for Yin Jiu. What's wrong? Do you want to eat an apple? Yin Jiu, noticing Conan's gaze, kindly nudged the plate in Conan's direction, adding, there's only one fork. I haven't touched it. So you can give it a T or Y. No thanks. Conan was briefly perturbed, realizing it was merely a plate of fruit. He quickly adjusted his mood, only to notice that Yin Jiu's hand, which was pushing the plate, seemed to be holding something. What is that in your hand? The detective badge, Yin Jiu revealed, opening his palm to show it. Dr. Agasa made an extra one for me. It should allow for direct communication. Just like yours. Conan's expression turned complex. Really? Does Brother Yin Jiu intend to join our junior detective corps? The children's thoughts were less complicated than Conan's. Ayumi had been glancing at Yin Jiu with curiosity, and upon noticing the badge in his palm, she hurried over in excitement. Junior Detective Corps. Yin Jiu expressed mild interest. Hey, Brother Yin Jiu is already a high school student. Our schedules likely don't align. Conan's heart raced, sensing impending trouble at Yin Jiu's intrigued expression. However, Yin Jiu lightly brushed Conan aside, leaning slightly forward. What is this club? Could you tell me more about it? This is bad. Conan observed as several elementary school students enthusiastically surrounded Yin Jiu, cradling his head in his hands, and resignedly made his way towards Dr. Agasa. At that moment, Dr. Agasa was carefully cutting a buttered bread into a star shape, fresh honey being drizzled around the plate. How long has it been since he prepared breakfast with such meticulous detail? Dr. Agasa reminisced, recalling a time when he scorned the waste of time on trivial rituals. Now, however, the image of the angelic figure in the living room incessantly surfaced in his mind. What kind of expression would that young man display at such a beautiful presentation? Dr. Agasa could not suppress a smile as he felt excitement welling up, his fingers trembling slightly as he held the corner of the bread. Almost done, almost ready. Dr. Agasa, a cheerful child's voice suddenly rang out behind him, causing Dr. Agasa's nearly completed star-shaped bread to fall apart. What are you doing, Dr. Agasa? Conan, oblivious to the situation, stood on his toes to see the pale blue plate holding the soon-to-be-cut star-shaped bread. But it seemed that due to the shaking of the knife, one of the star's points was missing. Conan looked up, noticing Dr. Agasa's clenched teeth and vaguely darkened expression, and cautiously retracted his head. Dr. Agasa, do you want me to help you? Forget it. Dr. Agasa, being a true adult, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of irritation, swapping the bread for several pieces of relatively normal square buttered bread. All in all, the previous mood had evaporated, and Dr. Agasa sighed deeply, resignedly lowering his head. Was it Xiao Jiu who let you all in? The detective badges are on the table. I will go distribute them now. Wait, Yin Jiu has already given them out. Conan tugged at Dr. Agasa's shirt. Just as Dr. Agasa was about to pick up the plate, he caught sight of Conan's anxious expression and furrowed his brow. Lowering his voice in confusion, "What happened to make you come running over here? That is a question I should be asking you." Conan narrowed his eyes in disbelief, sensing that Dr. Agasa was not quite himself today. As if he were lagging behind by a beat. "You didn't stay up all night, did you?" "Indeed. I was busy crafting a detective badge for little Gio." Dr. Agasa yawned. "Huh?" Conan's tone rose an octave. Then he suddenly glanced toward the living room, lowering his voice sharply. "Doctor, have you forgotten? We must ensure Yin Jiu's safety. How can we involve him in such perilous detective work?" "What danger?" Dr. Agasa dismissed the concern. Believing that a group of elementary school detectives could hardly encounter serious trouble. Besides, little Gio is often unwell and misses school. You students have ample time. Isn't it a splendid opportunity to bond? This way, you can also keep an eye on him. Conan nodded thoughtfully. Dr. Agasa, meanwhile, lifted a plate with both hands and continued. "Little Gio has just arrived in Japan. He must feel quite lonely. You have time to play with him and even provide him with cases." Hey, you don't know how popular that guy is at Titan. Conan initially found Dr. Agasa's reasoning quite sound, but as he listened to the doctor's rather biased elaboration, he swiftly regained clarity. "We are not toys for Yin Jiu. After all, who has been your neighbor for the past decade? Of course, it's you, but little Gio is also a child entrusted to my care by your parents," Dr. Agasa replied, glancing at Conan with a hint of confusion. Completely oblivious to his own partiality. Unaware of the kitchen conversation, Yin Jiu was engrossed in lively chatter with the young detective corps. Upon seeing Conan emerge from the kitchen with a sullen expression, he blinked in confusion. "Conan, were you helping in the kitchen?" Yin Jiu's gaze discreetly swept over the bread in Dr. Agasa's hands, beckoning Conan. "Just in time. I am now your young detective corps advisor. Conan replied listlessly. Dr. Agasa's prolonged stay in the kitchen felt rather odd. Yin Jiu observed the group of elementary school students until they all took their buttered bread from the plate, then leisurely tore off a small piece from the last slice himself. The detection system confirmed the item as buttered bread, slightly smeared with honey but deemed non-toxic. Yin Jiu pinched the bread between two fingers, glancing at the disheartened yet contentedly munching Conan, before placing the bread in his mouth. The children's nap time was brief. Having snacked lightly, the young detective corps returned to their bustling academic lives. Yin Jiu bid farewell to Dr. Agasa before slipping back into Jin's vehicle, 356A. Guardian. "Did you miss me over the past 2 days?" Yin Jiu gently pressed down on the gun barrel that Jin had aimed at him, grinning as he leaned over the driver's seat. "Your current guardian is pissed." Jin's pupils constricted as he coldly retracted the gun, nonchalantly pulling out his laptop to continue typing. Vodka, startled by this sudden turn of events, widened his eyes, unable to resist glancing at the back seat. When did Gran Fidi get in the car? The boy, clad in a black bunny-eared outfit, slumped quietly in the back, as if he had been there for quite some time, yet remained utterly silent. Listening intently, Vodka could hear only the breaths and heartbeats of himself and his brother Jin. This sudden realization sent a chill down Vodka's spine. He immediately shook his head, attempting to erase the inappropriate images from his mind. "Vodka, drive carefully," Jin reminded without looking away from the screen. Noting the slowing speed of the vehicle. "Are you on a mission?" Yin Jiu tilted his head, ignoring Jin's disdainful look, and then his gaze drifted to Jin's computer. "Young man, you certainly have a lot on your plate. Would you like me to help you with a couple of tasks?" "No need." Jin shot Yin Jiu a glare, swiftly shutting his laptop and closing his eyes, pressing his hands gently against his temples. "Just don't add to the chaos." "How can that be considered adding to the chaos?" The corners of Yin Jiu's mouth curled into a smile, feeling quite pleased to have infiltrated Jin's vehicle. Rolling down the window, he pointed to the leisurely pedestrian strolling along the sidewalk. The average salary of Japanese people is generally average, yet their life expectancy ranks among the highest globally. Do you know why? Jin and Vodka turned their faces simultaneously. It's due to their 0.8 lifestyle attitude, proposed by the renowned Japanese Dr. Hijigong. This philosophy suggests that one need not exert full effort into every endeavor. Giving 80 is sufficient. Yin Jiu produced a booklet titled Guide to Healthy Living from somewhere, pointing out a particularly relaxed mother-daughter duo on the sidewalk. As you can see, that mother and daughter pair looks like they will enjoy a long life. You could easily delegate 20 of your tasks to me, allowing your lives to become similarly leisurely. I assure you, concerning your health and well-being, that particular individual would certainly not refuse. Jin followed Yin Jiu's finger, and just then, a mother with a child seemed to sense danger, quickly pulling her little girl away. The once leisurely pace immediately quickened. Yin Jiu thought, what is it like to be accompanied by a companion who clearly doesn't seem like a good person? Yin Jiu rolled up the window, silently harvesting a wave of emotional value from the air as he shot Jin a reproachful glance, only to receive a cold snort in response. The car restarted, and Jin appeared to have reached a conclusion. Lighting a cigarette and saying, "We are headed to the Dahe building." Jin flipped open his laptop again, this time revealing a target, a long-term informant who collaborates with them, responsible for verifying the data from the previous Man Paradise Company. Yin Jiu listened quietly from the back, and Vodka clearly recalled the task. After turning the car around, he glanced at the red light ahead and continued. "So, we are meeting at the cocktail bar in Dahe building? What about Gran Fidi? Isn't he's still a minor, right? What about me?" Yin Jiu suddenly realized that Jin's statement did not imply taking him along for the meeting. They were scheduled to meet at a bar, leaving him, the underage one, to loiter outside like an orphan. "Gran Fidi will be waiting for us at the restaurant downstairs." Jin reveled in the sight of the increasingly frustrated expression on the little brat's face reflected in the rearview mirror. A satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. That restaurant is notoriously difficult to get a reservation at. The price doubles if booked last minute, and it typically requires at least a 2-week advance notice. "Fortunately, we arrived early today. If you have no other business, help us secure a table and order dinner." The latter half of the statement was clearly directed at Yin Jiu, who, intrigued, felt a surge of enthusiasm. He was eager to dine and even more thrilled at the prospect of dining with Jin. Instantly shaking off his previous gloom, Yin Jiu excitedly pulled out his phone to search for the menu of the Dahe building restaurant. Vodka hesitated, glancing at the overly eager Yin Jiu selecting dishes, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. He longed to remind him that with a bit of organizational connections, they could secure a reservation for the same day without charge. But just then, he turned to see Jin wearing a faint smile, a seemingly amused expression on his face. Vodka gasped, biting his lip. As the car continued onward, ultimately swallowing this secret within himself, it seemed that the organization's recent transactions revolved around companies like Man Paradise. Yin Jiu stood before the restaurant on the first floor of the Dahe building. Pondering over the paper menu he had received in advance, he speculated, is the organization facing bottlenecks in software development? Or are they merely looking to recruit fresh blood? Blindly guessing, he felt that if it were the latter, Dr. Dadagas's name must not be absent from the organization's list of new candidates. If that were the case, he would definitely need to recommend the doctor. However, the matter concerning Tequila was likely approaching as well. He vaguely recalled that Tequila died in an explosion during the storyline, specifically during the handover with the Man Paradise Company. He wondered what kind of colleague he was. At least he seemed capable. Should he lend a hand? As Yin Jiu contemplated, he realized that the plot lines he could recall were few, most revolving around mundane cases devoid of any black organization involvement. If he were to recklessly alter the main storyline, it could potentially lead to unforeseen changes in the plot, making it difficult for him to predict future developments. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. He could use it to test whether he could alter the fates of the main characters in this world. If successful, everything would fall into place. But if not, perhaps he should make alternative plans in advance. Yin Jiu, with his head lowered, did not find the lengthy queue torturous, as he was lost in thought. He instinctively chose a seat on the innermost side, where he would be less noticeable, and settled into a chair positioned away from the light. Yin Jiu is taking quite some time, he mused. Sending a text to Yin Jiu while glancing around at the patrons and the restaurant's decor before the waiter arrived. In front of him sat a young man with golden hair, accompanied by his petite girlfriend, seemingly bragging about something. Yin Jiu, lacking proficiency in Japanese, chose to ignore their conversation and continued his observations, but suddenly sensed a wave of malice, raising his gaze. He spotted a portly middle-aged man entering with a stylish woman. The man clearly noticed Yin Jiu's lifted face and paused for a moment, only for the hostility to ebb away like a receding tide. Yin Jiu furrowed his brow. The man bypassed Yin Jiu's table, approaching the young man with golden hair, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, this is my reserved seat. You need to get up." "Huh?" The young man was taken aback, then turned to notice that both rows of seats were marked with the number 18. It was evident that the hotel had designed duplicate tables with the same number to prevent confusion between queued and reserved customers. "Wait, there is another table 18 behind us. Why don't you get rid of them?" "Me?" Yin Jiu pointed to himself, adopting a somewhat aggrieved expression as he gazed into the air thickening with tension. "Well, since they are the reserved customers, they surely have the right to choose which table 18 they prefer. If you particularly like table 18, I can relinquish my seat to you. I don't mind moving to another spot. The young man, never having encountered such politeness, momentarily faltered, realizing his words might have been misconstrued. However, the presence of this handsome youth made him appear exceedingly rude, and the look in his girlfriend's eyes turned unfriendly. The middle-aged woman, stirred by a protective instinct, pinched her partner's arm gently, prompting him to respond with a heightened tone. I've seen plenty of you troublemakers. You're always stirring up trouble. I'm talking about you. Why should this kid sit behind me at table 18? Be sensible and switch seats before I call the staff to have you removed. The curly-haired mixed-race youth did indeed exude an approachable charm, appearing polite and well-mannered. Compared to sitting next to the golden-haired young man, it was evidently more pleasant to share a table with him. Hey, you fat pig, are you sick? The golden-haired young man, incensed by this baseless personal attack, slammed his hands on the table and stood up, firmly asserting his claim to the seat. The middle-aged man was equally unyielding. Who are you calling a fat pig? You. The exchange escalated into a series of lowly respectful insults, both parties soon becoming heated. Do you know who I am? Just wait, and don't you dare leave. I'll make you regret this. Both drew out their phones, the atmosphere intensifying as it appeared a brawl was on the horizon, until a waiter finally approached with a menu to mediate. At that moment, the restaurant's glass door swung open, with a distinct sound of footsteps. All eyes turned in unison. The next instant, silence enveloped the room. Why is everyone standing there? What's the hold-up? Two men in black suits entered, each carrying a black briefcase, one of them with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. Those two must have killed someone. They exchanged glances, each seeing a reflection of fear and confusion in the other's eyes. Vodka found the situation peculiar. It was common for him and his brother to frighten ordinary people, but this was the first time they had drawn so much attention in a restaurant. Could it be a police trap? Vodka momentarily stiffened but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Gran Fidi was still inside, with no prior warnings. This instinctive display of discomfort left Vodka feeling strangely embarrassed, prompting him to mutter, "Why is everyone standing there? What's the hold-up?" Vodka spoke these words in a rather awkward and self-reflective manner, oblivious to the significant misunderstanding they might cause, given their appearance. "You two are unbelievable." Yin Jiu, seated behind the crowd, buried his face in his hands. The crowd remained motionless, while Yin Jiu began his habitual survey of the tables. His gaze, especially unsettling to the two arguing couples, seemed to seek out adversaries, as if ready to draw weapons at any moment. "Guardian, over here." But soon enough, the targets they sought beckoned them. To everyone's astonishment, it was the seemingly innocent boy seated in the far corner. This imposing figure radiating an aura of danger appeared to be an acquaintance of theirs, nodding in acknowledgement before settling back down. This nonchalant demeanor clearly suggested he bore no intention of causing trouble. Causing the middle-aged man to wipe the sweat from his brow, he exchanged a glance with the golden-haired youth, and they both seemed to reach an unspoken consensus, quietly settling their bills and leaving. "Look at you two, scaring people," Yin Jiu remarked with a chuckle, inhaling the remaining tension in the AI. "No wonder you can only remain in the action team. Your faces clearly don't look trustworthy." Yin Jiu ignored Yin Jiu, interpreting it as praise, and pressed the water button beside him to brew a cup of tea. Vodka, unfazed, grinned as he adjusted his hat and asked, "Gran Fidi, what did you order for us?" "Here it is," Yin Jiu replied, handing over the menu. Everything seemed to revert to normal, the atmosphere in the restaurant gradually warming up, the density of tension visibly thinning. Yin Jiu, initially pleased at the prospect of gathering various emotional points, furrowed his brow and appeared disheartened. "What's wrong, Gran Fidi?" Vodka, engrossed in the menu, heard Yin Jiu sigh and glanced up in confusion. "It's just the typical worries of youth." Yin Jiu gazed longingly outside. "You wouldn't understand. Are you having trouble sleeping again?" Yin Jiu, unlike Vodka's probing, directly addressed the core issue. "Have you taken the medication the organization provided?" "Not yet. I can manage for now." Yin Jiu checked his sleep requirement status, noting that without high-intensity energy expenditure, his need index was decreasing slowly. Rather than focusing on ensuring sleep, he preferred to hasten energy consumption. The more he expended, the more he could intake, allowing for rapid upgrades. Maintaining his optimistic vision for the future, Yin Jiu finally recalled the purpose of this outing. He retrieved a finely crafted metal badge from his pocket and placed it before Yin Jiu. "This is a badge I obtained from a certain Agaza.as," Yin Jiu elaborated. He meticulously outlined the advantages and disadvantages of this communication device, asserting, "I believe this encrypted radio device would be fitting for the organization's communication needs." I suggest the organization continue funding this, while I take the lead in having the doctor develop similar tools for us, which we can then modify to achieve unexpected results. Why not recruit him into the organization? Yin Jiu examined the detective badge, clearly intrigued by Yin Jiu's proposal. Dr. Agasa is not currently affiliated with any organization, meaning he has ample time to work on our developments. Moreover, he has no other projects. Eliminating potential conflicts regarding time allocation for research. Given our current funding shortages, employing a scientist like Dr. Agasa would be costly. If we were to employ coercive measures like house arrest, it would likely lead to his unwillingness to continue developing tools for us. There are too many scientists within the organization, and we would ultimately waste resources cleaning up after them. Thus, rather than bringing him in to squander time and money, it would be more prudent to leverage my current good relationship with him and hire him on a contract basis for the development of individual instruments. At that time, all we would need to do is pay the patent fee. In light of the other party's current lack of funds and absence of additional income, I believe they would be quite eager to assist us. Yin Jiu contemplated, tossing the badge he had retrieved from Jin onto the table. The next step was to ascertain whether this badge could indeed facilitate communication over such a considerable distance. As the doctor had claimed, the badge lay in the center of the table while the three of them huddled close together, their expressions serious as they fixed their gaze upon the miniature figure of Sherlock Holmes atop it. The conversation halted as they struggled to devise a method of verification, but at that moment, the detective badge vibrated unexpectedly. Yin Jiu paused, reaching out to press the connection button. Yin Jiu Gij, Bu Mei's voice, tinged with tears, came through the badge's receiver without any distortion. What's the matter? Yin Jiu's eyes lit up as he exchanged knowing glances with the two individuals beside him, bringing the badge closer to his mouth to inquire softly. Conan, you must save Conan. Conan, what has happened? Bu Mei recounted through her sobs, describing how they had witnessed the entire murder scene in the villa's bathroom. In any case, the police no longer believe us. And Conan has entered the villa alone. I'm so worried. She cried. Don't cry just yet. That clever boy Conan should be just fine for the time being. Yin Jiu replied calmly, mimicking Jin's composed demeanor as he prepared himself a glass of iced tea. Aiming to soften his tone, Jin had successfully opened the navigation interface, and as Yin Jiu glanced at the time, he continued, "Where are you now? Do not act recklessly. I will come over right away." In Mihua Town, an address was relayed, and Jin swiftly typed it into the keyboard, gesturing a distance of 4.5 kilometers with his hand. Yin Jiu nodded. "All right, wait for me. I shall be there shortly." He ultimately decided to pack up. Taking a seat in the passenger side of Jin's vehicle, leisurely savoring the dishes, while Vodka adjusted the speed of the car to match Yin Jiu's pace of eating. "Jin, the social circles of Gran Fidi are truly vast," Vodka remarked, driving at a leisurely pace around the corner and stopping at the next traffic light. "But is it wise for us to proceed so leisurely? The situation with those kids sounds quite urgent." "It should be fine," Yin Jiu said, lightly touching the corner of his mouth and cautiously sucking the remnants of rice from his fingers. "They have already reported to the police and found no leads, indicating that the perpetrator likely premeditated the crime. In such circumstances, both alibis and motives would have been strategically arranged in advance. The fact that the children stumbled upon the crime scene, while a significant oversight, means that after enduring a police search, their words will no longer hold weight with the authorities. If the culprit wishes to avoid complications, the best course of action is to proceed with the original plan. As for the children, they will likely be deemed mischievous liars without facing severe repercussions." While Yin Jiu reasoned this, Jin wore an expression of amusement, suggesting, "Perhaps those little rascals are deliberately playing with you. It is quite the coincidence that they received their detective badges today and then encountered a murder case this afternoon. That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed," Yin Jiu conceded, shrugging indifferently. "However, even if it is not a murder case, it matters not. Life can be quite dull, and a bit of excitement is always welcome." The vehicle approached the streets near Mihua Town, and Yin Jiu opened the door, holding an umbrella as he ventured down a small path. Meanwhile, the black Porsche 356A effortlessly turned around, heading in the opposite direction. Could Gran Fidi truly be getting played? Vodka mused, concern evident in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Those elementary school students sounded far too serious just now. I never even considered that angle. Now reflecting on Jin's words, he felt increasingly uneasy. Gran Fidi resolved to skip a meal for those kids. If we discover this is merely a prank, how disheartening would that be? Vodka's brow furrowed, wishing he could immediately turn the car around and bring him back. Yet, Jin, unusually silent, quietly observed Vodka for a time. It was until the burly man in the driver's seat emerged from his reverie that he gradually opened his computer screen. Glenfiddick's decision to come over indicated he had deduced that the other party was indeed telling the truth. Vodka. Our only task is to ensure Glenfiddick's safety. Let us not invest too much emotion into this. As Yin Jiu arrived, umbrella in hand, he found several children gathered together, clutching their detective badges, preparing to call Conan's name. Spotting Yin Jiu emerge from around the corner, they instantly rallied around him. Is everyone here? Yin Jiu lowered his head to count, gentlemanly tilting the umbrella towards the soul girl, Bu Mei. What's the situation now? Bu Mei, along with Jin Tai and Guang Yin, had initially been sidelined from Conan's plans. Feeling quite aggrieved. However, children's sentiments are often simpler. As time passed, their feelings of grievance morphed into concern for their missing companion. Standing under Yin Jiu's umbrella, they could no longer hold back their tears. Conan has been inside for quite a while now, and there hasn't been a single sound. Bu Mei wiped her tears with her sleeve, pointing towards the villa behind her. That villa? The police no longer believe us. Yin Jiu Gij, do you think Conan? Certainly not, Yin Jiu reassured her, gently patting her head as he maintained a calm gaze upon the group of novice trespassers. The absence of news is, in fact, the best news. After all, Conan is sneaking into someone else's house and cannot afford to make any grand gestures. Unless he has reached a point where he absolutely needs your help, his current silence signifies that he is hiding quite well. And there is no need for you to worry. The children, upon hearing Yin Jiu's analysis, began to feel more at ease, though they remained vigilant. Yin Jiu shifted the conversation, leading them away from the main road where they could be easily observed from afar. Opting for a telephone booth that was out of sight of the villa. Although Conan was inside searching for evidence, the police did not trust them, which meant that even if they found any incriminating items, if the police could not respond immediately, Conan would still be at great risk if discovered. But can't we sneak the evidence out? Bu Mei's large eyes filled with trust in her companions. Believing that Conan must already know what the evidence was, once he comes out, Yin Jiu Gij can take us all in the car to report to the police. That's quite an excellent idea, decisive and feasible. Indeed a budding outlaw. Yin Jiu remarked with a look of approval, unable to resist ruffling Bu Mei's hair. If it were ordinary evidence, this method would indeed be highly secure and easy to execute. However, this time, the evidence may be different. What if it is something you cannot bring out? Something we cannot bring out? Could it be a large object? Guang Yin chimed in, his thoughts ignited as he followed along. But when we saw the body, the largest thing was that big bathtub, right? Even the cat is evidence, Jin Tai added. But the cat ran away. It's not in the villa, the children exclaimed in a flurry. As Yin Jiu patiently listened to their chatter, nodding with satisfaction, they are indeed a group of promising talents. Yes, your reasoning is quite sound. However, as you mentioned, the villa is occupied by a pair of twins. Yin Jiu did not dismiss their conclusions but instead sought to clarify the details of the case, from the moment you saw the body until the police arrived on the scene. You should have been waiting at the villa's entrance, correct? The children nodded. Then did you not see anyone carrying the body out afterward? And the police only stopped believing you after ruling out other possibilities? Yin Jiu posed the pivotal question. The children fell silent, contemplating this crucial point. Indeed, it is rather strange. Jin Tai furrowed his brow. Where could such a large body be hidden? Could it be? Could it have been eaten? You fool! How could someone possibly consume an entire person in such a short time? Guang Yin exclaimed, horrified, as a flash of insight struck him. The homeowners are twin brothers, and we didn't see any outsiders. If one of the brothers is the murderer while the other is the victim, then it would be simple to impersonate the other brother afterward to mislead the police. However, we distinctly heard the older brother upstairs speaking during our search of the room. At that moment, Yuan Tai had shattered a vase, and that brother scolded fiercely. Bu Mei found Hikaru's reasoning quite compelling, yet she also offered her perspective. Yin Jiu unexpectedly garnered a surge of emotional energy, casting a particularly affectionate gaze upon the children. Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he remarked that voices can indeed be fabricated, a feat easily accomplished through recording. Moreover, have you all noticed that if even the sound of the vase shattering downstairs could awaken the brother sleeping upstairs? How could he have shown no reaction when you entered his room uninvited to investigate? Yin Jiu paused here, looking at the bright-eyed children and nodding at them, confirming that Hikaru's suspicion was valid. It is possible that the brother you saw when you went upstairs was not a living twin, but rather a specimen of the twin brother. Specimen. The children huddled together in disbelief. Even Bu Mei, who had been hiding under Yin Jiu's umbrella, took 2 steps back, staring at him in astonishment. Apologies, my Japanese isn't very good. I've grown accustomed to speaking this way. Yin Jiu blinked and made a sudden windfall. Casually, he opened the phone booth door and ushered the children inside. I have a very important task for you. The initially frightened children were quelled by Yin Jiu's serious tone. I am going to rescue Conan, but I require your support from outside. You all will stand here, and if either I or Conan activate the intercom, you must call the police and place the detective badge in front of the microphone. Meanwhile, Conan had 2 fingers gripping the wrist of the twin brother, Tanaka, seated in the chair. Given the brief time since the incident, the temperature of the corpse's wrist was icy, yet it retained a hint of warmth. While the arterial position showed no sign of pulsation, indeed a glimmer passed over Conan's lenses as he stealthily returned the hand to its original position. Next came the need to call the police. But one more thing required verification. Conan grasped his chin, but before he could devise a plan, the door swung open abruptly, and the younger brother stepped in with a golf club raised high. Startled, Conan instinctively crawled behind the chair. Was it merely my illusion? Tanaka raised the club above his head, glancing around suspiciously, and after a moment, seemingly finding nothing amiss, slowly closed the door. Behind the chair, Conan sighed in relief. Waiting a moment before cautiously peering out, contemplating stealthily moving to another position. Bang! The door was flung open once more. Tanaka had actually remained at the doorway, cautious due to the gravity of the situation. As this was his first encounter with murder, their eyes met, and both Conan and Tanaka gasped in unison. You. Before Conan could speak, Tanaka, lacking any sense of decorum, swung the club towards Conan's forehead. Wait! Conan shielded his head, rolling out from beneath the chair and directly pulling the seated twin brother down to the ground. Seizing the moment while Tanaka was momentarily stunned, Conan swiftly revealed the detective badge from his pocket. Mr. Tanaka, I have already deduced your method of operation. After we discovered the corpse, you orchestrated the entire scene. Piece by piece, Conan analyzed Tanaka's modus operandi, subtly shifting his position. Yin Jiu, transformed into a small bat, clung to the ceiling, moving in tandem with Conan. To better convince us of your brother's continued existence, you utilized the phone's recording feature to set a scolding ring on. Then, at the moment we shattered the vase, you hastily pressed the dial KEY.BY now. Conan had reached the telephone, lifting the receiver with an expression of assured victory. As for why I suspected you, it was due to that erroneous phone call. Although you noticed the phone ringing and answered it promptly, your expression at that moment raised my suspicions. It was as if something ominous was about to unfold at any second. Conan pressed the button to replay the ring on. It's so noisy. Can't you be a bit quieter? A robust male voice immediately reverberated throughout the villa. This, combined with your acting, made it appear as though your brother had simply turned off the television and fallen asleep. Am I wrong, Mr. Tanaka? Conan's lips curled into a smirk, and Yin Jiu, perched on the ceiling, mirrored his expression. Tanaka, standing before Conan, was enveloped in emotional energy, his face trembling as the truth was suddenly unveiled. The waves of emotion radiating from him. Surrender, Tanaka, Conan urged, stoking the flames. What nonsense are you spouting? Tanaka's expression twisted into a snarl, raising the club high. What do you understand? That guy is a parasite, living off my family without contributing. I am about to get married, and I must get rid of him. I never expected he would attempt to extort me. With his ruse exposed, Tanaka lashed out, and at that moment, Conan found himself in a corner, with the only escape route blocked by the telephone. Die. The club was raised high, and just as Conan braced himself for the impact, a cold embrace pulled him away from his original position. I suggest you pay attention to the situation before putting on a show of bravado. Yin Jiu, witnessing Conan on the verge of being struck, transformed from bat to human form in an instant, pushing him aside. Tanaka swung with considerable force, seemingly aiming to deliver a fatal blow, causing Yin Jiu to stumble forward 2 steps. Though he held onto Conan tightly by the back of his collar, he admonished, "Look at the current situation. It is clear that they are stronger than us. Next time you encounter such a scenario, can you not be so reckless?" Conan found himself enveloped by a chilling yet familiar warmth. Hearing the solid thud of the club striking Tanaka's shoulder, his expression stiffened. Yin Jiu, what are you doing here? As Conan frantically steadied Yin Jiu, he felt the latter's wrist, colder than the corpse itself. Even with prior preparation, he couldn't help but shudder. Hey, are you all right? What do you think? Yin Jiu rolled his eyes, subtly evading Conan's hand, as their immediate priority was to escape. Such matters could be addressed later. It seemed the injury was not severe. Conan rubbed his nose and followed Yin Jiu down the stairs. Though Yin Jiu was not a combatant and quickly became winded. You go first. Bourbon and the others have already called the police. You are a smaller target, making it harder to catch you. If you run outside and shout murder, it will draw the attention of those nearby. How could I possibly run alone? Conan, after all, was not truly a child and immediately grasped Yin Jiu's intent. Did he not realize the magnitude of chaos that would ensue in Japan if something happened to him? Conan's face turned pale as he tugged on Yin Jiu's clothing, dragging him towards the door. Wait, I can't go out. My umbrella is by the window. Yin Jiu's face turned pale as he leaned against the wall. Struggling to catch his breath. In just this brief moment, his complexion had grown even more ashen, his skin nearly translucent. You really should forego the umbrella at a time like this. Conan glanced at Yin Jiu's abnormal pallor, concerned that he might faint at any moment, eventually halting in his tracks. That is unacceptable. Yin Jiu firmly refused, pulling Conan behind him. I will kill you all, despite their desperate sprint. Conan's small stature meant they were not moving very quickly, and Tanaka soon closed in on them. His expression had clearly begun to fray, hands wildly swinging the golf club. You need to stop. Yin Jiu had initially intended to absorb more emotional energy. Yet Conan was restless, eager to pull him away. Reluctantly, Yin Jiu activated his mental control. Unseen by Conan, his eyes glowed a vivid crimson, a viscous chill enveloping Tanaka. The man's gaze momentarily dulled. Clang. The golf club fell to the ground, followed by Tanaka slowly kneeling, lifelessly collapsing before the two of them. What just happened? Conan poked his head out, eager to investigate, yet he was swiftly restrained by Yin Jiu, who seized the back of his collar with remarkable agility. Do not approach. This appears to be a case of interrupted cerebral blood flow, commonly referred to as a stroke. When I observed him descending moments ago, his expression and movements seemed rather peculiar, likely indicating the onset of a stroke. Yin Jiu hastened to the telephone situated at the foot of the staircase, adopting an air of gravity. This affliction can manifest rapidly and is exceedingly perilous. Until we ascertain whether the individual is suffering from a stroke due to a ruptured blood vessel, it is prudent not to move him recklessly, lest we forfeit any chance of saving him. I shall call for emergency assistance now. You, go fetch my umbrella. Yin Jiu's directives resonated with clarity, prompting Conan to relinquish his intention to examine the patient. He cast another glance at Yin Jiu's ashen complexion and, before departing, reminded him, do remember to procure a medical kit for yourself. Understood. As Conan departed, Yin Jiu decisively turned away, gathering his previously gentle demeanor. It was now time to address the aftermath. Yin Jiu's lashes drooped as he firmly planted his foot upon Tianzhong's cervical spine, while his free hand grasped the man's hair, yanking his head back forcefully. Hey, old man, you certainly struck rather hard just now. Tianzhong was jolted awake by an overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation, and upon tilting his head, he found the youth's indifferent gaze fixed upon him, his eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. How did I end up beneath your foot? He opened his mouth, but the oppressive feeling of suffocation allowed only fragmented sounds to escape. The sight of the boy's vibrant crimson eyes stirred memories buried deep within his mind. The uncontrollable sluggishness he experienced before collapsing gradually restored a semblance of clarity. Casting a furtive glance around, he was alarmed to find no other figures present, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. It must be quite lonely. The police will arrive shortly. In the meantime, shall we engage in a game? The youth suddenly chuckled, his icy hand resting lightly upon Tianzhong's neck. Tianzhong was bewildered by the boy's invitation to play, acutely aware that these hands felt even colder than those of his deceased brother. As he found himself captivated by Yin Jiu's proximity and striking beauty, an inexplicable sense of terror began to rise within him. What truly horrified him was the realization that his head had inexplicably nodded in agreement moments ago. No, I agree. I consent to play with you. Tianzhong's eyes widened in sheer terror as he uttered words he was utterly reluctant to say, his consciousness gradually fixating on the crimson hue. Help me. He desperately wished to cry out, yet the reality was that he obediently reclined back into his original position. The dissonance between his will and actions left him trembling with fear, his pupils quaking. What manner of monster are you? The exquisite youth seemed to revel in his final struggles. I truly cannot bear to part with you. Yin Jiu felt an overwhelming surge of emotional energy directed toward him, tenderly cradling Tianzhong's face, whispering near confessions. Your fearful expression makes me wish to keep you forever, but fret not. This shall be the last time. Yin Jiu released his grip, his icy fingertips gliding slowly across Tianzhong's neck. His voice low and deliberate. We are merely playing a role-playing game. From now on, you shall portray a comatose individual, and you will remain in this slumber indefinitely, never to awaken. The figure beneath him succumbed entirely to eternal slumber. Yin Jiu disdainfully relinquished his hold, allowing Tianzhong's head to thud heavily against the floor. So, mental control can indeed be employed for hypnosis, Yin Jiu mused, brushing non-existent dust from his hands, his experimental spirit compelling him to retrieve his phone for documentation. Mental control not only rendered the subject obedient to his commands, but also extended to verbal coercion. He pondered whether this technique could be utilized in interrogations to compel the truth. Closing the notes application, he appeared contemplative. Even if it proved unfeasible, he had not lost out. In the brief moments that had elapsed, the emotional energy extracted from a single individual had nearly surpassed his previous experimental yield in the laboratory. Clearly, the experience of being controlled was profoundly terrifying for humanity. Upon returning with the umbrella, Conan found Yin Jiu cradling his injured shoulder, his back leaned against the edge of the table, gazing distantly toward the door. "Hey, Yin Jiu, how's your shoulder?" Conan approached Yin Jiu, intending to inspect the injury, but was abruptly grasped by a frigid hand. Do not move. I am fine. Yin Jiu shifted slightly, lifting his sleeve to reveal merely a bruise, with no broken skin. Seeing that Yin Jiu's condition was hardly more than a minor injury, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had anything serious occurred, he would have felt an unbearable burden of guilt. Thankfully, nothing had transpired. Conan settled into a position not far from Yin Jiu and inquired, "By the way, what were you contemplating while seated here just now? Were you pondering whether your homework is scarce?" Yin Jiu's lips curled into a gentle smile, successfully observing the bemusement on Conan's face, his mouth twitching slightly. It was then that he comfortably folded his hands behind his head, reflecting on the enviable leisure of their academic structure. He could hardly bear the sight of such childhood-deprived, pitiable children. He felt it was his duty to help fill the voids in their lives. Suddenly, Conan, seated beside Yin Jiu, felt a chill sweep over him, coinciding with the three children outside rubbing their arms in unison. "Yuan Tai, do you not feel that the weather has suddenly turned colder?" Back at the villa, Yin Jiu retreated to his room. Discreetly drawing all the curtains, he stood before the full-length mirror, slowly removing his outer garment to reveal his left shoulder. Ouch, that was quite a blow. Yin Jiu's fingers grazed the bruised area, his face contorting in pain. While he may have appeared strikingly cool during the moment of heroism, his current expression was one of utter disarray. Frowning, Yin Jiu shakily rummaged through the drawer for 2 painkillers, tilting his head back to swallow them whole. Ding! The device detected the item painkiller. It is a remedy essential for the feeble, while the brave endure the pangs of suffering. No, that is not bravery. That is madness, Yin Jiu firmly rebutted, sinking into the softness of the sofa chair. A call from Jin soon came through, his voice laced with irritation. "What are you doing in your room with the curtains drawn? Are you spying on me?" Yin Jiu blinked in confusion, quickly realizing the implication. He flipped over from the sofa cushion, only to wince as the movement tugged at his injury, forcing him to sit back down. "Ouch!" Yin Jiu shuddered, covering his shoulder with his hand. Jin easily detected Yin Jiu's reaction, his tone growing increasingly brusque. "Almost forgot. You are still a young brat full of vitality. What? Your body is a valuable asset to the organization. Do not squander it recklessly." "What? Hey!" Before Yin Jiu could retort, Jin abruptly hung up, leaving him staring blankly at the phone screen. "What?" he muttered in disbelief. How can an adult's thoughts be so sordid? Yin Jiu's lips twitched as he quickly typed a response on the screen, hesitating just before hitting send, ultimately opting to delete the message. "No, if I hurriedly explained myself to Jin, would that not validate his suspicions?" Yin Jiu set the phone down, cradling his head, curling up due to the pain in his shoulder. It seemed the effects of the medication were waning. The brand of painkillers Yin Jiu had taken was one he frequently relied upon before his transmigration. After all, who among the working class has not endured sleepless nights due to stomachaches? Thus, during his second week in this world, he had procured a pack of painkillers, not for any other reason than for the comfort of knowing they were at hand. However, what had previously been a single pill's efficacy, or 2 for a full night's sleep, had entirely failed him today. Yin Jiu sighed in melancholy resignation, rummaging once more in the drawer for a box of sleeping pills. These were acquired from Jin during their last encounter. Reportedly a specially developed drug by the organization, capable of inducing a deep slumber with just a minuscule dose. Ding! The device detected the item sleeping pills. A mere fragment can bring down an elephant. Yin Jiu swallowed hard, placing the pill to his lips, cautiously chipping off a small piece with his fong. "This dosage should suffice," he murmured, hope rekindled as he sank back into the small sofa. After a while, "Should I not take a bit more?" He glanced at the remaining 2/3 of the pill in his hand, hesitating before placing the entire remainder into his mouth. "Perhaps I should be bolder?" After 40 minutes, Yin Jiu cast a dark glance at the half-empty box of sleeping pills on the table and retrieved his phone. "Hello, Jin. What is it?" Jin, who had been observing the target through binoculars, let out a cold snort upon seeing Yin Jiu's call and answered. "Where are you now?" Yin Jiu's tone was weak, clearly devoid of his usual sharpness. However, this sage-like demeanor only deepened Jin's misunderstanding. "Have you finished?" Vodka had already ceased typing, his gaze wandering as he scrutinized the compromised surveillance of the enemy company. A question mark slowly forming in his mind. Today's conversation between the boss and Gran Fidi was indeed peculiar. Yin Jiu felt a pang of frustration, nearly hurling his phone away, but soon, his expression brightened, adopting a provocative tone. Jin, I tried that medication we discussed last time. I ingested half a bottle and mixed it with some type C painkillers. Want to know the effect? What are you recklessly consuming? Jin's expression darkened instantly, warning him not to cause any trouble just days before the blood draw. Of course, I know. That's why I specifically came to report to you. Ensuring everything remains under your control, Yin Jiu replied with a smile, feeling reassured by Jin's awareness. By the way, I'm feeling quite unwell now. Everything hurts. You can handle the report to the boss. Do your best. Guardian. Wishing you endless perseverance. Yin Jiu, in a fit of vindictive glee, hung up the phone with a sense of refreshment. Vodka, who had been listening intently to their conversation, was momentarily taken aback by the casual remarks. And in a daze, he found each one to be strangely auspicious. Boss, are we going to find Gran Fidi now? Upon seeing Jin put away his phone, Vodka instinctively picked up his gear from the ground and slung it over his back. No need to go. Jin's gaze toward Vodka was somber. Witnessing his younger brother quickly change his equipment left him feeling weary. Since Gran Fidi still had the audacity to provoke, it indicated that there was no significant issue at hand. As for his actions, I will report everything to that gentleman. On Yin Jiu's end. After hanging up, he did not remain idle. He sat in contemplation for a moment before rapidly typing on his phone. Sir, Jin is monitoring me. Aggrieved. He even called to question me. Aggrieved. How unreasonable of him. Aggrieved. Gran Fidi is indeed quite unreasonable. I'll have a word with him. The boss's email soon received a reply. And Yin Jiu responded with a radiant heart emoji before sinking back into the sofa. It seemed the organization's boss possessed an extraordinary patience towards him. A treatment not typical for a mere experimental subject subjected to periodic blood extractions. Yin Jiu speculated that the boss's leniency might also stem from his mother's influence. According to the original memories, Yin Jiu seemingly joined the organization after Yin Jiu turned 1, bringing her young child along. However, given Yin Jiu's ordinary background, it was remarkable that she could join the organization without being completely consumed and swiftly acquire a code name, leading the now-missing organization to expend substantial resources in search of her. Yin Jiu felt that this matter was far from simple. Clearly, during the character setting in the game, only charm attributes were assigned to the counterpart. Could it be that the world automatically supplemented it? Yin Jiu rubbed his forehead, contemplating the issue of the vampire setting. No, that's not right. The original could be born without breathing or a heartbeat without being classified as a stillborn by the hospital, which in itself was extraordinary. When a fetus lacks a heartbeat, a doctor's first reaction is to recommend its removal. Yin Jiu divorced Count Straubauer early in her pregnancy and throughout the prenatal checks and the birthing process. She was almost entirely alone. If she had no prior knowledge that the child was not human, how could she meticulously care for the fetus, especially in the absence of a heartbeat, even carrying the child to term for 10 months? Moreover, given Yin Jiu's character traits, which Yin Jiu had already noted, she was an ambitious woman who would resort to any means to achieve her goals. Therefore, the only reason she would keep Yin Jiu was that the child served a purpose for her. Yet, this raised perplexing questions. If Yin Jiu truly divorced Count Straubauer at that time and had no connections to the organization, how did she conceal the fetus's abnormalities after the child's birth? How did she evade the basic newborn examination procedures? Yin Jiu found the situation increasingly intriguing. Was Count Straubauer merely a hapless victim, cast out of his castle by his wife? Did Yin Jiu genuinely divorce him? What connections existed between Yin Jiu, Count Straubauer, and the organization? How did they ascertain that Yin Jiu's bloodline was not human? Was Count Straubauer also of a different race? Perhaps it would be worth visiting the Straubauer castle to investigate further. Yin Jiu added the trip to his phone's memo. Meanwhile, Jin received an email from the boss during his mission. Your surveillance device has been discovered by Gran Fidi. Boss. Jin's mood, which had been pleasant, soured instantly upon reading those words. The surveillance device was installed at the behest of that gentleman, intended to protect Yin Jiu more effectively. The other party clearly knew this was his request and felt guilty, limiting the issue to the fact that the surveillance device had been discovered. He reported you. Jin was nearly infuriated to the point of laughter. What a mischievous little brat to report first. The older cadre typed furiously, succinctly relaying Yin Jiu's misdeeds. Kill stood nearby, puzzled, as he watched Jin suddenly stop typing with a grim expression halfway through the task. He poked Vodka's shoulder with a finger. What's Jin doing? She mouthed the question, pointing at Jin's back. Probably got reported by Gran Fidi again. Vodka, having experience, easily deduced the current situation. After all, this was not the first time. Whenever the boss suggested dealing with that little brat, Gran Fidi would seem to possess a sixth sense, promptly alerting that Gentleman Jin's low pressure did not last long. After a brief silence following the email, a very sincere evaluation followed. You truly have worked hard, Jin. Just when Jin was eagerly anticipating that this time Gran Fidi would finally be confined for reflection, another email arrived. However, Gran Fidi was indeed in the rebellious phase, and his actions this time were undoubtedly wrong. Yet, adolescents at this stage are undergoing an excessive psychological period, with independent and self-awareness burgeoning. Desperately seeking to break free from adult guardianship, he enjoys drawing the curtains to conduct his research. We need not inform him about the surveillance device, as that would only provoke his rebellious spirit. The boss mistakenly believed he understood the minds of youths, composing several pages in the email, rambling on about Gran Fidi's faults. Yet, Jin read between the lines and sensed a strong bias. It seemed the boss had once again failed. Vodka silently shook his head at Kill in disappointment. The following afternoon, Yin Jiu received the anticipated email that Jin would find time to remove the surveillance device from the hall. Though he was not particularly concerned, he was well acquainted with the organization's modus operandi. Even if it was removed, it would simply be relocated elsewhere. Yin Jiu had a high tolerance for the organization placing surveillance devices in his home, provided they did not call to remind him specifically. It was akin to discovering spiders in a corner of your home. After several days of cleaning, you find that the population has multiplied, fast and abundant. After a prolonged struggle, you ultimately decide to hypnotize yourself into believing the spiders do not exist. In the past, these spiders had been discreetly residing in the shadows, and self-hypnosis was easily effective. However, one day while engrossed in a show, a large spider suddenly descended from above, performing an impromptu aerial ballet right in front of your screen. Anyone would instinctively wish to squash it and conduct an extensive cleaning of the entire room. Yin Jiu now found himself in such a state, even reluctant to remain at home. Coincidentally, a job arranged by Toru Amuro also fell on that day, prompting Yin Jiu to head to the company. Is it all right for me to dress as Inari? Yin Jiu was clad in a moon-white robe, feeling quite unaccustomed as he folded his hands over his abdomen. The garment was rather heavy, and I recall that the deity Inari is not female, is she? Halt. Do not move. Just maintain that pose. Without waiting for Yin Jiu to turn around, Kitada directed the photographer to swiftly capture several shots. Afterward, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, explaining, actually, Inari does not have a specific gender. The choice of female actors in Japanese films is primarily driven by narrative needs, aimed at creating a contrast and a sense of familiarity for the audience. However, this is a promotional photo for the world's best festival, and each year features different slogans. Thus, the gender and appearance of the actor portraying Inari will align with the theme of that particular year. For instance, this year's theme is the Harvest of Autumn. As Kitada spoke, he guided Yin Jiu and Toru Amuro to another location, saying, right here, we'll take a shot when the fireworks representing heaven burst forth. Okay. Yin Jiu replied obediently, adjusting the folds of his attire and striking a slightly playful pose. Excellent. Kitada's eyes lit up as he observed Yin Jiu maintaining his stance perfectly still, nodding in satisfaction. His gaze then drifted to Amuro, who stood silently beside him, an expression that clearly read newbie. Initially, Kitada had not taken the time to understand Yin Jiu, dismissing him as a wealthy young man who had garnered some fame abroad through family connections and scandal. Learning that Yin Jiu had grown up in the United States, Kitada subconsciously labeled him as rebellious and unmanageable. Moreover, Yin Jiu's stipulation to work only during nighttime hours, without disrupting his studies, further solidified Kitada's belief that Yin Jiu was merely seeking a fleeting experience rather than a serious pursuit of an idle career. For these reasons, he ultimately declined the opportunity to sign him, citing a busy schedule. To his surprise, upon seeing Yin Jiu today, he realized he had stumbled upon a rare talent. Had he known that Yin Jiu's looks exceeded those in photographs, and that his demeanor was so agreeable, he would have swallowed his pride to secure him. Regardless of whether Yin Jiu was genuinely committed to a career in entertainment, Kitada could envision immense profits stemming from his striking appearance and impressive positioning skills. Even if he worked only half a day each month, regret not at Kitada as he mused over his oversight. Amuro-kun, it must be quite challenging to care for a young person like Yin Jiu, especially considering he is in a rebellious phase and not in the best of health. Amuro, initially focused on observing his naive friend pose, was taken aback by Kitada's comment and, without thinking, cheerfully responded, not at all. Yin Jiu is a remarkably easygoing child. He is very well behaved. It was only after he spoke that he realized Kitada was the very agent who had previously declined to sign Yin Jiu. Amuro scrutinized Kitada's expression, suddenly enlightened, and smiled. Well, in reality, these are just minor life matters. The key is that this child is not only low maintenance, but also requires no special guidance in his work. Such a promising talent should not have fallen into the hands of someone as new as I am. However, it is said that the agent Yin Jiu originally wanted to sign with was too busy and turned him down, leaving the opportunity for me. By the way, Kitada Conan, you've been with the company for a while. Do you know who that agent is? I absolutely must express my gratitude to him privately. Kitada, feeling the sting of Amuro's words, donned a mask of anguish, wishing to disengage from the conversation. The locations for the photos were not far apart, and after capturing images of 2 fireworks displays, Yin Jiu was again led aside by the makeup artist. The Kiyama World's Best Festival involves igniting the characters for heaven, earth, and best sequentially on the mountain, praying for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The makeup artist applied setting powder to Yin Jiu's face, deepening the red at the corners of his eyes, and concluded with the final scene. He would hold a sheaf of rice and adopt a joyful expression of harvest. Understood, Yin Jiu nodded lightly, instinctively walking toward Kitada. Just as he turned, he was delighted to see Kitada surrounded by an aura of emotional energy that seemed to approach him. Is this a mutual endeavor? Yin Jiu's eyes sparkled as he quickened his pace. There were indeed many people present. Look over there. Aren't those individuals dressed as Inari? A familiar voice called from behind, causing Yin Jiu to pause and turn. Ran Senpai, Conan, he exclaimed, waving cheerfully. As he saw the group coming over, he eagerly approached and playfully poked the balloon tied to Conan's waist. Hey, don't move around. Conan stepped back, dodging Yin Jiu's teasing with a frown. This junior is increasingly lacking in boundaries. Is this how you treat your savior? Yin Jiu abandoned his balloon poking endeavor and good-naturedly extracted a stalk of wheat from the bundle in his hand, offering it to Conan. Here, take this as a toy. Yin Jiu, Ran Muri initially found the sight of Yin Jiu dressed as Inari intriguing. However, upon noticing the filming equipment in the background, she quickly realized, are you working? Yes, I'm here for the festival's promotional shoot, Yin Jiu replied, waving the wheat prop and striking a wink. I wish for a bountiful harvest here. The very best. The photographer's eyes brightened instantly, capturing the moment with a flurry of clicks. So adorable. Ran's cheeks flushed bright red. Yet, Yin Jiu shook his finger, insisting, the term adorable should not be applied to a young man. He then poked at the red balloon on Conan's back, implying, if you must use such terms, they are better suited for lively little children. Conan, displeased with Rant's reaction, fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Yin Jiu's face. He could not deny that it held a certain appeal. No, this guy's smile is simply too inviting. I cannot let Ran get too close. Conan thought gloomily as he watched Yin Jiu turn to face the camera, readjusting his pose to reveal a bright smile. Excuse me, may I ask what program you are recording? A tall, slender man with thick eyebrows approached, panting slightly. It's for the summer festival's promotional poster. Ran instinctively moved aside to make space, only to notice the man was sweating profusely while holding an old-fashioned camera. You are, my apologies. I am SASE Siren. I seem to be quite warm, the man said, fanning himself awkwardly, then shyly extended the camera. Could you please take a picture of me with that young man? This. Ran hesitated, glancing at Yin Jiu. Don't worry, I won't use it for commercial purposes. I just thought it would be a nice keepsake. The man clasped his hands in a pleading gesture. That's fine. Since fate has brought us together, Yin Jiu, who had been holding his pose, noticed the man's approach and made a gesture for the photographer to pause. Stepping closer, however, even if it's just for a keepsake, please wait until the studio's poster is released before sharing it with anyone. Of course. Although SASE sensed an unexplainable nuance in Yin Jiu's gaze, the latter's amicable demeanor made him nod in understanding. The photo and video sessions were quick, and as the last character was fully ignited, the work was nearing completion. The photos turned out splendidly, and it seemed there would be no need for overtime that night. Kitada, satisfied, reviewed the shots and displayed the results to the group. Amuro was also pleased. His naive friend truly was striking, possessing a beauty that transcended gender with no angles left unflattering. Since there's no need for overtime, I'll take Yin Jiu home to rest, Amuro announced. Amuro observed Conan with a furtive glance. Sensing an ominous undertone, he had not forgotten that it was this little boy who had inadvertently caused another bruise on Yin Jiu's shoulder earlier that morning. While such minor injuries were trivial for someone like him, who had long danced on the edge of danger, it was evident that Yin Jiu was quite different. Even the faintest hint of a pale blue mark on his almost translucent skin would provoke concern in any observer. Thus, much like any parent discovering their child mingling with a so-called bad kid, Amuro's instinctive reaction was to separate the two. Shall we head back to the hotel? Yin Jiu seemed oblivious to Amuro's intentions, glancing at him, and then at Ran and the others. Yes, you're in your work attire. Let's return and change. Amuro noticed the unease in Yin Jiu's gaze, and, though his brow furrowed ever so slightly, his tone remained indulgent. I presume you wouldn't want to attract the attention of others, would you? Let us hurry back. Once we've changed, if you still wish to venture out, we can drive back here. This rationale resonated with Yin Jiu, who, after a brief look at the now calm Sasaya, confirmed there were no lingering emotional points and promptly bid farewell to the others before getting into the car. For Yin Jiu, acquiring emotional points was of utmost importance. He firmly believed in adhering to a gradual approach when undertaking tasks. Such emotional points gathered externally belonged to a realm of unexpected income, and today's missed opportunity due to timing would surely recur in the future. He should not allow narrative characters to disrupt his meticulous planning. In summary, the storyline involving Conan could only serve as supplementary income. The primary source of emotional points would require alternative strategies. Yin Jiu contemplated whether to seek out the organization for additional tasks, remaining silent as he gazed out the window. Is this outfit uncomfortable for you? You could change your inner shirt in the car, Amuro inquired, having noticed Yin Jiu tugging at his sleeve with a conflicted expression. However, he was met with a refusal. No, that wouldn't align with the actor's image. Sitting in the back, with his hands folded, Yin Jiu exuded the air of a seasoned professional. The phenomenon of being photographed without consent was not uncommon in the entertainment industry, and the car's windows were not designed to thwart prying eyes. Though I may currently be an obscure figure in Japan, should I aspire for a brighter future, I must remain vigilant against such potential mishaps. After speaking, Yin Jiu lightly tapped the car window, suggesting, why don't we consider replacing the glass with privacy film at some point? It's quite cost-effective and durable. As for the expense, I can write you an IOU, and you can deduct it from my future earnings. Amuro pondered the feasibility of replacing the car windows and realized it indeed presented a cost-effective and labor-saving solution. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, no need for an IOU. I know a friend in that business who can procure the glass at a lower price. You should have some budget left from this event. Is it really that inexpensive? Yin Jiu tilted his head, curious if Bourbon planned to cover the costs himself. Indeed, particularly cheap, Amuro smiled, relishing the prospect of utilizing the organization's funds effectively. Both felt as though they had struck a remarkable deal. As the car made its way back to the hotel, just as they alighted, Yin Jiu faintly heard the click of a camera shutter in the distance. Just as he had predicted, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, but he quickly feigned ignorance and walked briskly toward the hotel. How peculiar. So many people are returning to the hotel early tonight. Wait, Amuro, having locked the car, noticed a police vehicle parked nearby, its lights extinguished. Swiftly, he grabbed Yin Jiu, pulling the unsuspecting boy back. Sensing that something was amiss. It seems there's been an incident. There's a police car. Yin Jiu's eyes widened as an elderly lady approached, intrigued by his appearance while overhearing Amuro's words. A shooting. Did the police apprehend the perpetrator? Yin Jiu tilted his head, observing the bewildered shake of the bystander's head, and added, but if they haven't caught anyone, why are so many people gathering here? What if the assailant is out for revenge, indiscriminately shooting at the crowd? The lady's complexion paled at this thought. Clearly taken aback, she instinctively swallowed hard before glancing at her watch. Oh dear, it's quite late. If I don't return home soon, my beloved will start to worry. With that, she hurried away, nearly fleeing toward the parking lot. Well, that certainly scared her off. Yin Jiu felt a surge of emotional points as he shifted his gaze, only to be lightly tapped on the head by a solid object. Why did you speak to that lady in such a manner? Amuro's expression was serious. While Yin Jiu's actions might seem like a harmless prank typical of mischievous youth, the current situation was markedly different. A genuine crime had occurred, yet Yin Jiu had reacted without a hint of alarm. Instead, teasingly making light of a matter that affected many lives. He bore a striking resemblance to the crows in the organization, desensitized to death. Am I being unreasonable? Yin Jiu protested, clutching his head. Such shootings happen frequently in America. What begins as personal vendetta often spirals into indiscriminate violence, where the weak suddenly assume power and unleash their grievances upon society. This is not America, Amuro replied, rubbing his temples, realizing the cultural differences he had overlooked. Japan is a gun-free country. Isolated incidents of shootings are exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of public shootings is almost non-existent. However, if firearms are so difficult to obtain, wouldn't those who manage to acquire them be more inclined to use them? Otherwise, what's the point? Yin Jiu furrowed his brow, nodding in self-approval as he noted a rare emotional point surfacing from his typically frugal colleague. A sense of accomplishment blossomed within him. Yin Jiu then offered Amuro a semblance of comfort. But indeed, criminals here are generally less bold than those in America, so you needn't be overly fearful. The police are present. Things should resolve quickly. Amuro lowered his gaze, observing the earnest expression on Yin Jiu's face as he attempted to provide reassurance. The frustration that had surged within him inexplicably dissipated. Yet, Yin Jiu's previous comments were undeniably too radical, starkly contrasting his usual compliant demeanor, revealing a hint of the shadows cast by characters like Jin. Was Jin a blend of American and Japanese traits? Amuro's thoughts momentarily veered off course as he noticed Yin Jiu's nonchalant expression. Reflecting on Yin Jiu's earlier remarks, he felt a jolt. Criminals are not worthy of admiration, especially those deranged individuals from America. True respect and remembrance are reserved for those who contribute positively to society. At your age, it's easy to be swayed by cinematic portrayals of gangsters and their romanticized camaraderie. But in reality, genuine criminal organizations are far from glamorous. They are akin to crows lurking in the shadows, feeding on decay, devoid of friendship or freedom, living like rats in the alley, mere shells of existence, each looking to take a bite out of the other. That's not it, Bourbon. You shouldn't speak of yourself in such a way. Yin Jiu pondered Amuro's words, scrutinizing his face for a moment before sighing quietly. Unable to meet his gaze, Amuro, too, halted his admonitions. Taken aback by the sympathy reflected in Yin Jiu's eyes, which only deepened his own frustration. He had not intended to evoke pity for those lawless outlaws. Exhausted, Amuro ultimately guided Yin Jiu back to their room, cautioning him to remain indoors before departing alone. Throughout the journey, Yin Jiu trailed behind Amuro, unwittingly accumulating emotional points, and was quite satisfied, obediently nodding in agreement. If only his hunger for emotional points could be satiated more rapidly, he could have absorbed even more at once. Yin Jiu settled beside the bed, lamenting the slow progress of his experience bar, as he retrieved his phone. Yin Jiu, do you feel free, Glenfiddich? Having just completed tonight's task. He intended to share a drink with vodka but was met with a text from Glenfiddich on his screen. What madness is Glenfiddich up to now? Yin Jiu paused, casting a sidelong glance at vodka, who couldn't help but steal a glance in his direction. Swiftly, he replied with a simple. Receiving a message devoid of even a signature, Yin Jiu couldn't help but smile, quickly typing out a response. Understood. Glenfiddich. Taking a deep breath, Yin Jiu extinguished his cigarette and turned to stride towards the car without waiting for Vodka's reaction. Big brother. Vodka trailed behind, suspecting that it was indeed Glenfiddich. After all, few could precisely time their communications with Yin Jiu before or after a mission, and Glenfiddich was one of them. His timing could rival even the punctuality of emails from their superior. Observing Yin Jiu's increasingly rapid pace, Vodka sensed it would be unwise to speak further, yet he couldn't suppress his tremor of anxiety. Could it be that Glenfiddich was in trouble again? 10 minutes later, having pinpointed the location of the device, Yin Jiu refrained from answering Vodka, skillfully rummaging through the car for a notebook, activating the tracking device within. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiu had become busy again due to his anxious remarks, seeking the answers he desired. Satisfied, Yin Jiu resumed his activity on his phone, dispatching more emails. That very evening, Kiani, Cohen, Pisk, and Rum all received greetings from Glenfiddich. Of course, Vermouth, far across the ocean, was not overlooked either. On the American side, it was still afternoon. As the star Chris Winard, Vermouth had just emerged from the film set and settled into her car when her organizational phone vibrated unexpectedly. Could it be a new mission? Leaning back to evade the gaze of those nearby, she opened the main interface. Vermouth, do you feel free? Glenfiddich. A completely unfamiliar number followed by a familiar code. What could this mean? Vermouth's mind conjured the exquisite visage of Yin Jiu, instantly alerting her. Had something occurred with that child in Japan? She straightened up, reaching for her laptop in the car, hastily searching for any relevant entries about Yin Jiu. Surely, Glenfiddich couldn't be harboring treachery. Could he? No, that seemed improbable. As the thought crossed her mind, Vermouth quickly dismissed the notion. Given Glenfiddich's current condition, it was unlikely he could simply detach from the organization. He lacked the motive to do so. Was it then a test? Vermouth found herself at a loss for the rebellious mindset of a teenager and decided to type out a line in the email. Of course, to her surprise, Yin Jiu was the first to respond, which filled her with excitement. In her fervor, she added another message. Vermouth, is it daytime there? Long time no see. How have you been? Any plans to visit Japan? Glenfiddich. This time, her message fell into silence. Yin Jiu had no choice but to reluctantly pocket his phone. It seemed the organization's members were still not accustomed to such casual greetings. This woman, who had once masqueraded as his mother in America and treated him with such care, was now putting on an act. With a deep sigh, Yin Jiu switched interfaces, preparing to tease his rightful guardian, Yin Jiu. At that moment, the door was gently nudged open. Yin Jiu looked up, alert, and spotted a rather familiar little head peering in through the crack. Conan. Yin Jiu called out the name directly. The sneaky little boy clearly startled, causing the door to tremble. Yin Jiu, why are you here? Why not? Yin Jiu replied, amused. He set his phone down on the table and opened the door, allowing Conan to slip inside. It's dangerous outside. There was a shooting incident. What are you doing wandering around alone? I'm here to help Uncle Murray solve a case, Conan replied, smoothly presenting his usual excuse. Gazing at Yin Jiu with confusion. Do you not know that the room where the shooting occurred is right next door? What a coincidence. As Yin Jiu returned, the scent of blood had already permeated the air. With his full attention devoted to collecting emotional points, he had indeed failed to notice that the crime scene was adjacent. Suddenly, he adopted a look of realization. No wonder Mr. Amuro left so quickly. He must have discovered something to assist in the investigation, right? Let me make a dramatic hypothesis. Your presence here is due to the gentleman who asked to take your picture being the deceased roommate? Exactly, Conan nodded, his half-moon eyes affirming, Uncle and I were called over because we helped the suspect take photos with Mr. Sasai. Looks like your luck remains as consistently poor as ever, Yin Jiu mused, stroking his chin as he recalled the plot. Then, he looked at Conan with surprise. Wait, if the only suspect has been identified, what are you doing here? Because there are very few traces at the scene. Conan replied, a hint of frustration evident. Currently, we can only approach this from the angle of acquaintances committing the crime or alibis, but the suspect. But Mr. Sasai was taking pictures with us at the festival before and after the incident. Right? Yin Jiu interjected, following Conan's line of reasoning. In normal investigative procedures, the likelihood of a crime committed by an acquaintance is exceedingly high, generally. It could be directly concluded that the individuals present alongside would be the murderers. However, unfortunately, the only companion, Mr. Sasai, conveniently possesses a complete alibi. You must be suspecting that the murderer employed some props to commit the crime, hence you came to my room to investigate, correct? Conan nodded. But halfway through, he felt something was amiss. Yin Jiu's insight was almost frightening. He wondered if he had already deduced something. Indeed, could it be that the photographs were tampered with? Yin Jiu provided the answer directly. Recalling that the manga did not include a segment where Conan searched the neighboring rooms, was it due to Amuro's influence that the plot had deviated? Yin Jiu's gaze grew profound as he stared at Conan, pondering something deeply. After a moment, he rummaged through a nearby suitcase to find a mask and said, "Let's go. Take me to the crime scene." Upon entering the adjacent room, Yin Jiu immediately spotted Mr. Amuro examining the photographs at the table. Such an alibi indeed appeared flawless. Mr. Amuro furrowed his brow instinctively upon seeing Yin Jiu and Conan approach. "Xiao Jiu, what brings you here?" He subtly positioned himself between the two, separating his naive little dear from the bad boy Conan. "Weren't you supposed to wait for me in your room?" "Yes, but..." Yin Jiu's gaze dropped, subtly glancing at Mr. Sasai, who stood to the side, exuding emotional points. His expression dejected and unwilling to explain. "All right, it must be because Muri's child insisted on coming to find you," Mr. Amuro concluded. Noticing Yin Jiu's pitiful demeanor, he naturally crafted an excuse for Yin Jiu and couldn't bear to continue reproaching him. "I believe I have evidence to prove who the culprit is. Wait for me in the next dormitory. I'll be back shortly." With that, he turned back to focus on the photographs, only to see Conan had somehow climbed onto the table. Intently comparing the images, that little rascal, new and old grievances piled together, resulting in Conan being unceremoniously tossed out by Mr. Amuro, sporting a large bump on his head. Yin Jiu followed suit. "Hey, your manager is far too fierce," Conan complained, covering his head, utterly oblivious to the trouble he had brought upon himself. "This has something to do with your mischief as well," Yin Jiu retorted, poking at the balloon on Conan's body. Clearly siding with his old colleague. Mr. Amuro is usually very kind, and didn't he mention he had discovered a flaw in the suspect's alibi? This matter should conclude swiftly. He has discovered a flaw? When Conan's eyes widened in disbelief, given Mr. Amuro's capabilities, it isn't difficult to arrive at such conclusions. Yin Jiu pondered that this case was destined not to showcase Conan's talents, and with great understanding, she revealed the answer. "Mr. Amuro had informed me that Japan is a nation with strict gun control laws. Thus, a perpetrator capable of preparing a handgun in advance is typically someone who has been plotting the crime for a considerable period. As I entered the room, I mused, if the murderer could arrange the scene and acquire a firearm beforehand, why could they not also prepare an alibi in advance?" Yin Jiu's voice was low, yet it was just audible enough for Conan to hear. "Preparing an alibi in advance, could it be?" Conan initially intended to retort that which criminal does not scheme an alibi beforehand. However, a spark of realization struck him. Are you implying that? Exactly, Yin Jiu nodded. By taking photos a year or two in advance and storing them in a camera, as long as the final shot was taken in the year of the crime with unchanged hairstyle and attire. It would likely be difficult for anyone to discern. The deduction was astute. At some point, Amuro Tru had opened the door, with guards flanking Sasai as he was brought out, clearly indicating that the case had been solved. He glanced at the culprit and nodded to the other officers, then continued to elaborate to the two children. However, this criminal was rather careless, leaving a watch-tan line on his wrist. If it weren't for that, extracting a confession from him would have required considerable effort. I see. That truly is quite careless, Yin Jiu observed as Bourbon nodded at the perpetrator, instinctively aligning with her manager's and colleagues' thought process. She sighed with regret. What a shame. Such commendable mental fortitude. He could have been a promising individual. Amuro Tru observed Yin Jiu's expression and felt an unusual disquiet, remaining silent for a moment before directing his gaze towards Conan, who had been with Yin Jiu. This child, often entangled with his family's foolish deer, seemed to bring a touch of intrigue to every case. Moreover, he always appeared unperturbed as he roamed about the crime scene. There was something decidedly abnormal about it. A sensible child, unless guided by adults, would hardly take to analyzing criminals' methods daily, even if this child's parent were a renowned detective currently in the spotlight. It still seemed implausible. He was far too young. Even if one wished to cultivate an heir, exposing them to murder cases at such a tender age was excessively premature, unlike the organization, which necessitated swift deployment. Such an approach to education could easily lead to psychological issues for the child. Furthermore, Amuro Tru had eavesdropped on the conversation for a brief moment, knowing that his little Jiu was an exemplary student, with an intellect sharper than most. Yet, Conan, at merely 7 years old, exhibited a manner of speech and keen insight that struck Amuro Tru with an unsettling sense of dissonance, leading him to suspect that Conan might not be as straightforward as he appeared. As Conan was separated from Yin Jiu once more, he was met with a formal smile from his companion's black-suited manager. Little friend, my artist is quite exhausted today, and I must take him home to rest. If you have any matters, please come back another day to play with him, all right? Amuro Tru's tone was gentle, yet his demeanor brooked no argument. After speaking, he promptly escorted Yin Jiu away. This family was indeed peculiar. He must investigate the circumstances surrounding Kagoro Muri's family thoroughly. Following Amuro Tru, Yin Jiu waved a hand in a confused farewell to Conan. Having been separated from Conan multiple times, Yin Jiu had begun to recognize her manager's peculiar possessiveness. It seemed Amuro Tru was not fond of her mingling with outsiders. Was this a unique territorial instinct among the organization's members? Yin Jiu recalled that Jin exhibited a similar nature, always requiring her to accommodate him. Unbeknownst to Amuro Tru, who was preoccupied with his own thoughts, he remained oblivious to the probing gaze in Yin Jiu's eyes. He was well aware that children at this age are prone to rebellion. The more one emphasizes something, the more likely they are to do the opposite. Thus, after ensuring she arrived home safely with a few reminders to rest, Amuro Tru departed to attend to other matters. However, he was not the only one busily occupied that evening. Meanwhile, Kir, having received news of a homicide at the Tenkaichi festival, rushed to the crime scene with a television crew. It was only late into the night that she finished organizing the photographs and interview recordings. After saving the documents to her computer, she instinctively pulled out her organization-issued phone to check her emails. To her surprise, the most prominent message featured an unfamiliar number. Kir, do you feel free? Glenfiddich. Kir's pupils constricted momentarily as she pressed a hand against her racing heart. What did this individual mean? A rebellious figure, notoriously at odds with Jin, his erratic character flashed in her mind. Could it be that he was contemplating betrayal against the organization? This was Kir's initial reaction. But she quickly reconsidered. Why had he chosen to send this to her? Did he know something? Was this a test? Or, exercising caution, Kir pondered for a moment before returning the question. Why do you ask? Nothing much. A friend of mine mentioned today that most people in the organization lack freedom, so I wanted to gather everyone's opinions. Glenfiddich seemed to be waiting by the phone, as Kir immediately received a response after sending her message. She scrutinized the wording closely, particularly focusing on the phrase "I have a friend" and everyone's opinions. The former suggested that this person feeling unfree was more likely Glenfiddich himself. However, the latter clearly indicated that he had not only sent a message to her. In Kir's memory, Glenfiddich held a high position within the organization but was notoriously capricious. The organization's tolerance for his unconventional methods could hardly be described as limiting his freedom. Thus, This friend might genuinely be a friend, and the inquiry about everyone's opinions might not be a genuine request for feedback. Holding her phone tightly, Kir found the message she had received to be contradictory to the observations she had made. If she believed the first half of his statement, she would naively assume he was merely seeking affirmation, which could lead to her name appearing on the organization's purge list. Conversely, if she disregarded the latter half, feeling pity for the potential friend who might be an organization member, her future would likely be bleak as well. After contemplating for a moment, Kir sensed a hidden danger within this email, silently labeling Gran Fidi as a deeply calculating individual. Your friend seems rather unwise. Who is he? Should we deal with him together? Kir's lips curled into a smile as she sent a message that aligned with the organization's dark undertones. As expected, there was a brief pause on the other end before the tone shifted to one of familiarity and warmth. Oh, Kir, how violent you are, but I like it. Unfortunately, that friend of mine still has some utility, so let us observe him a bit longer. If he proves irredeemable, I will count on you then. Gran Fidi's final message spanned a considerable length. Kir read each word carefully, exhaling a long sigh of relief. This should suffice to pass the test, right? Indeed, Gran Fidi was the organization's cleaner, unbeknownst to Yin Jiu, who had since shifted her focus back to the organization's laboratory. Vodka was busily recording the volume of blood Jin had drawn from her. Noticing Yin Jiu incessantly tapping on her phone, he couldn't help but inquire, Gran Fidi, who are you messaging? With Kir, Yin Jiu replied without looking up. Casually lamenting, Jin is too excessive. I sent you the same message, and your reply was so dismissive. Don't you think your question is rather foolish? Jin retorted, without lifting his gaze, intensifying his grip on the instrument. Only those with a guilty conscience require extensive explanations. Did Kir respond to you? In Vermouth? Be gentler. Yin Jiu winced at the pressure of Jin's blood draw, instinctively recoiling, yet neither of them felt the need for lengthy explanations. While chatting, I noticed Kir's tone in her email replies seemed quite different from her decisive and ruthless persona in the documents, so I couldn't help but engage in a few more exchanges. Jin disregarded Vermouth entirely. This woman was already familiar with Gran Fidi's mother and had assisted Yin Jiu before, so it was only natural for her to reply, although Kir had been unremarkable in recent years. Her earlier achievements were enough to dispel any insignificant suspicions. Consequently, Jin did not dwell on the matter but advised, the organization's mice are not your concern. Safeguard your identity and avoid causing losses for the organization. How could losses be incurred? As Yin Jiu observed the actions of Yin Jiu, who was completing a procedure with a cotton swab pressed against her elbow, he reflected, I have been diligently toiling away. Not to mention my efforts in recruiting talent and securing funding for the organization, the pharmaceuticals derived from my blood should have yielded considerable profits for the organization, shouldn't they? How much does one vial even cost? Yin Jiu inquired, gesturing towards the test tube in Yin Jiu's hand. $1 million. Perhaps, Yin Jiu replied, shaking the test tube and providing a figure that represented the lowest estimate. Only $1 million? Yin Jiu asked, initially posing the question casually, but was immediately taken aback by the revelation. Was there some mistake? His blood was so rare. Surely, the drugs developed from it were one of a kind in the world. How could the price be so low for a single vial? Sensing Yin Jiu's shock, Yin Jiu smirked coldly, explaining that the research team had been delaying progress, with most blood samples allocated for creating the formula left by his mother, which had been distributed for free to the organization's upper echelons. In other words, the research team was dragging their feet, squandering resources, while other high-ranking officials in the organization were skimming profits from the top. Yin Jiu understood and sank to the ground, covering his face in despair. Oh heavens, an unscrupulous organization, exploiting my hard work. If my mother were still with the organization, I would never allow you to bully us like this. But it was your mother who initially sent you here and voluntarily took on the research, Vodka interjected hesitantly, casting a sympathetic glance at the curled-up figure of Gran Fidi on the floor. Yin Jiu, however, showed no compassion, delivering a kick to Yin Jiu's back. The brown-haired youth lost his balance and fell to the ground, his sobs becoming even more pitiful. In such a state, you still wish to take on extra tasks? Yin Jiu sneered, tossing the final test tube into the box, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Yin Jiu clutching at his pant leg. Wait, I really can take on extra tasks. It's been approved from above. Half an hour later, Yin Jiu had changed into a new outfit and entered the dimly lit room alone. He gently switched on the desk lamp, revealing what he believed to be an innocent smile. Hello, Mr. FBI. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Gran Fidi. A familiar voice, a familiar face, a familiar hue, a familiar code name. Yet, the amalgamation of these familiar elements resulted in the most unfamiliar and dire predicament. The FBI agent's heart skipped a beat as he raised his gaze to scrutinize Yin Jiu's face. A grim smile emerging. My demise is imminent. Yin Jiu and Vodka stood guard at the door of the interrogation room. Brother, is it all right to let Gran Fidi go into the interrogation room alone? The other party is a seasoned FBI agent. ISNT, that precisely the point. Upon hearing seasoned, Yin Jiu appeared to recall something amusing, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. The target he had been tasked to protect had ultimately revealed its fangs as an enemy. What an interesting interrogation experience this would be. Vodka shivered at the thought and also recalled Yin Jiu's international identity, rendering him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the FBI was evidently agitated, having fully realized Yin Jiu's identity, descending into a state of fierce resistance. Why is it you? How could you be Gran Fidi? You appear quite shocked. Why couldn't it be me? Yin Jiu, with his back to the FBI agent, approached the water cooler, retrieving 2 empty cups and filling them to the brim, inquiring in a friendly tone, "Would you like some water? You've been detained for over 24 hours now. If you continue without hydration, you may face dehydration and even death." As the FBI agent was influenced by Yin Jiu's nonchalant demeanor, he accepted the water and began to regain his composure, offering a wry smile. "Whether or not I dehydrate is of little consequence. Upon seeing you, I realize my time is likely running out." The codename Gran Fidi was undoubtedly considered a veteran within the organization. At least, according to the information obtained from his informants, this codename had been active across various departments for a decade. Among the targets they had apprehended, the ones at the forefront included the codename Gran Fidi. 10 years ago, was Yin Jiu 4 or 5 years old? If this codename had not changed hands, it implied that Yin Jiu had been coerced into illegal activities at an extremely young age. What could such a small child possibly accomplish? Moreover, Yin Jiu had been balancing the demands of a child star's career. Additionally, his physical condition had always been poor, a fact well known in Hollywood. Corroborated by the FBI's investigations, what I now regret most is that when the FBI suspected Yin Jiu of unusual activities, we did not persist in our investigation of her. The FBI agent had nearly concluded that Yin Jiu had inherited the codename from his mother. The mere mention of Yin Jiu caused him to grit his teeth in irritation. That cunning woman had begun investing in multiple research institutions over a decade ago, yet for unknown reasons. Each had experienced varying degrees of explosions leading to their closure. This timeline raised troubling questions about Yin Jiu's investments. Upon careful consideration, the establishment date of the first research institution was almost coincidentally close to Yin Jiu's birthday. This realization sent chills down the FBI agent's spine. Was there a more sinister reason behind Yin Jiu's health issues? What manner of mother would, while reaping vast fortunes from her son's career in the entertainment industry, also sell her own child to such a ruthless and bloodthirsty organization? The FBI agent took a deep breath, gazing at the cup of water Yin Jiu had offered. Had we investigated her sooner, perhaps we wouldn't have met in such circumstances. "I truly appreciate your mercy towards my mother," Yin Jiu replied dismissively, his method of offering water somewhat clumsy, yet his tone and demeanor exuded utmost gentleness. "Take your time drinking. I wouldn't want to offend you later." The soft, youthful voice carried just the right amount of tenderness, yet it lacked any trace of remorse. The FBI agent, despite himself, accepted the water and noticed the fresh needle marks on the inside of Yin Jiu's elbow. "What have they injected you with?" The FBI agent seemed to have concluded that Yin Jiu was a victim, his voice hoarse from disuse. "It's nothing," Yin Jiu replied, glancing down at his elbow, where the pressure from Yin Jiu's blood draw had left a distinct imprint, making it appear as though he had struggled against forced injection. He offered no further explanation, lowering his gaze and taking a seat across from the table. However, this lack of explanation deepened the FBI agent's misunderstanding. He glanced at the recording device left forgotten on the table, concluding that Yin Jiu was still inexperienced in interrogations, and thus grew bolder. "Yin Jiu, I know you are being coerced. They sent you to interrogate me to test your loyalty and to potentially use you as a scapegoat. If you interrogate these undercover agents, should any of them escape and leak your identity, you would find yourself on the international blacklist, irrevocably tied to them. So, before you make a grave mistake, let us escape together. Your mother's sins do not define you. The FBI can offer you a witness protection program." Witness protection program? Yin Jiu's interest was piqued. This FBI agent seemed to have misunderstood something. His gaze shifted to the unopened recording device, hands clasped beneath his chin as a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in his eyes. "Mr. FBI, you seem quite confident in your ability to take me away. Would you be so kind as to share your other arrangements within the organization?" Yin Jiu inquired with a calm tone, a subtle hint of vampiric energy flowing through his words towards the FBI agent. The agent was momentarily taken aback, instinctively beginning to disclose the informants he had embedded within the organization. Indeed, there are quite a few. Yin Jiu feigned contemplation, resting his hands on the table with no intention of taking notes. The FBI agent, realizing his lapse, paled. How could he have divulged such critical information? What's the matter? You look unwell. Do you wish for more water? Yin Jiu's expression was entirely contrary, adorned with a smile. Is there something wrong with the water? The agent incredulously raised his head, scrutinizing Yin Jiu's deceptively innocent face, furrowing his brow. Did you add a truth serum? Not at all, Yin Jiu replied, moving the agent's cup closer to himself and drinking from it. You say so much. Surely it is not merely out of trust for me. Impossible. He was well aware of what should and should not be said. How could he possibly lay everything bare with a single question? Indeed, how could it be that I merely ask and you spill everything? Yin Jiu's smile widened as he suddenly stepped closer to the FBI agent. It seems, then, that you harbor some misunderstandings about me. Misunderstanding? Indeed. Are you not curious to uncover the truth? Observe why I have been bestowed with the codename Gran Fidi. Yin Jiu's voice remained as gentle as ever, while the FBI agent stood in close proximity to him. Although he sensed that Yin Jiu might not be as innocent as he had initially imagined, his mind could not help but drift into a haze. Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. If I were to enter the witness protection program, how would you facilitate my departure? The agent's thoughts felt rusty, struggling to adapt to the abrupt shift in conversation, sensing that the situation was most unusual. Yet he could not decipher the underlying reasoning. His cognitive processes seemed constrained by some unseen force, particularly as he noted that Yin Jiu neither activated a recording device nor took notes. Despite being unable to pinpoint what felt amiss, an inexplicable glimmer of hope surged within him. Our arrangements are quite meticulous. If you accompany me, I am 90% certain I can ensure your safety. At that point, other FBI personnel will be on standby to assist you. However, this assurance does not seem sufficient. What if your intentions are not to grant me witness protection but to apprehend me instead? Leading to my imprisonment? That would be a grave misfortune for me. A smile crept upon Yin Jiu's lips as he locked eyes with the FBI agent, whose gaze seemed to waver. Therefore, for my safety, I wish to know about your other bases in Japan, as well as the layout of your headquarters. Regarding that, I possess only a small portion of knowledge about the headquarters, but the bases in Japan include. The agent began to describe in fragmented sentences, while Yin Jiu listened intently, refraining from taking notes to provoke him further. As the agent uttered his final word, it was as if he had awakened from a deep slumber. Gasping in terror, You can hypnotize me. The agent inhaled deeply, attempting to dispel the fog that clouded his thoughts. He was utterly astonished that he had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere child. How could I possibly hypnotize you? Yin Jiu continued to deny it, taking another sip from his glass, his smile radiant. Isn't it simply because you found me familiar and couldn't help but engage in conversation? Beautiful individuals naturally attract favor, do they not? This same tone echoed a famous line that Yin Jiu had delivered at the age of 5 while portraying an arrogant little prince in a film. In this new environment, and at a different time, it sent chills down the spine of the listener. What further unsettled the FBI agent was Yin Jiu's unhurried demeanor as he tidied up the cup on the table. Then slowly retrieved a recording pin from his pocket, illuminated by a recording indicator, waving it in front of him with a smirk. Thank you for your testimony. I believe this will greatly benefit our organization. This clearly surpassed the capabilities of an inexperienced interrogator. How many such incidents have you orchestrated? The FBI agent, overwhelmed by a barrage of revelations, gazed into Yin Jiu's unflinching eyes, yearning to voice his inquiries. Yet finding himself unable to do so, fearful of the staggering figures he might uncover, this seemingly youthful child had, in his own way, validated his identity as Gran Fidi. He had already sunk too deeply into the shadows for too long. Regardless of whether it began as coercion or consent, returning to the light was no longer a possibility. What, then, remained to be questioned? Yin Jiu sat quietly, feeling the emotional tide rise to a crescendo before receding, ultimately transforming into a muted emotional state. It seemed that the harvest had been completed. Yin Jiu gradually rose to extinguish the lights, making his exit. As he took his final step out the door, the FBI agent could not restrain himself from calling out to him. Yin Jiu, are you truly certain you wish to serve the organization for a lifetime? This is foolishness. Without turning back, Yin Jiu firmly closed the door. Jin and vodka, having overheard the conversation within, exchanged glances at Yin Jiu that he offered no explanation, directly handing the recording pin to Jin. The inquiries are all contained here. You may handle the individual as you see fit. I shall take a nap. With that, he collapsed towards Jin, whose demand for sleep had dwindled to a mere flicker, rapidly depleting due to continuous exertion. Jin, swift as ever, caught Yin Jiu, lifting him effortlessly. Vodka nodded in understanding and reopened the door. Thus, when the FBI agent lifted his gaze once more, he beheld Yin Jiu, whose fate was uncertain, being held by Jin, while Vodka entered with a menacing expression. A wave of sorrow surged within him. Akin to the lament of a rabbit for a fallen fox, the child had indeed been coerced. He, ultimately, could not save this child, nor could he save himself. The following morning, Yin Jiu finally roused himself from a nightmarish slumber. "How long have I been asleep?" 17 full hours, Jin replied, glancing at the clock. Fortunately, it was shorter than last time. Feeling the replenished vitality coursing through him, Yin Jiu contentedly threw aside the blanket. Jin continued to monitor Yin Jiu's physiological metrics, occasionally cross-referencing the data on his chart. The organization's sleeping pills proved entirely ineffective. Indeed, utterly ineffective. Thus, I refrained from consuming the remaining half bottle. Yin Jiu produced the pills from his pocket, discarding them disdainfully onto the table. Has the research team been slacking off? If the lead cannot perform, it is best to replace them. Vodka glanced at the considerable quantity of pills Yin Jiu had nearly consumed, his eyelids twitching. Jin, seizing the pills from the table with a fierce expression, scolded, "Who permitted you to take such a large dosage at once? Wasn't it relayed to you over the phone? Rest assured, it's been 2 days. It won't affect the blood sample." Yin Jiu shrugged nonchalantly, but upon seeing Jin's icy glare, he softened his tone. "I initially took painkillers, but they proved ineffective. That's why I attempted the sleeping pills. And inadvertently, I ended up taking too many." Jin regarded Yin Jiu with a cold stare for a moment before opting not to pursue the matter further, jotting down a few additional notes. Subsequently, he addressed Yin Jiu's previous inquiry, confirming that the research team had indeed encountered issues. "Shirley has been persistently demanding to see her sister. I have already requested her confinement in the gas chamber." "Is it truly so late to realize her sister is in trouble?" Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Isn't Shirley indifferent towards her peripheral member sister?" "Not necessarily," Jin replied with a knowing smile. "Although the organization retained Mayano Akemi to keep Shirley in check, their time spent together is even less than that of schoolmates. Perhaps Mayano Akemi harbors genuine feelings for Shirley, but the latter's emotions remain uncertain." "Uncertain?" Yin Jiu tilted his head, recalling that while watching anime, he had never perceived Shirley's feelings toward her sister as insincere. Had the narrative veered off course without his knowledge? Of course, this is the result of the organization's deliberate brainwashing. Members are repeatedly educated from a young age that blood ties are the most significant and reliant connections. Thus, the second-generation children of the organization grow up subconsciously developing special feelings toward the hostages prepared for them. Shirley's background is not so simple. Her parents' affiliations are still under suspicion, thus necessitating a different approach toward her. Upon hearing Jin's explanation, Yin Jiu began to comprehend. In essence, it boiled down to the Japanese belief in bloodline supremacy, believing that the offspring of traitors would inevitably become traitors themselves. Therefore, even though Shirley was nurtured by the organization shortly after birth, their scrutiny and skepticism toward her had never waned. Rather, it intensified with her advancing age. "The Mayano sisters must be eliminated," Jin stated, not solely due to the affair between Mayano Akemi and Akai Shuichi. The organization had existed for over a century, infiltrated by an untold number of undercover operatives who acquired codenames. Yet Akai Shuichi remained the one of utmost concern to the higher-ups. Do you know why? Jin's voice was devoid of emotion as he articulated the facts with precision, following Black Whiskey's defection. The organization compared the blood samples of Mayano Akemi and Black Whiskey, discovering a familial connection between the two. Thus, the higher-ups deduced that Mayano Akemi was, in fact, an accomplice, deliberately aiding her cousin's infiltration into the organization. Yin Jiu grasped the crux of the matter immediately, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. Did Akai Shuichi's actions not place both his sister and Mayano Akemi in jeopardy, solidifying the Mayano family's disloyalty? Precisely. Jin's lips curled into a smile, perhaps not anticipating that the organization had anchored the Mayano sisters' fates to familial bonds, and his unexpected kinship had inadvertently propelled Shirley and her sister toward the guillotine. Yin Jiu found himself at a loss for words. Vodka, eavesdropping nearby, couldn't resist interjecting upon hearing the poignant ties of blood that bound the Gonya family and the Crimson faction. If Sherry is so suspect, why not simply execute her? Naturally, it was all a ruse to lure in the unsuspecting. Yin Jiu's mind was now fully engaged, racing with thoughts. Having such an astute and resourceful sister, if it were to be discovered that the opposing party's anchor point was familial bonds, even the FBI would likely be compelled to take action. With renewed enthusiasm, Yin Jiu accessed the footage from the gas chamber, where he beheld a girl with tea-colored hair, one hand shackled to the wall. Kneeling in a corner, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain paper doll wife from a game he had played in a past life. If I were to adopt her as my sister, would that not bind her to me as her spiritual anchor? You can't be her brother. You're younger than she is. Jin bluntly shattered the naive aspirations of the young one, enlarging the surveillance feed to reveal the girl's features distinctly. Quite beautiful, indeed. As a fellow member of the research group, this was my first encounter with her. Ignoring Jin's remarks, Yin Jiu poked the screen with his finger, contemplating for a moment before resolving that once Sherry was dealt with, her research tasks could be temporarily assigned to my team. The development of the APTX drug had reached an impasse, as had my own work. Perhaps by integrating her research, we might achieve novel results? With a determination to act on his ideas, Yin Jiu swiftly drafted a succinct proposal to send to the boss. Just then, Jin completed his record-keeping and was about to leave with vodka when Yin Jiu abruptly grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "It feels like ages since we last dined together. Jin, what shall we have tonight?" While Yin Jiu and Jin were enjoying a light-hearted moment, the boss received emails from both Jin and Yin Jiu in quick succession, plunging him into deep contemplation. Gran Fidi's recent mental state seemed to be deteriorating further, and his physical condition had worsened. The boss's fingers tapped the table as he muttered to himself, "I can't discern whether such changes in an anomaly are beneficial or detrimental. This child has ultimately come to Japan, and his demeanor has markedly shifted, becoming more vivacious than before. If you were to return, you would likely criticize me for having raised him poorly." The boss's midnight soliloquy went unheard by Yin Jiu, who sat across from Jin, eagerly gnawing on a large roasted pork knuckle. This roasted knuckle is simply divine. Yin Jiu savored the taste, glancing at vodka, who was similarly enjoying his meal, suggesting that vodka also appreciated such fare. "Gran Fidi, you have an excellent taste in restaurants," vodka replied, his mouth full, without lifting his gaze. Jin cast a sidelong glance at the two, who were thoroughly engrossed in their meal, and discreetly shifted his chair back a bit. "What are you moving away for?" Upon hearing the sound, Yin Jiu immediately scooted his chair closer to Jin, earnestly repeating something he had read. "Jin, the book says that being so out of sync can easily lead to isolation by your peers." Cough, cough, cough. Vodka choked on a piece of meat, curling up in evident discomfort. Jin glanced at the suffering driver, remaining silent as he took a generous bite of his own meat. He chose to ignore the antics of the carefree youth. "Don't make that face. Is your reputation in Japan truly that poor? Are you isolated?" Without receiving a response from Jin, Yin Jiu leaned in closer, determined to press the matter. Vodka, carefully observing Jin's expression, reflected on Gran Fidi's observation and recognized that his brother's demeanor was indeed not particularly endearing in Japan. However, to label him as isolated, Vodka quietly assessed Jin's situation, feeling compelled to speak up in defense of his brother. Suddenly, Jin made a swift move. The golden-haired, dark-clad hybrid approached the young provocateur, and before the brown-haired boy could react, Jin took a bite out of the knuckle in his hand. Not a single unnecessary movement. Yin Jiu was momentarily stunned. That was his roasted knuckle, a sizable piece, still steaming. "Kurizawa, you rascal." Yin Jiu nearly flipped the table in anger but was restrained by Jin's firm grasp. What the hell? Despite his struggles, Yin Jiu could not free his hands. Seeing Yin Jiu call his brother by his real name in a fit of rage, Vodka hurriedly intervened, offering his own knuckle. "Gran Fidi, don't be mad at Big Brother. There's still roasted knuckle here. Is this really about the knuckle?" Yin Jiu sulked, retracting his hand and shooting a fierce glare at Jin. After the commotion, he lost the desire to continue provoking Jin and began discussing serious matters instead. The FBI's hideouts in Japan had largely been marked on the map by the logistics team. Surely, tonight's mission would involve me. After all, I am an interrogator, and according to protocol, I must be present throughout. There exists a rule within the organization. If one is responsible for the interrogation, they must be present during the capture of the target. This is not merely to provide critical details, but to ensure that no oversights occur and to prevent any potential collusion with undercover agents. Failure to adhere to this could result in the interrogator being eliminated alongside the target. This measure serves to deter interrogators from succumbing to temptation and betraying the organization, consequently. The role of interrogator is often viewed with disdain by other members. This grueling task, fraught with enmity towards the Crimson faction and little reward, usually falls to those undergoing evaluation. Another portion of interrogation duties is assigned to members already under suspicion by the higher-ups. In contrast, Yin Jiu was distinctly different. He was evidently volunteering. "You do not need to participate in this operation," Jin stated, pulling up the routes on his phone and indicating a particular intersection. I will drop you off here, and you may return on your own. Glen Fidi's loyalty to the organization is unquestionable. Thus, such a test is unnecessary. Yin Jiu did not press the issue. He was self-aware enough to know he was not a combatant, and it would be wise not to involve himself in a task of this magnitude against the FBI. He nodded obediently and took his seat in the car, his unexpected compliance catching Vodka's attention. Fortunately, Glen Fidi remained quite composed throughout the journey. Upon bidding farewell to the two, Yin Jiu did not return to the villa immediately. Instead, he took a taxi to the laboratory at Cupido. This laboratory, which connected to a safe house, appeared to be an ordinary residential villa. Due to Yin Jiu's recent insomnia issues, a section had been designated as a seemingly normal research facility, unbeknownst even to Jin. Alone, Yin Jiu utilized a computer to receive experimental reports from other laboratories. Spending the night in the lab to review the documents thoroughly, the following morning, he readjusted a drug dosage and research plan to expedite the production of the final product from that lab. While he could endure the insomnia for now, the progress of Yin Shuli's experiments could not be stalled. Yin Jiu noted in his notebook various molecular structures, documenting the diverse types of drugs being researched by Yin Shuli, which included the sleeping medication he had previously taken, as well as other monitored research contributions. However, there was only one drug personally developed by Yin Shuli, crafted from Yin Jiu's own blood, known as IDVS. Whimsically dubbed Bloody Mary, the organization indeed had a flair for distinctive nomenclature. The APTX series of drugs was referred to as silver bullets, named after the legendary substance capable of slaying werewolves, akin to a cocktail favored by the youth. In contrast, IDVS, sharing the name of the vampire Queen Mary, was cherished by members of the satanic cult. What kind of sparks would fly if demons' wine and exorcism wine were to be combined? Yin Jiu pondered with intrigue. Sherry would soon defect, and he needed to devise an experimental plan for the fusion of these two drugs before that occurred. By the time the laboratory responded, it was already the afternoon. After entering the data, Yin Jiu surmised that Jin was likely still preoccupied, so he donned a mask, grabbed an umbrella, and set off homeward. As he ambled along, humming a cheerful tune, he passed the Muri Detective Agency and happened to spot a high school girl with chestnut hair standing at the entrance. Miss Suzuki has come to visit her friend again. Such a delightful camaraderie among classmates. Yin Jiu's gaze swept past the familiar hue, instinctively recalling Sherry from the gas chamber, and he continued on his merry way. This is not right. Suzuki Sonoko does not have this hair color, does she? Yin Jiu paused in realization, then slowly stepped back. The girl with chestnut hair, initially intending to knock, hesitated and withdrew her hand upon hearing the shuffling footsteps behind her. Turning around, she beheld a masked youth clad in black, sheltered by an umbrella beneath the shade of a nearby tree. You are Yin Jiu? After a brief moment of hesitation, the girl widened her eyes and took a step back. Yin Jiu had merely intended to glance and depart, but upon discovering that he was recognized, his interest was piqued and he halted. Hello, I am Akiji Ryoko, a first-year student at T in high school. I have admired you for quite some time. May I have your contact information? Akiji Ryoko hurried down the stairs, astonished to find Yin Jiu here. Yin Jiu was already a prominent figure at school, although he was often absent due to poor health, leaving most people's impressions of him rooted in the frail boy they had seen on the first day of school. She had not anticipated encountering Yin Jiu outside the Muri Detective Agency. Up close, he was far more striking than the photos circulated by his fan club. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her previously clear thoughts became muddled. Yin Jiu anticipated this reaction. His vampire allure often served as a useful buff. However, it could also lead to unexpected complications, as was the case now. Stepping back 2 paces, his expression shifted to one of detachment. I apologize, but I am bound by a confidentiality agreement with my agency, and exchanging contact information is not permitted. Are you here to see Detective Muri? He vaguely recalled that there were a few high school students who sought out the detective agency in the Conan anime. Typically, such cases involving minors did not entail severe violence, and they often concluded with misunderstandings cleared up in a comedic fashion. Yin Jiu had no desire to disrupt the original plot or become embroiled in such trivial matters. This, rejected by Yin Jiu, Akiji Ryoko finally emerged from her enchanted state, recalling her original purpose. Feeling a bit dizzy, she instinctively pressed her hand to her forehead, wondering how she could have forgotten such an important matter. Looking up at the sky again, her complexion gradually paled. What are you doing here? Conan, returning with his backpack, stumbled upon his junior conversing with a girl with chestnut hair at the entrance of the Muri Detective Agency. The girl was clutching her head and appeared quite unwell. Is she sick? He hesitated, wanting to approach and check on them, but saw the umbrella-wielding youth step forward. Conan, you're just in time. She needs to see Detective Muri. Please take her inside. Huh? Conan was suddenly assigned a task by Yin Jiu, casting a skeptical glance at the girl. Shouldn't we be taking her to the hospital? Akagi Ryoko's gaze shifted to the small boy in the blue suit. This is the child of Detective Muri. If you need anything, you can speak with him first. Yin Jiu placed his hands on Conan's shoulders, gently nudging him forward. I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Conan to respond, he turned and departed. Thus, the brief interlude came to an end. Having assigned the task, Yin Jiu dismissed the matter from his mind and headed home. However, shortly after arriving, he received a call from Amuro True. Xiaojiu, are you at home? Amuro's voice sounded weary, with faint honks of car horns in the background, indicating he was still on the road. I'm at home. What is the matter? Yin Jiu furrowed his brow, and just as he spoke, the other end seemed to exhale in relief. It's nothing. I'll be over shortly. Huh? Yin Jiu stared at his buzzing phone. Holding his chin pensively, after a moment of contemplation, he opened his notebook and typed Yin Jiu into the search bar. Indeed, the search volume for him had surged dramatically over the past couple of days, achieving an astonishing ranking. Is this truly human? It feels as if the Inari deity has truly descended. There is an unusually captivating aura about him. Xiaojiu is so handsome and beautiful. Regardless, he declared. From this day forth, this star named Yin Jiu shall be my one true love. This was due to the images from the recent World's Best Festival circulating online, leaving most netizens astonished by Yin Jiu's striking looks. However, there were also unfriendly comments. Don't you know? This Yin Jiu has a cunning mother and is an illegitimate child of unknown paternity. With such a look, who knows if he climbed the ladder through underhanded means? I want to delve into the idol's private matters, but let us not forget that Yin Jiu was also a child star in America. After years of struggling, he remains relatively obscure. Perhaps his acting skills are lacking. So he is just a washed-up idol who couldn't make it in America and came to Japan to make a quick buck. As the criticisms mounted, they became increasingly vitriolic, ultimately drowning out the praise. Yin Jiu raised an eyebrow, refraining from responding, and simply closed the forum page. Fame brings its share of troubles, he mused. The internet had wrapped critics in a cloak of invisibility. Some, dissatisfied with their own lives, dared not confront the successful in reality. When cloaked in anonymity, they would unleash their grievances upon society without restraint. They yearned to drag down those they deemed unreachable and cursed every innocent soul living a happier life than theirs, as malice could be vented online without consequence. Nonetheless, Yin Jiu had never been one to concern himself with such matters. No matter how twisted or discontented these individuals were, could they truly crawl through the internet to confront him? In a good mood, he poured himself a glass of milk, and as expected, he soon noticed his experience points beginning to rise steadily. It seemed even distant emotions could be absorbed. How convenient. With a smile that crinkled his eyes, he welcomed the continuous stream of negative emotions directed at him as his finest nourishment. The more, the merrier. In stark contrast to Yin Jiu's delight, Amuro Turo entered with a heavy expression, observing Yin Jiu's demeanor. He noted that his Navi companion appeared perfectly normal. Perhaps he had not yet seen the comments online. Amuro felt a sense of relief, but just as he was about to change the subject, Yin Jiu, with a calm and practiced tone, offered him a glass of water. You've seen the comments online. Haven to you. Fame brings its share of troubles. This is quite common in the entertainment industry, so do not fret over it. Amuro, taking the water with a complex expression, had initially thought that Yin Jiu would be distraught over the online remarks, which was why he had rushed over. Fearing his friend might be alone and distressed. To his surprise, he was the one being consoled. It's nothing. When I was in America, I faced far worse. Noticing Amuro's continued silence, Yin Jiu assumed the proud king of labor in their organization had been affected. He patiently dissected the situation, suggesting that, regardless of whether one was criticized or praised, attention would inevitably lead to discussion, and their days of prosperity were approaching. Thus, there is no reason for you to feel so despondent. We're doing remarkably well. Yin Jiu's voice was soft, yet his tone conveyed an undeniable resolve as he analyzed the current predicament with chilling calmness. Amuro found himself looking at Yin Jiu with an unfamiliar gaze. Yet, before he could fully process this, his heart ached involuntarily. What had this child, still in his youth, experienced to be able to so thoroughly detach himself from his feelings? How could he so ruthlessly weigh the pros and cons? What with that expression? Yin Jiu, noticing Amuro's unchanging demeanor, felt the atmosphere grow tense. His inner self silently criticized, wishing for Jin's more straightforward approach. Why indulge in so much sentimentality at a time like this? Before Amuro could catch the flicker of disdain in Yin Jiu's eyes, A call came through to his phone, designated for his agent. You see? Isn't this an opportunity? Amuro shot a glare at the overly optimistic Yin Jiu before glancing at the unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Amuro. What, you want Xiao Jiu to play a murderer? That's out of the question. This is his first work in Japan. He cannot take on such a negative role. No, this is not a matter of remuneration. It is absolutely out of the question. Do not even think about it. Amuro Toru, having only heard a few statements from the opposite side, was instantly incensed to the point of fury. The negotiations between the two were evidently fraught with difficulty. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, Yin Jiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a moment, Toru. I agree to play the role of a murderer. Let me do it. Yin Jiu tugged at Amuro Toru's sleeve, forcibly pulling the young man, who was on the verge of expressing his frustration, back to a semblance of rationality. Amuro Toru's expression grew increasingly complex. He covered the microphone and lowered his voice. Xiao Jiu, do not act impulsively. Even though your reputation may not be stellar at this moment, it is not worth resorting to playing a murderer. Furthermore, this would be your debut work, should you take on this series. It is highly likely that the audience's first impression will be forever confined to this character, making it challenging to reverse that perception. Moreover, if you truly find yourself without offers, I do possess some connections. And I would not solely seek out such negative roles. Amuro Toru spoke truthfully. Having managed the Bourbon identity for so many years, he indeed had certain connections, and he could easily secure a role by investing a little of his own money. However, the naive deer evidently did not appreciate the sentiment. At this moment, Yin Jiu was rapidly contemplating his words. But I feel that I am not suited for the role of a youthful protagonist. Yin Jiu spoke in a hurried manner. I am different from those who intend to linger in the entertainment industry long term. My aspiration is to become a healer, to save lives in the future. My current acting career is more of a means to accumulate tuition fees. The role of a male lead has already become overly saturated in Japan. If I wish to achieve something in this field, it will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of my time and energy, and subsequent directors seeking to cast me may not be plentiful. However, if we were to accept negative roles, the situation would be quite different. Firstly, the competition would undoubtedly diminish, and furthermore, the remuneration for such roles consistently remains at a high level among supporting characters, due to many actors' reluctance to portray them. Those who do will possess significantly greater bargaining power. How many directors would be willing to have a male lead who only appears at night? But negative supporting roles can easily negotiate their appearance schedules with directors, as for audience perception. That is of little concern. After graduating from high school, I will be preparing for medical school, and I will not pursue a shining career in the entertainment industry, so that aspect is simply not worth considering. Yin Jiu's intention was straightforward. He did not plan to act long-term, aiming instead to accumulate enough funds for university tuition and then depart. Amuro Toru found himself at a loss for words. Unsure whether to commend Yin Jiu for his clear goals or to chastise him for his pragmatic realism. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed to be a valid perspective. Yin Jiu's health was not robust. But he was not the type to indulge in complacency due to his physical condition. On the contrary, judging by the numerous homework assignments and various medical textbooks scattered throughout Yin Jiu's room, he not only kept up with regular high school courses but also engaged in the study of extracurricular medical knowledge. If he were to dedicate his time to competing for the youthful idol persona, regardless of whether Yin Jiu's health could withstand it, the time he would need to invest in crafting that persona would inevitably affect his academic life. For an ordinary star, this would pose no issue. It might even be considered a healthy accumulation of experience. However, if Yin Jiu's aspirations remained unchanged, then his focus would inevitably shift towards his studies. Amuro Toru had to concede that an excellent healer contributes far more to society than an exceptional actor. Given that his naive deer possessed such talents and aspirations, he should wholeheartedly support him. Thinking this way only deepened Amuro Toru's concern. His naive deer excelled in every aspect, yet every decision he made was dispassionately heart-wrenching. Amuro Toru silently sighed, acquiescing to the demands on the other end of the line. Yin Jiu successfully obtained the role he desired, and that very evening, he signed the contract. Director Kinoshita appeared almost anxious that Yin Jiu might have second thoughts. As after signing the agreement, he hastily exited without even pausing for a drink of water, bowing rapidly as he exited the door. As soon as he stepped out of the company, this seemingly portly middle-aged man swiftly entered his car and sped away. Is the efficiency of the Japanese this high? Yin Jiu found himself unable to fully close the door and felt a flicker of apprehension that he might have been taken advantage of. Not really. Amuro Toru had already guessed something. Glancing at the title of the script, Bloodstained Love, and felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It can't possibly have a bizarre plot, can it? Yin Jiu attempted to maintain his composure as he took the contract from Amuro Turu's hands, reassuring himself that the title merely seemed a bit melodramatic. Surely, allowing a minor to participate would not be excessively unreasonable. Yin Jiu, while attempting to self-soothe, could not resist flipping open the script as he followed Amuro Turu. There are indeed some issues, he muttered to himself, his pupils widening as he unearthed his phone to snap a selfie with the script and himself. Sending it to Jin. You should take a look at the script tonight that if the plot is too outrageous. Amuro Turu had initially been contemplating the possibility of breaching the contract, if the content truly crossed a line. He would prefer that Yin Jiu not participate. However, when he turned back, he found Yin Jiu beaming with excitement, holding the phone and posing with the script. Who are you sending that to? To my guardian. Of course, Yin Jiu's smile was radiant. He wanted that individual to see that he was not always relegated to the role of a victimized child. He was finally ready to rise and showcase his talents. Amuro Turu fell silent once more, thinking that Yin Jiu should have confirmed the script's content before notifying Masayama. Not him. Yin Jiu shook his head, putting away his phone. I glanced at the script. How should I put it? This role is quite to my taste that I can handle it. Is it really just a matter of whether you can handle it well? Oh, he almost forgot. His naive dear was also suspected of being a fervent fan of criminals. Then it's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. If this continues, will my naive dear's worldview be completely distorted? Just as Amuro Turu was internally panicking and his concern was mounting, Yin Jiu's phone suddenly rang. Xiaojiu, are you free right now? Came the hesitant and conflicted voice of Muri Ran from the other end. Xiao Ran. Yin Jiu, taken aback, distanced the receiver to glance at the caller ID before bringing the phone back to his ear. Why are you calling me at this hour? I wanted to ask you about that Akai Wataru from today. Are you referring to Akai Wataru, who is Kudo's girlfriend? How could that be possible? As Yin Jiu listened to Muri Ran's description, he had already settled into the car, fastening his seatbelt and adjusting his posture, maintaining a calm and unhurried tone. Although she is not my classmate. I did encounter her this afternoon outside the Muri Detective Agency at that time. She even mentioned that she had liked me for a long time. Honestly, she does not seem like someone with a boyfriend at all. But she insists that she is Shinichi's girlfriend, and Shinichi even called her. Muri Ran still sounded somewhat hesitant, but upon hearing Yin Jiu's words, her tone lightened considerably. She said that herself. Did Kudo-senpai admit to this as well? Yin Jiu responded with surprise. Isn't it a bit unfair to rely solely on her account? I suspect she might have said that deliberately to pressure senpai out due to the case. Could it really be that way? Muri Ran tilted her head, her tone weakening as she pondered for a moment before managing to present a half-convinced expression. Well, okay then. Sorry to bother you, Xiaojiu. It is hardly a bother. Kudo-senpai is truly something else. It's quite unchivalrous to have such a lovely girlfriend worry for him. Yin Jiu stifled a laugh. What are you saying? I can't chat with you anymore. I am off to buy dinner. Muri Ran's face flushed crimson as she hastily hung up. Amuro Turu had been listening nearby and immediately grew alert upon hearing the sensitive words Muri. Quickly seizing the moment when Yin Jiu had just put down his phone to inquire, "Is it your senior?" Muri Ran. Yes, it seems there has been some misunderstanding between her and Kudo-senpai. Yin Jiu appeared in good spirits. Likely referring to the girl who sought assistance from the Muri Detective Agency that morning, claiming to be Kudo Shinichi's girlfriend, which prompted Ran-senpai to inquire of him. Why would she ask you? Are you close with Kudo Shinichi? Amuro Turu furrowed his brow. In his memory, Kudo Shinichi was a well-known high school detective in the area, but he had apparently gone missing for some time due to certain circumstances. Given Yin Jiu's transfer timeline, it was unlikely they could be familiar. You misunderstood. Yin Jiu shook her head gently, stating, I am not well acquainted with Senior Kudo. It is that girl named Akiji Ryoko who is a member of our school's support club. We exchanged a few words this afternoon, and it was I who asked Conan to bring her back to the office. However, I did not expect her to say such things. A slight furrow appeared on Yin Jiu's brow. Had she known it would come to this, she would have personally escorted the individual upstairs. It's not your fault. Amuro Turu reflected on Yin Jiu's words, mentally highlighting several key points. Even if you had not passed by the office, that girl would still seek out Detective Muri. Perhaps she had concocted this excuse long ago. Moreover, how could you be certain there was no issue between her and Kudo Shinichi? It is entirely possible that the girl's words hold the truth. And what are the odds of such a coincidence? The foolish deer encounters a member of the support club, and shortly thereafter, the young girl entangles herself with Kudo Shinichi. Is what Muri Ran described truly factual? Or is it a deliberate fabrication? Is her true intent merely to approach that foolish deer? It is no wonder Amuro Turu harbored suspicions. Everything seemed disjointed, and he could not fathom how a girl who had just confessed her admiration for her idol would immediately run off to another girl's home. Claiming to be the childhood sweetheart of the latter. In this intricate web involving Kudo Shinichi, Muri Ran, and Akagi Ryoko, one among them must be lying. As Amuro Turu pondered, the situation grew increasingly suspect. That precocious young boy and Muri Ran's interaction with Yin Jiu certainly had ulterior motives. He raised his gaze to meet the clear eyes of the youth reflected in the rearview mirror. I still believe in Senior Kudo. Yin Jiu cleared her throat, effectively silencing Amuro Turu's doubts. I just happen to be visiting the school tomorrow. I will inquire then. It is most likely just a misunderstanding. Your plans may need to be postponed, Amuro Turu remarked, noticing Yin Jiu's seemingly trusting yet gossiping expression. He felt a twitch of irritation. In just 2 days, they were scheduled to film in Izu, where the production team had arranged accommodations for them to adjust in advance. This marked the first scene in her play, and for the next couple of days, it would be best for her to remain at home and memorize her script. Avoiding any perilous locales, Amuro Turu's implication hung in the air as he observed Yin Jiu's distracted nod. Without further elaboration, he would inevitably uncover the Muri family's intentions. Meanwhile, Jin had just dismantled an FBI hideout. He kicked aside the bloody body of an FBI agent sprawled on the ground, maneuvered around the pool of blood, and settled into his Porsche 356A, only to find an email from Gran Fidi awaiting him on his phone screen. Good day, Guardian. Here is my new drama contract. Image. Take a look at the role I am playing. No longer a victim. Gran Fidi's tone was almost self-congratulatory, prompting Jin to raise an eyebrow. He meticulously perused Yin Jiu's contract, ultimately pressing the delete button with emphasis. Childish. In truth, Gran Fidi had made some progress. Vodka, still in the habit of praising Yin Jiu, had recently finished watching the film she had previously starred in, where she primarily portrayed victimized children. Her transcendent beauty, unbound by gender or age, lent each of her death scenes a fresh and poignant quality. Well, this could be considered an unconventional success, Vodka mused, casting a complicated glance at Jin's phone. Though this contract bore the title of a mindless romance drama, the character portrayed unexpectedly evoked a sense of a child growing up. If he is maturing in this regard, it would be better for him to behave and avoid causing me trouble. Jin remained oblivious to the fact that Yin Jiu was, in fact, the key contributor to the dismantling of the FBI's Japanese stronghold, mercilessly reprimanding the other for his negligence, deeming him a parasite who squandered public funds, unfit to safeguard himself, and deserving of confinement outside the organization for his irresponsibility. Vodka wrinkled his nose, glancing at the phone that Jin had stowed away in his pocket. All right then, I'll just listen to the old man's ramblings. Vodka closed his eyes behind his sunglasses, resolved not to acknowledge this insincere man. However, the others in the earpiece did not share this sentiment. Hey, Jin, are you implying that Gran Fidi couldn't protect himself? Is that related to the last mission? I remember he only sustained minor injuries, right? Is he really that important to the organization? Kir raised her voice over the earpiece. She still vividly recalled the message Gran Fidi had sent her days prior. Hearing his codename again today, she began to ponder. Given that Gran Fidi, as an observer, had previously posed such questions to her, yet she had not faced any repercussions, it was likely that the organization still trusted her loyalty. Now that the topic had arisen, should she directly inquire with Jin? Perhaps she might receive a different answer. Of course, the organization had invested considerable effort in nurturing Gran Fidi. Each aspect of him held significance to the organization. Kir initially expected Jin to outright deny Gran Fidi's importance, but was taken aback when he responded in such a manner, prompting her to contemplate further. What does he mean by every part? It sounds as though Gran Fidi is a mere object to be disassembled at will, rather than a person. This realization sent a chill down Kir's spine, yet it appeared that Jin had no intention of elaborating further. Instead, Kiani could not help but interject. Jin, you are being overly harsh on Gran Fidi. Wasn't the information for this mission provided by him? Even if you have a poor relationship with him, you cannot dismiss his capabilities like this. Kiani, save your breath. Cohen pulled at Kiani's sleeve, observing Jin's expression darken in the scope. I speak the truth. Kiani switched off her earpiece and shot Cohen a glare. For someone so young to possess such abilities is remarkable. Jin, you are being excessively critical, yet you shouldn't speak directly to Jin. The two are clearly at odds. Cohen managed to string together a lengthy sentence for once. Their private conversation did not reach the public earpiece, and the channel between Jin, Vodka, and Kir fell silent once more. The mission had concluded, and Jin seemed entirely disinterested in revisiting the topic of Gran Fidi. KIR sighed silently and switched off her microphone. It appeared that this enigmatic member's background within the organization was quite intricate. From their recent dialogue, KIR could confidently deduce that Gran Fidi was likely the offspring of a high-ranking official within the organization. Otherwise, Yin would never have chosen the word nurture. This meant that the individual could not simply be a prominent figure in society. KIR had heard of the organization's efforts in training second-generation members. Those participating in operational activities, like Yin, often obscured their developmental trajectories, making it challenging for anyone to pinpoint or apprehend them, even with fingerprint information. Even those attending prestigious schools would vanish without a trace after graduation, and aside from their academic records during their time in school, all other familial information would be deliberately obscured. The scope had narrowed further. KIR mentally noted Gran Fidi's profile as she rode her motorcycle in the opposite direction. Yin sat in the passenger seat, with Vodka focused intently on driving, when suddenly he heard Yin let out a cold laugh. "Brother," Vodka assumed it was another message from Gran Fidi, but upon turning, he found Yin gazing out the window with an amused smirk. Vodka followed Jin's line of sight, replaying the events that had just transpired. Uncertainty creeping in. "Brother, are you suspecting KIR?" Yin did not deny it. Instead, he retrieved his phone and sent a text to Yin Jiu. "I want all your chat records with KIR from that day." Shortly after sending the message, Yin received a call from Yin Jiu. "Yin, aren't you engaged in the FBI cleanup? Why the sudden inquiry? Is KIR acting suspiciously during this operation?" As soon as Yin answered the call, he was met with Yin Jiu's gleeful inquiry. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue. "You are not an inspector of the organization. This matter does not concern you. I'm not inquiring about organizational affairs. I'm concerned about you." Yin Jiu's voice carried a tone of feigned innocence. "If KIR poses any issues, you, as the lead in today's operation, cannot escape responsibility. I received your message and promptly called." "Humph," Yin scoffed, realizing Yin had not immediately retorted. Yin Jiu seized the opportunity to press on. "I'll compile my chat records with KIR and send them to you shortly. But do remember to send me KIR's photo and information as well. After all, we will be colleagues frequently in the future, so it's prudent to familiarize myself with the situation in advance." Yin remained non-committal regarding Yin Jiu's notion of a future frequent encounter, yet wholeheartedly concurred with her emphasis on preemptive caution. Their perspectives aligned, and soon, the two documents were swiftly exchanged. How could it possibly be her half an hour later? A grim expression clouded Yin Jiu's features as she scrutinized the image within the dossier. Despite having anticipated the distillation level of the distillery, she had not expected that a mere request for a member's information would reveal a trump card from another formidable organization, the CIA. Reminiscent of something out of an anime, the memory of their previous lively conversation darkened her countenance, prompting her to retrieve her phone, poised to send a message to Yin. "Wait." Yin Jiu fell silent for a moment, realizing with a start that she possessed no evidence. This cunning CIA seemed to lack even the most basic connections. Seeking Yin without proof would only invite scornful mockery, restraining her fingers from typing. She sank deeply into the couch. The sorrows of different species do not resonate with one another. While Yin Jiu was engulfed in frustration, Yin meticulously analyzed the chat logs sent by her. "Brother, why not hand this over to Gran Fidi for investigation?" Vodka, seated beside Yin, had observed the entire conversation unfold. Gran Fidi, while possessing a somewhat childlike disposition, never treated organizational matters with frivolity. Vodka believed that assigning the task of investigating a traitor to Gran Fidi would be effortless and devoid of danger, allowing him to avoid risking injury in other assignments and perhaps granting Gran Fidi a reprieve from pestering his elder brother. Moreover, if memory served correctly, Gil's public persona was that of a journalist. Thus, if Gran Fidi were to engage him, it would not appear overly conspicuous. However, Yin held a differing opinion. His dark green eyes reflected the text on the screen as he highlighted key suspicious phrases from the dialogue. Gil indeed bore suspicion. Nevertheless, as she was a colleague with a code name, if she exhibited no overt anomalies, it would be unwise to directly probe her, lest it dishearten others. After all, she had been active in their operational group for many years without any major slip-ups. If Gil were truly an undercover agent, the fact that she could remain hidden beneath his very nose for so long indicated her considerable skill. Such individuals excelled at evasion. Upon sensing the slightest hint of danger, they would vanish without a trace. Gran Fidi was distinct from other members with public identities. Entrusting him with this investigation posed a risk, as failure would make it nearly impossible for him to withdraw his identity. Even a sudden disappearance would attract numerous investigative teams from various nations. Should Gran Fidi's identity be exposed, the organization would find itself in a precarious position, unable to bear such a risk. Vodka grasped the implication. Jin deemed the danger of allowing Gran Fidi to investigate to be excessively high. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Truly, his elder brother was quite indulgent towards Gran Fidi. Why not simply admit it? The summer sun blazed fiercely, its heat enveloping the entire beach, warping the air and creating shimmering waves that rendered distant sights indistinct. No matter how one squinted, it baffled him how so many chose to vacation in such sweltering weather. Yin Jiu lay languidly on the sofa bed in the hotel, feeling unwell. After a night's rest, both she and Jin had tacitly agreed to postpone the investigation of Gil until later in their itinerary. Marking Yin Jiu's inaugural business trip to Japan. Are you feeling unwell? Should I draw the curtains? Amuro Tura gently touched Yin Jiu's cool forehead, concern etched on his face as he approached the window. No need, Yin Jiu protested, struggling to sit up. I want to see how they are filming. She approached the edge of the window, her discomfort evident as she furrowed her brow. Do not push yourself, Amuro Turu advised, noticing her expression. The main character's scenes once he concludes so swiftly. Would you like to take a nap? And I can wake you up after lunch? No, thank you. Yin Jiu sighed, rubbing her temples. I simply did not anticipate the sunlight on the beach to be so harsh. I just need to acclimate a bit longer. Besides, I must diligently study the script. If I fall asleep now, I might forget my lines when I wake up. She earnestly picked up the script resting on her lap. Japanese is not very proficient, and performing in Japanese for the first time is quite nerve-wracking. Amuro Tura regarded Yin Jiu's pale complexion and her determined expression with concern, letting out a silent sigh. Very well, but do not focus too much on the window while reading the script. Although today's sun isn't particularly harsh, prolonged exposure to midday sunlight can still be detrimental to your eyesight. Understood. For normal humans, was the sun not harsh? Yin Jiu nodded, her expression pensive, her gaze lingering on the view outside. Her seemingly Navi companion appeared to be in a rather poor mood. Amuro Turu, his brow furrowed with worry, sat quietly beside her, offering silent support. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu briefly wrestled with the intensity of the sunlight before shifting her thoughts to other matters. In the world of Conan, a realm of detectives, even the television dramas were influenced, such as the protagonist of Bloody Love, Kawaguchi Yashiang, who initially was an ordinary journalist. However, through a series of encounters with bizarre campus murder cases, he uncovered extraordinary secrets. During his investigation, he unraveled the conspiracy of the primary antagonist, the Abe Corporation. The storyline was clear-cut, interwoven with a romantic subplot between Yashiang and Yumiko. In summary, it was a conventional narrative of a protagonist growing through solving cases, achieving both love and career success. In this drama, Yin Jiu portrayed not the ultimate villain, but rather Kawaguchi Yashiang's half-brother, Kawaguchi Shoyuta. After Yashiang's mother remarried, she bore 2 sons with his stepfather. However, tragedy struck soon after Shuta's birth, as their parents perished in a car accident, leaving Yashiang to shoulder the responsibility of raising his underage brother. In the narrative, Shoyuta, having lost his parents, faced bullying at school, and during an unintentional confrontation, he fatally harmed a classmate. After tasting the thrill of power, Shoyuta became enamored with the sensation of killing, progressively spiraling out of control and befriending a group of delinquents. One day, Yashiang discovered a message on Shuta's phone marked Tiger Brother, prompting him, concerned for his brother, to delve deeper. This investigation led him to uncover a nefarious cult targeting adolescents, hidden in the city's corners. In essence, Yin Jiu was far from the final antagonist and, indeed, did not survive past the midpoint of the series. However, he played a pivotal role in catalyzing the plot. It was Shuta's demise that galvanized the protagonist's resolve to pursue the truth relentlessly. Today, Yin Jiu was to portray a scene where Shoyuta was bullied in the school garden. The character was academically gifted, having gained admission to the city's finest private school on a scholarship. But what began as a promising start quickly devolved into a nightmare. Are you ready? Unbeknownst to her, Yin Jiu had been absorbed in contemplating the beach for 2 hours. Amuro Turu, increasingly concerned, remarked that the sun would soon set. If I head down now, I can grab dinner before the performance begins. Okay. Yin Jiu, still lost in the script, absent-mindedly nodded in response. When they descended, Amuro Turu deliberately chose a semi-outdoor restaurant, ensuring Yin Jiu was seated in a shaded area, allowing her to enjoy the beach view without direct sunlight. Izu was an idyllic vacation destination, and thus the tourist facilities were exceptionally well arranged. Amuro Turu sliced into his steak, his gaze drifting to the sunset reflecting on the sea. Beyond these entertainment options on the water, our hotel also features a swimming pool. I heard that the film crew has reserved it tonight from 11 p.m. until tomorrow morning for shooting purposes. If you're interested in swimming, we could request permission to use it after filming. A pool, Yin Jiu, initially indifferent towards swimming, turned her head in curiosity upon hearing that the crew had extravagantly booked the entire pool. It was a modest semicircular pool, currently occupied by a mix of human children of varying sizes. This must be a safe pool designated for parent-child activities, right? She mused, her lips twitching. After all, the ocean could be quite perilous, prompting parents with young children to opt for such beachside pools. Clean, with shallow water, it provided a secure environment where children could swim freely without the risk of losing sight of them. Playing in such a pool was akin to swimming at the beach. I'm already a big kid. Such a pool is not suitable for me, Yin Jiu declined, idly stirring the ice in her cup with a spoon, insisting that such a swimming pool would be more fitting for someone of Conan's age. As soon as the words left his lips, a sudden gasp erupted from the direction of the pool. Yin Jiu's gaze fell upon a diminutive azure figure plummeting from the rooftop, plunging directly into the water and sending a vast spray of droplets into the air. Yin Jiu? Amuro Turu. Are you all right, little one? A few adults nearby were the first to react, yet the boy in the blue suit seemed utterly oblivious to their concern, rising from the pool only to dash away in a flash. Perhaps swimming in that pool was ill-advised. It appeared rather unsafe. A perplexed expression crossed Amuro Turu's face as he felt a sense of ominousness surrounding the pool. By the time Yin Jiu made his entrance, the sky had completely darkened. I apologize. The boy standing before Yin Jiu bowed politely. Suddenly, his expression twisted into a grimace as he struck Yin Jiu's face with a resounding slap. No one wants your disgusting presence. Did I invite you to get up? Following the boy's blow, Yin Jiu staggered and fell beside the pool, water splashing onto his lashes. Xiang Tai, trembling, clutched the edge of the pool, desperately glancing around. You all. What do you mean you? Can't you comprehend human speech? Why not bark like a dog for us? More than one youth encircled Xiang Tai, jeering and pointing. Suddenly, the boy at the forefront made his move, delivering a vicious kick to Xiang Tai's chest. The brown-haired boy was sent tumbling into the water, his expression one of shock as he surfaced, half-kneeling, coughing violently while gripping the pool's edge, yet the others had no intention of letting him off easily. Their laughter grew louder. At that moment, another boy clad in a suit stepped forward, witnessing his companion's actions. With a smirk, he seized the boy's hair, and as Xiang Tai choked and covered his mouth, he forced the boy's head beneath the water. Did we permit you to come up? Cough, cough, cough. Help, help. Water flooded Xiang Tai's mouth as he flailed, instability causing him to slip back underwater, his hands thrashing in a panic. He's begging for help. Ha ha ha. Let's show him some color. The crowd erupted in laughter. Cut, the director exclaimed, observing the scene through the lens, issuing a pause command. The boy who had been gripping Yin Jiu's hair immediately released him, stammering, I am sorry. He offered a deep bow. But upon catching sight of Yin Jiu's extraordinarily beautiful visage, he instinctively averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing. It's all right. Our script unfolds this way. Yin Jiu did not rise from the pool immediately, instead wiping the water from his face. Amuro Turu, having clenched his fists upon witnessing Yin Jiu's fall, nearly lost control when he saw the foolish boy's head submerged underwater, but he held back as others withdrew, towels in hand, intending to approach. Yin Jiu raised a hand to halt them. Wait, the next scene should still take place in the water. He directed his gaze towards director Munikata, who nodded as the other children retreated from the frame. All right, next scene. The camera turned to the moon hanging high in the sky, the sounds of youthful laughter resonating once more. Ha ha ha. Oh, that brat isn't moving anymore. Do you think he drowned? What is there to fear? His family is so poor. What can he do to us? Exactly, he doesn't even have parents. What can he possibly do? Ha ha ha. An unwanted child. The cacophony of laughter gradually faded from the frame as the camera descended. The boy, who had previously been motionless in the water, suddenly began thrashing, his pale fingers grasping at the railing nearby as if clinging to a lifeline, struggling desperately. Cough, cough, cough. Xiang Tai, thoroughly drenched, staggered up from the water, coughing for an extended period before finally stepping out of the pool. He lowered his head, quietly moving towards his backpack, where he slowly crouched down. The camera zoomed in once more, revealing Yin Jiu's flawless profile. Capturing every detail without a hint of imperfection. He bore no extreme expressions. His brow was relaxed as Xiang Tai focused intently on every book he gathered. 1, 2, 3. The director watched in silence, having not previously discussed this segment with Yin Jiu. This was not how it was supposed to be. Portraying a negative character is no simple task. Often, an actor's psychological understanding of a negative role must exceed that of the protagonist. The director refrained from coordinating with Yin Jiu in advance, believing that each actor would interpret their character differently, leading to a more authentic portrayal of the myriad of human experiences. He instinctively felt that Yin Jiu was suited for this role, a pure intuition. Hence, he was eager to see what surprises Yin Jiu might deliver at his age, without any guidance. After all, the worst outcome would simply be needing to reshoot the scene. The boy in the frame continued to pick up his books at a leisurely pace, undeniably possessing a visage that transcended the limits of human imagination. The director caught a glimpse, his gaze drawn to Yin Jiu's downward motion, and suddenly, the boy seemed to sense the scrutiny beyond the lens and lifted his wine-red eyes to meet the camera. Hiss. Cut. The director's hand trembled, and he decisively called for a pause. Is this sufficient? Yin Jiu appeared slightly bewildered, tilting his head to glance at the director's face. That's enough. That's enough. The director replied with a smile. Feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. In that fleeting moment, Winsyoung Tai looked toward the camera. A shiver crept down his spine. How to describe it? Those eyes bore no hatred, no sense of grievance. Rather, they conveyed an unsettling indifference, a dispassionate acceptance of fate. They were the eyes of someone who would never tread the path of crime, yet upon closer examination, they revealed an unsettling normalcy. A person who could regard their own life and the abuse they endured with such detachment and acceptance. Would he feel anything upon witnessing another's suffering? No, he would likely only find it more acceptable. This was a form of pure savagery, clear as a brook yet unfathomably deep. Realizing this, director Munikata replayed the previous recording. Feeling as if he were watching the most terrifying horror film, goosebumps rising on his skin. At this age, to possess such insight, Yin Jiu must be a genius. The first act was nearly complete, and there was no other footage for the night. Xiao Jiu, would you like to change into another outfit? The production team had prepared ginger tea for the actors, and the assistant would bring it up shortly. After a lengthy scene, the director's tone towards Yin Jiu had grown more familiar. Such a promising talent, with striking looks and high comprehension, at such a young age, remained humble and composed. He might soar to great heights one day. And it was crucial to cultivate a relationship now. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiu, the director had already earmarked him as a future Oscar contender. He patted the sand-covered knees of his trousers and flashed a radiant smile. Thank you, director. After speaking, he clutched the books he had just collected and moved towards Amuro Turu. However, he noticed the golden-haired boy suddenly wear a look of terror. Yin Jiu, be careful. No one had time to react as a figure plummeted from above, accompanied by the collective screams of the crowd, pierced by the sword held aloft by a statue. The other children present instinctively burst into tears. Only Yin Jiu stood with his back to the pool, blinking in confusion. He could already scent the metallic tang of blood. Should he turn around? Don't turn around. Amuro Turu, still clutching a towel, maneuvered past the two youths blocking his path and made a beeline for Yin Jiu. Yin Jiu hesitated, an overwhelming wave of hunger crashing over him, akin to having skipped 10 meals. How could this be? Yin Jiu glanced at the hunger meter. The previously slow-declining demand bar now plummeted alarmingly. With so many people around, gripped by fear, it should have provided him with ample sustenance. Yet even so, it was insufficient, the hunger demand visibly nearing the red threshold. Something was amiss. Yin Jiu pondered for a brief moment before closing his eyes and allowing his body to lean to one side. He could no longer afford to expend any more energy if he wished to retain his sanity in this place. The vulnerabilities of a vampire's physique were becoming increasingly apparent, and for the first time, Yin Jiu found himself resenting this frail form. Amuro Turu, quick of wit and swift of action, noticed his foolish companion had shut his eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he hoisted Yin Jiu onto his back. Xiao Jiu, the director, concerned about Yin Jiu's condition, was acutely aware that the young man was still a minor. Should anything untoward occur within the production, even if it were an accident, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. It is probably just the cold water. The temperature difference caused him to faint. Carrying Yin Jiu, Amuro Turu felt the chilling cold emanating from the boy's body, a temperature so frigid it seemed to seep into his chest. Amuro's heart ached for him, and upon seeing Ranmuri and others rushing down from the building, he cast them a dark glance. With a scowl, he bid farewell to the director and swiftly departed with Yin Jiu. Meanwhile, Conan observed the crowd downstairs, bewildered by the presence of numerous cameras. However, upon seeing Yin Jiu, barely conscious and slung over Amuro's back, his instincts kicked in. What was happening? Why was Yin Jiu here? Had he been struck by something? He yearned to follow and inquire, but the sight of Amuro's scowling face, filled with disdain towards them, made him hesitate as the man disappeared swiftly from view. On the other side, as soon as Yin Jiu was laid upon the bed, his eyes flew open. What just happened? He feigned ignorance, clutching his head in a contemplative manner. He recalled feeling a bit cold, and then, it must have been the chill that affected him. Amuro pressed a hand to Yin Jiu's forehead. Sensing that his temperature was alarmingly low. I'm fine. Yin Jiu interjected, halting Amuro's examination as he instinctively distanced himself. I just want to take a shower first, then I'll come down for ginger tea. Amuro did not protest and watched as Yin Jiu entered the bathroom, his gaze turning cold as he fixated on the floor below. Inside the bathroom, Yin Jiu pressed against the wall, taking deep breaths. His fangs nearly grazing his lower lip. No, this would lead to a serious problem. After a moment of contemplation, he shattered a cup, using the shards to slice his palm. Xiaojio, Amuro, startled by the noise from the bathroom, knocked on the door urgently. It's nothing, I just accidentally knocked over my toothbrush cup, came the muffled reply from within. Amuro waited outside anxiously until Yin Jiu emerged, wrapped in a towel. What happened? Amuro frowned, scrutinizing Yin Jiu closely. Upon noticing the cuts on his hand, he furrowed his brow, questioning why he hadn't come out sooner. It's just a small injury, Yin Jiu replied absently, allowing Amuro to bandage his wound. After which Amuro fetched a dry set of pajamas for him. While changing, he noticed a bruise on Yin Jiu's shoulder that had not yet healed. Why was it still there after so long? Amuro's frown deepened. Yin Jiu's skin was so pale that any mark was glaringly obvious. Such bruises typically showed signs of fading within a week, yet this one remained unchanged. Yin Jiu, too, noted the bruise on his back and silently adjusted his collar, assuring himself that it was manageable, as he rarely felt pain. Under Amuro's watchful gaze, Yin Jiu was also troubled by his condition. He had long recognized the abnormality in his wound's healing, which was only worsening. Especially today, the sudden urge for blood seemed to serve as a reminder. Ever since he discovered that absorbing a significant amount of emotional energy could satiate his hunger, he had seldom requested blood. Could this be the reason for his slow recovery? Yin Jiu pondered, suppressing his appetite for the time, being that he found himself intrigued by the ginger tea the director mentioned. It was well known that he possessed an affinity for Chinese cuisine. Though he typically had no strong reactions to food, the mere mention of dishes from China, like ginger tea, made his mouth water, considering that his wound might take a while to heal, and the director and others were likely still at the scene. He suggested, "Why don't we head downstairs to grab a packet of ginger tea?" Amuro's eyes flickered momentarily. It seemed the foolish boy had deduced the earlier commotion due to the bloodstains on his clothes. Was that why he had panicked and broken the cup? Amuro felt a mix of sympathy and helplessness for the child who silently bore so much. After studying Yin Jiu for a long moment, he ultimately refrained from voicing his objections. "All right, but let me be clear. You got wet and injured today, so after drinking the ginger tea, you must return to rest." The implication was clear. He should refrain from getting involved in the case. "I'm not a detective," Yin Jiu chuckled, amused. All he desired was emotional energy. As for the case, whoever wanted to meddle could do so. He had no intention of becoming the disruptive butterfly in the narrative. Receiving Yin Jiu's affirmative response, Amuro led the boy downstairs. As they stepped into the elevator, they happened upon one that was slowly descending. They had already reached the 22nd floor. Fortune was on their side. Yin Jiu glanced at the descending numbers. They resided on the 20th floor of the Eyes of Princess Hotel. While it wasn't particularly tall, the hotel was extensive, and given that it was peak tourist season, the elevators often stopped far from the middle floors. However, Amuro was not as optimistic as Yin Jiu, aware that an incident had occurred downstairs, and typically, unassociated individuals would remain still. Moreover, the victim had fallen from a considerable height. Those seated within might be connected to the case. Indeed, such a possibility existed, but for Yin Jiu, it was merely a blessing to descend sooner. His face radiated visible joy, but that happiness abruptly ceased as the elevator doors opened. "Ah, Xiaojio." The first faces to greet them were Ran Muri and a short-haired girl, followed by the last person Amuro wanted to see, Conan, the bespectacled boy, hovering by their legs. "How are you feeling?" Xiaojio, the group, having witnessed Yin Jiu being carried away unconscious, expressed their concern. "Much better," Yin Jiu smiled, ready to engage with them. But Amuro swiftly blocked his path. "I apologize, but Xiaojio is still feeling unwell. I hope you won't disturb him." With that, he led Yin Jiu to a secluded corner. "What's going on?" Conan observed the cold-faced manager silently, sensing an inexplicable hostility directed towards him and his friends.